Chapter 1. The World of Survival in the Global Mist. Welcome to the world of survival in the global mist. From this day forth, you shall strive to survive in this realm of fog. Persevere. Besides intellect and strength, all that once embodied civilization is rendered meaningless here. This shall be a journey of survival from the ground up. You possess but a solitary wooden cabin, your only bastion of relative safety. A cold, emotionless voice reverberated within Yuan's mind. The world of mist? Survival? A cabin? Upon awakening, Yuan found himself sprawled upon the decaying floorboards of a dilapidated wooden cabin, a mere thin straw mat beneath him that a chill enveloped him, prompting Yuan to tighten the scant fabric draping his form. Surveying the cabin, he noted that apart from a rudimentary table positioned at its center, no other furnishings graced the space. His pupils constricted as he gazed around in bewilderment, his heart heavy with trepidation and disquiet. The previous day, Yuan had returned home from work, followed his usual routine of washing up, and lay down to sleep. Yet upon awakening, he found himself trapped in this wretched cabin. The biting wind whistled through the crumbling wooden walls, revealing glimpses of the pitch-black night outside, where shadows seemed to linger ominously. A wave of panic surged within Yuan. Before he could ponder further, the dispassionate voice resumed, "Poor humans. Cast aside your cheap fears and confront the nightmare of the mist-laden jungle. To survive in this realm, heed the following counsel. First, the cabin in which you currently reside shall be your only refuge in this world. As long as you remain within its confines, your safety is maximized. You may craft survival tools and evade beasts here. However, be warned, the cabin is not impervious. It could be damaged by the onslaught of wild creatures and the harshness of nature. Strive to upgrade your cabin. Second, during the daylight, endeavor to gather as many resources as possible such as water, food, wood, and stonices. These will ensure your sustenance. Third, cherish the daylight hours, for they are precious in the world of mist. Daylight is a rarity, while darkness and disaster shall be the eternal refrain. Return to your sanctuary before nightfall, or face the unending terrors that dwell in the dark. Fourth, natural disasters will pose the greatest challenges you must confront. The horrors of the night may be avoided, yet the cold, heat, torrential rains, and blizzards will surely devastate you. Elevate the level of your cabin and stockpile ample resources to endure. Fifth, friends can be both hope and peril. Selecting the right companions can enhance your chances of survival. Yet the darkness of human hearts may just as easily consume you. Sixth, preserve the survival manual of the mist that lies upon the table. Through it, you can communicate and trade with other survivors and gain a deeper understanding of this world. Weakened humanity, I implore you, your kind is not your greatest foe, is the world you face. Confront this reality. Strive to survive. The voice gradually faded, leaving Yuan furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a considerable pause, Yuan finally accepted the harsh reality. Humanity had entered a perilous world of survival. Reflecting on the survival manual of the mist, which had been mentioned moments earlier, he rose and approached the table. Indeed, upon the worn wooden surface lay the ancient tome, accompanied by a weathered stone axe. Yuan picked up the archaic book first. The survival manual of the mist exuded a leather texture, with the text elegantly inscribed in a traditional script. Utilizing the dim light of the oil lamp flickering on the table, he strained to discern the contents of the leather-bound pages. Flipping through several pages rapidly, he found that the manual contained precisely what the voice had described. He outlined the general conditions of this world, detailed the current weather, and provided information about the length of the day, as well as recent meteorological trends. As it turned out, the weather was currently influenced by an incoming cold front, with temperatures steadily declining and daylight hours gradually shortening. This posed a formidable challenge for those who possessed nothing in this survival scenario. Turning further into the pages, a section titled World Chat Channel caught Yuan's attention. It seemed to represent a communal space for human interaction. Adjacent to it were sections for friends and regional chats. Although the counts in those areas were all zeroed, the World Chat Channel indicated that there were over 7 billion survivors. This figure corresponded exactly to the total population of humanity, suggesting that individuals of all ages and conditions, be they elderly, children, disabled, or comatose, had been transported into this realm that in the initial stages, survival appeared almost impossible. The regional chat showed over 10,000 participants, yet the distances between each survivor varied between 50 to 100 kilometers. Such sparse population density implied an immense expanse of the mist-laden world. Given the obscuring fog, encountering another individual would prove exceedingly difficult. At that moment, other survivors began perusing the survival manual of the mist as well. The world channel erupted with messages. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Who knows where this is? I was just watching videos. How did I suddenly end up in a decrepit wooden house? Who are you? Earthlings or aliens? What is happening? Is this a television show? Brother upstairs, we are probably all Earthlings, right? Based on the numbers, it seems all of humanity has been transported. This is terrifying. It's pitch black outside, and the wind is howling. It feels like something is calling. It's so cold. Is it already winter? The temperature is barely above 10 degrees. As the initial messages appeared, an increasing number of individuals began contributing to the world chat channel. The sheer volume of 70 billion souls caused the chat interface to overflow with incessant messages, rendering it impossible to discern individual statements. Yuan observed quietly, refraining from hastily sending a message. The world chat channel did not permit limitless communication. Each person was restricted to 5 messages per day. In light of the potential importance of future communications, Yuan resolved to conserve his daily quota. Through the world chat channel, he gleaned a wealth of information, most notably the strong likelihood that all of humanity had indeed traversed into this new existence. All of humanity has simultaneously arrived in this nebulous world under an inscrutable force. Furthermore, this is certainly not some form of game. Such formidable power is beyond human grasp. After a brief moment of confusion, those scattered throughout the Misty Realm began to communicate via the chat interface. Only the responses of companions could partially alleviate the anxiety and trepidation that enveloped them. I thought I was dreaming. I woke up suddenly in a cabin. Where are you all? Can we gather together? Brother, stop pondering. Can't you see everyone is at least 50 kilometers apart? Indeed, that's a radius of 300 kilometers, with at most a handful of people scattered about. My heavens, what is happening? I barely managed to get my girlfriend to the hotel. We just took some pills. Someone, please save me. Hang in there, brother. Stop complaining, everyone. Don't you feel it getting colder? We won't freeze to death on the first day, will we? Is it really that cold? It's fine here, around 10 degrees. I should make it through the night. Goodness, I'm nearly below zero. I'm only wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Ahem, the area is vast. The climate is likely different in various places. Some spots may be particularly frigid. Am I the only one so unfortunate? Brother, stop wailing. There's something clawing at my door. I'm so frightened. Good brother. Based on my analysis, this is very likely a starter gift. Don't be afraid. Go out and deal with it. I trust you not at all. That old man is quite nefarious. Everyone, let's not go outside. Let's stay indoors and wait for dawn. Yes, this is highly unlikely to be a joke. We are certainly not playing around. Everyone, please stay safe. Share information with one another, otherwise we may encounter peril. That voice mentioned we can search for supplies during the day. Let's all remain in the cabin at night. As the conversation gradually regained its focus and shifted to serious matters, Yuan observed the chat, lost in contemplation. It seemed that everyone faced the same predicament. Even some prominent figures from the political and economic circles of the former world participated in the chat. However, their influence was minimal. No one paid heed to them. Here, each individual was starting afresh, with almost zero comprehension of the environment. The only power they could wield was their own, making it difficult to rally others based on previous advantages. Noticing the lack of novel content in both the world chat channel and the regional chat channel, Yuan continued to scroll through the messages. Beside the chat interface, there were trading markets, daily information, and shelter details. After grasping the general situation, Yuan closed the survival manual for the mist. Though his thoughts were tumultuous, he endeavored to calm himself. In the current circumstances, with no useful information at hand, all he could do was rest well. Since that voice suggested that hiding in the cabin should be relatively safe, Yuan deemed that tonight was likely secure, allowing him to sleep soundly, albeit with caution. Ensuring he did not fall into a deep slumber that on the first night, for the vast majority, it proved to be an insomniac ordeal that a significant number remained vigilantly stationed at the chat channel, enduring the entire night. Yuan endeavored to suppress the rising tide of panic and unease, striving to calm his mind and find solace. In this unfamiliar and perilous new world, how would one survive? Should one band together? Such sparse population density was designed to prevent survivors from congregating. Encountering others in the short term was highly improbable. Under these circumstances, the most prudent course of action was to adapt to the environment and rely on oneself for survival. Before long, Yuan succumbed to the cold and drifted into a deep slumber. The solitary oil lamp on the wooden table emitted a feeble glow. Outside the wooden cabin, the wind howled, seeping through the crevices and producing a mournful sound. In the pitch-black night, visibility was non-existent, save for the occasional rustling noise. It was uncertain whether it was the sound of leaves or footsteps. The first night in the fog-shrouded survival world swiftly passed. As dawn broke, warm sunlight streamed through the gaps between the wooden boards, illuminating the cabin. The cramped space suddenly brightened. The light fell across his face, prompting Yuan to furrow his brows and open his eyes. He was acutely aware that today was of utmost significance. Yuan quickly roused himself. After surveying the wooden cabin, he approached the window. He could now discern the landscape outside. Before him lay a lush expanse of grass, verdant blades reaching a height of several inches. Not far away, numerous towering trees stood sentinel. It was a scene brimming with life, save for the slightly chilly weather. Reluctant to venture outside prematurely, Yuan opened the Fog Survival Manual. The weather page had undergone a transformation, and he began to scrutinize it closely. Chapter 2. The First Expedition. Today's weather today is a splendid day with clear skies. An impeccable opportunity for gathering supplies. Daylight duration, 6 hours weather. Clear temperature, 12-18 C. Climatic trend. A cold front is imminent. Ensure you gather sufficient supplies for winter and take care to keep warm. The daytime temperatures have risen considerably, exceeding those of the night by several degrees. It was now daytime, and several minutes had already elapsed. There remained 5 hours and 45 minutes of daylight. Yuan did not rush to venture out. Instead, he retrieved the Fog Survival Manual, checking to see if anyone else had departed from the shelter. He also sought to review the information required for upgrading the shelter. Although he had perused it yesterday, it warranted confirmation. Shelter. Level 1 wooden cabin, 10 square meters, a dilapidated wooden cabin, barely providing protection from the elements. Upgrade your shelter as soon as possible. Level 1 shelter facilities, none. Shelter upgrade, 0-100 wood, 0-50 stone. Seeing that the level 1 shelter lacked any facilities, Yuan shook his head in resignation. If the shelter's level could not be elevated, he would be condemned to reside in the decrepit wooden cabin indefinitely. The objectives for the next few days were crystal clear: gather wood and stone. Upgrading the shelter should be the foremost challenge faced by everyone. Just as Yuan contemplated this, the chat channel began to buzz with activity once more. I am freezing to death. This wretched wooden cabin is so rudimentary it even leaks. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Does anyone have food? Who has food? I'll trade 200,000 for it. Upstairs, are you joking? At this time, who isn't destitute? What food do you expect me to provide? Don't even mention 200,000. Even if you had 20 million, it would be futile. Do you really think we can go back? I was hoping to start a fire for warmth, only to discover that a level 1 shelter offers no facilities whatsoever. Brother, this clearly indicates that our primary task is to upgrade the wooden cabin. What else is there to say? With only 6 hours of daylight, we must hurry out to chop wood. Brothers, I've already been chopping for 10 minutes. Wow, is this really happening? Thanks a lot, brother. I've been worried about the dangers of leaving the wooden cabin, so I appreciate your courage to test it out. Since there's no danger, he'll also venture out to gather wood. What a sly one. Quickly. We only have 6 hours, everyone, charge. Yuan did not linger, merely skimming through the world chat channel for updates. He closed the survival handbook in a mist and tucked it securely in the inner pocket of his clothing to prevent it from falling. Picking up the novice tool on the table, a stone axe. Upon grasping the stone axe, its details appeared. Name: ordinary stone axe. Item level: ordinary, good, excellent, rare. The most rudimentary axe, barely adequate for chopping wood, time-consuming, labor-intensive, and prone to damage, Yuan could not help but feel exasperated, reluctantly stifling a remark. This stone axe was unimaginably basic, yet it was better than nothing. With the survival handbook in the mist and the stone axe in hand, Yuan shut the door of the wooden cabin behind him. The external environment was quite pleasant, revealing a lush meadow, with vibrant woods not far off. In the distance, a thick layer of white mist obscured visibility entirely. This phenomenon was mentioned in the survival handbook in the mist. Within a 300-meter radius of the shelter, there was no mist, making it relatively safe. The area from 300 meters to 2,000 meters fell into the light mist zone, where visibility was reduced but exploration remained feasible. However, the danger level increased. Beyond 2,000 meters lay the dense mist zone, shrouded in thick fog, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, and the peril escalated significantly. Thus, for the vast majority, the area available for exploration was confined to a 2,000-meter radius. Naturally, this range was not fixed as the shelter upgraded. Both the fog-free and light mist zones would expand. In summary, everything centers around upgrading the wooden cabin. Yuan cautiously stepped into the lush meadow. The grass reached nearly to his ankles, with dew soaking his feet and dampening his pant legs. Seeing the dew on the ground stirred a temptation within Yuan, particularly since he had gone a night without water. However, considering the time it would take to collect it, he decided to forego the idea for now. As he proceeded, the grass, though not particularly tall, still necessitated careful steps. This was his first venture into the misty world, and caution was paramount. The trees were not far off, and in just a few minutes he arrived. Without hesitation, Yuan attempted to chop down a tree, assessing the difficulty of acquiring wood. The efficiency of resource gathering was crucial. The dull stone axe struck the tree, leaving a shallow gash. Yuan felt an overwhelming strain at this rate. How long would it take to gather 100 units of wood? The sound of thud, thud echoed through the forest. After nearly 15 minutes, he barely managed to fell a single tree, which yielded only 6 units of wood. Swinging the stone axe continuously for that duration proved arduous for Yuan. After chopping down each tree, he needed a rest for a while. Having only felled 3 trees, he had already expended almost an hour. With 18 units of wood now piled beside him, Yuan resolved to take a break and transport the wood back to the cabin. Given such a pace, upgrading the cabin to level 2 within a day seemed an arduous task. Collecting even 100 units of wood felt unattainable, let alone the additional 50 units of stone required. With daylight limited to a mere 6 hours, many tasks awaited him, leaving little time for woodcutting. The most pressing concerns were food and water. If he could not replenish his energy swiftly, he would soon perish in this fog-laden world. Additionally, there was the pressing issue of warmth. Last night had already revealed the biting cold of the weather, and this was before the arrival of the cold front. Once the cold front descended, temperatures would plummet to unimaginable lows. Yuan needed to find suitable warm clothing before the chill set in. He had initially prioritized gathering wood to gauge the time consumed in felling trees. If the collection proved efficient, he would hasten the upgrade of his shelter. However, it seemed that upgrading the shelter would not be a swift endeavor. Prompting a shift in focus, Yuan decided to transport this batch of wood back to the cabin and then address his food and water needs. After transporting the wood back, Yuan set out once more. The grove where he had just been chopping trees lay to the east of the cabin, and along the way, he saw no edible food. This time, he resolved to head north. However, as soon as he stepped outside the cabin, a glint of metal in the grass caught his eye. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a bronze chest. A resource box? Instantly filled with excitement, Yuan pinched himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Ensuring there were no dangers nearby, he hurried towards it. The survival manual in the fog had introduced this type of resource box in the foggy survival world. Aside from manually gathering resources, there existed another method to acquire valuable materials. Resource boxes. These boxes randomly appeared, scattered throughout the foggy realm, and varied in quality, with higher quality boxes being scarcer. Resource box quality. Wooden resource box, bronze resource box, silver resource box, gold resource box. Each resource box contained various supplies essential for survival, such as food, water, seeds, tools, wood, stone, and crafting blueprints. Items like blueprints could also occasionally be obtained through regular gathering, but the probability was exceedingly low. The primary means of acquisition was indeed resource boxes, which typically housed items of higher quality and rarity. Suppressing his exhilaration, Yuan quickly picked up the resource box from weeds. The box was modest in size, its pale bronze sheen strikingly prominent. According to the survival manual in the fog, wooden resource boxes appeared with greater frequency. The higher the tier of the resource chest, the lower the probability of its appearance. Initially, Yuan merely hoped to come across a wooden resource chest. To his astonishment, fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon a bronze resource chest the moment he stepped outside. It is worth noting that this was merely the first day of survival IT present. Only two qualities of resource chests could manifest in the entire mist-laden world: wooden resource chests and bronze resource chests. Moreover, these chests were exceedingly rare, and even if they appeared, it was not guaranteed that they would be discovered. The more elusive bronze resource chests were even harder to come by. With a mix of apprehension and excitement, Yuan opened the bronze resource chest. A luminous blue light emanated from within the chest. Yuan squinted slightly, but could not avert his gaze, fixating intently on the contents of the chest. As the blue light dissipated, the items inside were revealed. There were 3 items in total. The first was an iron pickaxe. With a mere thought, the information about the pickaxe materialized before him. Name: iron pickaxe good. A pickaxe of decent quality, devoid of any additional enhancements, utilized for mining ores. This iron pickaxe was not particularly remarkable, merely a tier above a standard stone axe. This was to be expected. 4 bronze resource chests, it was highly probable that they would yield items of 3 quality tiers: ordinary, good, and excellent. Obtaining a good quality item was within the realm of normalcy, while acquiring an excellent quality item would signify extraordinary luck. Should he find a plethora of ordinary items, he would have to concede to misfortune. After accepting the iron pickaxe, Yuan reached for a glowing orb. This orb resembled a transparent glass sphere. Within the orb floated a petite and exquisite item. With a mere thought, the information appeared. Name: flowerbed good, used for indoor planting, can enhance seed growth rate. Ordinary seeds. Increased by 10 good seeds. Increased by 5. This was a flowerbed tool that could slightly accelerate the growth rate of seeds, albeit to a limited extent. However, for a survivor confined to a wooden cabin, it was indeed a rare and valuable find. Yuan was overjoyed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Such unexpected gains significantly bolstered his survival capabilities. Even if he chose not to utilize them himself, selling these items on the trading platform could yield a substantial amount of resources. Nonetheless, both the iron pickaxe and the flowerbed were necessities in the near term. Thus, Yuan had no intention of parting with them. The final item was a scroll. Is this the item manufacturing scroll mentioned in the Mist Survival Manual? Yuan murmured to himself. Unlike the pre-made flowerbed, which would be consumed upon use, the manufacturing scroll would grant him the eternal knowledge of how to create the item. Both the pre-made items and the manufacturing scroll had their distinct advantages. While the flowerbed would become obsolete upon damage, it did not require personal crafting, thereby reducing labor costs and material collection time. Conversely, the manufacturing scroll, while offering longevity, demanded a cumbersome collection of materials for creation. Without hesitation, Yuan opened the final item. As he anticipated, it was indeed a manufacturing scroll. Name: healing potion manufacturing scroll, good materials. 2 roots, 1 essence of flesh, 50 milliliters purified water used for treating minor injuries, such as colds, fevers, and external wounds, can be taken internally or applied externally. A look of delight illuminated Yuan's face. In the wilderness, enduring hunger is not the most terrifying aspect of survival. Rather, it is the threat of illness that looms large. That a mere cold or a slight wound could potentially escalate into an incurable disease. With a global population of 7 billion, it stands to reason that accidents and injuries are plentiful, ensuring a steady demand for medicinal potions. The primary challenge lies in sourcing the necessary materials. Roots are relatively straightforward to procure. One can simply unearth them while felling trees. Pure water is also not particularly difficult to obtain. Although the immediate vicinity lacks visible water sources, securing such resources is not insurmountable. Otherwise, survival would be impossible for the majority. What troubles Yuan the most is the enigmatic essence of flesh. He has never even heard of it before. However, based on its name, it is likely derived from animals. Currently, he lacks even the most basic sustenance, let alone meat. Consequently, the creation of medicinal potions must be postponed. The foremost priority remains the search for food and water. Chapter 3. The resource box reclaimed. Yuan returned the flower bed and the healing potion crafting scroll to the wooden cabin, as well as the resource box. Just after stepping outside, he stumbled upon a bronze resource box, conveniently located not far from the cabin, so he promptly brought it back. Yuan equipped himself with a stone axe and the newly acquired iron pickaxe, resolutely deciding to explore the northern expanse. After all, having already encountered good fortune by discovering a bronze resource box, he felt that venturing north would surely bring him further luck. The northern landscape was similarly shrouded in a dense tangle of grass, flourishing abundantly. Yuan couldn't help but frown, pondering the apparent scarcity of resources in the vicinity. Aside from the rampant weeds, there were merely a few trees, with no other resources in sight. He wondered if this was a universal experience or merely a misfortune on his part, having been born in such a barren region. He resolved that, given the opportunity, he must seek a more resource-rich location to inhabit in the future. As he walked, he contemplated whether he could eventually relocate the wooden cabin. Before long, Yuan reached the boundary of 300 meters. Wisps of mist drifted in the air, imparting an air of mystery. This was Yuan's first encounter with the Misty Zone. Previously, while chopping wood, he had merely approached the 300-meter threshold of the Misty area. Standing before this enigmatic region, he found himself lost in thought. To enter or not to enter? The Misty Zone was not an absolute sanctuary, likely concealing dangers, albeit not as severe as those in the dense fog regions. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to step inside. The confines of 300 meters were far too limited to meet his needs for sustenance. Moreover, given the surrounding desolation, the yield was even more meager. Thus, entering the Misty Zone became an inevitability. Embracing the risks also promised greater rewards, albeit with a necessity for increased caution. In just a few paces, Yuan made his first find: stones. Scattered about at the 100-meter mark within the Misty area were a number of stones, both large and small, in considerable quantity. As a fundamental resource, the importance of stones cannot be overstated. Additionally, stones were essential for upgrading the wooden cabin. This discovery alleviated Yuan's concerns. With this stone resource, upgrading the cabin was merely a matter of time. Marking the location of the stone deposit, he continued on his journey. In the Misty area, Yuan exercised extreme caution, which inevitably slowed his pace. The fog was thick, and the air was laden with humidity. Before long, dew had soaked through his hoodie and trousers, rendering them quite uncomfortable. Suppressing his discomfort, Yuan navigated carefully through the mist. Although he encountered no immediate danger, he remained vigilant. After traversing nearly 1,000 meters, he had yet to uncover any remarkable resources, finding only more weeds and trees. Gazing ahead at the persistent white expanse, and seeing the fog trailing behind him, Yuan hesitated momentarily before halting his advance. Despite the absence of peril within the Misty Zone, the low visibility posed a significant risk of losing his way. Should he fail to find his path back, straying too far from the shelter of the wooden cabin would leave him to perish in the fog. Another point to consider is the issue of time. 2 hours have already elapsed, leaving only 4 hours of daylight. Even if food and water remain elusive, it is imperative to make the most of this time, endeavoring to gather as much wood and stone as possible. Once back at the wooden cabin, one might exchange these resources on the trading platform for other survival necessities. Wandering aimlessly in such a manner is an egregious waste of time. Having concluded the exploration, Yuan returned to the stone mining area. With a well-crafted iron pickaxe in hand, he commenced his tedious mining endeavor. The rhythmic sound of metal striking stone echoed, a testament to the efficiency of the good quality pickaxe, which proved far less strenuous than chopping wood, allowing him to procure a unit of stone in mere minutes. However, the exertion required for mining stone was considerably greater, and it wasn't long before Yuan's hands began to ache. There was a stark contrast between stone and wood. The recoil from stone mining was significant, often necessitating a brief respite after extracting just a dozen units. After 3.5 hours, Yuan had mined a total of 163 stones, a testament to the efficacy of his superior tool. One could only imagine the productivity of others, especially since many lacked any pickaxe at all, struggling with only novice stone axes to fell trees. After wielding the iron pickaxe for over 3 hours, Yuan's hands trembled from fatigue, and he felt a profound soreness throughout his body. Hunger and thirst crept in, assaulting his already weary body and spirit. He mused that he needed to exercise more, lamenting, "This sedentary lifestyle has truly taken its toll on me." With half an hour remaining until nightfall, the sky had begun to darken, and the surrounding mist thickened ominously. The vast expanse above was shrouded in heavy clouds, casting a somber atmosphere over the fog-laden world. The damp air, as humidity increased, rapidly dropped in temperature, plummeting to 0°C. Today's temperature was markedly lower than yesterday's, heralding the approach of a cold front. Recognizing that it was no longer advisable to linger outdoors, Yuan mustered his weary body to transport the stones back to the wooden cabin. The prevailing ambience had instilled a sense of fear and anxiety within him. Returning to the cabin felt increasingly prudent. Utilizing the bronze resource box he had previously obtained, Yuan found it far more convenient to transport the stones. He loaded the stones into the resource box and dragged it back with relative ease. After 4 trips, he had finally returned all the stones to the cabin. The stone mine was a modest 400 meters from the wooden dwelling, neither too far nor too close. Yuan hurriedly made his way back, barely managing to transport all the stones within half an hour, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Carrying the last load of stones, Yuan hastened toward the cabin. The dimming sky enveloped the foggy world like a vast curtain, yet the glow from the wooden cabin offered a reassuring solace. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed. Yuan stumbled over something. What was that? I thought there was nothing here. Have I lost my way? He pondered, rubbing his waist and breaking into a cold sweat. However, upon seeing the distant light, he sighed in relief. Yuan curiously lowered his head to investigate what had tripped him moments earlier. To his astonishment, he discovered a resource box lying on the ground, having been overturned from a kick. What a delightful surprise! Yuan exclaimed with glee, laughing heartily at the serendipity of finding a resource box while traversing the path. As dusk began to envelop the sky, he hurriedly gathered the wooden resource box and some stones, swiftly making his way back to the wooden cabin. Just before the darkness fully descended, he managed to return to the sanctuary of the cabin. Inside, the oil lamp still flickered, casting a gentle, warm orange glow that filled the space with a comforting ambience. Remarkably, the lamp had been burning continuously since the previous night, even without the addition of kerosene. The small flame represented a glimmer of hope in the inky blackness, faint yet unwavering, much like the struggle for survival faced by many in this fog-laden world. Exhausted, Yuan collapsed onto the floor, disregarding his appearance as he gasped for breath, yet his face radiated joy. Just moments ago, he had lamented the absence of food, fearing he would go to bed hungry. But fortune had smiled upon him with this unexpected resource box. What a twist of fate, he mused. The items from the previous bronze resource box had been commendable, yet they had lacked sustenance. Yuan held on to the hope that this box would yield food as well. If not, he would simply trade for it at the marketplace. After all, he doubted that everyone could be as fortunate as to stumble upon 2 boxes in one outing. With anticipation, he opened the wooden box, akin to unwrapping a parcel, as it was illogical not to explore what he had just acquired. Unlike the bronze resource box that had glimmered with a mystical aura, this wooden box lacked any special effects and was straightforwardly opened. As expected, it was the most basic of resource boxes, presenting a modest display. Inside, Yuan found 3 items, a bottle of water and 2 luminous orbs. Gratefully, he seized a bottle of mineral water and drank half of it in one go. Having endured nearly 20 hours without hydration, compounded by 6 hours of strenuous labor during the day, he was parched and on the brink of severe dehydration. Finally, after quenching his thirst with half a bottle, he felt a renewed sense of vitality. He shook the remaining half bottle, contemplating its value, and decided to store it away prudently. In the absence of a freshwater source, conserving water was imperative, as he had no idea when he might acquire another bottle. Could he possibly find another resource box tomorrow, miraculously containing yet another bottle of water? Such thoughts felt unrealistic. For the majority, tonight would be a night of hunger, with only a fortunate few managing to procure some food to stave off starvation. A handful of individuals might be situated near a water source, but such good fortune was rare. Without hesitation, Yuan opened the remaining 2 luminous orbs, discovering a blanket and 20 pieces of wood. The blanket, though not particularly thick, promised to provide decent warmth. Yuan draped the blanket over himself, immediately feeling a significant warmth envelop him. Upon his arrival, he had donned merely a t-shirt and a jacket, suitable for the early autumn's chill. While adequate during the day, the evening air turned quite frigid, rendering the blanket a most welcome comfort. The 20 pieces of wood he had gathered were unremarkable, simply added to the pile of timber he had collected earlier. After a day of diligent effort, the modest cabin now boasted an array of items. In the corner near the window, specifically on the right side of the cabin, lay a collection of 163 stones and 38 pieces of wood. Adjacent to this was a flower bed measuring 1 meter in length, half a meter in width, and half a meter in height, though it remained barren at present. Beside the flower bed were 2 chests, one a bronze resource box, the other a wooden resource box. Upon opening these resource boxes, Yuan repurposed them for storage. While these boxes could indeed be recycled, yielding 5 units of bronze from the bronze box and 5 units of wood from the wooden box, at this moment, their utility as containers was far more valuable. The prospect of recycling could wait for another day. Currently, the bronze box housed tools, including a stone axe and an iron pickaxe, while the wooden box served as a makeshift cushion propped behind him. Lying on a straw mat, wrapped in a cashmere blanket, Yuan found a surprising joy in his otherwise humble living conditions. However, a rumble from his stomach disrupted the tranquility. With a sigh, Yuan rubbed his belly and lamented, "I never anticipated the surroundings would be so barren. Not a morsel of food to be found. I wonder if the trading platform offers any provisions for exchange." Chapter 4. The announcement of the Misty World as Yuan pondered. He opened the Misty Survival Manual. At this moment, the World Chat channel had become lively, with 6 hours of daylight and 18 hours of night. Even with a full 12 hours of sleep, there remained 6 hours of idleness within the wooden cabin. The cabin, at present, could be described as utterly bare. Besides a straw mat, a table, and an oil lamp, what else was there? Perhaps a few trees felled during the day. How could one possibly spend those surplus 6 or 7 hours in the cabin? The World Chat channel. Surviving alone in the misty world, feelings of loneliness, fear, and panic intensified. The presence of other survivors served as the final consolation for all. Even Yuan frequently perused the chat channel. The banter of the online community significantly alleviated the solitude of surviving in the mist. The immense pressure of survival could also be released through jovial exchanges. Whether in the World Chat channel, regional chat channel, or even the trading market, countless users had claimed their space. Starving. Does anyone have food? Confirmed. There's a beggar upstairs. If we can't find food soon, we'll all become beggars. Can't you find food either? I thought it was just barren near me. Who isn't? All I see are weeds. Be grateful. I'm surrounded by a primeval forest. No food found. And I step right into a quagmire. Enough about the grass. I'm on a mountaintop. Snowflakes are starting to fall outside. So cold. Are you all this miserable? I was born by the river and found a potato within a few steps. So comfortable. What? Hey, brother upstairs. You should check on your home. What's wrong? Your ancestral grave is on fire. By the way, is no one nearby finding anything to eat? Is it just me? I thought I was the only unlucky one with a poor spawn location. I am crying. Potato brother, sell me some water. I'm dying of thirst in the desert. I have no water either. I want some too. I'll trade you wood. 1-on-1 pigeon. I'll trade my water with you. Let us chat privately for photos and videos. Is there business here? Can you come to my place? Not really brave enough. Bro, you don't have to open the door. Just extend the tools outside. Get lost. The cabin was gradually tilting. The kind that couldn't be straightened. However, most individuals engaged in serious transactions. Many managed to find water sources nearby, yet a significant portion, like Yuan, had never even glimpsed the shadow of water. Water is the primary necessity for sustaining life. Thus, many began trading fresh water. Yet a problem arose: the containers for holding water. In the trading market, once both parties agreed to a transaction, the items would be transported to the respective wooden cabins by the system. Once fresh water is transmitted, if it is not contained within a vessel, it will spill onto the ground, presenting a dilemma for many. Those purchasing water feel disheartened, for it lies before them, yet remains inaccessible. Sellers are even more distressed, as abundant resources are within reach, yet unattainable. This brings us to a crucial point regarding the manufacturing of items. Within the wooden cabin, the only upgrades that can be directly completed through the system pertain to the cabin itself. However, one cannot directly synthesize other tools. For instance, a cup cannot be created merely by placing in the required materials. Similarly, a manuscript cannot be produced by simply combining a stone and a piece of wood. The crafting of items necessitates the presence of a manufacturing scroll. Without it, one must rely on personal ingenuity. Tools fashioned by oneself not only perform poorly, but also lack additional functionalities, such as the ability to hasten plant maturation akin to a flower bed. Thus, the significance of manufacturing scrolls is evident. This design choice also mitigates the potential for early players to amass wealth due to advantageous starting locations, while significantly increasing the difficulty of survival. In the face of the cup-less predicament, all must seek alternative solutions. By hollowing out a cavity in a piece of wood to hold water, this rudimentary method sustains the trade of fresh water. Some have even discovered bamboo, utilizing bamboo tubes as vessels for sale, thereby earning a profit. How advantageous it would be if a scroll for crafting disposable cups were to materialize, Yuan mused, unable to suppress a sigh. However, such thoughts are but fanciful dreams. Acquiring scrolls is inherently challenging, and even if one were obtained, the type of scroll cannot be controlled. The trading market is rife with activity, leading to various disputes and unrest. Brother, how unscrupulous are you? 1 unit of wood for 20 milliliters of water? I can collect 50 or 60 units of wood in a day, yet I cannot afford a sip of water? Buy if you wish. I have plenty of customers for my water, so spare me your complaints. Well, it seems no one is seeking your wares. There are plenty of sellers. Indeed, let us collectively resist such unscrupulous merchants. I even witnessed someone trading 300 milliliters for a single piece of wood. The spontaneously formed trading market is highly unstable, often marked by exorbitant prices or drastic undervaluations. However, the initial chaos soon settles, and the price of freshwater stabilizes within a reasonable range. 100 milliliters of fresh water can be exchanged for 1 unit of wood, a price acceptable to the majority. Consequently, the trading market predominantly maintains this rate, with only minor fluctuations. Fresh water is not an exceedingly scarce resource. Approximately 5 to 6 of individuals are capable of locating water sources nearby. As exploration deepens, it is inevitable that many will discover additional sources of water. Conversely, the prices of resources beyond freshwater fluctuate significantly. As Yuan sought blood essence and seeds, he encountered numerous exorbitantly priced items. Half a carat, for instance, exchanged for 100 units of wood or 50 stones. The bite mark is mine, not one left by an animal. A pair of thermal leggings can be exchanged for 100 stones, an essential item to withstand the cold front. A chair crafting scroll requires 200 wood and 100 stones. A pack of 999 cold medicine can be traded for various food items, serving as fundamental resources, with stones being the priority. Cucumber seeds can be exchanged for just 50 stones. Feel free to message privately. Currently, the trading market is in disarray, with prices for numerous items soaring significantly. Under normal circumstances, one can devote over 4 hours to work within a 6-hour day, yielding a maximum of 70 to 80 pieces of wood, which does not even guarantee basic sustenance. If the daily collected resources fail to meet essential dietary needs, how can one hope to resist the impending cold? One would soon be eliminated from the misty world. Yuan has observed considerable changes in the population of the area and the total number of survivors. It remains uncertain whether the challenges stem from encounters with wild beasts or insurmountable difficulties. This illustrates that the Misty World is far from a tranquil paradise for retirement and farming. It conceals countless dangers within its shrouded depths. As Yuan perused the chat channel, he found himself intrigued by various items, particularly by a fellow survivor who lived by the riverside and could easily gather potatoes. Potatoes? Yuan murmured to himself. Potatoes are tuberous plants that can be sown when cut into small pieces. Their cultivation is simple, with a high survival rate and substantial yield. Yuan initiated a private chat with a user named Zhou Ming, whose real name is displayed in the chat channel, as each individual's nickname corresponds to their actual name. For instance, when Yuan sends a message, his nickname appears as Yuan. Hello, how many potatoes have you found? I can trade stones for them. Yuan simply typed, refraining from elaborating further to avoid seeming too eager and risking price inflation. After waiting 2 minutes without a response, possibly due to the volume of messages overwhelming others, he continued browsing the trading market. With 163 stones in hand, Yuan considered himself relatively affluent. In the current market, what has become the basic currency of exchange. On the first day, armed only with an axe, most individuals could only gather wood, with quantities generally hovering around 60 or 70 pieces. A few industrious individuals crafted makeshift tools to extract some stones, albeit in minimal amounts. The efficiency of these homemade tools is quite low, and they are prone to breakage. As Yuan contemplated the market prices, he pondered the appropriate ratio for purchasing wood, perhaps 1, 2, or 1, 3. He speculated that he might upgrade his wooden cabin to level 2 by nightfall. Just then, an announcement appeared on everyone's Mist survival manual. Mist announcement: congratulations on surviving the first day. However, this is merely the beginning. The cold front is approaching. Please stockpile supplies and prepare for warmth. On the first day, many have already reaped the rewards of the Misty World, resource boxes. Today, the acquisition rates for resource chests are as follows. Wooden resource chest, 1. 286, bronze resource chest, 0. 00142. An announcement has been made regarding a temporary task. Those who upgrade their wooden houses on the first day will receive a beginner survival package. Upon this announcement, the entire chat channel erupted with excitement. What resource chest? How come I was unaware of this? I haven't seen it all. Did I miss something? Clearly, these are rare resources that refresh randomly. Had I known, I wouldn't have rushed to Chopwood today. Perhaps a leisurely stroll might have led me to a resource chest. Has anyone actually obtained one? Surely, many must have. I just witnessed someone flaunting it in the chat. Indeed, I even quarreled with him about it, never expecting it to be genuine. Haha, I told you so. Now you believe me, right? Come on, come on. There is half a piece of bread left from the wooden resource chest. I'll trade it for 20 stones. But hurry, time waits for no one. Don't be foolish. Without a pickaxe, no one has many stones. By the way, there should be tools like pickaxes inside the resource chests, right? Yes, exactly, although only a mere fraction of one. 286 of people have picked up the resource chest. The sheer population makes a significant number. With 7 billion people, 286 translates to over 90 million who have acquired the wooden resource chest. As for 0.00142, well, I can't calculate that right now. It should be less than 100,000. Impressive. Incredible. I didn't expect so many hidden lucky individuals. Alas, I intended to quietly amass wealth, but it seems I've been discovered. Ha ha. Such a trivial wooden resource chest is hardly worth mentioning. Everyone, don't be too envious. Ha ha. Such a trivial bronze resource chest is hardly worth mentioning. Seeing more and more resource chest recipients emerge, Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Although the ratio is not large, in light of the vast population, there are indeed many fortunate individuals who have obtained resource chests. However, those like myself who have acquired two are surely rare. Esteemed players, what treasures lie within the resource chests? Pray show us. Yes, what delightful items are there? They are all keeping their findings to themselves, not sharing at all. Before long, Several item details appeared on the chat screen. Even Yuan, upon reading them, couldn't he help but gasp in astonishment. What incredible fortune these individuals must have encountered. Chapter 5. Guardians of the Thorns. Name: Sanctuary Light Shield. Excellent. Function: establishes a luminous barrier with a radius of 10 meters centered around the sanctuary. The area of the barrier is regarded as the territory of the sanctuary. Within the barrier, slightly mitigates natural environmental influences such as climate, temperature, wind, rain, snow, and sandstorms. Significantly wards off external attacks. Introduction: the unparalleled choice for safeguarding one's home. A speech immediately follows. Yang Zhenghe. This is an item obtained from the bronze resource chest. Possessing it will greatly enhance early survival rates. I intend to form a mutual aid alliance where members can exchange resources. Currently, I am seeking allies with special resources, such as abundant water sources, stones, or scroll outputs. Those who produce scrolls should understand that crafting materials are not easily gathered. Within the alliance, members can provide resources to one another and then reciprocate at prices below market value. Interested parties may message me privately. I hope everyone thrives in their survival. Is this the beginning of a spontaneously formed power? Taking advantage of everyone's astonishment at the Sanctuary Light Shield, Yang Zhenghe begins to recruit globally. Individuals from different countries communicate in the world chat channel, with the language automatically translating to their native tongue. Personal information displays name, nationality, gender, etc. Yuan also feels a stirring within. With everyone scattered in the misty world, the resources at their disposal vary greatly. Sharing resources can significantly enhance survival capabilities. Moreover, with healing potion scrolls, Yuan can undoubtedly become a vital ally. Although the healing potion scroll is merely of good quality, the importance of such items is self-evident. Additionally, the rarity of items appearing in the bronze resource chest is assured. Yet, Yuan is not in a hurry to join. He plans to observe further. Before anyone can react, several pieces of rare item information are released. Name: Dimensional Backpack. Good. Function: contains a 5 cubic meter dimensional space within. Introduction: strap on my beloved little backpack, the ultimate artifact for resource gathering. Although this is only a good quality item, its utility is unmistakable. Name: Fog Dispelling Lantern. Excellent. Function: creates a fog-free area with a radius of 5 meters within foggy zones. In dense fog areas, it establishes a thin fog zone with a radius of 5 meters. Additionally, it reduces the likelihood of being discovered by other creatures to a certain extent. Introduction: thick fog cannot hinder my progress. Wow. Incredible. Amazing. I bow to you. Great one. Let me taste a bit of luck. I want a piece too. 1-1. Yuan winces at the sight. It appears that many have obtained valuable items. Although the probability of finding a bronze resource chest is quite low, with a global population of 7 billion, nearly 100,000 individuals have still received one. This implies that around 100,000 people have obtained multiple good quality items. Even if the probability of obtaining excellent grade item from the bronze resource chest is merely 0.1, nearly 100 individuals have nonetheless acquired such exceptional items. On the first day, only wooden and bronze resource chests emerged, and given the rarity of the bronze chests, the quality of the items within them is undoubtedly remarkable. Yuan could not help but marvel at the sheer number of fortunate individuals. Fortunately, his healing potion scroll was commendable as well. Subsequently, a plethora of other rare items began to surface. Name: World Horn. Special effect: speak in the world channel. Pinned at the top for 1 day. Description: ensures that everyone sees your message. Name: Life Pearl. Excellent effect: increases plant growth rate within the illumination of the pearl within a 5-meter radius. Common seeds: 30 increase. Good seeds: 20 increase. Excellent seeds: 10 increase. Rare seeds: 5 increase. The higher the grade, the lesser the increase. Description: let us cultivate together. Name: Mist Torch Manufacturing Scroll. Good materials. Hidden effect: creates mist torches that disperse fog in a small area. Description: there should be light even amidst the fog. Numerous undesirable items cluttered the chat channel, with Yuan observing around 16 to 17 varieties. Each item was undoubtedly of exquisite quality, tantalizing everyone. Had it not been for the Mist Survival Manual, many would have already seized them. Among these individuals, some merely sought to flaunt their acquisitions, while a greater number harbored ulterior motives, akin to Yang Zhenghe, who wished to seek allies or form small collectives. Remarkably, their endeavors proved quite effective. Even individuals from the official realm discreetly stabilized the situation. However, this was in the realm of mist, and one had to abide by its rules. After this night, many loose global organizations were likely to emerge, along with numerous regional collectives. Whether these would be fleeting or enduring remained uncertain. Yuan pondered for an extended period, contemplating whether to join any organizations. Ultimately, he remained undecided. Yuan was not particularly optimistic. Mutual aid alliances for trading were reasonable, serving as a medium for exchanging rare resources. However, other factions, lacking constraints, could not be effectively managed. Would one truly resort to violence against disobedient individuals? In a realm of mist, each person is an independent entity. One cannot control the life or death of others, nor even their own. Many now possessed astonishingly magical items, perceiving themselves as part of humanity's elite, dismissing the dangers of the mist world. However, Yuan sensed that the greatest threat in the mist world was not other humans, but rather the vast, perilous, and enigmatic mist world itself. Perhaps merely surviving was an arduous challenge. As Yuan contemplated his future plans, he opened an item's information. Guardian Thorns. Yuan harbored a profound interest in this peculiar plant. Name: Guardian Thorn would attribute good purpose. When planted outside a shelter, it effectively deters intrusions by adversaries. It thrives and propagates by absorbing the attributes of plants. Different attributes exhibit distinct functional characteristics. Introduction: the sentinel of the home, but do ensure it is well fed. It has a substantial appetite. This plant serves as a protector of a shelter and is offered for sale by a woman named Qin Shuyu. Yuan had conversed with her briefly. There are 2 specimens of this plant. In addition to the wood attribute thorn, there exists another with a flesh attribute. These 2 thorn plants were not drawn from resource chests, but were discovered by Qin Shuyu near a wooden cabin. According to her, these thorns were found growing on rocks, unable to absorb nutrients. By the time they were discovered, they were exceedingly frail, and Qin Shuyu, finding them rather intriguing, decided to excavate them. To her surprise, the system indeed revealed their attributes, and they could be listed for sale in the trading market. Qin Shuyu intended to use one of them to exchange for 50 units of stone and 30 units of wood for the purpose of upgrading the shelter. After all, a temporary task had just been announced in the fog bulletin: to elevate the shelter to level 2 on the first day. The reward for this was a beginner's survival kit. Consequently, the entire trading market and chat channels became animated. The value of stone surged once more, with the price of wood also witnessing an increase. Many individuals, recognizing their slim chances of obtaining the reward, opted to sell their wood at inflated prices in exchange for food and water. Meanwhile, those with hopes of upgrading their shelters fervently sought to acquire wood and stone, particularly stone, which was in scarce supply due to a lack of tools. This presented Yuan with a remarkable business opportunity. Yuan, how much for this Guardian Thorn? Qin Shuyu, 50 stone and 30 wood. Yuan, that's exorbitant. You know the current market prices of stone and wood. Yuan was aware that Qin Shuyu's intent was to upgrade her shelter, but her asking price was excessively high. Qin Shuyu, someone in the chat channel mentioned earlier that there might be a creature attack on the shelter at night. With this Guardian Thorn, safety would be greatly enhanced. Yuan, you also mentioned that this thorn is quite weak and requires time to cultivate and grow. Qin Shuyu, do you have enough stone? Yuan, yes. Qin Shuyu, I need 43 stones. The rest is negotiable. Yuan furrowed his brow, still feeling the price was unjustifiable. At any other time, this price would be considered a remarkable deal. However, at that moment, it felt excessively steep. Currently, the demand for stone in the market was immense. 50 stones could procure nearly everything, with the exception of items like shelter shields or dimensional backpacks. Just as Qi Yuan hesitated, Qin Shuyu sent another message. Qin Shuyu, I can exchange a piece of information with you. A look of intrigue crossed Qi Yuan's face, yet he remained reluctant to yield. What information? It is indeed challenging to believe such words, especially in the absence of any law here. Qin Shuyu remarked, I can share the information first, and if you find it suitable, we shall engage in a transaction. Seemingly apprehensive that Qi Yuan might disagree, she continued to send messages. There is fresh water nearby, and I can provide it to you free of charge, should you place your trust in my words. At that moment, a notification appeared on Qi Yuan's device. Transaction information. Qin Shuyu offers 561 milliliters of river water in exchange for a blade of grass. To confirm the transaction, click Agree. Qi Yuan plucked a blade of grass from the entrance and clicked Confirm. Soon after, a wooden container, having been excavated and filled with water, was delivered. Now, share your information. If it holds value, I may consider a trade. Qi Yuan remained unmoved by Qin Shuyu's apparent sincerity. 500 milliliters of river water, coupled with dubious information that could be shared with anyone, felt exceedingly trivial. Qin Shuyu promptly sent another message. In truth, I have discovered 3 guardian thorns. One of the earth attribute has already been exchanged with Yang Zhenghe. This information was acquired through my trade with him. Qi Yuan was instantly captivated by her words. He could comprehend the selection of the earth attribute being taken first. Those who consume soil, flesh, or grass would naturally have their preferences. It was evident that the earth attribute would undoubtedly possess superior defensive capabilities. Qin Shuyu continued, Yang Zhenghe's protective dome was not acquired from a resource box. He has ventured into a secret realm. The term secret realm evoked a sense of wonder within Qi Yuan. Could it be that this had transformed into a game-like world? The existence of a secret realm was astonishing. Qin Shuyu elaborated indeed. Yang Zhenghe remained awake throughout the night and, at the very first light of dawn, ventured out. He then discovered a stone pillar not far from the shelter, which displayed information about the secret realm upon approach. The secret realm only manifests during the first 3 minutes of daylight, and each individual is permitted entry just once. According to Yang Zhenghe, upon his entry, the secret realm assessed the ranking of his wooden house among all humanity, subsequently bestowing rewards. Chapter 6. Secondary shelter. The evaluation criteria encompass the shelter's grade, the quantity and value of resources collected, and the range of exploration, among other factors. At that time, while others hesitated to venture out, he bravely felled a tree, thus attaining a notably high rating. I surmise he acquired more than just the shelter's protective dome. After all, it is a reward of global significance. Upon receiving this information, Qi Yuan felt his mind buzzing. To alleviate any doubts Qi Yuan might harbor, Qin Shuyu sent screenshots of her conversations with Yang Zhenghe, alongside a photograph of a mysterious stone pillar, evidently captured using the screenshot function of the Mist Survival Manual. Seeing this, Qi Yuan was already convinced to a large extent. Even if it were false, it was worth a try. The rewards were simply too bountiful, and from the chat screenshots and photos, it appeared to be genuine. Qi Yuan, I am uncertain about the truth of your claims. Trading with you carries substantial risk. Qin Shuyu, I find it difficult to prove the authenticity of my words. If you do not believe me, I shall have to seek others for trade. Qi Yuan, there is no fresh water near me. I can trade with you, but you will need to supply me with fresh water in the future. Qi Yuan placed great importance on the guardian thorn and was reluctant to relinquish it. Hence he opted for the trade. Qin Shuyu, splendid. Rest assured, I shall add you as a friend, and your water needs will be taken care of. There is a river beside my home, and I have an abundance of fresh water. With that, Qi Yuan sent a trade request. He offered 50 stones in exchange for a wooden guardian thorn. Based on previous transactions, Qi Yuan estimated that Qin Shuyu lacked 43 stones and 30 wood. Qi Yuan planned to engage in long-term trade to secure fresh water, relishing the opportunity to do a favor. By offering an additional 7 stones, he could procure wood. Given the current market rates, 7 units of stone could readily be exchanged for 30 units of wood. Before long, the trade was successfully completed. A greenish thorn, as thick as a baby's arm, appeared before him. The thorn was adorned with sharp spikes, its roots somewhat frail, and it appeared rather wilted, seemingly suffering from severe malnutrition. Yuan gathered a handful of grass from outside and placed the guardian thorn upon it. It was evident that the roots of the guardian thorn began to slightly wriggle, adhering to the wild grass. The grass gradually turned yellow, ultimately being completely absorbed and decayed, forming a substance akin to soil that gathered around the roots of the guardian thorn. The guardian thorn appeared somewhat revitalized, though its vitality remained limited. Seeing that the guardian thorn still lived, Yuan felt a sense of relief. As long as the guardian thorn was positioned outside the wooden house, it would automatically attack any beings that did not belong to the shelter, thereby preventing any accidental harm to Yuan. However, at this moment, the guardian thorn was still too fragile. It could only be placed in the flower bed to prolong its life. Having completed these tasks, Yuan proceeded to open the Mist Survival Manual. This was indeed a golden opportunity for trading, one that would not be so readily available in the future. Ignoring several messages of gratitude from Yuan accessed the market. At a ratio of 5:1, he effortlessly exchanged 13 units of stone for 65 units of wood. Successfully meeting the requirements for upgrading the wooden cabin, Yuan no longer hesitated. He flipped to the page detailing shelter information in the survival manual in the mist and directly initiated the upgrade. A radiant white light enveloped the cabin in an instant, lingering for approximately 5 seconds before gradually dissipating. The once dilapidated and drafty wooden structure was transformed by a mysterious force. Upon reopening his eyes, he was greeted by neatly sealed wooden walls, impervious to the biting cold winds from outside. The ground was paved with uniformly arranged stones, their robust textures exuding a profound sense of security. The area of the cabin had undergone a remarkable transformation as well. What was once a modest 10 square meter space had now expanded to a generous 30 square meters, akin to the size of a bedroom, measuring 6 meters in length and 5 meters in width. The overall appearance was now decidedly more house-like. The oil lamp on the wooden table burned brighter with the cabin's enlargement, symbolizing a flicker of hope igniting. Sparks danced in the misty corners of this enigmatic world. At that moment, the shelter information within the survival manual in the mist also underwent an alteration. Shelter, level 2 wooden cabin, 30 square meters, wooden walls, stone foundation. Adequately shields from wind and rain. However, do not expect it to withstand greater calamities. Level 2 shelter facilities, bedroom, 350 wood, includes 1 single wooden bed. Living room, 350 wood 50-10 stone, includes 1 small stove. Warehouse, 350 wood, includes 2 storage boxes. Lacking dimensional space capabilities. Workshop, 350 wood, includes 1 small workbench, capable of crafting ordinary and good quality items. Requires crafting scrolls. Kitchen, 350 wood 50-10 stone, includes 1 earthen pit iron pot. External balcony, 350 wood, included within the 30 square meters. Features a rain sheltering eave, animal pen, 330 wood, includes a feeding trough. Suitable only for ordinary level domesticated creatures. Note, only 4 facilities can be constructed in the level 2 wooden cabin. Shelter upgrade, 3250 wood 5500 stone. The array of facilities available in the level 2 shelter had significantly increased to 7. However, due to the limitation of 30 square meters, only 4 could be selected for construction. Yuan pondered over the 7 available facilities: bedroom, living room, warehouse, workshop, kitchen, external balcony, and animal pen. First and foremost, the workshop is undoubtedly essential. Otherwise, who knows where I would acquire a workbench? Yuan muttered to himself. As for the other 6 options, the warehouse seemed unnecessary, as its included boxes were merely ordinary ones, not dimensional ones. The animal pen was also not required at the moment, considering the hassle of tending to the Thorn Guardian. Thus, the animal pen was eliminated. What remained were the living room, bedroom, kitchen, and balcony. If one were to be excluded, the kitchen, given that the iron pot was relatively difficult to procure, I could construct one. The external balcony is also quite necessary, as many plants require outdoor growth. The living room features a fireplace, providing warmth. Indeed, one could easily transform the living room into a bedroom. Given the modest size of the room, dividing it into 4 sections would yield a living area of merely 7 or 8 square meters, which would undoubtedly retain heat as effectively as a bedroom. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. However, while the idea was appealing, the materials required for construction were still significantly lacking. A total of 200 units of wood and 20 stones were necessary. Simultaneously, preparations for upgrading the wooden house were needed, requiring an additional 250 units of wood and 500 stones. This quantity was indeed substantial. Today, he had collected 163 stones, expending 50 on trading for thorn flowers, 13 on wood, and 50 on upgrading the shelter, leaving him with only 50 units remaining. By conventional efficiency standards, utilizing a standard stone axe and pickaxe, he could collect a maximum of 80 units of wood or stones each day, without the need for sustenance. It would take a full 10 days to gather what was required. Furthermore, daily efforts would be consumed in addressing food and water needs. For the vast majority, upgrading to a level 3 shelter would necessitate at least 20 to 30 days. Yuan believed his pace could be significantly swifter. He considered himself among the fastest developing individuals within the entirety of humanity. Satisfied with this thought, he examined the package atop the wooden table. This package had appeared following the upgrade of the wooden house, presumably the temporary mission reward mentioned in the announcement. The beginner survival package. Presently, many were fervently acquiring stones and hastily upgrading their shelters, all for the sake of this package. Yuan was also eagerly anticipating this beginner survival package. It was likely that not many could upgrade their shelters on the first day. Thus, such a mission reward would undoubtedly hold great value. With an excited heart, he opened the package. A bronze resource box. Yuan gazed in astonishment at the items before him. The most prominent and familiar among them was indeed the bronze resource box. Beside it lay 3 luminous orbs. To clarify, the orbs would automatically open after 5 hours, even if left unopened. Setting the bronze resource box aside for later, Yuan decided to open the 3 luminous orbs first. The essential trio of daily necessities appeared before him. A 5-liter bottle of mineral water, a compressed biscuit the size of a brick, and a thick cotton coat. These were precisely the 3 most practical and essential resources at this moment. The surprise arrived so abruptly that Yuan was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such sincerity in the rewards. With these 3 items, his chances of survival in the early stages were almost perfectly assured. Suddenly, Yuan realized that those who could upgrade their shelters on the first day were either exceptionally fortunate or remarkably skilled. With this new supply of food, fresh water, and clothing, his early development would far surpass that of others. Of course, the number of such individuals was exceedingly rare, merely a drop in the ocean amidst a population of 7 billion. And fortuitously, Yuan was one such drop in that vast ocean. Checking the time, he noted that the survival manual in the mist indicated it was now 8 o'clock in the evening. Daylight hours were from 10 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon. The night has lingered for 4 hours, yet the dawn remains a distant prospect. However, only 4 hours stand between now and midnight, when the temporary mission will cease. Yuan opened the Fog Survival Manual, seizing the last moments to procure supplies. Currently, there are 50 units of stone remaining, which Yuan estimated could be exchanged for a substantial number of valuable items. Tomorrow morning, he is to venture into the secret realm. According to Qin Shuyu, the evaluation of the secret realm considers factors such as the level of the shelter, the quantity and value of gathered resources, and the extent of exploration. As Yuan browsed the trading market, he encountered numerous enticing items and found himself in a quandary over what to exchange. The shelter level cannot be upgraded at present, and the resources available for collection, wood, stone, water, and food, are difficult to amass in large quantities. Expanding the exploration range also poses a challenge. What items could confer an advantage in the value assessment? Yuan concluded that only the various special items obtained from resource boxes could serve this purpose, particularly those that appear impractical and are not immediately useful, but possess significant latent value. A target began to form in Yuan's mind. In truth, even with the allure of beginner survival packs, Few individuals would trade the items from their resource boxes for wood or stone. Even if such items were offered, they were typically of little worth. Yuan observed a heap of undergarments, socks, toothpicks, and cling film. Thus, those genuinely inclined to trade, eager to upgrade and capable of fulfilling tasks, predominantly opted to exchange manufacturing scrolls. After a lengthy perusal, Yuan discerned two types of individuals. The first type exchanged 40 to 50 units of stone for manufacturing scrolls, often lacking substantial stock. They would trade a scroll of little importance, willing to part with it if someone showed interest, yet indifferent if no one did, essentially relying on chance. The second type sought only a dozen or 20 units of stone, as they were perilously close to upgrading their shelter and were thus inclined to engage in reasonable trades. However, regardless of the type, none would part with truly high-value manufacturing scrolls. After all, if they possessed scrolls for crafting healing potions, they would certainly not trade them, as even without the beginner survival pack, they could rely on their scrolls to acquire more resources. Amidst the vast ocean of trades, Yuan spotted two commendable scrolls. Chapter 7, Transactions and Gains. Item: Charcoal manufacturing scroll. Good. Materials: wood function, produces exquisite charcoal suitable for stoves, fireplaces, etc. Long burning time, minimal smoke. Description: premium charcoal, imbued with a fruity aroma. This scroll proves to be exceptionally practical, providing significant assistance against the impending cold wave. Moreover, its cost is quite reasonable, requiring merely 23 stones. Initially, Yuan found it perplexing that someone would trade such a versatile scroll. However, upon reflection, he comprehended the rationale. Charcoal, while seemingly advantageous, is not the optimal choice for those struggling to meet basic needs. First and foremost, charcoal necessitates the consumption of wood. The charcoal produced from wood does not offer substantial benefits over simply burning the wood itself. At best, it burns slightly longer with a bit more smoke. These shortcomings are entirely acceptable. Nonetheless, Yuan is willing to enhance his quality of life, and spending 23 stones to acquire it is undoubtedly a wise investment. Unbeknownst to him, the effectiveness of charcoal, when augmented by the scroll, far surpasses that of raw wood. Another scroll, however, is rather lackluster. Item: Utility pole manufacturing scroll. Excellent. Materials: stone function, decorative item, enhances the aesthetic appeal of shelters. Description: while it cannot generate electricity, it is long, straight, and sturdy. Upon reading the description of the utility pole manufacturing scroll, Yuan felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. This is an item of excellent quality. It must have been acquired from a bronze resource chest. Yuan could easily envision a hapless child who, after much effort, finally discovers a bronze resource chest. Excitedly opening it, he is greeted with the delightful surprise of an excellent grade manufacturing scroll, only to find that it produces a utility pole. Moreover, this utility pole cannot even conduct electricity, and who in their right mind would use a utility pole as a decorative piece? Yuan could empathize with the despair of the individual who encountered this. In truth, the trading market is rife with such peculiar items. For instance, there are the non-functional electric toothbrushes, singing Psyduck toys, and roller compactor manufacturing scrolls, among others. Most of these possess some utility, but are undeniably minimal. Yuan is drawn to the utility pole manufacturing scroll, primarily due to its classification. Even if it is of little use, it is still an excellent grade item. This is, without a doubt, the most trivial excellent grade item he has encountered. To trade for the utility pole manufacturing scroll, 28 stones are required. Yuan is just 1 stone short, and after a remarkably easy round of haggling, he acquires it for 22 stones. At that moment, a message suddenly appeared. It was from Brother Potato, Zhou Ming, a potato the size of a fist, in exchange for 30 grams of compressed biscuits. Yuan's pupils constricted, realizing that this potato would be difficult to trade. Since Zhou Ming was aware of compressed biscuits, he must have upgraded his shelter to level 2. Therefore, he likely had no need for stones. Yuan, where compressed biscuits? Did you find them in a resource chest? In a secluded corner of the foggy world, in a level 2 shelter, a disheveled young man, bundled in a cotton jacket, reclined beside the furnace, fervently typing away at a book. The incessant beeping of incoming messages filled the air. If Qi Yuan had the opportunity to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be astonished. It was unexpected that someone could not only upgrade to a level 2 shelter, but also possess materials to construct additional facilities. Zhou Ming leaned closer to the fire wheel and, filled with disappointment, remarked, "People nowadays are not easily deceived. If I hadn't just seen you trade away my electric pole manufacturing scroll and charcoal scroll, I might have been fooled." However, the fact that he still had such an abundance of stones to engage in market transactions after upgrading his shelter, it suggested he was no ordinary individual. Perhaps he was merely a few stones short, struggling to gather the necessary materials. While Qi Yuan marveled at others' rapid development, he too would be met with disdain if others were to glimpse his own stockpile. Zhou Ming inquired, "What do you have to offer in exchange?" Qi Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "I only have food for a day. I can trade stones for it." A flicker of doubt crossed Qi Yuan's mind. Was it mere coincidence that he happened to ask about compressed biscuits? Did he truly have the foresight to know that Qi Yuan had just upgraded to a level 2 shelter? No, it couldn't be based solely on the few stones he spent. Many others unable to upgrade their shelters were also frantically shopping. Furrowing his brow, Qi Yuan sent another message before Zhou Ming could respond. "Have we traded before? The electric pole manufacturing scroll?" The corner of Zhou Ming's mouth twitched. Had he truly been discovered? This seemed improbable. Qi Yuan continued, "Could it be that both were yours?" Though Qi Yuan wasn't entirely sure, he figured it wouldn't hurt to ask. Upon reflection, he realized the coincidence. He must have purchased 2 scrolls for 45 stones and still had some left for further purchases. It was highly likely that Qi Yuan had indeed upgraded his shelter. Zhou Ming grasped the implication and, with a sense of trial and error, decided to engage. "Good brother, it was indeed me. To be honest, I never expected anyone would want to buy an electric pole." Qi Yuan was taken aback. "Am I being made a fool of?" he thought. "Since we are both regular customers now, I shall refrain from further ado. How many potatoes can I get for 5 stones?" Qi Yuan was indifferent to the quantity of potatoes. They were not meant for consumption, but rather for planting. Zhou Ming, eager to foster a friendship, responded courteously, "Well, my potato stock is running low as I have traded quite a bit already. Let us consider this a gesture of friendship. 1 stone for 1 potato." At that moment, a trade request arrived. Trade request. Zhou Ming offers 5 units of ordinary potatoes for 5 units of stones. Do you confirm? Confirm. In truth, the value of stones did not rival that of potatoes. However, due to today's circumstances, stones were in high demand, inflating their price considerably. Securing 5 potatoes was a satisfactory outcome, albeit they were small and oddly shaped, markedly different from those purchased at a supermarket, suggesting they were indeed foraged from the riverside. After the transaction was completed, Zhou Ming sent a friend request, which Qi Yuan readily accepted, believing that having more friends opens up numerous paths. Now, Qi Yuan's friends list boasts 2 individuals, Qin Shiyu and Zhou Ming. After a brief introduction, they learn more about each other. Zhou Ming, at 28 years of age, is an entrepreneurial master's student, possessing both intelligence and emotional acumen. They mutually agreed to engage in future exchanges should any special resources arise, and promised to assist each other whenever possible. Having exhausted all his materials, Qi Yuan closed the Mist Survival Manual. At this moment, only one task remained, the most exhilarating one, unboxing. In preparation for the potential secret realm that may appear tomorrow, Qi Yuan felt compelled to open the box today. Although he could not guarantee that he would indeed find the secret realm the following day, he was determined to prepare as thoroughly as possible. The chat records between Yang Zhenghe and Qin Shiyu appeared authentic. After all, this was the Mist world, not the familiar realm. There were no conditions to fabricate chat logs, nor was there any necessity for such deceit. More importantly, the shelter's protective dome was a formidable asset, vastly superior to other items and significantly enhancing Yang Zhenghe's chances of survival in the early stages. Even the most troublesome cold waves would minimally impact him. Within the chat channel, Qi Yuan noticed several terrifyingly high-quality items. He began to suspect that Yang Zhenghe was not the only one who had ventured into the secret realm. It was quite possible that others had entered and that news of the secret realm had circulated within certain circles. Setting aside such thoughts, Yuan brought the bronze resource box closer. He rubbed his hands together, focused his mind, and held his breath. A glimmer of azure light appeared before him. Inside the bronze resource box lay 4 items, 3 luminous orbs and 1 scroll. Name: 10 milliliters wooden liquor cup manufacturing scroll. Good. Materials: would function: a small container for fine wine, retaining its fragrance to a certain degree. Description: do not indulge in too much fine wine. Upon seeing the words cup and container, Yuan felt a flicker of excitement. However, after reading the description, his enthusiasm quickly waned. 10 milliliters? A liquor cup? Retaining its fragrance? In this mist world, where water was scarce and sustenance barely met his needs, who had the luxury to indulge in drinking? Moreover, a slightly larger cup would have sufficed. What use was such a minuscule cup? With a sense of resignation, he set the scroll aside, hoping that the remaining 3 items would prove useful. Name: World Horn. Special. Function: speak in the World Channel, with your message pinned for a day. Description: ensures that everyone sees your message. Ah, wasn't this the item that appeared in the chat channel earlier? Yuan examined it with curiosity and felt a sense of satisfaction regarding this item. Name: Fence. Excellent. Function: encloses a 10 square meter area, not counted within the original area of the shelter. Description: expand my home. Yuan was taken aback. He had struck gold. A building facility of excellent quality. Yuan gently caressed his rosy cheeks, utterly enamored with the fence prop before him. This marked the first occasion on which Yuan had unlocked such a type of item. Yet, he was acutely aware of its significance. Expanding beyond the original 30 square meters, an additional 10 square meters had been created. This fenced area fell within the sanctuary's bounds, thereby enjoying its protection. Whether for cultivation, livestock rearing, or constructing a shelter, it presented an excellent choice. Moreover, there was another crucial aspect. The sanctuary's visibility had greatly improved. Previously, the windows of the wooden cottage were rather diminutive, hindering effective observation of the outside world. However, that was no longer the case. The sole drawback was the inadequate defensive capability of the fence. Its fortification paled in comparison to that of the wooden walls. Nevertheless, such concerns were negligible. With this exquisite prop unlocked, Yuan felt a wave of joy as he clicked on the final orb of light. Name: Bread 5. Good. Effect: edible exquisite bread, offering substantial satiety. Description: gourmet food. While it wasn't overwhelmingly surprising, it was undeniably practical. In the Misty Realm, food was perpetually a valuable commodity, and none could ever have too much of it. Contentedly, he began to nibble on the bread, then, by the light of an oil lamp, kindled a small fire. Now on a stone floor, there was no fear of igniting the entire house. Previously preoccupied with the chat channel and trades, he had not taken the time to thoroughly examine his new abode. Now, in a moment of tranquility, he noticed the substantial transformation of the wooden cottage. All the wooden walls appeared remarkably neat, and the once howling winds had diminished significantly. The insulation was simply unparalleled. Spreading a straw mat beside the fire, donning a cotton jacket, and wrapping himself in a blanket, Yuan reclined with immense satisfaction. With still several hours until daylight, he found himself at a loss for activities. The chat channel continued to be inundated with messages. Some were boasting noisily, others engaged in trade, while a few sought allies. Yet nothing particularly significant transpired. Given the necessity of an early rise the following day to prepare for the search for the secret realm, Yuan resolved to retire early. Even waking a few hours ahead of schedule would be preferable to oversleeping. Chapter 8. Assessing rewards. The night enveloped the fog-laden world in profound silence. Distant wooden cabins flickered with faint candlelight. Countless souls, beset by hunger and cold, huddled in the corners of the floor, awaiting the dawn. Meanwhile, a segment of the populace struggled for a better existence. At midnight, an announcement resonated through the Fog Survival Manual. Fog announcement: temporary task concluded. A total of 135. 894 survivors completed the task. Congratulations on your successful accomplishment. The message was succinct, yet it ignited a frenzy within the chat channel. My heavens! Over 1 million have completed the task. How is that possible? How could there be such resources on the very first day? I spent an entire day chopping wood, and haven't even had a meal. I'm at my wit's end. Who can come to my aid? I must lodge a complaint. It's inconceivable that so many resources could exist on the first day. Indeed, we demand the truth. The truth. The truth. The system, of course, paid no heed, but some individuals took it upon themselves to respond. Brothers, there is indeed a considerable possibility. Some individuals have simply been exceedingly fortunate. Those near water sources have reaped abundant rewards. And there are those who found food close to the cabins. Although the overall environment is rather barren, a fair number have been fortunate enough to be born in resource-rich locales. It's all up to fate, but the numbers are staggering. Over 1 million people. Oh, I thought I was doing well, having food and drink on the first day. Little did I know I wouldn't even make the top 1,000,000. Brothers, 1 million is truly not that many. With a population of 7 billion, 1 million only accounts for approximately 0.014. It's an exceedingly small fraction. I had no idea there were so many formidable individuals. Has anyone prominent come forth to reveal what the rewards are? A reward with a 0.014 chance. One can only imagine it is extraordinary. Don't ask. Rumor has it there's food, drink, and clothing. How envious. I am so envious. Is there a noble soul willing to shelter a pure maiden? I am unblemished, truly. This chat channel is becoming quite unsavory. Brother, I seek sustenance. I am ready for a video call. I've added you, and to be candid, I am indeed one of those top 1,000,000. Saliva, saliva, saliva. I too. You're just a man. It's obvious. Brother, she is indeed a young girl. Have you ever encountered a girl named Long Jibiao? She is quite adorable. Ugh, brothers, I can't take it anymore. At this juncture, someone emerged to disclose the specific content of the task rewards. 5 liters of purified water, biscuits the size of bricks, a cotton-padded jacket, a bronze resource box. Each one of these is a treasure beyond the reach of countless individuals. Unbeknownst to Yuan, events were unfolding in the chat channel, for he had already succumbed to the realm of dreams. Upon awakening, he groggily pondered the time. In the dim glow of the embers, he fumbled about. The fire pit now contained nothing but flickering coals, while the oil lamp on the table emitted a feeble light. He managed to locate the Mist Survival Manual. Less than an hour remained until dawn, and the sky was beginning to brighten, though the biting cold wind ravaged the wooden cabin. Despite donning a cotton coat and draping himself in a blanket, Yuan felt a pervasive chill. The temperature had plummeted below freezing, and the modest wooden cabin offered little respite from such frigid air. Rubbing his face, he endeavored to shake off the remnants of slumber. Surprisingly, after several hours of sleep, he felt more fatigued than energized, his body aching in protest. Stretching his limbs, he mused aloud. It seems I can no longer afford such long slumbers. I must find something to occupy my time. With 18 hours of night, 7 or 8 hours of sleep sufficed. Yuan poked at the fire, nearly extinguishing it entirely. He resolved to stockpile more firewood in the future, otherwise he might find himself unable to ignite even a modest blaze. However, he anticipated relying predominantly on charcoal henceforth. With the last of the firewood consumed, he was left with only the oil lamp for illumination. He rummaged through 3 resource boxes, contemplating what to take for his imminent venture. An axe. I'll take it. A pickaxe. Yes, that too. No, I shall only take the pickaxe. Lighten the load. In truth, he needed little for his outing, yet prudence dictated that he carry the pickaxe. Should danger arise, it could serve as a makeshift weapon. Time passed swiftly. Outside the window, the overcast sky began to brighten. Thick mist dissipated, allowing sunlight to spill over the vast, fog-laden terrain. The distant woods resonated with the melodious calls of birds and the rustlings of small creatures. As the final second of night elapsed, Yuan readied himself for departure. Today's weather. The weather is clear and sunny. An excellent day for gathering supplies. Day length, 6.5 hours. Weather, clear. Temperature, 10 to 14 C. Climate trend. A cold front is approaching. Ensure sufficient supplies for winter and maintain warmth. The daily weather update from the Mist Survival Manual appeared, bearing little difference from the previous day, save for a slight drop in temperature. Yuan adjusted his attire, grasped his manuscript, and swiftly exited the wooden cabin. The location of the mystical realm remained uncertain, yet it was assuredly within the fog-free zone. The realm's existence was fleeting, manifesting only during the earliest moments of daylight. Lacking a reliable method to locate it, Yuan could only search randomly in the vicinity of the cabin. His first direction of inquiry was north, recalling the substantial gains from the previous day's expedition. Sprinting at full speed, he covered 50 meters north of the cabin, only to find no stone pillars in sight. Centered around the wooden cabin, Yuan searched in a clockwise manner. He sprinted swiftly through the damp grass, his gaze scanning the surroundings. The cold air caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Puffs of white mist escaped from his lips with each breath. Why isn't it here? Could it be that Qin Shuyu deceived me? That seems unlikely. Yuan had dashed from the north to the south. Yet he still had not glimpsed the mystical stone pillar that Qin Shuyu had mentioned, leading him to harbor doubts. Running through the thick grass was already a strenuous endeavor, especially in such frigid conditions. Yuan could feel his calves beginning to weaken. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of something. A white stone pillar, standing 5 or 6 meters tall, emerged on the western side of the wooden cabin. Yuan's spirits lifted, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Gritting his teeth, he surged forward. As he approached, information about the pillar materialized before him. Mystical stone pillar 1 randomly appears during the first 3 minutes after dawn. 2. Each survivor may enter once. 3. Evaluates the survivor's overall strength among their peers to provide rewards. The evaluation includes, but is not limited to shelter level, shelter facilities, gathered resources, and the quantity and quality of resource boxes. 4. Evaluation rankings. 1 to 1,000. S1000 to 100, 000, a 100, 000-1, 000, 000, B1, 000, 000-5, C5-20, D20-50, E50 and below, F5. This mystical realm exists for 7 days, after which it will vanish completely. Would you like to commence the evaluation? Yuan comprehended the information regarding the mystical realm, which aligned closely with what Qin Shuyu had conveyed. The only consideration was whether to proceed with the evaluation at this moment. The evaluation rules ranked his current overall strength among all of humanity. Yuan was uncertain if he would fare better in the future. Moreover, his current overall strength undoubtedly placed him among the elite. In terms of shelter level, at best, it was a mere level 2. As for shelter facilities, perhaps an additional room or 2. Regarding the level and quantity of resource boxes, 2 bronze resource boxes and 1 wooden resource box, he was practically unparalleled. The probability of attaining a high rating at this moment was exceedingly favorable. Yuan's expression turned serious, and with a determined glint in his eyes, he declared, "Proceed with the evaluation." The white stone pillar emanated a gentle glow, subtly linking with Yuan. Ding. Evaluation result. S. Holy smokes. Yuan's pupils contracted, utterly captivated by the letter before him. Am I actually within the top 1,000 globally? He found it hard to believe. However, it was somewhat understandable, considering it was merely the first day. His current overall strength relied 90 on sheer luck. The disparities among individuals were quite minimal. The truly formidable individuals might still be preoccupied with basic survival. Conversely, many who possessed mediocre abilities but were exceptionally fortunate could gain an advantage in the evaluation. Yuan had seized the advantage of possessing critical information. If the assessment were to be conducted only after everyone had developed for a period and firmly established their footing, the resulting rankings would undoubtedly differ significantly. However, this was no longer within Yuan's purview. Before him, a wheel appeared, divided into 7 segments, each adorned with illustrations of plants, animals, scrolls, architecture, tools, natural resources, and a question mark denoting special items. Grade S assessment level draw count. 2 number of items per draw. 5 guaranteed grade. Excellent. Do you confirm the draw? Confirm the draw. The wheel before him began to spin gracefully. Soon, the pointer came to a halt, landing on plants and natural resources. Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Ideally, he had hoped for it to land on architecture or special items. Alas, fate did not align with his desires. At that moment, 5 plant items materialized, and Yuan was allowed to choose one. As he focused on the information of the 5 plants, he realized the rewards were indeed bountiful. Each of the 5 plants was of excellent grade, namely, winter warm, summer cool tree. Alters the surrounding climate within a small radius, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Sunflower, an auxiliary plant that absorbs sunlight, enriching the soil and supplying nutrients and life energy to other plants. Crystal rice, a food plant that, when consumed over time, enhances physical constitution and improves overall health. Flower of life. Its sap has healing properties, effective for both external and internal injuries. Beast-catching flower. Its fragrance attracts and paralyzes wild beasts. Yuan's fingers trembled as he grappled with the decision. Each plant possessed remarkably practical effects. While he was not one to dwell excessively on dilemmas, he found himself at a loss. Which one should he choose? His brow furrowed in concentration. He desired them all. Ultimately, Yuan resorted to a process of elimination. First, he dismissed the flower of life, as he already possessed a scroll for crafting healing potions, rendering their functions redundant. Speaking of healing potions, his thoughts drifted to the beast-catching flower. It would prove highly effective for hunting animals, greatly aiding in the acquisition of blood and flesh essences. Yet, upon reflection, if he chose the beast-catching flower merely to produce life potions, why not opt for the flower of life instead? Chapter 9. Rice and spring. The essence of blood and flesh can be acquired through various means, rendering the choice of the beast-catching flower unnecessary. The remaining 3 options are equally challenging to select. The winter warmth summer cool tree boasts remarkably advantageous effects, proving immensely beneficial during recent cold waves. The sunflower is also commendable, almost guaranteeing the robust growth of all other plants. As for the crystal rice, it speaks for itself. A long-term source of nourishment that can enhance one's constitution. After much deliberation, Yuan gritted his teeth and opted for the crystal rice. He had to consider the potential scarcity of food in the future. The crystal rice is undoubtedly the most reliable choice. With the selection of plant-related items concluded, 5 nature-related items appeared, all of exceptional quality. Miniature fire copper mine, a warm, easily moldable copper ore measuring 5 square meters, with a daily automatic recovery of 5 fire copper. Miniature spirit mine, contains a small quantity of spirit stone, or approximately 500 pieces. Hot spring pool, abundant in minerals. Spring, produces 500 milliliters of energy-rich spring water daily, possessing properties that can regulate the body, disinfect, and cleanse the constitution. Every 7 days, it yields a drop of water milk-rich in energy. Black soil, vital soil that moderately enhances plant growth efficiency, requires nutritional supplements. Otherwise, it will degrade into ordinary soil. This election proved to be relatively straightforward. First, the hot spring was dismissed. As for the fire copper and spirit mine, being unfamiliar with them, they were also excluded. Thus, the choice lay between the cleansing spring and the black soil. After considerable internal conflict, Yuan ultimately selected the spring. Acquiring a stable, high-quality, and long-term water source had always been Yuan's aspiration. Once the choices were made, the stone columns before him vanished. The crystal rice and spring transformed into luminous orbs, appearing in Yuan's hands. Yuan, feeling insatiable, licked his lips and gazed fervently at the 2 glowing spheres in his grasp. The day's harvest had far exceeded his expectations, firmly establishing his early advantages. Yuan did not hasten to venture out to mine stones. Instead, he returned home first. There remained numerous tasks to attend to in the shelter. For instance, constructing a fence, planting the crystal rice, and placing the thorn guardians in spring. Upon returning, Yuan first set about arranging the fence. The wooden house measured 5-6 meters, with its entrance facing south. Yuan enclosed a long strip on the side with the door, resembling a corridor. Its length matched that of the house, measuring 6 meters, with a width of approximately 1.66 meters, and the fence stood 0.6 meters tall. This way, one could step out directly into the fenced area, facilitating access to the enclosed space at night. The spring occupied a modest area of 0.25 square meters. Yuan positioned the spring within the fenced space. The clear spring water gurgled in a small pool, producing a melodious sound. The spring already contained water, but it produced an additional 500 milliliters of fresh spring water daily. Overuse could adversely affect future yields, potentially leading to complete desiccation. Currently, the spring was not yet full. It would take until evening to yield the 500 milliliters of spring water. Subsequently, Yuan moved the thorn guardians outside and planted them by the edge of the newly erected fence. At present, there exists but a solitary thorn bush, which naturally cannot serve its purpose. Yuan found himself surrounded by a dearth of flora. Resorting to gathering a handful of grass to place at the base of the thorn bush, a meager attempt to prolong its life. The crystal rice that Yuan had acquired was not intended for outdoor cultivation. Instead, he planned to nurture it within the confines of his indoor flower bed until it had fully germinated and flourished before relocating it outdoors. The crystal rice he possessed was a complete and mature specimen, adorned with dozens of translucent grains, each approximately the size of a small fist. After a careful count, he discovered there were a total of 33 grains. Given the unsuccessful attempts at planting, Yuan could not bear the thought of consuming them just yet. He resolved to wait until he could harvest them safely and sustainably. He dug up a mound of earth from the grassy expanse to fill the flower bed, resorting to the most ordinary soil available. This brought to mind the rich black soil from the secret realm, evoking a pang of envy within him. How splendid it would be if he could use that instead. Yuan plucked all the crystal rice grains, selecting 5 to plant in the flower bed, which measured 1 meter in length and 0.5 meters in width. He arranged the seeds in a neat row and, rather than using river water for irrigation, generously opted for mineral water. After tending to the flower bed and admiring the freshly renovated wooden cabin, Yuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Half an hour of daylight had elapsed, and it was time to embark on his work. Yuan had no intention of felling trees. Firstly, the stone axe proved inefficient, and secondly, stones held greater value at this juncture. A significant number of individuals were devoid of tools, rendering stones a more precious commodity. He discerned that he could easily trade stones for additional timber in the marketplace. Thus, he resolved to spend the day mining for 4 hours before exploring the western and southern peripheries of the shelter to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. The melodic sound of the iron pickaxe striking stone resonated from the northern side of the shelter. After 4 hours of labor, Yuan sat amidst a pile of stones, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. In that time, he had extracted a total of 186 stones. For this outing, he had brought along an empty resource box to facilitate the transport of the stones. He mused to himself how advantageous it would be to have a small cart, which would ease the burden of carrying such a load. Looking back at the substantial heap of stones, he felt a mix of elation and despair. The thought of hauling 186 stones back home made his back ache in anticipation. Recognizing that the remaining daylight was limited, Yuan summoned the last reserves of his strength and commenced the arduous task of transportation. After nearly half an hour, he finally managed to return all the stones to his abode. This time, he chose not to store the stones within the wooden cabin, but rather place them in the outdoor enclosure. Within the enclosure, the far left housed a spring, while the right was occupied by the thorn bush, with the stones stacked neatly in between, all aligned against the shelter's wall, leaving a pathway for walking. Yuan observed the spring and noted that the water level had increased significantly. He also inspected the crystal rice and thorn bush, finding them both healthy and unchanged. Without wasting any time, Yuan proceeded westward. After upgrading to a level 2 shelter, the fog-free zone expanded to 500 meters, while the misty area extended to 5 kilometers. Yuan had no intention of venturing deeply into the mist, choosing instead to explore only within 2 to 3 kilometers at most. After walking for over 10 minutes in the misty zone to the west, he found nothing of significance. The landscape was dominated by a chaotic expanse of grass, and the nearby soil appeared rather barren. Though overgrown with weeds, they were mostly withered and yellowed, imparting a sense of desolation and decay. Fortunately, the sunlight bestowed a generous warmth upon this land. Yuan circled the wooden cabin, heading south in a counterclockwise direction. Upon reaching the southwest, he spotted several berry bushes. Small red berries, about the size of fingernails, hung from the branches. As Yuan approached to gather the berries, information about them appeared. Name: berry, common, function, slightly alleviates thirst and hunger. Description: if food is scarce, make do with what is available. These were merely ordinary sustenance. Yet Yuan harbored no disdain. He collected all the ripe and intact berries, which totaled a delightful 521 grams. Stowing the berries in his pocket, Yuan briskly made his way southward, tightening his clothing against the chill. To the south, trees began to emerge, and the grass on the ground appeared somewhat more vibrant. If there were to be a water source nearby, it would likely be to the east or south, with the south being the most probable. The trees to the east were still quite sparse, failing to form a substantial forest. In contrast, the trees to the south were noticeably thriving, accompanied by a variety of other plant species. This grove, located nearly 600 meters from the shelter, lay precisely within the Misty Zone. Yuan did not enter, but merely observed from the periphery, hearing the sounds of animals within. The clear chirping of birds and the rustling of movement hinted at the vibrant life thriving within the woods. Yuan couldn't help but muse that if only this area were closer to the cabin, nurturing the thorny guardians would be less of a concern regarding nutrients. Currently, relying solely on grazing was insufficient. Sooner or later, he would need to gather nutrient-rich plants to feed the thorns. Surveying the grove, Yuan felt a degree of satisfaction, though overall, a sense of disappointment lingered. Surrounding the wooden cabin were only stones and trees, devoid of any more precious resources. Even food was scarce, with only 500 grams of berries found. Had it not been for task rewards and food from resource boxes, Yuan would have likely invested a considerable amount of time and resources in search of sustenance, significantly hampering overall development. Pulling out the Mist Survival Manual, Yuan noted that only an hour remained. He decided to cut down some trees, primarily not for timber, but to collect roots. Roots were essential materials for crafting healing potions. Furthermore, since roots could be used to create life potions, they would undoubtedly be rich in life energy, beneficial for the growth of the thorny guardians. Yuan then commenced his foraging in the southern grove. As the objective was not to procure timber, Yuan endeavored to locate smaller trees, significantly enhancing efficiency. After felling the trunks, he proceeded to excavate the remaining roots. Lacking a shovel, he had to resort to a pickaxe, which inevitably diminished the efficiency. Once the roots were roughly unearthed, a delicate greenish shoot emerged from the ground, rendering it unnecessary to extract the entire root system. These shoots were merely the size of a finger. After 40 minutes of labor, Yuan managed to unearth 5 roots and collect 23 pieces of timber. Given that the selected trees were diminutive, the yield of timber was relatively modest. With only a few minutes remaining, Yuan hastily secured the roots and timber before making his way back to the cabin. The twilight descended swiftly, the sunlight dissipating within mere moments. Dense clouds cloaked the horizon, and the fog thickened, enveloping every corner of the mist-laden world. Survivors gradually returned to the sanctuary of the wooden cabin as other mysterious and ferocious creatures began to assert dominance over the land. Yuan sprinted back to the cabin, covering the distance of over 600 meters in no time. He placed the timber outside the fence, alongside a pile of stones. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the candlelight within the cabin seemed to glow more brightly. Sitting cross-legged on the grass mat, Yuan opened a bottle of mineral water and drank heartily. He then retrieved 2 small loaves of bread for his meager lunch. The bread, no larger than the size of a palm, was hardly sufficient to satiate an adult's hunger. Food was exceedingly scarce, merely meeting basic needs. The treasured emergency rations of compressed biscuits, however, were preserved as sustenance was in short supply and conservation was paramount. How long would the days of hunger and cold persist? Yuan lamented as he rubbed his stomach. Returning to Earth was undoubtedly out of the question. He could only strive to forge a better existence in the Misty Realm. Yuan gazed longingly at the plump, crystalline rice, his heart yearning. How delightful it would be to savor a warm bowl of rice at that moment. Yet, for the sake of future prospects, he resolutely averted his gaze. At that instant, the Mist survival manual emitted a faint glow, accompanied by a series of beeping sounds. This signified an announcement from the Misty world. Chapter 10. The oncoming cold wave and the quest for wooden beds. Announcement from the Mist in anticipation of the impending super cold wave. All creatures are amassing food for the winter. Starting tomorrow, the activity level of wildlife will increase, along with their aggressive tendencies, to assist survivors in enduring the cold wave. From tomorrow onward, the probability of resource boxes refreshing will be heightened, as will the likelihood of finding food and clothing within them. Let us all face the cold wave with resolve and strive to survive. The content of the announcement from the Mist is brief, yet it stirs anxiety in the hearts of all survivors within the Misty world. Beginning tomorrow, gathering resources during the day will no longer be completely safe. Beasts will only attack the outer walls of shelters at night. In order to survive the cold wave, they will begin to prey upon survivors. However, the silver lining is that the frequency of resource box refreshes will increase. The chances of encountering winter food and warming items will also rise. Upon reading this announcement, Yuan's expression turned grave. Initially, he had underestimated the cold wave, but now a flicker of concern arose within him. The issuance of such an announcement undoubtedly indicated that the majority of humanity would struggle to survive the cold wave, prompting these warnings and special provisions to aid survivors in braving the harsh conditions. The focus for the upcoming days will center around confronting the cold wave. First and foremost is food. It is imperative to gather more provisions promptly and prepare for a winter where venturing outside becomes impossible. Secondly, warmth must be prioritized. Clothing, blankets, and any heating tools must be collected in abundance. At this juncture, the chat channel began to buzz with activity. Will there truly be beasts from tomorrow? What a headache. Don't mention it. On the very first night, I was attacked by beasts at my wooden cabin, and the outer walls are covered in claw marks. Beasts are manageable as long as we stay indoors, but what about food? I am so hungry. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Haha, I found a resource box today that yielded 5 loaves of bread. Those above are so arrogant. Right, brother, want to trade? I'll exchange stones and wood. Forget it. Who would trade food at a time like this? Have you all noticed that it's getting colder? I'm from the north, and this weather feels akin to winter temperatures back home. And this is merely before the cold wave arrives. Once it fully sets in, it will undoubtedly become even more frigid. Alas, even before the cold wave has arrived, survival is becoming increasingly difficult. In the regional chat of 10,000, over 150 individuals have already dwindled. My numbers have also decreased significantly. As the reality of death looms, witnessing others perish in the Misty world, everyone begins to comprehend that this is not a mere game. It is a genuine struggle for survival. To endure, those 3 words carry a weighty significance. Yuan's heart remained taut, pondering how to gather sufficient food within just a few days. Fortunately, starting tomorrow, there will be an influx of winter resources. This is the only opportunity to survive the cold wave. The emergence of the announcement from the Mist has instilled a sense of urgency in everyone. Even the marketplace has begun to buzz with activity. Yesterday, only a few were able to upgrade their wooden cabins, while today it remains the mainstream choice. In the trading market, the value of stone has consistently remained high, although it has improved significantly compared to yesterday. The exchange ratio of stone to wood reached 6:1 yesterday, but today it has decreased to 3:1. Yuan, in the trading market, exchanged 33 units of stone for 100 pieces of wood. He promptly turned to the page in the Mist survival manual that contained information about the shelter and confirmed the construction of a studio and a living room. Do you confirm the consumption of 50 wood and 10 stone to build the living room? Do you confirm the consumption of 50 wood to build the studio? Confirmed. Similar to upgrading the shelter, a beam of white light appeared, enveloping the entire wooden cabin. However, the next moment, a blueprint materialized before Yuan, depicting the layout of the wooden cabin, requesting the survivor to select the building location. Yuan was taken aback, pleasantly surprised by the intelligence of the system. The blueprint indicated that both the living room and the studio measured 8 square meters, minuscule in size. Yuan envisioned using the living room as a bedroom, thus placing on the far right of the cabin. The living room, a 2x4 rectangle, was positioned upright against the wall, leaving a 1-meter corridor. The studio was similarly a 2x4 rectangle, arranged side by side with the living room. As the white light dissipated, the wooden cabin was divided into 3 distinct sections. Yuan rolled up his grass mat, picked up the Mist survival manual, and stepped into the living room. In the corner of the living room stood a small stove, reminiscent of a fireplace, but considerably smaller. Yuan rubbed his frostbitten hands together and eagerly ignited a fire in the stove. The stove proved to be significantly more effective than a mere campfire. It consumed less wood, generated more heat, and ensured greater safety, as its base was constructed from stacked stones. Within the confines of the 8 square meter space, the stove drastically elevated the temperature. The bright flames illuminated the room, and for the first time during a night in the misty world, Yuan experienced such brilliant light. How warm it feels! Comfortably reclining on the grass mat, Yuan irritably tugged at it. If only there were a proper bed. He wondered if it could be purchased in the trading market. Yuan opened the trading market and searched for the keyword bed. Instantly, dozens of pages filled with bed-related information appeared. Hawaiian-style hammock, waterbed manufacturing scroll, lathe manufacturing blueprint, minimalist bedside table, trampoline manufacturing blueprint, bed linens. A plethora of items dazzled Yuan's eyes. Excluding trampolines and waterbeds, he still found himself faced with several pages of sleeping beds. After perusing through the options, he discovered that most were priced rather steeply. Currently, a bed was not a necessity. Logically, it shouldn't command such a price. Among all the items, Yuan's attention was captured by a rather decent bed. Forest-style minimalist wooden single bed. Priced at 40 wood or 20 stone, it was not excessively unreasonable. It featured no adornments or accessories. Merely a bed frame accompanied by a single bedboard. After negotiating with the seller, I successfully exchanged 13 stones. Do not inquire why it cost 13 stones. It simply had to suffice. After purchasing timber, Yuan had 143 stones remaining. Upon acquiring a wooden bed, he found himself with exactly 130 stones left. Yuan then searched for the keyword quilt. Initially adopting a trial-and-error attitude, he was taken aback to discover there were indeed sellers, and in significant numbers, with dozens of pages available. Lightweight air conditioning quilt, exchange for 100 stones. Thick lamb fleece quilt, exchange for 1,000 stones or food. Private message for details. Snowflake fleece quilt manufacturing scroll, exchange for 500 stones, food. Or other special items. Dormitory cotton mattress quilt, exchange for 9,999 stones or other resources. Winter quilt, thick version, exchange for 200 stones and 600 timber. Yuan knew that some individuals must have found quilts in resource boxes. Yet he was astonished by the sheer quantity and the exceptional quality. He was even more surprised by the number of people willing to sell. Obtaining a thick quilt would undoubtedly enhance one's chances of survival significantly. However, while many had listed quilts in the trading market, it appeared that few genuinely intended to sell. The prices were exorbitantly high, even reaching impossible levels. Yuan remarked that only a fool would buy. After reviewing all the quilt listings, he found no suitable prices. It seemed he would have to devise another plan. Yuan muttered in resignation, starting tomorrow. With the increase in resource boxes, I suppose I need to reduce my mining time and venture out more, striving to discover a few more resource boxes. In the trading market, Yuan searched for blood essence. To his surprise, he found it, over 10 pages worth. After inquiring with several sellers, he learned about the origins of blood essence. It indeed appeared from animals. However, ordinary animals would not yield it, only meat. In contrast, higher-tier animals, upon death, would not drop large quantities of meat, but instead condense into a small vial of blood essence. Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how many had encountered wild beasts, and astonishingly, had successfully slain them. Among a population of 7 billion, there were certainly many capable individuals. Yuan attempted to purchase blood essence, as collecting it himself could take an indefinite amount of time. "Hello, how much for the blood essence?" Yuan inquired. 5 days' worth of food plus 100 stones, replied Qi Zheng. Goodbye, Qi Yuan responded. It's definitely worth that price. I killed a nearly 2-meter-long wolf, expecting to acquire a substantial amount of meat, but was disappointed to find only 2 pieces. The rest transformed into this vial of blood essence. Qi Zheng explained. It must have dropped other materials, right? Wolf bones? Wolf claws? Qi Yuan had conversed with several sellers and had gathered a wealth of information, making him less susceptible to deception. Upon learning these details, Qi Yuan felt a pang of shock. He also felt a twinge of sympathy for those who had slain beasts. After all, it was no small feat to kill a higher-tier beast, only to find the spoils limited to a mere 1 or 2 pieces of meat. If Qi Yuan were to encounter such a situation, his heart would undoubtedly shatter. These individuals possess no understanding of the significance of the essence of flesh and blood. However, they are not oblivious to its rarity, hence the exorbitant prices. Suddenly, a trading message captured Qi Yuan's attention. Essence of flesh and blood too, in exchange for antipyretics or antibacterial disinfectants. He needed those medications. Qi Yuan possessed a source of spring water renowned for its sterilizing, purifying, and body-regulating properties. Beyond the spring water, he also had even more effective healing potions. Furthermore, those who sought medication were likely to be injured. The person named Qin Jinjuan was most likely hurt or suffering from fever, desperately in need of treatment. In such circumstances, the price would undoubtedly not be excessively low. The value of the medicine far surpassed the unappreciated essence of flesh and blood. Qi Yuan initiated a private chat with Qin Jinjuan. Qi Yuan, greetings, what is the price for the essence of flesh and blood? Qin Jinjuan replied slowly, indicating he was not nearby the Mist Survival Handbook. After nearly 15 minutes, he responded, Qin Jinjuan, I only exchange for medicine, specifically antipyretics and disinfectants. Qi Yuan, the value of the essence of flesh and blood pales in comparison to that of medicine. Qin Jinjuan, do you truly possess the medicine? How shall we exchange? Qi Yuan's brow relaxed, confirming the urgency for medication. Qi Yuan, please describe your situation. Antipyretics and disinfectants are 2 distinct types of medicine. Qin Jinjuan, primarily antipyretics. If it proves effective, you may set the price. Qin Jinjuan, the essence of flesh and blood is derived from high-quality animals. You must be aware of this. Since you wish to purchase, you certainly understand its purpose. Qin Jinjuan, I am a retired Special Forces soldier and can continue to procure more essence of flesh and blood for you long-term. Fearing Qi Yuan might decline, Qin Jinjuan sent several messages in quick succession. Qi Yuan, I do not possess antipyretics, but how about this? With that, Qi Yuan shared information about the spring water. Subsequently, Qi Yuan gathered all 500 milliliters of spring water, the amount produced in a day, conveniently contained in a wooden vessel that perfectly fit the size of the river water container used by Qin Shuyu. Chapter 11. The Well of Trade Name. Well, excellent. Function. A spring rich in energy, possessing the ability to regulate the body, combat bacteria, and cleanse one's constitution. Excellent grade. Within a humble wooden cabin, a middle-aged man with a stern visage sat upright upon a straw mat. His tall stature and well-defined muscles betrayed a remarkable strength. The scars etched deep into his forearms bore testament to a fierce aura. Upon receiving a message from Qi Yuan, Qin Jinjuan's face first registered shock, swiftly transforming into delight. Little Tong was saved. How wonderful! A gentle expression graced Qin Jinjuan's features. Qin Jinjuan, I cannot ascertain its efficacy. After all, this is not a medicinal substance. Qi Yuan, your ability to slay 2 healthy-grade beasts indicates your formidable constitution. Utilizing the spring water should enhance your vitality to some extent. Continuing, Qi Yuan added, moreover, I can provide a significant quantity of spring water. Repeated use will yield even better results. Qin Jinjuan's countenance shifted in astonishment. Items of excellent grade were exceedingly rare. He had presumed Qi Yuan possessed only a modest supply. Yet it appeared he had a considerable reserve. This sparked speculation in Qin Jinjuan's mind. Could this individual continually acquire excellent grade spring water? Was it a unique resource near the shelter? or perhaps a rare item obtained elsewhere. Regardless of the source, it warranted a deeper alliance. In the Misty world, the whereabouts of others remained a mystery, rendering overt aggression impractical. Yuan, unperturbed by potential exposure, reasoned that even if one were to learn of his treasures, they could scarcely approach him for theft. Instead, revealing his advantages could forge connections with capable individuals, thus accruing further benefits. Yuan, it is not for myself. My child is suffering from a fever. I am uncertain whether the spring water can alleviate her condition, as Little Tong's fever has escalated severely. Child? Yuan was taken aback, incredulous at the notion of a child. Yuan, what is the situation? Yuan elucidated. Children without the ability to fend for themselves are allocated to the same shelter as their parents. Yuan, my child is just over 4 years old and appeared in the same shelter as I. A moment of realization washed over Yuan. Ah, I see. Among the 7 billion inhabitants, there are undoubtedly many very young children. If cast alone into the Misty world, they might scarcely survive a day. Thus, such children must be sheltered alongside their parents. Empathy stirred within Yuan. Surviving alone is already a daunting task. It is astounding that Yuan bears the responsibility of a 4-year-old child. Yuan, why then do you require antiseptic? Has your child been injured? Yuan, it is I who sustained injuries while hunting beasts. Yuan, the prowess of healthy great animals far surpasses that of creatures on Earth. Even as a retired Special Forces soldier, I find it exceedingly difficult to slay them. You must exercise caution and not underestimate wild animals. As he spoke, perhaps concerned that Yuan might doubt him, Yuan sent a snapshot of his wound, accompanied by an image of a little girl resting on the straw mat, swathed in a cotton jacket. Yuan's words had convinced Yuan to a significant extent. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan sent a transaction message. Transaction notification. Yuan offers 200 milliliters of excellent spring water in exchange for 1 piece of flesh essence. Do you confirm the transaction? Yuan, a retired Special Forces soldier, possessed unquestionable strength, with the integrity of a soldier ensuring his character. Yuan was more than willing to befriend him. Additionally, 2 crucial points emerged. Firstly, from what Yuan had described, the strength of high-quality animals was formidable, even for a retired Special Forces operative like Yuan. Injuries could easily occur, let alone for an ordinary person like Yuan. Secondly, Yuan's urgency to save his child indicated his loyalty and compassion. If he could provide timely assistance, it was highly likely that he would gain a favor in return, fostering a benevolent connection. The other party swiftly accepted the transaction request. Yuan was astonished that Yuan did not haggle and generously exchanged 200 milliliters of excellent spring water for a piece of flesh essence. Yuan, you may give it a try. If it doesn't work, we could devise another plan. Yuan, thank you, young brother. If there is ever a need for my assistance, I will undoubtedly respond without hesitation. Without waiting for Yuan's reply, another transaction request was sent. Transaction notification. Yuan offers flesh essence good in exchange for 1 piece of timber. This flesh essence was essentially a gift to Yuan. Yuan, you should find the flesh essence useful, so I'm giving it to you. In return, could you provide me with some spring water regularly? My child is frail, and I cannot find food to replenish their nutrition. I'm willing to exchange flesh essence and meat. Yuan felt a surge of joy upon reading Yuan's words. For Yuan, spring water was a sustainable resource, producing 500 milliliters daily, rendering it not particularly rare. Moreover, Yuan had already experienced the effects of the spring water. The immediate sensation after consuming this excellent grade spring water was an overwhelming sense of satiety. Although its effects were remarkable, only a limited quantity could be consumed daily. Yuan estimated that a maximum of 100 milliliters could be consumed in a day, lest it become indigestible. Thus, exchanging a portion of spring water for flesh essence and meat was undoubtedly a profitable venture. Similarly, for Yuan, flesh essence and meat could not rival the value of spring water. These items possessed certain healing and disinfecting properties, making them exceedingly valuable. This long-term trade was beneficial for both parties, ensuring a win-win situation. Yuan readily agreed, offering to provide 20 milliliters of spring water daily in exchange for a piece of ordinary grade meat. For good grade meat, he proposed an exchange of 50 milliliters and, for flesh essence, 200 milliliters of spring water. Yuan accepted with delight. The two exchanged contact information, expressing intentions to keep in touch and assist each other. Subsequently, Yuan went to treat his child while Yuan continued to explore the chat channels and trading market. The transaction with Yuan reminded Yuan of the immense value of both spring water and healing potions. In the perilous and frigid world of mist, the priority of medicinal supplies was not necessarily lower than that of food, especially for those who have already secured their basic needs. Would they not consider stockpiling such medicinal spring water? I believe they would. Regulating the body, purifying the constitution, disinfecting and sterilizing. These are all undeniably tangible benefits. Who can predict whether they will suffer an injury in the future? Will they catch a cold or fever? Will they experience discomfort due to unfamiliar environments? Yuan believes it would be prudent to release a batch of spring water in exchange for high-quality items. Furthermore, disseminating information about the healing potions could also be advantageous, as they would be regarded as rare treasures in limited supply. With this thought in mind, Yuan promptly wrapped himself in his garments and made his way to the workshop. In the workshop stood a table of half a person's height, serving as a workstation. Approaching it revealed the workstation's details. Name, workbench, ordinary. Function, utilize crafting scrolls to create items ranging from ordinary to excellent quality. Crafting list, 1. Healing potion, good, 5, 2 tree roots, 2 1 blood essence, 350 milliliters pure water, excellent quality spring water surpasses pure water, enhancing the quality of the final product. 2. Charcoal, good 23 1 timber. 3. Decorative electric pole, excellent 130 10 stone. 4. 10 milliliters wooden wine cup, good 23 0, 25 timber. All the crafting scrolls Yuan possessed appeared in the workstation's list. He opted to create 2 healing potions, which the workstation indicated would require 20 minutes. Watching as 4 tree roots, 2 blood essences, and 100 milliliters of spring water flashed and vanished from the workstation, he noted that it could only produce 1 item at a time. Therefore, he would have to wait until the healing potions were completed before he could craft charcoal and the 10 milliliters cup. During the waiting period, Yuan took out the Mist Survival Manual, flipped to the Friends page, and contacted Yuan, could you help me promote something? Yu, also utilizing the Mist Survival Manual, quickly responded. Yu, what is it? Yuan sent over the information regarding the spring water. Yu, you actually have such a treasure? Where did it come from? Soon enough, Yu pieced it together. Is it a reward from the secret realm? Can this spring water be obtained continuously? After asking, she felt her question was rather foolish. If it couldn't be obtained continuously, how could Yuan possibly sell it? Yuan, yes, but the quantity is limited. I will only exchange it for high-quality items. Yu, such a commodity will surely be well received. I can help you reach out. However, I don't know many people, so there may not be many who can offer comparable resources. You might consider promoting it in the chat channel, preferably using a world trumpet-like item. Yuan was reminded of this. He had previously acquired a world trumpet, which would serve perfectly for promotion. Yuan, thank you. How did you fare with today's Secret Realm rewards? Yu, not bad. I received an A-grade evaluation. Yuan, did you obtain any rare resources? We could exchange valuable items. Yu, I apologize, but the item I obtained does not belong to the resource type. By the way, I promised to send you water earlier. I shall send it now. Noticing Yuyu's reluctance to elaborate, Yuan refrained from further questioning. Soon, a 5-liter barrel of water arrived, an exquisite wooden cask filled with river water. Yuan marveled at the cask with surprise. Yu, you can keep this wooden barrel. Next time you need water, just send the empty barrel back to me. Yuan, all right, where did you acquire this barrel? Did you craft it yourself? Insuyu, no. Someone has already opened a crafting scroll for wooden barrels, and they're being sold in the trading market at a reasonable price. Yuan, thank you very much. To express his gratitude, Qi Yuan reciprocated with 30 milliliters of spring water as a token of appreciation. Qi Yuan initially contemplated inquiring about Zhou Ming and Qin Jinjuan, hoping they could assist in promoting as well. However, after Qin Shiyu's reminder, he realized that limited-scale publicity would ultimately yield minimal results. Additionally, everyone had only just arrived in the fog world 2 days prior, and their acquaintances were exceedingly few. The most effective strategy at present was to utilize the world trumpet. While Qi Yuan was deep in thought, a message suddenly arrived. Qin Jinjuan, do you have more spring water? Qi Yuan, what is the matter? Is it ineffective? Qin Jinjuan, my injury should be fine now. However, Xiaodong's fever has not subsided. Although her mental state has improved, her temperature remains elevated. Qi Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering. Indeed, it is not so simple. The effects of spring water cannot wholly substitute for medicine. The water merely strengthens the body and enhances physical condition. At best, it can serve as an antiseptic for wounds. In cases of severe illness like Qin Jinjuan's child, the efficacy of spring water proves inadequate. Weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Qi Yuan deliberated. Should he provide Qin Jinjuan with a vial of healing potion? Was Qin Jinjuan worth such an investment? Was he truly a person of sufficient loyalty? What value could he bring? If he were to take the potion and turn his back on Qi Yuan, would Qi Yuan be able to bear the loss? Chapter 12. The excrement of the black beetle. The sound of the workbench completing its task interrupted Qi Yuan's train of thought. With a wry smile, he mused that the value of a bottle of healing potion was neither trivial nor substantial. Once the reputation of the healing potion was established, mass production would not be a concern. Qi Yuan reasoned that since 200 milliliters of spring water proved ineffective, using more would not yield better results. Qin Jinjuan, observing Qi Yuan's responses, was unsurprised, yet he inquired with a sense of tentative hope. The child's constitution was inherently frail, and in such a frigid environment, a severe cold had taken hold. Even a hospital stay would necessitate several weeks, let alone in this current, harsh survival scenario. Ding! Another message arrived, and a flicker of hope rekindled on Qin Jinjuan's despondent face. Qi Yuan wrote, "However, I possess another type of medical item that should cure Xiao Tong's illness." "What is it?" Qin Jinjuan asked. Qi Yuan sent the details of the healing potion. Name: healing potion, good, effect, possesses considerable restorative properties, hemostatic and antipyretic capabilities. Lower efficacy in detoxification and analgesia. Can be applied externally or ingested, or consumed in conjunction with food. Description: a potion brimming with life force. The grade materials used are equivalent. Common grade tree root, good grade flesh essence, excellent spring water, resulting in an overall good grade. Qin Jinjuan was astounded by the information before him, a glimmer of hope amidst despair. He had not anticipated that Qi Yuan possessed such a high-quality healing remedy. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Such a life-saving item would undoubtedly command a significant value, perhaps even alarmingly high. Nevertheless, since Qi Yuan had presented it, there must be a prospect of exchange. Qin Jinjuan fell into contemplation, his expression a mix of sternness and dilemma. After all, only 2 days had elapsed. Most individuals had yet to encounter even wooden resource boxes, let alone rare resources. Ding! Several messages arrived. Qin Jinjuan replied, "The most precious items I possess at present are these few. You may take what you need." Qi Yuan gazed in astonishment at these items, surprised by the wealth of Qin Jinjuan's stockpile. Among them were a crafting scroll, several pieces of meat, and a quilt. There were 13 pieces of meat in total, including rabbit, roe deer, and wolf meat, 3 of which were of good quality. Most enviable to Qi Yuan was the autumn quilt. Though it did not compare to the thick, heavy winter blankets, it was still quite commendable. Judging by these possessions, Qin Jinjuan undoubtedly ranked among those who had developed the best. Had it not been for the burden of a small child, he would have progressed exceptionally well. Qi Yuan originally intended to seek no exchange, purely valuing Qin Jinjuan's strength and wishing to foster a good relationship. However, now that he beheld such valuable items, envy stirred within him. Yet, after some contemplation, he ultimately decided against taking too much. After all, Qin Jinjuan was accompanied by a child who was gravely ill. To take away all the quilt and meat would indeed be rather inconsiderate. At last, Yuan submitted a trading application. Trading application. Yuan offers healing potions in exchange for 5 pieces of meat and a blueprint for a cast iron pot. Yuan was fully prepared for Yuan to take everything. However, upon seeing the trading request, he was momentarily taken aback. Yuan, little brother, what is this? Yuan, you keep the quilt and the remaining meat. Don't let the child catch a cold. Yuan felt a lump in his throat as he glanced at the child lying on the straw mat, his eyes growing misty. Having endured the ravages of war and the treachery of many during his time on Earth, Yuan only revealed his tender side when it came to his own child, remaining indifferent towards strangers. Yet today, it was a stranger who chose to extend a helping hand in his moment of utmost vulnerability. Yuan, thank you, little brother. Truly, thank you, my daughter, and I will remember your kindness. There were no grand promises or vows, but Yuan could sense the sincerity. Yuan, I am not particularly strong, but if you acquire any meat or blood essence in the future, feel free to sell it to me. Yuan, I will certainly do that. While I cannot guarantee an abundance, I can assure you there will be enough ordinary meat. Yuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, realizing that his efforts were not in vain. At least he wouldn't have to worry about meat in the future. Moreover, the cost of the healing potions was indeed minimal for Yuan. In his eyes, the value of meat didn't necessarily pale in comparison to that of healing potions, especially meat of superior quality. Yuan handed 3 pieces of superior-grade wolf meat to Yuan. Name: wolf meat, good, effect, rich in energy, provides substantial satiety. And long-term consumption can enhance physical constitution and strength. Description: a creature only brave warriors can hunt. The value of superior-grade wolf meat was exceedingly high, categorizing it as a very rare item. Ordinary-grade animals merely resembled the common fauna of Earth, but superior-grade creatures possessed significantly enhanced capabilities. Only individuals as formidable as Yuan could capture them at this stage. Yuan administered the healing potion to Xiao Tong, and before long, her fever subsided. Even the skin that had been flushed from the heat returned to its natural state. Yuan's anxious heart finally found solace. Following this event, the bond between Yuan and the father-daughter duo of Yuan rapidly deepened, marking the formation of a genuine friendship in this perilous and murky world. Yuan fiddled with the remaining bottle of healing potion in his hand, filled with emotion. He never anticipated that he would use one up so soon after crafting it. After completing the healing potion at the workbench, Yuan proceeded to create a batch of charcoal in 10 milliliter wine cups. 20 10 milliliter wine cups consumed 5 pieces of wood. The remaining 18 pieces of wood were transformed into 18 units of charcoal. 1 unit of wood could yield 1 unit of charcoal. However, the charcoal was smaller, yet burned longer. Replacing the wood in the stove with charcoal significantly raised the room's temperature. Lying on the newly purchased wooden bed, Yuan felt a languorous sensation enveloping his entire body. Compared to the frigid nights of yore, life has now ascended to a significantly higher echelon. I extracted a piece of wolf meat, skewered it with a wooden stick, and placed it upon the hearth to roast, intending it as my evening repast. While savoring the pleasures of existence, I also contemplated the prospect of selling spring water and healing potions. The world horn is a rare commodity, with only one available to me. Once utilized, it vanishes. Therefore, I must deliberate carefully. Ultimately, I resolved to test the waters. The value of spring water and healing potions is exceedingly high, ensuring a robust market. I could initially offer them at the trading market to establish a reputation, which would also yield numerous valuable resources. Moreover, there is one crucial consideration. The World Chat channel is inundated with users. Even if everyone were to become aware of the spring water and healing potions, my inventory would still be limited. Contemplating the multitude of friend requests from billions, I felt a chill of apprehension. Thus, I decided to list the spring water under the category of healing items, confident that with billions online, it would not go unnoticed. However, I was unprepared for the overwhelming response that ensued. The frigid conditions of the misty world had led many to exhibit mild cold symptoms. Those who had secured basic sustenance were more than willing to stockpile healing potions, for no one can guarantee they will remain unscathed from illness or injury. In the market, any healing items that appeared, provided their prices were not exorbitant, would swiftly be snatched up. Consequently, the instant the spring water was available, it garnered considerable attention. I had established a method for transactions, allowing individuals to submit trade requests, from which I would select my trading partners. Mere minutes had passed when my Mist survival manual began to chime incessantly, inundated with countless trade requests. Faced with a plethora of bewildering proposals, I felt a headache brewing. Trade request. Lumber 1 message. Private chat for a surprise. Trade request. Stone 10 message. Please, brother. Agree to this. My cold is quite severe. Trade request. Black ant egg 1 message. This black ant can be kept as a pet. In exchange for 100 milliliters of spring water. Trade request. Triangle underwear 1 message. Brother, I've used this. I could perform more. Private video available. My expression darkened as I read these requests, prompting me to activate the filtering feature. I promptly rejected those seeking base resources like stone and wood. As for the black ant, I had initially felt a spark of excitement upon reading the word pet, only to discover it was merely a common ant. By eliminating these ordinary resources, the number of requests significantly dwindled. Yet, there remained several hundred individuals. Thus, I proceeded to filter out all commonplace offers, prioritizing the information pertaining to superior items. The number of individuals seeking trades with exceptional items had markedly decreased, leaving only a few dozen. After all, items of exceptional quality can only be obtained from bronze resource chests, and the probability of acquiring them is exceedingly low. Upon careful calculation, it appears that only a little over 1 million individuals can receive a bronze resource chest each day. Even considering the task rewards from the first day, at most, around 300,000 people have ever received such a chest. Given the odds of obtaining exceptional items, it seems that only a few tens of thousands truly possess them. Upon viewing dozens of exceptional items in the friend requests, Yuan was astounded. Among them were several extraordinarily valuable and practical items. Yet some were akin to the rather useless electric pole manufacturing scroll. Yuan disregarded the majority of the ostentatious scrolls and items, instead selecting those of genuine utility. Upon review, it became apparent that truly useful treasures were scarce. Yuan favored unique, sustainable resources akin to spring water. While outright purchase might prove difficult, long-term trading seemed plausible. Even if a transaction could not be completed now, future needs could still warrant contact. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Yuan settled on 3 trade requests. Trade request, beetle dung message. Long-term provision of beetle dung, available for mutual exchange. Following this was the information regarding the beetle dung. Name, beetle dung, good. Function, rich in nutrients, it can significantly enhance soil quality. The lower the soil grade, the stronger the improvement. Additionally, it can slightly accelerate plant growth. Description, all-natural, non-toxic organic fertilizer. The function of beetle dung could effectively address the issue of soil infertility. Yuan had nurtured numerous plants, yet lacked suitable soil, having planted them in dirt excavated from the entrance. While ordinary level plants managed to survive with some effort, sustaining crystal rice and guardian thorns was a formidable challenge, relying solely on exceptional spring water for survival. Hence, this beetle dung would be beneficial for both crystal rice and guardian thorns. Yuan added her friend, named Wang Yu. The friend request was swiftly accepted, and both expressed interest in long-term trading, quickly reaching an agreement. Ultimately, it was settled that every 10 milliliters of spring water would be exchanged for 50 grams of beetle dung. Beetles, though small, were abundant in number. Thus, 50 grams was a considerable amount. Yuan was quite pleased with this arrangement, enriching her limited resource channels. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Wang Yu cultivated the beetles herself or collected them from the wild. Chapter 13. Wisteria and Fences at Present. Wang Yu possesses 250 grams of black beetle dung, which led him to exchange merely 50 milliliters of spring water with Yuan. The second resource is a plant. Trade proposal. Wisteria remarks. An exceptional grade of wisteria, with a considerable quantity available. Yuan speculated that this wisteria was likely not cultivated by the seller, but rather discovered near a shelter. Otherwise, the quantity would not be so abundant. Furthermore, it appeared that the seller only possessed scrolls and no healing potions, indicating a lack of awareness regarding the properties of the wisteria roots. Name: Wisteria, exceptional. Function: a vine plant adorned with numerous small purple flowers. Featuring an exceptionally developed root system, wisteria flowers possess certain insect-repelling properties. Description: an exceedingly beautiful ornamental plant. This plant is not particularly practical. Neither its flowers nor roots hold significant importance. Its most notable characteristic is its beauty. The description explicitly states that it is an ornamental plant. However, Yuan noted one critical point. The root system is remarkably well developed. After adding each other as friends, Yang Ku proposed, "Brother, how about a complete vine in exchange for 200 milliliters of spring water?" Naturally, Yuan would not acquiesce, considering it was merely a plant that could repel insects and serve as decoration. Yuan replied, "That price is unreasonable. Propose a fair price instead. The wisteria flowers are indeed beautiful, and I would like to cultivate one." Yang Ku countered. Although the wisteria flowers lack any special utility, being an exceptional grade plant, a complete branch of the wisteria constitutes a substantial amount of excellent timber. Yuan acknowledged. While exceptional grade timber is commendable, it is ultimately a basic resource with limited practical value. Yang Ku suggested, "How about 100 milliliters?" Yuan responded, "Let us settle on 50 milliliters, if that is acceptable. Contact me." Yang Ku agreed. "All right, but the transaction can only occur tomorrow." Yuan inquired. "Shall we go to the wilderness to gather it?" Yang Ku hesitated. Just ensure you don't backtrack. Don't shortchange me on that 50 milliliters." With no other choice, Yuan reluctantly consented to finalize the transaction the following day. The last trade proposal was for a familiar item: fences. This time, he did not add a friend, but proceeded directly with the transaction. One exceptional grade fence was exchanged for 100 milliliters of spring water. Yuan did not haggle, recognizing the genuine value of the fence. Upon completing the trade, Yuan was left with 150 milliliters of spring water. He placed another 50 milliliters on a shelf, hoping to exchange it for valuable resources in the future. Reflecting on this trading experience, Yuan could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, the truly precious resources are those akin to spring water, which can yield certain materials over time. Whether it be black beetle dung or wisteria, they could be considered sustainable resources. Especially the black beetle dung. Its collection is simple, and it yields a considerable amount." Yuan believed that Wang Yu was certainly trading with others as well, perhaps already reaping substantial profits. After the completion of the transaction, Yuan found himself somewhat idle. However, before departing from the trading market, he exchanged all his stones for wood. Trading 130 stones yielded him 390 units of timber. Yuan understood the importance of capitalizing on the high value of stones to acquire more wood. Moreover, whether it is the upgrading of the secondary shelter or merely the need for charcoal and goblets, a substantial amount of timber is required. In preparation for the winter, Yuan intends to produce a considerable quantity of charcoal. Conveniently, the workbench has become available, and Yuan places 190 pieces of wood upon it to create 190 units of charcoal. As night falls, for hours have elapsed. Yuan gnaws on a freshly grilled pork chop, which feels somewhat tough, the surface of the charred meat exuding the aromatic scent of charcoal. Despite the grilling skills being somewhat lacking, the flavor of the good quality pork chop is undeniably delightful. The rich, meaty aroma is enticing, especially for Yuan, who has subsisted on nothing but bread for the past 2 days. This feast is akin to a grand banquet. The chop is quite substantial, weighing over a pound, and the satiation it provides is significantly greater than that of ordinary meat. After consuming nearly half of it, Yuan feels pleasantly full, warmth radiating throughout his body. His mental and physical states have returned to their peak, perhaps even surpassing it. The effects of the good quality pork chop are astonishing. Yuan marvels quietly to himself. contemplating how carrying 2 pieces while venturing out would alleviate any concerns about lacking energy for labor. Furthermore, the pork chop not only replenishes the body's requisite energy, but also supplies essential trace elements, such as salt. Prolonged deprivation of salt can lead to serious health issues. Determined, Yuan resolves to stockpile more good-quality pork chops in the future, taking them along for tree felling and mining expeditions, so he can snack on them when hunger strikes. After satisfying his hunger, he finds there is still ample time remaining. Unlike yesterday's idleness, today presents a myriad of tasks within shelter. First, he retrieves the fencing to expand the shelter's boundaries once more. Outside the previous enclosure, he delineates an additional area of 10 square meters, creating a small courtyard that spans 20 square meters in total. Measuring 6 meters in length and 3 meters in width, it seamlessly integrates with the wooden house, forming a rectangle measuring 6 by 8, 3 meters. Observing that the courtyard now encompasses 20 square meters, while the wooden house itself is only 30 square meters. Yuan begins contemplating the prospect of upgrading the shelter. However, the resources required for such an upgrade are considerable. The accompanying facilities for a secondary shelter are yet to be fully constructed. Originally, he had intended to build a studio, a living room, a kitchen, and an external balcony. Yet now, with the courtyard enclosed by fencing, the need for an external balcony has diminished. Therefore, he only needs to construct a kitchen, which will include a built-in stove and iron pot for cooking. Although Yuan possesses an iron pot manufacturing scroll acquired from Yuan, he lacks iron. Moreover, more importantly, even if he were to manufacture an iron pot, to whom could he sell it? At this moment, Yuan feels a pang of regret. The iron pot manufacturing scroll appears promising, yet in reality, it is rather a pitfall. The construction of a kitchen requires 50 pieces of wood and 10 stones. However, he has just traded all his stones for wood, leaving him with none. Reluctantly, Yuan must postpone the kitchen construction until tomorrow. Entering the fenced courtyard, he finds that the expanded area is significantly more spacious. Yuan buried 50 grams of black beetle droppings at the roots of the guardian thorn, which have been languishing for quite some time. Due to insufficient nutrients for the plants, there is a natural lack of energy for growth and propagation. Yuan then buried the remaining tree root alongside the guardian thorn's roots. This tree root possessed far richer energy than the weeds, and the feeble root system of the thorn slowly began to absorb it. Before long, the once withered thorn had significantly revived, standing much taller and more robust. With a tender hand, Yuan caressed the thorn, intending to gather more plants to nourish it the following day. He envisioned cultivating the guardian thorn to propagate a vast sanctuary. However, he found himself unable to sustain even a single plant. With 200 grams of black beetle droppings remaining, Yuan divided them into 5 portions of 40 grams each, burying them next to 5 seeds of crystal rice. Crystal rice is an exceptional plant that struggles to thrive in ordinary soil. Yuan contemplated acquiring more black beetle droppings to enhance the soil quality in the flower bed expediently. The cultivation of crystal rice would be a crucial aspect of his future sustenance. Food had always been Yuan's Achilles heel, as there were no food resources near the sanctuary, compelling him to cultivate his own. Currently, he could still procure food through resource boxes and the trading market, but with the impending cold wave, the opportunity to purchase food would nearly vanish. At that moment, Yuan suddenly remembered that he had 5 potatoes yet to be planted. Potatoes are a standard grade plant that can thrive in the soil of the fenced yard. They are easy to cultivate, grow rapidly, and yield a substantial harvest, making them a highly cost-effective crop. However, the frigid weather posed a concern regarding their survival. Yuan cut the potatoes into small pieces and planted a full row at a distance from the guardian thorn. After watering them with river water, he patiently awaited their sprouting. Yet, it was evident that Yuan lacked practical experience. The potatoes had yet to germinate. Standing in the fenced yard, he felt an overwhelming chill. In the pitch-black night, the biting cold wind howled, as if the eyes of some dreadful creature were watching him. Yuan tightened his cotton coat around him, feeling a tinge of fear in the darkness of the foggy world. Having tidied up the yard, he swiftly retreated into the wooden cabin. The gentle glow of the oil lamp and the vibrant red embers of the charcoal stove enveloped him in a long-awaited warmth. His racing heart gradually calmed as the fear and cold subsided. Lying on the small wooden bed, tightly wrapped in a blanket, he listened to the howling wind outside. Suddenly, Yuan's heart found tranquility, and he slowly drifted into sleep, cradled by the warmth of the stove. The nights in the foggy world had become increasingly difficult to endure. Yuan curled up beside the stove, shivering from the cold. The chill of the foggy world possessed a peculiar intensity, feeling significantly colder than the same temperature would on Earth. Logically, within the enclosed sanctuary, with a fireplace and warm items, the cold should not be so severe. In truth, Yuan found himself trapped in a continuous cycle of waking and sleeping, having barely managed to sleep for a little over 7 hours. The biting cold had severely compromised the quality of his rest, resulting in symptoms such as coughing, dizziness, and fatigue. It was evident to Yuan that he was likely suffering from a cold. Fortunately, he had access to spring water, and even if it proved ineffective, he still had medicinal potions for sustenance. After consuming some spring water, he felt a slight alleviation of his cold symptoms, though he still felt somewhat weak. He then placed the remaining half of a meat rib on the stove to roast. In the frigid temperatures below -10 degrees, the meat had frozen solid. The texture after thawing and roasting was undoubtedly not as tender as it had been the previous night. Upon consuming half of the rib, Yuan felt warmth enveloping his body. It was a sensation brimming with energy. This restoration invigorated Yuan's spirits considerably. With less than 4 hours until dawn, he resolved to engage in some physical exercise. Remaining curled up in bed would only lead to further weakness. Yuan strained to recall the scant few exercises he knew: push-ups, sit-ups, squats, stretching. It seemed he would need to consult Yuan for some proper workout routines. Breathless, Yuan was in the midst of performing a plank. Previously on Earth, he had not cultivated a habit of exercising, resulting in poor physical fitness. Consequently, after only a few sets, he began to experience muscle soreness that was nearly unbearable. Nevertheless, Yuan's perseverance shone through as he managed to push through each session. He exercised for several minutes, then rested for a brief period. This back and forth continued until dawn began to break. Checking the time, he noted that full daylight was imminent. Yuan consumed the last 2 pieces of bread as a nourishing breakfast. He then commenced preparations for the items he needed to take with him. When it came to packing, it essentially consisted of a pickaxe and a stone axe, perhaps accompanied by a resource box for transportation. Nonetheless, Yuan meticulously readied himself, determined to face the day with utmost diligence. In fact, most formidable individuals awaken several hours in advance to perform light warm-ups and preparations before venturing out to mine, chop wood, or scavenge for supplies. Even if the first and second days passed without incident, they maintained a vigilant mindset. This was their method for staying ahead. Yuan shared this same philosophy, cautiously confronting the perils of the mist-laden world. Starting today, there would be a significant increase in the probability of resource boxes appearing. Simultaneously, the likelihood of finding warm items within those boxes would also rise. Thus, today was a day of great significance. Yuan was thoroughly prepared for a day of laborious endeavors. Chapter 14. The Noble White Cedar. Today's weather: daylight duration, 6 hours. Weather: overcast temperature, 5-9 climatic trend. A cold front is drawing near. Ensure adequate supplies for winter and pay attention to warmth. As usual, Yuan checked the weather for the day. The temperature was steadily declining, and the cold front was approaching. Today, Yuan's primary objective was to locate a box while also venturing further afield. With only 6 hours at his disposal, time was exceedingly precious. He zipped his cotton coat all the way up and steeled himself against the biting wind. The foggy area surrounding the secondary shelter extended 5 kilometers. Yuan planned to thoroughly explore within a 3-kilometer radius, seeking out any suitable food supplies. A 3-kilometer radius was no trivial distance. He commenced his journey from the east, moving in a counterclockwise direction. Before long, beneath a tree in the northeast, Yuan stumbled upon a wooden resource box. He refrained from opening it immediately, intending to let the contents settle until he returned to the cabin. Battling the harsh wind, his pace slowed considerably. To the east of the shelter, beyond a grove of trees situated 500 meters away, lay a modestly elevated forest. The woodland was dense, shrouded in white mist, exuding an air of mysterious allure. Yuan dared not venture recklessly inside. Instead, he circled the perimeter before heading north. To the north of the shelter, beyond the stone quarry, a seemingly endless expanse of weeds stretched out. Scattered stones were also visible. Yuan mused whether he might discover other ores, but ultimately, he found no significant yield. It was quite possible that the minerals lay deep underground, concealed from view on the surface. To the west, which Yuan had initially deemed the most barren area, he held little hope. However, unexpectedly, 2 kilometers to the west, he encountered a cluster of over a dozen pod trees. The branches were desiccated, the leaves long shed, leaving only a multitude of shriveled pods clinging to the trees. Upon inspection, the information revealed: name, pod, common, function, pods that thrive in semi-arid regions. Low in nutrition and singular in variety, providing moderate satiety. Description: abundant and filling. Most of the pods appeared withered, some reduced to mere shells. Yet their quantity was indeed considerable. Although their nutritional value was modest, they serve as commendable provisions for winter storage. Yuan, concerned about insufficient food supplies, had intended to procure a batch from the trading market before the cold front fully arrived. Little did he expect to discover sustenance so close to the shelter. With only an unopened wooden resource box in his possession, he resolved to open it under the current circumstances. A faint glow flickered, revealing 3 luminous orbs within the box. Among the treasures were a set of winter fleece pajamas, a pair of leather gloves, and a 1-pound bag of white rice. Yuan was astounded. He had not anticipated such a bountiful find within the wooden resource box. Was this a boon bestowed before the onset of the cold front? He murmured to himself. He tucked the 3 luminous orbs into his pocket and used the wooden resource box to store the pods. Considering the abundance of withered pods and the inconvenience of transportation, Yuan chose to extract only the peas from the pods. With a gentle flick of his hand, the peas cascaded into the wooden box. Grasping a handful of pods, he watched as peas tumbled into the box with a delightful clatter, the sound resonating in harmony with his satisfaction. Before long, the box was filled, having only harvested from a single tree. This grove of pod trees, discovered near the shelter, represented the richest food resource Yuan had encountered. The sheer quantity and yield astonished him greatly. After marking the location, he returned to deliver the box, estimating its weight at around 7 to 8 pounds. He then fetched 2 additional boxes from a cabin, allowing him to transport 3 boxes of pods in one trip. With a total of 13 pod trees, he filled 7 boxes, making 3 trips in total. This was despite the fact that the pods were already withered, significantly diminishing their quantity. Had he harvested them at peak maturity, the yield could have potentially doubled. Nevertheless, Yuan felt content with the outcome. 13 boxes of pods now formed a small mountain in the corner of the workshop. Upon further inspection, he discovered a total weight of 52 pounds. Although it appeared substantial, he was slightly disappointed to find it only amounted to just over 50 pounds. He muttered a complaint, yet felt a surge of joy within. This batch of pods would serve as vital sustenance during the cold wave. Having made such a bountiful harvest, Yuan ventured southward, intending to explore the forest for more suitable food sources. Upon reaching the forest's edge, he spotted a tree crowned with a gleaming blue light. A bronze resource chest. Yuan's eyes lit up as he hurried toward it. He felled the tree, unearthed the roots, and collected the resource chest with a series of fluid motions, successfully acquiring the treasure. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The odds have certainly improved. I never expected to stumble upon 2 resource chests so casually." This fortunate occurrence mirrored the experiences of many in the fog-laden world. An increasing number of individuals were discovering resource chests, with nearly everyone managing to find at least one. Some fortunate souls even unearthed 2 or 3 chests. Many who had previously been destitute began to secure food and clothing for the winter. Though the quantities were modest, they nonetheless ensured the survival of numerous individuals. Yuan glanced at the regional chat channel, noting that in a zone of 10,000 people, the count had dwindled by around 200, and this was merely one area. If one were to consider the entirety of the foggy world, over 100 million individuals had vanished, lost to various perils. The majority of those who perished were the elderly, infirm, or physically disadvantaged, individuals unable to withstand the dual threats of hunger and cold, leading to their immediate elimination. Of course, there were others who met their demise in treacherous locales such as deep mountains, swamps, or bodies of water, falling victim to either natural hazards or ferocious beasts. As Yuan stepped into the mist-laden forest, he beheld an array of commonplace flora, albeit in an unusually abundant state. Due to the cold wave, most leaves had withered, and the branches appeared feeble. The refreshing air, tinged with the scent of decaying leaves and the fragrant aroma of pine resin, combines to create the forest's distinctive fragrance. Yuan carefully navigates the thick layer of fallen leaves, wielding a pickaxe. Suddenly, amidst the withered foliage, a vivid splash of green catches his eye. Curiosity piqued, he approaches cautiously, ensuring there is no danger before moving closer for a better look. Name: white fir, good quality. Function: the wood is white, lightweight, and durable. Suitable for construction and crafting tools, offering enhanced defense and insulation properties, with a scent that aids in sleep. Introduction: a premium building material. To his astonishment, he has stumbled upon high-quality timber. Yuan gazes in wonder at this grove of white fir, realizing it is not only exceptional building material, but also enhances defense and insulation. The suddenness of this pleasant surprise overwhelms him. In the trading market and chat channels, he had seen numerous high-quality resources discovered near shelters. Similar to Yang Ke's wisteria, Zhou Ming's potatoes, and Qin Shuyu's protective thorns, all had been found in the vicinity of shelters. It could be said that he had struck a fortune the moment he stepped outside, causing him to envy others for several nights. However, the area surrounding Yuan's shelter had been surprisingly desolate. Initially, he believed he was in a particularly poor region, lacking in resources, and had contemplated relocating. Little did he know he would uncover a patch of high-quality resources here. Although he was uncertain of the exact uses for this good-quality resource, its value was undoubtedly significant. Just as excellent grade spring water could be used in place of ordinary mineral water for crafting healing potions, could other wooden products, or even upgrades to the shelter, also utilize high-quality timber? Yuan felt there was a strong possibility of that. The grove was not far from the shelter, and collecting the wood would not be a hassle. Yuan could certainly use the white fir to elevate the shelter to level 3. If he could upgrade the shelter before the cold wave arrived, life during the harsh weather would be much more comfortable. Without hesitation, Yuan took out his axe and began to fell trees. His original plan for the day had been to explore the vicinity of the shelter and locate all the appearing resource boxes, followed by mining stones to the north. However, having discovered a superior resource, it was only fitting to remain and gather wood. Yuan had considered dedicating the entire day to searching for resource boxes, given that the probability of their appearance was higher today. Nevertheless, resource boxes ultimately depended on luck, presenting too great a risk. Thus, he opted to collect the good quality timber. It was at this moment that Yuan truly felt the inadequacy of his stone axe. The blade, which was not particularly sharp, had developed numerous nicks and dents. It seemed that after a few more uses, it would become unusable. The ordinary stone axe was clearly insufficient for felling the good quality white fir. After nearly 30 minutes of relentless effort, Yuan finally succeeded in bringing down a white fir tree. Gazing at the heavily worn stone axe, Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that upon returning, he would need to procure a new axe at the trading market. Currently, the market was increasingly abundant with manufacturing scrolls, leading to the widespread emergence of tools such as axes and picks. However, due to the scarcity of iron ore, the availability of iron tools remained relatively limited. It was evident that this axe was nearing retirement. On its final day of service, he resolved to exert as much effort as possible, hoping to fell more white fir trees. Although challenging to chop, these trees yielded a substantial amount of timber. After all, a single white fir could reach heights exceeding 30 meters. hinting at the considerable wood it could provide. The first tree he struck down granted him 22 units of timber, a remarkable efficiency compared to the common trees, more than doubling his yield. This remarkable gathering rate and substantial wood harvest were undoubtedly among the advantages of these superior-grade white firs. With little time left in the day, Yuan decided to continue his logging until darkness fell. As the stone axe dulled, felling trees became increasingly arduous. By the time dusk descended, he had only managed to chop down 4 trees, accumulating 85 pieces of timber and 4 roots of white fir. On his way back, fortune smiled upon him once more as he stumbled upon a wooden resource chest. Today had indeed turned out to be a bountiful day, battling against the biting wind. He raced home under the cloak of night, moving at nearly a sprinting pace. From somewhere in the distance, a long, menacing, beastly roar echoed. The mournful howls of wolves mingled with an unknown creature's growl, resonating deeper within the southern forest. A wave of trepidation washed over Yuan. He lacked the prowess of Qin Jinjuan and was ill-equipped to confront formidable beasts. The mere thought of having lingered in that area for hours filled him with dread. Fortunately, he returned safely to his wooden cabin. Under the warm glow of the orange oil lamp, his racing heart gradually settled. An announcement from the previous day had warned that, due to an impending cold wave, the number of wild beasts would increase. Yuan had yet to encounter any animals and had thus paid little heed to the warning. However, this recent experience served as a stark reminder. In the future, he would need to exercise utmost caution to guard against potential beast attacks. It would be prudent to acquire a weapon to ensure some measure of self-defense. Chapter 15, Resource Inventory. Another lengthy night unfurls. This marks the 4th night since Yuan entered the Misty World. Yet, these 4 nights seem to stretch longer than all the nights he has ever known combined. Lying despondently on his small bed, he gazes at the wooden ceiling, feeling utterly drained in both body and spirit. After resting for a while, Yuan rallied his spirits, for the night held numerous tasks ahead. He first retrieved 2 resource chests, intending to reward himself and invigorate his mood. Today, fortune smiled upon him, as he miraculously stumbled upon 3 chests, 1 bronze resource chest and 2 wooden ones. The first wooden resource chest he found had already been opened, yielding a set of plush pajamas, a pair of gloves, and a pound of white rice. Before him lay 2 resource chests, and Yuan decided to practice with the wooden one first. A flash of light illuminated the space as 3 items emerged from within: a bedding set, a pair of thermal pants, and 5 apples. As anticipated, they were standard warm clothing and food items, yet surprisingly practical. Indeed, the most essential items he required at that moment. Yuan promptly devoured an apple, replenishing his body's vitamin needs. While eating, he mused, based on the probability of items appearing from resource chests today, it seemed likely that everyone would acquire 1 or 2 pieces of warm clothing, significantly enhancing their resistance to the cold. With a decisive motion, he crushed the light orb, and 3 more items materialized before him. The bedding set, a cotton mattress. This ordinary-grade mattress, weighing 4 pounds, was compact in size. Yuan immediately placed it atop his single wooden bed, and it fit perfectly. Henceforth, he would no longer have to endure the discomfort of sleeping on a cold, hard plank. The thermal pants spoke for themselves, a symbol of maturity. Thermal underwear. The 5 apples were remarkably fresh. Fruit was a rarity in the Misty World. During the prolonged winter, fresh produce was scarce, yet the vitamins contained within fruits and vegetables were vital for human sustenance. Thus, Yuan diligently stored these items, consuming them sparingly over time, including the berries he had previously gathered. The contents of the wooden resource chest were quite satisfactory, prompting Yuan to swiftly open the bronze resource chest. He hoped that his good fortune would persist. A blue glow enveloped him, revealing yet another trio of items. 12-pound thick lamb fleece quilt, excellent. 5 pounds of high-quality flour, good. And snow boots, good. Lady Luck continued to smile upon Yuan. The word excellent always stirred a wave of excitement within him. Previously, he had seen a lamb fleece quilt of good quality at the trading market and had envied it for quite some time. However, this one was of excellent quality, elevating its attributes in terms of quality, weight, and warmth to an entirely new level. as a 12-pound lamb fleece quilt appeared. It filled his small wooden bed to the brim. Gazing at the plush quilt, several inches thick, he could already sense an overwhelming comfort. The pristine white fleece exuded warmth, while its substantial weight imparted a profound sense of security. Yuan was eager to burrow into the blankets, yet considering he had not bathed for 3 days, he resolved to cleanse himself before retiring to bed. Naturally, he also worried that once he settled in, he might never wish to rise again. The remaining 2 items were equally practical: the snow boots for outdoor ventures and the flour for making pasta, both of which would significantly enrich Yuan's supplies. However, after the initial joy, a wave of concern washed over him. The bounty of items from the resource box could not simply be attributed to extraordinary luck. Surely, others must have also unearthed similar, if not superior, treasures. This raised a pressing question. What kind of cold front would compel the system to deem it exceedingly difficult to survive, even after acquiring these resources? It could not merely be a few snowstorms or ordinary low temperatures. This was undoubtedly a cold front beyond anyone's imagination. The term cold front might seem innocuous, yet it belied the dreadful natural disaster it represented, leading many to underestimate its peril. Yuan silently reminded himself to remain vigilant, even among the most affluent and well-prepared. The threat of losing one's life to the cold was very real. Yuan meticulously categorized and stored all the items he had retrieved from the resource box. Warmth-related items, such as clothing and blankets, were placed in the bedroom, while food was stored in the workshop. Currently, he possessed 8 items for warmth: a blanket, a cotton jacket, a set of winter fleece pajamas, a pair of leather gloves, a bedding set, a pair of thermal pants, a 12-pound thick lamb fleece blanket, excellent, and snow boots, good. He felt quite satisfied, believing few could boast such abundance. In terms of food, Yuan had also amassed a considerable stockpile: meat steaks, brick-sized compressed biscuits, 521 grams of berries, for apples, 5 pounds of flour, good, 1 pound of white rice, 52 pounds of bean pods, 28 fist-sized crystal rice grains, and several leftover meat steaks. This constituted all of Yuan's accumulated wealth over the past few days, undoubtedly marking him as one of the affluent. After neatly categorizing and stacking the various items in a corner, Yuan first collected today as 500 milliliters of spring water. He then watered the plants he had cultivated. The growth of the crystal rice, potatoes, and protective thorns was mediocre, clearly affected by the low temperatures. Suddenly, he recalled that his trade with Yuan from yesterday had yet to be finalized. In a flurry, Yuan opened the Fog Survival Manual. Discovering Yuan's trade request had come through. Trade request: Wisteria 1 message. A complete wisteria plant, as agreed upon yesterday. My 50 milliliters of spring water is non-negotiable. Without hesitation, Yuan accepted the trade. The wisteria was quite large, towering over 3 meters in height. Its dense roots constituted nearly half of its length. Yuan dug a sizable hole in the yard, near the potatoes, and planted the wisteria. As the wisteria was not a primary cultivation focus, Yuan arranged it rather casually. Considering the abundance of wisteria blossoms, which tend to absorb excessive nutrients and impede the growth of the wisteria itself, Yuan decided to prune away more than half of the flowers and branches, leaving only the principal trunk intact. A total of 13 branches and several wisteria flowers were collected and piled beside the protective thorns to serve as essential nourishment for their growth. After gradually absorbing the nutrients from the wisteria, the overall condition of the protective thorns significantly improved. The main body of thorns entwined around the fence grew robust and vigorous, with sharpened spikes. Yuan estimated that with a couple more feedings, the protective thorns would soon be able to reproduce. Currently, the individual strength of the protective thorns appears weak, relying primarily on the collective power of the group for hunting. The information provided mentions that within a colony of protective thorns, there is typically one maternal plant primarily responsible for breeding offspring. Surrounding the maternal thorns, numerous juvenile thorns are present for hunting and guarding the mother plant. This mode of existence resembles that of burrowing creatures like ants rather than that of typical plants. This explains why only the maternal thorns hold value. They alone possess the ability to reproduce, while the juvenile thorns live but a single lifespan. If not for this limitation, Yuan could have easily prospered by selling thorns. After addressing the wisteria, Yuan contacted Wang Yu to conduct a transaction involving the dung of black beetles. In exchange for 20 milliliters of spring water, he acquired 100 grams of black beetle dung. Yuan divided this 100 grams into 5 portions, burying them beside the crystal rice in the flower bed. Noticing that the crystal rice seeds remained dormant, he poured an additional 10 milliliters of spring water on each seed. With all the plants well tended to, he could only await the harvest, albeit uncertain of when that would come. Just as he completed his tasks, a message from Qin Jinjun arrived. Without a word, Qin sent 6 pieces of ordinary grade meat. Yuan felt both satisfied and astonished, pondering how powerful Qin Jinjun must be to hunt such quantities of food daily. Until today, Yuan had merely heard distant roars from beasts, and the disparity was striking. Igniting his curiosity, Yuan inquired, "Are there so many wild beasts near you? You manage to hunt every day?" Qin Jinjun replied, "I possess special tools that allow me to locate wild beasts. However, it is perilous, as the tools do not indicate the beast's levels, so I may encounter formidable creatures." Understanding dawned upon Yuan with Qin Jinjun's explanation. It was entirely plausible that resource boxes could yield various tools, including those for tracking beasts. Yuan traded 120 milliliters of spring water for the 6 pieces of meat, contemplating that since Qin Jinjun hunted daily, he likely lacked time to gather food for winter. Concerned, Yuan asked, "With your daily hunts, do you have time to store food for the winter?" Qin Jinjun smiled faintly and presented a cornucopia of food, fruits, vegetables, grains, nuts, everything one could desire in abundance. Yuan gazed in astonishment at the variety and quantity of provisions, feeling an inexplicable bitterness within, as it far exceeded his own supplies. Qin Jinjun remarked, "Most animals store food for the winter. After I hunt them down, naturally, their provisions become mine." He then inquired, "Do you require a portion? There is plenty to spare." Yuan smacked his lips, realizing that many individuals likely possess their own means of acquiring sustenance, and he might belong to the group with insufficient reserves. He politely declined Qin Jinjun's generous offer, jesting, "Perhaps I shall seek your aid for food another time when I find myself without." Through their recent interactions, the bond between the two had grown significantly. Qin Jinjun proved to be genuine and amiable, and after Yuan selflessly aided him in treating his child's illness, Qin Jinjun expressed profound gratitude, considering Yuan as one of his own. Thus, they established a foundational friendship. Having completed his immediate tasks, Yuan resolved to cleanse himself. Currently, he possessed 5 liters of river water but lacked a vessel for boiling it. Although he could construct a kitchen, resources were insufficient at the moment, necessitating an exchange using spring water. Consequently, Yuan meticulously selected a copper basin in the trading market, exchanging 50 pieces of wood for it. The shelter had few water containers, and this one would serve well. However, the price was indeed steep, akin to spending half a day felling trees. Yet, there was little choice. After all, timber was inherently the least valuable material, easily gathered with time. Even stones faced a similar fate. Despite the increasingly frigid weather necessitating firewood for warmth, the amount required for heating was but a fraction of the harvested timber. As the number of manuscripts grew, the price of stones gradually diminished, aligning closely with that of wood, both being the most fundamental resources. Yuan speculated that today might witness someone advancing to a level 3 shelter. For those with considerable assets, acquiring 250 pieces of wood and 500 stones was certainly feasible. High-value resources, particularly of good and excellent quality, commanded a favorable exchange rate for timber and stones. For instance, if Yuan were to exchange spring water for wood and stones, he could swiftly amass the materials necessary for upgrading. Chapter 16. The Art of Noodle Making. Without further ado, Yuan commenced the preparation of his bathing water, utilizing a copper basin to boil it. 5 liters in total. 3 liters brought to a boil, mixed with the remaining 2 liters. The water temperature hovered around a comfortable 50 degrees, ideal for a refreshing shower. Due to the absence of a drainage system in his home, Yuan could only cleanse himself at the entrance, pouring the used water outside. thus providing a much-needed drink for the plants. The wind, however, was quite brisk, causing him to shiver, compelling him to seek refuge behind the wooden door. His washing was rather casual, merely soaking a cloth to wipe down his body, yet Yuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At last, he no longer felt sticky, and slipping into a brand new set of pajamas invigorated him immensely. This simple yet luxurious lifestyle is, for many, an unattainable dream. For the average individual, a day involves tirelessly chopping wood and mining stone with scarcely a moment's respite, leaving them utterly exhausted. Come nightfall, they find themselves embroiled in disputes on the trading channel, bickering over a mere piece of wood. Under such circumstances, it is only natural that thoughts of personal hygiene take a back seat. Although Yuan's days were equally demanding and strenuous, he considered himself fortunate, as he was among the top tier of development. Thus, both his body and spirit enjoyed a degree of relaxation. Comfortably, he added a few pieces of charcoal to the hearth and reclined blissfully on his bed. Deep down, Yuan understood that he ought to seize the moment for some exercise to enhance his physical well-being. However, the frigid weather rendered such vigorous activity impractical, with indoor temperatures plummeting to zero, posing a risk of fatigue and illness. Moreover, the allure of a 12-pound plush quilt was simply too tempting. Alas, this weather was ill-suited for physical exertion. Breaking a sweat could easily lead to a cold. Yuan nestled comfortably beneath the quilt, leaving only his face exposed. On the fourth night in the Misty World, he finally resolved the issue of warmth and could enjoy a peaceful slumber. With many hours remaining until dawn, Yuan took out the survival handbook for the mist. The chat channel buzzed with excitement. "Ha! I found 2 resource boxes. Who is luckier than me? Sorry, I found 3. Regardless of your 2 or 3, I have a bronze resource box. Wow, what did you get? It must be something good. My wooden resource box yielded a quilt. Woe is me, I found nothing. Who needs good quality flint mines? They make excellent fuel, burning for a whole night. 1 piece for 150 stones. 2 ordinary meat cuts can be exchanged for a good quality quilt and bedding. Come, the Qingshan Alliance is recruiting, requiring daily contributions of 1 unit of stone or wood. Join the Qingshan Alliance, we are brothers." Here is the deceptive Qingshan Alliance again. They claim joining the alliance grants access to high-quality resources, yet once inside, there is hardly anyone around. Brother, you actually believe that? Buying various foodstuffs, rice, flour, beans, meat, prices via private message. One cannot help but marvel at the remarkable adaptability of humanity. Having arrived in the Misty World for 3 days and 4 nights, I have begun to acclimatize to this unique realm. All social hierarchies and regulations have dissipated into thin air. The inhabitants have started to adhere to the laws of the Misty World, adapting to a primitive society characterized by the survival of the fittest. With the rising sun, they labor, and at dusk, they return home, seeking the hope of existence amidst the perilous wilderness. An increasing number of individuals are adapting to this novel way of life, giving rise to a social structure distinct from that of civilized society. A plethora of resource exchanges and transactions have woven everyone together. In the marketplace, timber and stones serve as currency, facilitating the trade of various resources, tools, and scrolls. At this moment, Yuan is contemplating the upgrade of his shelter. Before enhancing the shelter, he intends to construct a kitchen. Having traded all his stones for timber yesterday, he now finds himself devoid of even a single stone. However, this fundamental resource is not difficult to procure. Yuan decides to offer spring water at a rate of 10 milliliters for 50 stones. He places a total of 110 milliliters on the market, each portion contained in a wooden cup of 10 milliliters. To his astonishment, within mere seconds of listing the spring water, is snapped up entirely. While Yuan is confident that spring water is undoubtedly one of the most sought-after items, he did not anticipate such a swift sellout. Unbeknownst to him, nearly all who managed to acquire the spring water felt they had struck a lucrative deal. Stones and timber can be obtained through various means, but the spring water, which enhances physical well-being and serves as a remedy and preventive measure against ailments, is a resource of great value and scarcity. Given the harsh environment, with temperatures plummeting and symptoms of colds and coughs becoming increasingly prevalent, it is essential for everyone to have some healing items on hand. Frequently, individuals engage in discussions within the trading channel, seeking to acquire such items, which can be exchanged for a wealth of resources. Yuan has gathered 550 stones, but due to the inconvenience of moving them outside, he has temporarily stored them within his wooden cabin. Currently, he possesses 550 stones, 150 ordinary timber, and 85 white cedar wood. He estimates that he will most likely be able to upgrade the shelter by tomorrow. For now, he can focus on constructing the kitchen. On the shelter page, he clicks to establish the kitchen. A radiant light envelopes the wooden cabin, and moments later, a kitchen appears beside the workshop. Inside the kitchen, a stone-constructed stove is equipped with a brand-new iron pot. Upon witnessing the well-equipped facilities, Yuan cannot help but lament that he should have directly exchanged spring water for materials instead of boiling water in a copper basin. In the future, with an abundance of ingredients, he will be able to prepare a variety of delectable dishes. However, for now, the priority remains on sustenance. The rich ingredients can be considered at a later time. Having not yet dined this evening, Yuan resolves to prepare a meal for himself. The cycle of day and night in the Misty world is entirely distinct from that of Earth, leading to some disruption in everyone's routines. Yuan is no exception. Most days, he consumes some rations before heading out in the morning. Upon returning to the sanctuary at dusk, one is finally able to partake in a meal. Although referred to as dinner, the timing is akin to that of a previous lunch. This routine, albeit simple, is somewhat orderly, contrasting sharply with those who eat whenever hunger strikes or sleep whenever fatigue arises. Some are even less fortunate, lacking food entirely. Yuan intended to use flour to prepare a simple bowl of vegetarian noodles. In the hearts of the Huaxiao people, staple foods like rice and flour can never truly be regarded as a proper meal. As he tore open a 5-kilogram bag of flour, a fine, white dust billowed forth, the dry particles drifting into his nostrils with each breath. While the aroma was not particularly pleasant, the familiar scent of food stirred myriad emotions within Yuan. At long last, he could enjoy a warm meal. Grasping a handful of the flour, he reveled in its silky texture, a wave of safety and contentment washing over him. This anticipation only heightened his eagerness for the crystal rice. If he could harvest crystal rice consistently, the worry of food scarcity would be alleviated. In addition to the 5 seeds he had planted, he possessed 28 well-preserved grains. Yuan contemplated the possibility of cooking one to taste in the future. Do not underestimate a single grain of rice. A crystal rice grain is about the size of half a fist and is considered a superior food, rich in substantial energy. He extracted approximately 500 grams of flour and placed it in a basin of boiling water. With great care, he poured in his cherished 5 liters of mineral water, blending it into the flour as his hands deftly turned the mixture. The flour gradually transformed into dough. Given the limited resources, devoid of salt or oil, the preparation was rather rudimentary. The kneaded dough was rolled out into an exceedingly thin sheet and cut into shapes resembling noodles. Lacking proper utensils, the resulting noodles varied in size and thickness, resembling more of a flat dough than actual noodles. However, in the fog-laden world, such concerns could be overlooked. After boiling a small pot of water in an iron pan, he added the noodles once it reached a rolling boil. Meanwhile, Yuan roasted a fine piece of meat, a quality wolf steak, over the fire. Consuming quality meat could enhance one's physical constitution, bolstering strength and vitality. After indulging in a quality steak the previous day, Yuan had already sensed an increase in his strength. His endurance had significantly improved, whether traversing the wilderness or felling trees. If possible, he resolved to consume only ingredients of ordinary quality or higher in the future. Though the single steak may not yield substantial improvements, a sustained diet of high-quality food would undoubtedly result in remarkable transformations. Perhaps everyone could become superhuman. As the steak sizzled on the fire and the noodles danced in the boiling water, the mingling aromas of meat and noodles filled the air. Yuan's mouth watered, saliva pooling in his mouth as his stomach churned in anticipation. This simple dish of meat and noodles bore extraordinary significance. symbolizing a departure from a life of mere survival in the foggy world. He had the capacity and resources to engage in basic cooking, regrettably lacking bowls. He had to make do with the basin, and the absence of scallions, coriander, soy sauce, and other seasonings diminished the overall flavor considerably. Fortunately, there was a delectable grade of meat steak, and the flour was also of exceptional quality. Even in the absence of additional condiments, the flavor remained remarkably exquisite. As he savored the silky noodles, Yuan felt as though he had returned to a civilized society, back to a once comfortable existence. All the previously overlooked, even despised, simplicities of life transformed here into dreams that seemed unattainable. The food filled his belly, imparting a profound sense of satiety, while a warm current coursed through his body. The fatigue that had once weighed him down dissipated, his hollow frame instantaneously brimming with vitality. Although it was not his first experience of such a sensation, it still left him in awe. Yuan felt the resurgence of strength within him, sensing a slight enhancement in his physical condition. Having consumed 1/3 of the steak and half of the noodles, he found himself unable to walk further. Gazing at the half pot of steaming noodles, an idea suddenly struck him. It must be challenging for Qin Jinjuan to care for his child, subsisting on the meager spoils of hunting wild beasts, surely lacking in resources such as flour. Among his few acquaintances, he shared a closer bond with Qin Jinjuan, and Yuan had intentions of fostering this friendship. Thus, he decided to send the remaining noodles his way. In a secluded wooden cabin deep within a forest, a resolute-looking man sat at a wooden table. Opposite him, a dainty little girl rested her chin on the table. The duo, one large and one small, held a piece of meat steak in their hands, while a bowl of nuts lay in the center of the table. "Daddy, I don't want to eat meat steak and nuts anymore. I want rice," the little girl lamented, her boredom evident as she leaned on the table. Qin Jinjuan responded with a hint of helplessness. "Little Tong, be good. Tomorrow, I'll find some wild fruits for you. For today." Ding! "Daddy, their essay message." Qin Jinjuan's face turned curious. Who could possibly be seeking to buy meat steak from me again? "Haven Tea, I already stated that I'm not selling anymore." Relying on his limited supply of meat steak, he had carved out his own trading circle. However, following his transaction with Yuan, he seldom sold his steak to others. Each day, he would reserve one piece of high-quality meat steak, consuming 4/5 himself, while Little Tong enjoyed the remaining fifth. The majority of what was left was sold to Yuan, while their winter provisions primarily depended on the gathered dried fruits and forage foods. As one of the earliest consumers of superior-grade food, Qin Jinjuan was acutely aware of the immense value of high-quality sustenance, thus striving to indulge in it as much as possible. Chapter 17. The Iron Axe and the Chopper. Upon his first consumption of the high-quality steak, Qin Jinjuan discerned its remarkable nature. As a soldier of exceptional physical prowess, he possessed an acute awareness of his own bodily condition. Remarkably, his physical attributes, once deteriorating with age, had shown a significant enhancement. It seemed that these foods harbored a miraculous power, exerting an extraordinary influence. Consequently, Qin Jinjuan seldom sold steaks of good quality or above, opting instead to reserve them for himself and his child. If the child did not consume much, he would partake sparingly, knowing it would greatly benefit their health. Qin Jinjuan was convinced that should Xiaodong enjoy a sustained diet of high-quality food, she would be spared from ailments like colds or fevers in the future. Furthermore, his aging body would gradually rejuvenate, potentially surpassing the strength it once exhibited at its peak. If good quality food yielded such effects, what wonders might superior food possess? Upon his first sip of the excellent spring water, Qin Jinjuan was astounded by its extraordinary power. The hidden injuries and ailments from his battles began to warm slightly, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Although the effects were not overwhelmingly apparent, they were undeniably tangible. Moreover, the changes brought about by the excellent spring water were more profound than those from the good quality steak. Unfortunately, the quantity of spring water was limited. Qin Jinjuan willingly exchanged steak for the precious water, especially since Yuan had once saved his child's life, a kindness that Qin Jinjuan cherished deeply. When he received a message from Yuan, his curiosity piqued. "It's the uncle who treats your ailments," Qin Jinjuan remarked gently. Upon opening the chat channel, A transaction notification appeared, no less than a portion of noodles sent by Yuan. Having not finished his meal, Yuan generously shared the remaining noodles, broth included, with Jinjuan. As Jinjuan accepted the noodles, he was pleasantly surprised. He anticipated Yuan would be so generous as to enjoy a warm meal and share a portion with him. Yuan explained, "I cooked too much. I left a serving for the little one to supplement her nutrition." With gratitude, Jinjuan smiled and announced, "Xiaotong, Uncle has brought you some noodles to enjoy. You mentioned you didn't want to eat nuts anymore, right? Noodles?" The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaped from her chair and dashed to Jinjuan's side. Upon completion of the transaction, a copper basin filled with noodles materialized on the wooden table. White steam wafted from the broth, enveloping the air with the enticing aroma of wheat. The little girl's bright eyes widened in awe. Jinjuan expressed his thanks to Yuan before transferring the noodles into his bowl and returning the copper basin. He took a bite, astonished to find the noodles were of good quality. Swiftly, he cautioned Xiaotong against overindulgence, fearing an excess of nutrients might overwhelm her. Although the noodles bore no distinctive flavor, the little girl relished them, exclaiming, "They're delicious, Daddy." After delivering the noodles, Yuan ventured to the trading market for supplies, simultaneously scrolling through the chat channel and market while sipping the spring water from a wooden cup. Yuan is well aware of the benefits of high-quality spring water and plans to reserve 100 milliliters for himself each day. This is not due to reluctance to drink it, but rather because the surplus energy of the spring water often induces a noticeable sense of satiety after just 100 milliliters. The more one indulges in such superior sustenance, the more one appreciates its value, leading to a profound realization of the wisdom behind choosing spring water. A daily consumption of 500 milliliters is undoubtedly a substantial treasure. Furthermore, every 7 days, he receives a drop of water essence, which piques Yuan's curiosity regarding its function and efficacy. The daily intake of 500 milliliters of spring water already holds immense worth. One can only imagine the value of the water essence received weekly. As Yuan savors the crisp taste of the spring water, he peruses the information in the trading market. With the increasing dangers of venturing outside, he recognizes the necessity of acquiring an appropriate weapon. Concurrently, his stone axe has become obsolete, and he requires an axe of at least good quality. Initially, he examines the trading requests for spring water, only to find that none of the items are particularly enticing. He has listed a total of 50 milliliters of spring water, divided into 5 portions of 10 milliliters each. Thus, the items he has proposed for trade are not of exceptional rarity, and he does not hold them in high regard. Ding! A notification appears. "Oh, what does Brother Qin want?" "Jinjuan, I have gathered some items. Take a look to see if you need anything." Jinjuan sent a selection of 7 or 8 items. Sling crafting blueprint, good. Iron axe, good. Stone spear, ordinary. Animal trap, ordinary. Wolf fang dagger, good. Most of the items are unfamiliar to Yuan, as he has rarely encountered them. "Yuan, Brother Qin, where did you acquire so many items?" "Jinjuan, from resource boxes." "Yuan, how many boxes have you opened?" "Jinjuan, you must not have hunted beasts. All slain beasts drop resource boxes." "Yuan, what? Every beast drops a resource box?" He is astonished, aware that obtaining a single resource box is a formidable challenge, reliant solely on luck. "Jinjuan, indeed. Ordinary beasts drop wooden resource boxes, while good quality beasts yield bronze resource boxes. However, the resource boxes dropped by hunted beasts occasionally contain food, clothing, seeds, furniture, and other living necessities, but predominantly consist of weapons and tools, which are rather uniform in variety. Listening to Jinjuan's explanation, Yuan gains a better understanding. Having never hunted beasts, he was oblivious to these facts and had assumed that weapons and tools had a low drop rate, not realizing it was due to an incorrect method of acquisition. "Jinjuan, take whatever you fancy. I have plenty of these. Also, Xiaotong really enjoyed the noodles you gifted." With Jinjuan's encouragement, Yuan decides to be forthright. "Yuan, Brother Qin, to be honest, I truly need an axe and a weapon." "Jinjuan, an axe is no problem. I don't chop trees. Take this iron axe. As for a weapon, what do you prefer?" "Yuan, well, I'm not quite sure. I simply require a weapon for self-defense, lacking any practical combat experience. What weapon do you deem suitable for me? Yuan. You have no combat background, I see. In that case, I would recommend a knife. Simple, practical, and formidable. Yuan. I also find a knife quite appealing. Do you have any knives available, even of ordinary quality? A transaction notification arrived, presenting an iron axe and a well-crafted cleaver. The blade resembled a watermelon knife, approximately 50 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide, long and straight with a square form. It exuded an impressive and dignified aura. Yuan was astonished by Qin Jinjuan's generosity in directly providing such a fine blade. Qin Jinjuan, this knife is excellent. Even without a foundation, one can wield considerable power. I shall teach you a few techniques when time permits. Yuan, thank you very much, Brother Qin. Qin Jinjuan, since you address me as Brother Qin, there is no need for formality. Yuan smiled faintly, filled with gratitude, reflecting on how he had indeed chosen the right person to assist. Qin Jinjuan's straightforward nature, repaying enmity with enmity and kindness with kindness, truly made him a fitting friend. Yuan, wishing not to take advantage, Brother Qin, allow me to share some information. Yuan divulged all he knew about the secret realm. Each individual is permitted to enter the secret realm once, and should Qin Jinjuan achieve significant gains within, Yuan, as an ally and friend, would also reap substantial benefits. Qin Jinjuan, is it truly the case? Then I must venture out tomorrow to give a try. Yuan, the secret realm only materializes for a few minutes at dawn. One must seize the moment. Qin Jinjuan, very well. I shall make a note of it. Thank you for the information. Yuan, no need for thanks. Yuan toyed with the cleaver, the menacing blade glinting with a bright sheen. Even without expertise, Yuan recognized that it was a fine weapon, not something one would find at a roadside stall. In a civilized society, it would likely land one in jail for a couple of days. Yuan placed the iron axe and cleaver alongside his stone axe and iron pick, all stored within a resource box. Having organized these items, Yuan lay down on the small wooden bed. The night grew increasingly cold, particularly the evening temperatures, which had plunged to an astonishing degree. Conserving energy was crucial for ensuring both mental and physical readiness for the following day. Yuan nestled completely within the thick quilt, and before long, he fell into a deep slumber. The night stretched on interminably, and when Yuan awoke, dawn had yet to break. He could not tell if it was merely his imagination, but the morning felt even chillier, and he had no desire to stir from the warmth of his bed. The charcoal in the stove had begun to smolder, leaving only faint embers. Yuan compelled himself to rise, donning somewhat insufficient clothing. He added a few pieces of charcoal to the stove to stoke the fire. Then he ventured to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He boiled a pot of water on the stove and added some bean pods, allowing them to steam for a few minutes until they were ready to eat. Although the taste was rather poor, the starchy texture provided a decent sense of satiety, making it a somewhat acceptable breakfast. After exercising in the shelter for about an hour, dawn finally broke. The brief 6-hour daylight has commenced. Yuan set out with an iron axe, a machete, and a resource box for transporting timber. The task at hand was rather straightforward: to fell trees in the white fir grove. An additional 250 units of timber were required to upgrade the shelter. Having already collected 85 units yesterday, it was essential to gather at least 165 units today. Yuan arrived early at the white fir grove, a lush expanse teeming with invaluable resources. With the aid of a well-crafted iron axe, his efficiency was markedly enhanced. What once took nearly 30 minutes to fell a single tree could now be accomplished in under 20 minutes. The time spent harvesting white firs far exceeded that of other timber varieties, even those of commendable quality. This discrepancy arose from two primary factors. Firstly, the fibrous structure of white fir is notably more resilient and robust, making it challenging to sever. Secondly, the trees themselves are exceptionally lofty, resulting in a comparatively thicker trunk. Although the felling process was more laborious, each tree yielded a greater quantity of wood, with a single white fir providing nearly 20 units of timber. In the early hours, before the sun had graced the horizon, the rhythmic sound of chopping resonated through the grove. 1 tree, 2 trees, 3 trees. Yuan panted heavily. wiping the sweat from his brow and shaking his weary hands. Despite wearing gloves, blisters had formed where his palms gripped the axe handle, sending sharp pangs of discomfort through him. After 4 continuous hours of labor, he was utterly exhausted, having harvested 220 units of white fir timber along with 11 roots, thus exceeding his daily quota. Furthermore, during his toil, a bronze resource box had dropped, a delightful surprise indeed. With a sigh of relief, Yuan smiled brightly, for he would finally be able to upgrade the shelter upon his return. Just yesterday, he had witnessed others in the chat channel boasting of having upgraded their shelters to level 3. Many expressed awe, compliments, and envy, with the entire chat buzzing about the upgrades. Yuan had harbored envy for some time, and now, he too could finally achieve that coveted upgrade. Chapter 18. The third-level shelter. Yuan glanced at the time, noting that over an hour remained. Considering the task of transporting all the timber and resources back home, he realized it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Thus, he resolved to commence the transport as swiftly as possible. In the subsequent moments, buoyed by the prospect of upgrading the shelter, Yuan felt a notable lightness in his labor. Within just over 50 minutes, he successfully delivered 220 units of timber, 11 tree roots, and a bronze resource box back to the shelter. Seizing the opportunity before nightfall, he watered the potatoes and wisteria in the yard, taking a moment to assess their growth. The potatoes exhibited no significant response, severely affected by the weather, leaving him uncertain of their survival. The wisteria, having lost a substantial number of its blossoms and branches, displayed numerous scorched wounds and a somewhat listless growth. However, Yuan was not particularly concerned about the wisteria, as it held no practical value for him. It merely served as a means to procure tree roots, and as long as the roots remained intact, that sufficed. Conversely, the guardian thorn was flourishing remarkably well. As long as he occasionally placed some plants beside it, it would autonomously absorb their nutrients to satisfy its growth requirements. Nevertheless, to propagate new shoots, it would necessitate a significantly greater energy supply. After some contemplation, Yuan decided to place 3 of the 11 white fir roots he had gathered today beside the guardian thorn. The high-quality roots were absorbed at a noticeably slower rate, indicating a wealth of energy. After observing for a while, it became evident that the growth of the guardian thorn had accelerated significantly, with new branches sprouting forth in no time. Yuan could not help but marvel at the miraculous nature of this organism, capable of such rapid nutrient absorption. Indeed, it was a living entity. The guardian thorn did not belong to the realm of traditional plants. Rather, it was a hybrid species, part animal and part plant. Thus, after absorbing sufficient plant nutrients, the guardian thorn could grow swiftly, even producing flowers and fruits. Suddenly, Yuan had an idea. He retrieved the Mist Survival Handbook to locate Wang Yu. Yuan, do you have any beetle dung left? Wang Yu, only 100 grams. Beetle dung is quite scarce, and it may increase in price in the future. Yuan frowned. It seemed she intended to exploit the situation. Selling 100 grams daily in such small quantities clearly indicated her reluctance to engage in substantial trade. Wang Yu, in the future, 20 milliliters of spring water will be exchanged for 50 grams of beetle dung. If you agree, we can engage in bulk transactions. Yuan's expression darkened considerably. Did she think him a fool? He refrained from responding and promptly closed the chat channel. The value of beetle dung was indeed high. The soil in his flower bed had undergone significant transformation and was on the verge of becoming high-quality soil. However, such items were not exclusive to her. In fact, his superior spring water held considerably greater worth than beetle dung. Furthermore, Wang Yu's opportunistic pricing strategy was quite off-putting, leaving Yuan disinclined to continue any trade with her. In that moment, Yuan realized that, in the current environment, profit was the sole chain binding relationships. Qiyu was no different. Although she had previously assured him that she would provide water sources in the future, the situation had shifted. However, in recent days, she has become increasingly unresponsive. Even when approached for a purchase, there's been no reply. This has led to a further depletion of Yuan's freshwater supply. If the situation does not improve, he will have no choice but to seek assistance from Yuan. who is currently his closest ally and possesses a more pragmatic disposition. Logically speaking, with Qi Yuan's access to superior spring water, he is indeed a worthy companion to befriend. While not intending to ingratiate himself, maintaining a good relationship is certainly advisable. Strangely, Qin Shuyu appears indifferent to her connection with Qi Yuan. Her demeanor has been rather dismissive since their initial transaction. The situation involving Qin Shuyu and Wang Yu has disrupted Qi Yuan's previously stable trajectory. The issues concerning soil and freshwater are becoming increasingly severe, necessitating the establishment of a new and more stable channel. The biting cold outside is growing ever more intense, piercing to the bone. Reluctantly, Qi Yuan gathers the spring water collected for the day and hastens back indoors. The fireplace has gone cold, casting the room into a dim twilight. With the temperature plummeting to several degrees below zero, Qi Yuan wraps his arms around himself to stave off the chill, quickening his pace to retrieve some charcoal and rekindle the fire. The flickering orange glow dances in the bedroom, infusing the space with a sense of warmth and gentleness. The charcoal crackles softly as it burns, releasing a faint aroma that envelopes the room. The unease in Qi Yuan's heart dissipates somewhat, and his stiffened body begins to warm. After half an hour, the entire bedroom becomes pleasantly warm. Qi Yuan rises, intending to prepare a meal. Given the frigid weather, the kitchen, devoid of a fireplace, is even colder, prompting him to forego making noodles in favor of a simpler dish. He takes about a pound of bean pods, places them in water to boil, and once cooked, lets them cool for consumption. They can be stored for a longer duration, serving as a convenient snack to grab a handful when hunger strikes. Once satiated, Qi Yuan remembers that he has gathered all the materials necessary to upgrade his shelter. He smacks his forehead, realizing his poor memory has left him shivering in a level 2 wooden house for quite some time. Skillfully, he retrieves the Mist Survival Manual and navigates to the shelter upgrade page, which indicates that he possesses sufficient quantities of 250 wood and 500 units of stone. However, the wood to be used this time is from the white fir tree. He clicks to upgrade. Do you confirm the upgrade of the shelter? Confirm. The familiar white light envelopes the entire shelter once more. This marks Qi Yuan's second experience upgrading his shelter since arriving in the Misty World. Each upgrade signifies an elevation in the shelter's development and indicates that Qi Yuan is progressively adapting to this world, with his chances of survival steadily increasing. After a few moments, he opens his eyes to behold the newly transformed shelter. Shelter, level 3 wooden house, 100 square meters, including 80 square meters of living space, 20 square meters of yard, and an additional 20 square meters of fencing, totaling 120 square meters. Primarily constructed from stone, with wood as a supplementary material. Exquisitely crafted. A high-quality stone house. It now possesses the minimum level of risk resistance. The insulation effectiveness has been significantly enhanced. Level 3 shelter facilities. Wall, 4,200 stone, greatly improves the shelter's defense. Warehouse, 4,200 stones, slightly slows down the decay of food. Vegetable garden, 55 100 quality wood, somewhat accelerates crop growth rate. Animal pen, 4,200 stones, 150-200 wood, allows for the breeding of animals below quality level, with a slight chance to tame them. Workshop upgrade, 4,200 stones, upgrades the workbench. Living room upgrade, 4,200 stones, upgrades the stove to a fireplace. Acquire shelter relocation scroll 1. Allows relocation within 10 kilometers of the original shelter. Level 4 shelter upgrade conditions. Not met. This upgrade of the shelter brings forth several remarkable changes. Firstly, the shelter relocation scroll makes it feasible to move the shelter within a small radius, allowing one to finally depart from this barren land. Secondly, the construction facilities of the level 3 shelter have surprisingly diminished in number. However, the facilities that can be constructed are exceedingly practical. This phenomenon signifies that the accompanying facilities of the wooden house will continue to dwindle. Most special facilities, such as wells, flower beds, and fences, must be acquired from resource boxes. This undoubtedly heightens the difficulty of survival and amplifies the significance of resources like wells. Qi Yuan has a foreboding sense that both resource boxes and system upgraded facilities will decrease over time. If one day arrives when there are no resource boxes and no assistance from the system, one must possess the ability to survive independently. Thus, the cultivation of crystal rice, regardless of its challenges, must be persevered through. Achieving self-sufficiency will bolster the confidence to endure. Chapter 19. Winter wheat seeds. As he contemplated future plans, he surveyed the newly upgraded shelter. On the fourth day since his arrival in this world, he had finally elevated the shelter to level 3. The area expanded to 120 square meters, comprising a 40 square meter yard and an 80 square meter house. The formerly compact rooms now seemed vast, compared to the level 2 shelter. The level 3 version utilized a greater proportion of stone, with a foundation elevated by a full 30 centimeters, imparting a sturdier appearance. The interior wood, crafted from pale yellow cedar, boasted exquisite and minimalist grain patterns, exuding a subtle, fragrant aroma of timber. A primal essence of the forest permeated the entire shelter, offering a refreshing escape from the mundane world. Returning to the bedroom, the size remained unchanged, yet the walls transformed into cedar wood, appearing significantly brighter. It seemed the system had been more generous with materials, resulting in thicker walls that greatly enhanced soundproofing and insulation. In the sealed bedroom, the temperature had risen above freezing, courtesy of the fireplace, ensuring he would no longer shiver with cold. Yuan silently rejoiced in the presence of the fireplace, which was a feature of the shelter's upgrade, with a chimney venting smoke outside. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning, awakening to an empty silence. As Yuan's thoughts drifted, the room was suddenly filled with a series of beeping sounds. It was the Mist Survival Manual, indicating a message from a friend. He picked it up to find a note from Yuan. The message contained information about an item. Name: Animal Trap 3, good, function, captures wild creatures with a certain success rate. Description: suitable for small animals. Do not expect to hunt large beasts. Upon seeing this item, Yuan felt a surge of joy. An animal trap, although modest in size and appearance. Its system certification assured its efficacy. Yuan, Brother Qin, it seems you had a fruitful day to have acquired such a fine item. Yuan quickly replied. I opened a chest and obtained the crafting blueprint for the animal trap, but I had limited materials, so I only made a few. I thought you might find them useful. Yuan, thank you. Let me check if I have the required materials. However, Yuan mused internally that given the barren conditions of his surroundings, he shouldn't harbor too much hope. Yuan, do you have any resilient vines? Yuan responded, I haven't seen any, but I'll keep an eye out and let you know if I find some. After receiving the 3 animal traps, Yuan traded 50 milliliters of spring water in return. The establishment of their relationship was undeniably tied to mutual benefit. Reciprocity was the essence of their understanding. Closing the Mist Survival Manual, Yuan retrieved the resource box from the trees he had felled earlier, hoping it would yield quality items. He held high expectations for this bronze resource box. After all, this is the first time I have acquired a resource chest through tree felling, and I wonder if there are any unique resources within. A greenish glow emanated from the chest, and although it was not my first encounter, Yuan's heart raced with nervous anticipation as his gaze fixated on the chest. Inside, 3 items materialized, and Yuan eagerly examined them. Name: tomato seed, good, function, nourished by the ethereal essence of the misty world. These tomato seeds are rich in nutrients, capable of slightly enhancing physical constitution and replenishing vitamins. Description: organic vegetable. Name: winter wheat seed, good, function. These winter wheat seeds, also nurtured by the ethereal essence of the misty world, can endure low temperatures, providing high satiety and yield. Description: a precious and practical crop. Name: fertilizer production scroll, good, function, enables the creation of good quality fertilizer, which modestly accelerates crop growth and yield. Description: organic fertilizer with superior efficacy. Oh my! Wheat. Yuan, typically composed and seldom prone to vulgarities, found himself exclaiming in excitement. The 3 items, evaluated solely on their intrinsic worth, might seem trivial: a mere tomato seed, winter wheat seed, and a fertilizer recipe. Yet, When contemplating their long-term potential, their future value is incalculable, particularly the winter wheat seed, whose strategic significance and future worth rival that of a spring water source. The environment of the Misty World is exceedingly harsh, with the chilling crises looming like the sword of Damocles over every survivor. Under such conditions, no plant can thrive. Often, they perish before even sprouting. However, winter wheat is different. It can germinate at sub-zero temperatures, albeit with a low survival rate and pitiable growth and yield rates. This remarkable resilience indicates its formidable cold resistance. As long as temperatures can be maintained around 7 to 8 degrees, winter wheat can flourish healthily. Moreover, having been enhanced by the ethereal essence of the Misty World, this superior quality winter wheat is likely to grow even at freezing temperatures. This means that if winter wheat can be successfully cultivated, Yuan will have a continuous supply of flour, and the freedom to make noodles will be within reach. Yuan carefully stored the 3 items, tucking the 2 packs of seeds into the chest for future planting. As there was currently no suitable space for cultivation within the shelter, he planned to search for a flower bed to purchase. Overwhelmed with uncontainable excitement, he changed into his pajamas, snuggled under the covers, and began browsing the trading market and chat channels. This has become a daily ritual for every survivor, purchasing necessary supplies and alleviating feelings of loneliness and fear. The chat channel remained lively and bustling. I found 2 resource chests today, ha ha. Don't get too smug. You never know what might come out of them. Just be envious, ha ha ha. It's getting colder by the day. Without warm clothing, I can't even venture outside. I advise everyone, if it's too cold, don't force yourself to go out and chop trees. A friend of mine caught a chill yesterday and logged off today. Logged off. So, this is really a game? Brothers, do you suppose there exists a possibility that when he mentioned the offline he referred to having passed away? Let us refrain from making light of such grave matters. Kulme, let us observe a moment of silence for 3 minutes. My dear companions, are there any beasts lurking nearby? There is a bear towering at 3 meters, adjacent to my sanctuary. I have refrained from venturing outside, and I have not eaten for several days. Why have I not eaten? To forego sustenance is detrimental to one's health. If there is a scarcity of food, why not partake in meat? Is the meat unpalatable? If you find yourself unable to procure a meal, do ensure that the bear remains well fed. Having endured the rain oneself, must one not provide an umbrella for others? Serving with devotion, let the world shrouded in mist be imbued with love. Words fail me. Let us terminate the chat channel, as it is replete with trivial conversations devoid of substance or value. I shall now access the trading market. Searching for a flower bed yields no results. Yuan, in resignation, observes that the yield from the flower bed seems rather meager. It is also plausible that even if it were to be produced, no one would be inclined to sell, as everyone is aware of the significance of cultivation. Having endured the initial days of hunger, opportunities for bargains in the trading market have become rare. The annals of human evolution have taught us how to transition from the primitive era to the age of tribes. By means of agriculture, relying solely on foraging for wild fruits and hunting beasts is the most rudimentary way of life. A significant portion of each day is consumed by the contemplation of how to satiate one's hunger, leaving scant time for the development of other pursuits. Chapter 20. Gao Hanji. Thus, the cultivation and breeding of plants is an inevitable process. It is believed that numerous survivors, even without a garden, would still endeavor to grow some crops in their yards. Although the initial investment may be substantial with minimal returns, in the long run, it holds profound significance. Faced with the bleak prospect of acquiring a flower bed, Yuan began to search for other essential supplies. He sought out bedding and found a few listings, but the prices were exorbitantly high, so high that they seemed unattainable even after a lifetime of toil. Next, he searched for quilts, only to discover that it would cost him 999 superior quality meat chunks. Yuan felt a jolt of frustration, cursing under his breath. He continued his search for cotton clothing and shoes, but the results were similarly disheartening. The prices were generally inflated to an outrageous degree. In desperation, he decided to list a batch of spring water, still priced at 10 milliliters per unit, hoping to stumble upon something that would catch his eye. To his surprise, just a few minutes after posting, The Mist survival manual emitted a series of beeping sounds. Oh, is someone waiting for this? Yuan was astonished as he checked the notifications. Gao Hanji, are you Yuan? Gao Hanji. Yuan was taken aback and momentarily at a loss. However, soon enough, high school memories began flooding back to him. He never expected to encounter an acquaintance in this place. He muttered to himself. She was his high school classmate, a tall girl with a cool demeanor, sporting a high ponytail and jeans. His most vivid impression of her. Yuan, Class 4. Gao Hanji. Yes, I can't believe it's really you. Yuan. What a coincidence. I didn't expect this at all. It seems fate has brought us together. Though their exchange was succinct and devoid of emotional undertones, Yuan's heart was brimming with uncontainable excitement. An acquaintance amidst such dire circumstances? To reconnect with an old friend is indeed a rare blessing. Meanwhile, in a corner of the misty world, within a level 2 shelter, stood Gao Hanji. Around 20 years of age, with an unusually pale complexion and a refreshing high ponytail, wrapped in a rather thin blanket. A look of surprise graced her features as her slender fingers tapped on the Mist survival manual. I never anticipated this. It's truly wonderful. She had been in this misty world for quite some time, yet had not encountered a single familiar face. With billions of people flooding the chat channels, it was impossible to keep up, let alone add friends. Thus, spotting an old classmate was a delightful surprise. Yuan, why are you buying spring water? Are you unwell? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yuan finally broached the main topic. Gao Hanji replied, the weather is frigid, and I've caught a bit of a cold. I fear it may worsen, so I was thinking of purchasing some medicine, but it's all too expensive. Yuan nodded, acknowledging the terrifying cold. The nighttime temperatures had plummeted to a level that was unbearable for most humans. Many, with their frail bodies accustomed to urban life, found it exceedingly difficult to maintain their health in the misty world. Colds and fevers were exceedingly common, and many lives were lost as a result. Gao Hanji, how much spring water do you have? I'd like to trade something for it. With that, she sent over an item listing. Name, insulation cotton, ordinary, function, provides excellent thermal insulation. Introduction, an essential for wilderness survival. Surprised, Yuan gazed at the insulation cotton. Although it cannot provide direct warmth, its significance is undeniable. It can significantly enhance indoor temperatures and prevent heat loss. Yuan inquired, classmate Gao, how much insulation cotton do you have? Gao Hanji quickly replied, there's still one roll left, which should be around 15 square meters. Furrowing his brow, Yuan contemplated that to achieve optimal results, it would be best to cover all 6 surfaces of the room, top, bottom, left, right, front, and back. Otherwise, the effectiveness would be greatly diminished. With only 15 square meters, it might not even suffice to cover the walls of the bedroom. However, after a moment of thought, Yuan decided to proceed with the exchange. Transaction information, 50 milliliters spring water for insulation cotton. Gao Hanji felt a sense of unease, knowing she had utilized too much insulation cotton, rendering the remaining quantity of little value. Thus, upon seeing the transaction information, she was pleasantly surprised by her old classmate's generosity. Thank you. If I come across other resources later, I will replenish it, Gao Hanji expressed gratefully. Don't mention it. You should keep it for now. Falling ill here is far more serious than before, Yuan reassured her. The two continued their conversation for quite some time, not parting ways until after 9 o'clock in the evening when they finally closed their private chat channel. Recalling their high school days, Yuan remembered Gao Hanji's cold demeanor, and their interactions had been minimal. Perhaps due to the peculiar circumstances of the misty world, Gao Hanji had become notably more talkative, revealing that she was indeed in good spirits upon encountering him. From their discussion, it was evident that Gao Hanji's living conditions were far inferior to his own. She had only managed to upgrade her shelter to level 2 just yesterday. This level of development could only be considered average among the broader human populace. As for her food situation, it was exceptionally meager, relying solely on wild fruits near her shelter to stave off hunger, far worse than his own circumstances. After concluding their chat, Yuan successfully sold the 50 milliliter spring water he had listed in the trading market, exchanging it for wooden barrel manufacturing scroll and set of wooden utensils. The wooden barrel manufacturing scroll, which consumed 50 milliliters of spring water, was relatively expensive but worthwhile. The wooden utensils likely came with blueprints from the seller, indicating a bulk trade, as he easily acquired them in exchange for some supplies. With the emergence of numerous manufacturing scrolls, the trading market had become significantly more abundant, filled with various wooden household items. Furthermore, since these items were essential for daily life, the demand in the market was substantial, alleviating any concerns about sales. It was evident that this group had undoubtedly profited immensely. This prompted Yuan to ponder whether he should begin selling charcoal and wooden barrels. Currently, there were many sellers of wooden barrels in the trading market, but the supply of charcoal was relatively scarce, leading to higher prices. A single piece of charcoal required 5 units of wood, and its price surged fivefold, categorizing it as a lucrative venture. However, at this moment, charcoal sales were not thriving. Many preferred to use wood for heating rather than splurge on expensive charcoal. Yet, what they did not realize was that 1 unit of wood could burn for less than an hour, while 1 unit of quality charcoal could sustain a flame for over 3 hours. To a certain extent, as long as the price of charcoal remains below 3 units of timber, it undoubtedly represents a worthwhile investment. However, this insight is known only to those who have utilized charcoal. Additionally, I possess a world trumpet. If, Yuan pondered, if he were to employ the world trumpet to announce the extended burning time, superior temperature, and reduced smoke of charcoal, and then sell it at a price below the market rate, he would surely reap substantial profits. Thus, during this period, it would be prudent to stockpile a quantity of charcoal. Even if it does not all sell, he could still use it himself. Having contemplated these matters, Yuan realized that time was slipping away, and he added 2 pieces of charcoal to the fireplace before retiring to bed. The night passed, with the cold seeping into every creature of the misty world, claiming countless lives. At 7 o'clock the following morning, when Yuan awoke, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Sensing the chill in the air, he longed to doze off once more. However, through sheer willpower and indomitable spirit, he managed to sleep for just an additional half-hour. Upon rising, Yuan felt the temperature had dropped further. It was as if icy particles floated in the air, and every breath stung his respiratory tract. Braving the cold, Yuan began preparing breakfast, a humble yet fine cut of meat. Yet, given his hearty appetite, he found himself satiated after consuming a substantial portion. Warmth began to radiate through his body, spreading strength to his limbs and elevating his surface temperature, significantly diminishing the sensation of cold. Next, Yuan embarked on a vigorous exercise regimen. This method of training had been imparted to him by Yuan, designed to enhance physical fitness efficiently and professionally. It was the most scientifically effective exercise method, meticulously researched within the military. Chapter 21. Relocation of the shelter. As Yuan delved deeper into his training, he unmistakably sensed an enhancement in his physical prowess, accompanied by a burgeoning vitality. He had discerned that after consuming a prime cut of meat, if he refrained from exercise, digestion would take an inordinate amount of time and yield minimal benefits to his body. Conversely, if he commenced physical activity immediately post-meal, he could effectively metabolize the energy from the meat, resulting in a significant boost to his physical condition. This revelation was corroborated by Yuan, who affirmed that the energy contained in prime meat was exceptionally abundant, and that even he found it challenging to fully harness its benefits without sufficient exertion. The sustenance in the misty world is uniquely special, particularly those of prime quality and above, imbued with a distinct power that greatly benefits the human body. According to the system, this is likely what is referred to as spiritual energy. After merely half an hour of exercise, Yuan felt his satiety dissipate, and his mental state was rejuvenated, leaving him in excellent spirits. At this juncture, dawn had arrived, heralding the day. Today's weather, a splendidly clear day, an optimal choice for venturing out to gather resources. Daylight duration, 6 hours weather, clear temperature, 6 to 10 climatic trend. A cold front is imminent. Be vigilant in collecting ample supplies for winter and ensure warmth. Although the day remained bright, the temperature was steadily dropping, already beneath 10 degrees. Yuan was well prepared for his 6-hour expedition today. He intended not to meander aimlessly, but to proceed directly to the southern forest. The other three directions were desolate, devoid of any visible resources. Only to the south had he discovered a vast expanse of prime white fir trees. Deeper within, the flora flourished, showcasing a myriad of species, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the distant roars of wild beasts. This indicated that the area was not barren. The presence of numerous creatures implied the existence of various resources essential for survival. It was evident that remaining stationary without sufficient resources would severely impede his progress. Thus, a relocation of the shelter was imperative. Equipped with a machete, an axe, and a pitchfork, Yuan set forth, traveling light towards the south. The ground was strewn with wild grasses, crystallized into tiny ice shards, producing a faint sound as he tread upon them. Yuan had traversed this path several times, yet he remained exceedingly cautious. In the perilous misty world, caution could never be overstated. After a quarter of an hour, Yuan arrived at the white fir grove, where the evidence of yesterday's logging was still visible from afar. However, today he intended not to fell any trees immediately. Rather, he resolved to explore the forest first. He sought to ascertain what lay beyond the white firs, whether there were more abundant resources available. If so, he would seek a suitable location for relocation. If it remained barren, he would have to consider venturing even further afield. As he traversed through the white fir grove, Yuan pressed deeper into the forest, where the trees grew increasingly lush. Towering conifers stood sentinel, while the underbrush flourished with dense shrubs and grasses. The primal wilderness enveloped him, carrying the earthy scents of flora and soil into his nostrils. Beneath the towering trees, the faint sound of birdsong reverberates through the expansive forest, ethereal and distant. Yuan treaded carefully, each step taken with utmost caution. He could not help but marvel that, were it not for the struggle for survival, this serene environment would be ideal for a tranquil existence. The surroundings were picturesque, unmarred by pollution, and far removed from the bustle of humanity. As he delved deeper, the mist among the trees thickened, shrouding his vision in twilight, with lush greenery enveloping him on all sides. Had he indeed approached the fringes of the Misty Realm? Yuan pondered quietly. Given the abundant flora and fauna, it was certain that a water source must be nearby. His mission was to locate this critical resource and to find suitable land for relocation. Surveying the terrain, he noted that the eastern slope was lower and adorned with broadleaf trees. The soil underfoot appeared more moist, albeit somewhat dry due to the prevailing temperature. He altered his course, heading eastward. After approximately 15 minutes, he felt reassured that he was on the right path, having spotted a palm-sized squirrel leaping through the underbrush. Turning over the soil, he discovered earthworms thriving within. The increasing biodiversity indicated the presence of a water source, essential for sustaining life. After another quarter of an hour, he found himself fully immersed in the misty area, gripping his machete with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, he discerned the faint sound of flowing water in the distance, soft yet distinctly clear. Water! Yuan halted, straining to listen intently, and indeed, the sound persisted. It must be a small river. His heart raced, a smile gracing his lips. He had finally found it, one of the fundamental elements necessary for survival: water. To thrive in the wilderness, the four essentials are indispensable: fresh water, fire, food, and shelter. Among these, fire and shelter were provided by the system. Thus, his primary objective had long been to seek out fresh water and sustenance. With a heart full of excitement, Yuan pressed onward, and shortly thereafter, a crystalline stream appeared before him. Approximately 2 meters wide, the flow was gentle, and the water quality was exceptional, allowing him to see the bottom with clarity. Upon closer inspection, he noticed tiny fish darting about, no larger than a fingertip. After all, this water source could merely be classified as a woodland brook with a modest flow, hence the diminutive size of its fish. Yet, compared to his current shelter, this place could only be described as paradise, at least free from the barren weeds that surrounded his previous abode. Following the stream upstream, he observed it widening slightly, with the terrain on either side becoming level and more stones appearing nearby. Indeed, it seemed that the source of the stream was stable, unlikely to run dry abruptly. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. As he journeyed further, He realized he had ventured deep into the misty area, closer to the dense fog than on any previous outing. However, he felt no trepidation. As long as he could relocate his shelter, all concerns would be resolved. Surveying his surroundings, Yuan observed that the trees remained quite lush despite the fallen leaves, with their intricate branches veiling the sky. His gaze drifted to a nearby, forested area, where he spotted a fractured hillside, elevated considerably above the ground, with sparser trees encircling it. The terrain was relatively flat, adorned only with dry, yellowed grasses. This place is quite suitable, Yuan mused inwardly. Not only was it in proximity to a water source, but the flat land, nestled against the hillside, would provide a degree of concealment for the shelter, thereby mitigating dangers within the forest. Furthermore, the area was sufficiently spacious, with the removal of a few trees. It could accommodate the refuge. Yuan had resolved to relocate his shelter there. However, to ensure all precautions were taken, he meticulously examined the area once more, clearing away the grasses and felling the surrounding trees to render the land pristine. Only upon confirming that there were no issues did he decide to proceed with the relocation. As a radiant light enveloped him, a wondrous force surged forth. When Yuan opened his eyes again, he found his shelter had materialized before him, and the surrounding mist had dissipated, revealing a clearer view. Chapter 22. The Beehive. Upon sighting the familiar sanctuary, Yuan felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, alleviating much of the panic he had experienced in the wilderness. With the sanctuary having been relocated, it was imperative to inspect the vicinity for any resources he could utilize. Yuan first returned to the shelter to retrieve 3 hunting traps, which he carried with him. The forest surrounding the sanctuary was far more vibrant than the desolate terrain he had encountered previously. He observed a plethora of animals during his journey. This was still during the winter season, when many creatures had begun their hibernation, resulting in a decrease in their numbers. Had it not been for the cold front, it is likely that a more diverse array of wildlife would have been present. Yuan was not particularly adept at setting traps, so he could only arrange them according to his own intuition. Numerous signs of wildlife activity were evident in the meadow, such as pine nuts gnawed by squirrels, berries pecked by birds, footprints of various animals, and fresh droppings left in the grass. These traces, scattered among the unruly underbrush, revealed the habitual routes taken by the animals. The wildlife tended to follow fixed paths, thus placing traps along these routes would significantly increase the likelihood of a successful capture. In a patch of withered grass, a plethora of red berries adorned the landscape, most of which had already been consumed by birds, leaving only a few undernourished fruits. It was apparent that some peck marks on the surface of the berries were fresh, indicating that the local avian population still frequented this spot. Consequently, Yuan set one of his traps here. The other 2 traps were positioned near a mouse hole and beneath a pine tree, respectively. The convenience of these traps lay in the fact that once they were set, he could attend to other tasks. In the time that followed, Yuan intended to gather lumber in preparation for charcoal production. The duration of the cold front was uncertain, and an ample supply of charcoal was a strategic necessity. He returned to the white fir forest, which remained enshrouded in mist, with delicate clouds swirling through the air. This time, Yuan commenced his timber cutting from the opposite end of the forest, closer to the sanctuary. The rhythmic sound of chopping echoed thud, thud, thud. The efficiency of collecting white fir was remarkable, and soon heaps of wood lay scattered across the ground. However, before long, an unexpected occurrence arose. A bee, roughly the size of a thumb, buzzed around the forest, producing a poignant sound. Yuan frowned and looked up, noticing that a considerable number of bees were flitting about in a nearby grove. Was there a beehive here? Curiosity piqued, Yuan glanced over. Yet he dared not approach too closely for fear of being stung. From a distance, he could discern that the bees were predominantly congregated around a locust tree, where a cavity the size of a basin resided 3 meters up the trunk. The swarm of bees was busily entering and exiting this hollow, emitting a soft, resonant hum. It was indeed bees. Surely there must be honey. A surge of joy filled Yuan's heart as he contemplated the possibility of indulging in honey that very day. Encountering a large number of bees in the wild can be perilous, If approached incorrectly, one could easily end up covered in stings. A rather effective method is to utilize smoke. Setting aside his axe, Yuan hastily returned to the shelter, harnessing the timber to ignite a flame. However, merely having fire is insufficient for generating a copious amount of smoke. The creation of smoke necessitates the incomplete combustion of materials. Yuan collected damp leaves and soaked with shavings and water, placing them atop the flames to incinerate. With a crackling sound, dense black smoke ascended, swiftly enveloping the entire forest. The bonfire, situated beneath the trees, allowed the rising smoke to waft through tree hollows, fortuitously encountering a swarm of bees. In truth, inserting the burning materials directly into the tree hollow would yield superior results, effectively trapping all the smoke within. Nonetheless, the risks are glaringly apparent. Should the swarm be startled, they would swarm out in a frenzy, potentially causing harm to oneself. Thus, it is wiser to proceed with caution. Yuan did not fixate on the fire. Instead, he allowed the bonfire to continue smoldering while intermittently adding more combustible materials, all the while gathering timber. After nearly an hour, Yuan felled a white fir tree, acquiring 98 units of quality timber. Upon returning to the beehive, he observed promising results. Numerous bees lay incapacitated on the ground, while those still capable of flight appeared lethargic. Evidently, the smoke had a significant lethality. At that moment, Yuan suddenly pondered whether bees could be classified as ordinary beasts recognized by the system. Could slaying a bee yield a wooden resource box? Although the likelihood seemed slim, it was certainly worth attempting. Approaching the beehive, he noted a marked decrease in the bee's inclination to attack. Clad in heavy attire, he felt relatively unperturbed. He raised his right foot and crushed a dazed bee beneath it. After 3 seconds, no resource box materialized. It appeared he was being overly fanciful. Such a bug seemed improbable. Sighing in resignation, Yuan did not cease his actions, instead continuing to dispatch the bees on the ground. After all, being near the shelter and the white fir grove posed a considerable threat to him. As the number of eliminated bees increased, a sudden flash of light emanated from the ground, revealing a wooden resource box. Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. His joy palpable. It seemed resource boxes were not entirely absent, merely scarce. After clearing all the bees from the ground, a bronze resource box unexpectedly emerged, greatly exceeding his expectations. This left Yuan in a quandary. Should he completely eradicate the beehive? With such an effortless approach, he could acquire a wooden resource box and a bronze resource box. Missing such a fortuitous opportunity might lead to uncertainty about when the next would arise. After a struggle of thoughts, Yuan ultimately chose to show restraint, merely eradicating the bees on the ground while sparing the interior of the tree hollow. After all, the prospect of a stable source of resource boxes was immensely tempting. In the time that followed, Yuan resumed felling trees, and when half an hour remained, he began his return to the shelter. Transporting the timber consumed a considerable amount of time. However, the proximity of the white fir grove to the shelter made it significantly more convenient. Hastily returning to the shelter, Yuan promptly went to inspect the traps he had set. The successful capture of prey would signify the abundance of resources in the area, potentially ensuring a stable source of meat in the long term. While Yuan was capable of hunting wild beasts to provide himself with steaks, it was prudent to establish a personal channel for sustenance. No one could guarantee that their close relationship would endure indefinitely, should any discord arise. He did not wish to find himself in the dire predicament of lacking meat. Upon arriving at the first trap, he discovered that the rope had remained completely still, indicating that it had not been triggered. Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment, but steeled himself to move on to the next location. The second trap had indeed been activated, and Yuan's heart soared with excitement as he hurried over to investigate. However, his elation quickly turned to dismay when he found the trap empty, save for a small tuft of grayish-white fur that appeared to belong to a rabbit. This indicated that animals had traversed the area, albeit with unfortunate luck preventing a capture. Feeling somewhat reassured, Yuan acknowledged that at least it confirmed the presence of rabbits nearby, and the positioning of his traps was sound. If a rabbit had passed this way once, there was a likelihood it might do so again. He pressed onward to the third trap. This time, from a distance, he heard a piercing cry. There had been a catch. Chapter 23. The Scroll of Beast Taming. Originally, Yuan had lost all hope, but unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him. As he parted the grass concealing the traps, he discovered a wild chicken, slightly smaller than a domestic hen, ensnared by its ankle in a rope, thrashing desperately. The sight of a creature approaching filled the wild chicken with terror, prompting it to struggle even more vigorously. A flurry of red and yellow feathers swirled through the air, stirring up clouds of dust and leaves. To his astonishment, he had indeed caught a wild chicken. Yuan was elated, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his face. This trap was the very first one he had set, placed beneath a berry bush, and to his surprise, it had attracted a bird. Clearly, his strategy in setting the traps had been remarkably sound. Swiftly, Yuan took action, investing considerable effort to subdue the wild chicken. He then bound its legs with the rope attached to the trap and held it by the wings with his right hand, returning to the shelter just before dusk. Reflecting on his day's endeavors, Yuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Foremost, he had relocated his shelter to a forest abundant in resources, thereby resolving the issue of water supply. Additionally, his daily wood collection yielded a modest amount, totaling just 118 units of quality timber. In terms of resource boxes, he had acquired a wooden box and a bronze box from hunting a swarm of bees. However, his greatest delight came from the successful capture of the wild chicken using a snare. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yuan busied himself without delay. He first constructed a fence from wood to serve as a coop for the wild chicken, enclosing it and securing the rope to a wooden post. It is well known that wild chickens, like birds, have the ability to fly. Thus, it was imperative to tame its wild instincts. To prevent the wild chicken from succumbing to the cold during the night, Yuan fashioned a rudimentary, semi-enclosed nest using the insulation material he had exchanged with Gao Hanji the previous day. Beside the nest, he placed a wooden barrel filled with fresh water from the nearby stream. As for food, after much contemplation, Yuan reluctantly decided to feed it some pea pods. He also pondered that he would gather the spoiled berries the next day, which would serve as an ample food source for the wild chicken. After addressing the needs of the chicken, he turned his attention to watering and fertilizing the various plants in the courtyard. However, the fertilizer was scarce and could only be temporarily allocated to the crystal rice. Previously, he had acquired a blueprint for fertilizer production, and the materials required were not strictly fixed. Any one of the following would suffice: decayed leaves, organic waste, or remnants of flora and fauna. The higher the quality of the materials, the more nutritious the resulting fertilizer would be. Yuan collected some decayed leaves and vines, along with the usual organic waste, to produce several bags of fertilizer, just enough to enhance the growth rate of the crystal rice. Upon inspecting the plants, he noted that their growth was subpar, particularly the wisteria, which had almost withered and would likely not survive the impending cold snap. After careful consideration, Yuan decided to cut down the wisteria entirely and excavate its rich root system, yielding 11 roots and a considerable number of branches. The useless plant waste was all discarded to the Thorn Guardian, serving as nourishment for its hibernation. Yuan retained 3 tree roots for himself, casting the remainder beside the Thorn Guardian. He believed that by absorbing the nutrients from the entire wisteria plant, the Thorn Guardian would likely commence reproduction, truly fulfilling its role in safeguarding the sanctuary. After completing these tasks, darkness enveloped the sky, the diminishing light rendering visibility insufficient for continued work in the yard. Thus, Yuan returned to the shelter. Habitually igniting a fire to warm the sanctuary, he began preparing dinner. A bowl of pea pods and a piece of meat, though simple, provided substantial satiety and tasted quite agreeable. Many survivors still faced hunger, but given his current situation, Yuan felt fortunate and refrained from demanding too much. After the meal, he exercised for half an hour to digest the energy from the meat. With the excellent meat consumed, all that remained was the ordinary grade. He wondered if Brother Qin had recently hunted any excellent grade beasts. After exercising, Yuan carried the white fir wood from the yard into the workshop, transporting 80 units to process into quality charcoal. He then retreated to his bedroom, embarking on the sacred ritual of opening boxes. Rubbing his hands together and chuckling with delight, he opened the wooden resource chest. With a crack, the box revealed 3 items: honey bread 5, ordinary; stone shovel, ordinary; and fishing rod 1, ordinary. These unremarkable items elicited neither surprise nor disappointment. They were simply average. Nonetheless, he considered it decent, saving his luck for the bronze resource box, hoping for something extraordinary. As the azure light surged forth, the bronze resource box opened in response. Again, 3 items appeared. Beast Trap Crafting Scroll. Yuan's eyes widened in an instant upon recognizing the scroll. Just earlier, Yuan had delivered 3 beast traps, and now he had acquired another. While beast traps were somewhat superfluous for Qin, they were of immense significance to Yuan. His strength remained inadequate, even after days of consuming excellent-grade food and regular exercise. He was still incapable of hunting beasts. Thus, he relied on beast traps to procure scarce meat. Today, merely 3 traps yielded a wild chicken, a commendable success rate. If he could independently craft them, he could set dozens of traps, vastly increasing his harvest and sparing Yuan any trouble. With this auspicious start, Yuan eagerly examined the next item. The second item was Bicycle 1 good. Initially taken aback, he soon felt exasperated. What use was a bicycle in this forest? It was utterly impractical. He couldn't help but marvel at the peculiar assortment of items contained within the resource box. Feeling slightly disheartened, his breath caught in his throat upon glimpsing the third item, and he inhaled sharply. An item of excellent quality. The probability of obtaining exceptional items from the bronze resource chest is exceedingly low. Yuan could not help but rub his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken, before erupting into jubilant laughter. Ha ha ha, I truly am a lucky one. Such fortune is unparalleled. He picked up the luminous orb, and the item information swiftly materialized. Name: Beast Taming Scroll, Exceptional. Effect: tames beasts of exceptional grade and below, enabling them to comprehend simple commands. Success rate: common grade beasts, 100 good grade beasts, 80 exceptional grade beasts, 30 description, a treasure crafted through special techniques. The Beast Taming Scroll. Such a fantastical item had genuinely manifested in his hands, leaving Yuan with an almost dreamlike sensation. It was utterly astonishing. Yet more than anything, he felt an overwhelming sense of curiosity and delight. Yuan could already envision the enhanced security that would come from taming a good or even exceptional grade beast, allowing him to venture forth without the constant dread of danger. Nevertheless, he knew he must plan diligently which beasts to tame. As of now, he had not encountered any formidable wildlife near the shelter. However, the roars of beasts often echoed from the depths of the forest. As his exploration range expanded in the future, encountering larger beasts would undoubtedly become inevitable. Chapter 24. Boss Qi. As Yuan contemplated the domestication of wild beasts, a message unexpectedly arrived from the survival manual in the mist. Lowering his gaze, he discovered it was a message from Gao Hanji. Gao Hanji wrote, Yuan, you mentioned yesterday that you were looking for vines. I explored near the shelter today and gathered some. I'll send them to you. Accompanying the message were several dozen green vines, each as thick as an infant's arm. Yuan couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. These vines from Gao Hanji were like a timely gift in a snowstorm. Just as he had begun to set traps for beasts, materials were being delivered to him. Upon receiving the vines, which were indeed essential for crafting traps, Yuan expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for your thoughtfulness. I was just worried about insufficient materials. After a brief exchange of thanks, he sent her 50 milliliters of spring water as a token of appreciation. He also inquired, Is your shelter still at level 2? How is the material collection going? Will you be able to upgrade before the cold wave hits? After a moment of hesitation, a response arrived. Gao Hanji replied, We have enough wood, but we're still short by over 200 units of stone. It might be quite challenging to gather them in the next couple of days. The prospect of upgrading the shelter was indeed her greatest concern. The environment was becoming increasingly harsh, with temperatures consistently below freezing. If they didn't upgrade to a level 3 shelter soon, one could only imagine the difficulties that lay ahead. The significance of upgrading shelters was well understood by every survivor, yet only a select few could accomplish the task with ease. Furrowing his brow, Yuan asked, "Is your pickaxe insufficient, or is there a scarcity of stones near your shelter?" Gao Hanji explained, "It's a combination of both factors. My shelter is located in a swamp, where stones are relatively scarce, and my pickaxe is only of ordinary quality." Seeing this, Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. The swamp was undoubtedly one of the most unfavorable starting points. The damp and rainy environment could easily lead to rheumatic pains if one lingered too long, certainly not a suitable place for long-term habitation. Additionally, the excessive moisture in the air made the cold feel even more biting. In the same temperature, the swamp could feel at least 5 degrees colder. Most critically, one could easily stumble into a mire, leading to a dire predicament. In comparison to his own starting point, which was merely somewhat barren, it was still more acceptable. Gao Hanji's shelter was clearly situated in a far more adverse location. However, after a moment's contemplation, Yuan suddenly sent a message. "Is the soil near your shelter quite fertile?" "Well, it seems relatively loose, but the sunlight here is poor, making it unsuitable for most crops," she replied. Yuan's expression turned thoughtful. The rich vegetation in the swamp typically meant the soil was mostly composed of leaf mold, a natural fertilizer. "Gao, I can help you gather the stones you need. In return, could you collect some soil for me in the coming days?" Collecting soil? Gao Hanji felt a pang of confusion, but after a moment, she grasped Yuan's request. Although her own development was slow, she had seen numerous similar requests in the chat channel. Many survivors, after resolving their dietary concerns, seek long-term, stable sources of sustenance, namely through agriculture and animal husbandry. Consequently, they often procure soil, various seeds, and young beasts, and the prices are quite substantial. Recently, a foreign survivor expended a considerable sum to acquire a pair of rabbits. It is evident that Yuan belongs to this category of individuals. "Well, if you could gather some fertile soil and trade it with me, that would suffice," he said. However, feeling as though he had overlooked something, Yuan added, "I can treat you to a meal." Upon reading this, Gao Hanji could not help but raise an eyebrow, remarking, "It seems you have ample provisions at your estate. Are you implying you wish to support me?" When a message was transmitted, Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then could not suppress a smirk, responding, "Helping me out and treating you to meals does not equate to support. At most, it resembles a labor contract." "All right then, Boss Chi." In a secondary shelter situated within another swamp, Gao Hanji chuckled softly, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mirth. Having traversed the misty world for such a duration, she had been perpetually gripped by fear and anxiety, her spirit taut at all times. Now, engaging in conversation with an acquaintance had undeniably alleviated her pressure. Yuan did not shortchange his old classmate. He directly exchanged 50 milliliters of spring water for 200 units of stone in the trading market, which he then offered to Gao Hanji. "Upgrade your shelter first. From my observations, unless you elevate it to a level 3 shelter before the cold wave hits, it will be exceedingly challenging to endure the frigid weather," Yuan advised. The insulation of a secondary shelter is insufficient, even with a fireplace. The indoor temperature hovers near freezing, making survival arduous. "Understood, Boss Chi. Thank you very much," Gao Hanji replied with a smile. This response left Yuan momentarily stunned, as he recalled Gao Hanji from high school, who was rather serious and possessed a notably aloof demeanor. It appeared that the tribulations faced in the misty world had rendered individuals more open-hearted. No one can stubbornly assert that they can thrive independently, devoid of any assistance from others. Most ordinary people, when engulfed by fear and pressure, yearn to find companionship among their kind. Yuan could empathize with this sentiment, recalling his own trepidation when he first arrived in the misty world, shivering in a level 1 shelter. "Don't mention it, employee Gao. Work diligently and procure more fertile soil. The quantity should be ample." "Certainly, boss." After conversing with Gao Hanji, Yuan felt considerably lighter, his stress diminishing. The subsequent hours were dedicated to perusing the trading market. The chat channel was inundated with individuals, constantly inundating the screen, causing dizziness with prolonged viewing. Thus, Yuan often found himself wandering the trading market instead. As the cold wave approached, the prices of warm attire and food items surged dramatically in the trading market. A cotton garment could command a price exceeding 300 stones, while a loaf of bread reached 100 stones or wood. Moreover, prices continued to escalate, with signs of market collapse beginning to emerge. This was due in part to the high demand and, on the other hand, the depreciation of wood and stone. Previously, due to the need to upgrade the shelter, timber and stone had become essential commodities. However, upon reaching a level 3 shelter, the system ceased to display the materials required for a level 4 shelter. Consequently, for those who have attained level 3, the demand for timber and stone has significantly diminished. In contrast, the prices of other items have also plummeted drastically. No matter how exceptional an item may be, it pales in comparison to the necessity of sustenance, as food is exceedingly scarce. Thus, Yuan's objective became to scour for items of decent quality, preferably those that would hold long-term significance for future development. Before long, amidst the vast array of items, he set his eyes upon one particular object. Name, basement good, function, establish a 20-square-meter basement, complete with a ventilation system. Description, the lighting is somewhat dim. This item, akin to a fence, could expand the area of the shelter and is situated underground. In comparison to the surface, the insulation in the underground space is evidently superior, providing greater concealment and a more suitable living environment. However, the issue of lighting must be addressed, or life would become quite inconvenient. Nevertheless, these are merely minor concerns. Yuan glanced at the price and discovered that the seller required food and clothing, which placed him in a precarious situation. He was extremely reluctant to part with these strategic resources, as no one could predict how long the cold wave would endure. The more food he had, the better. Ultimately, Yuan decided to send 100 milliliters of spring water as a tentative offer. However, the seller did not respond immediately, prompting Yuan to continue browsing other merchandise. Chapter 25. Taming the Black Tiger Queen Bee. After browsing for over an hour, Yuan's eyes grew weary. Yet he had not procured a single item. This was not due to a lack of appealing goods, but rather the exorbitant prices. Left with no other option, he once again listed 5 10 milliliters vials of spring water, awaiting a fortunate soul to propose an exchange. Just as Yuan was about to check for any responses regarding his basement sale, a message from Yuan arrived. 3 ordinary meat steaks, 1 quality-grade honey, accompanied by a note. Little brother Qi, do you still have any healing potions? A pang of concern gripped Yuan as he inquired, Brother Qin, have you been injured again? Yuan offered no further details, sending instead a selfie. In the photo, his face was swollen with welts, his eyes reduced to mere slits, and an expression of desolation etched across his features. Brother Qin, even the seasoned hunter can falter? Yuan remarked. Yuan replied, I had no choice. As I walked past the tree, the beehive fell directly onto my face. I barely had time to run. Yuan winced at the thought, picturing Yuan's helplessness. Who could have anticipated that a beehive would simply drop from a tree? Whom could one blame? Only the bees themselves for their shoddy construction. Moreover, Yuan couldn't help but reflect on the abundance of bees in the forest. He had just discovered one himself, albeit with the fortune of remaining unscathed. Brother Qin, do you still have any flesh essence? I only have 1 bottle of healing potion left, Yuan inquired. Yuan, somewhat embarrassed, replied, I don't have any either. Quality-grade beasts are scarce, and with my current strength, dealing with them is quite challenging. There is a high likelihood of injury. However, I do possess a quality-grade venomous queen bee. I wonder if it might yield flesh essence. Upon hearing this, Yuan felt a mix of helplessness and resignation. After all, quality-grade beasts were indeed rare. If a multitude existed near the shelter, survivalists would have no need to endure. Yet in the next moment, an idea sparked in Yuan's mind, his gaze fixating on a certain phrase. A quality-grade venomous queen bee? Yuan was formidable enough to hunt quality-grade beasts. Yet today, he had been forced to flee from a swarm. This indicated the swarm's considerable strength. Moreover, the swarm could proliferate, increasing both their numbers and power. The more he pondered, the brighter Qi Yuan's eyes shone. "Brother Qin, did you bring back the beehive? Are there still bees inside?" Qi Yuan asked eagerly. "I've extracted the honey from the hive. It's in the courtyard. Do you need it?" Qin Jinjun responded. Qi Yuan excitedly replied, "Brother Qin, could you give me the queen bee and the remaining swarm?" Although puzzled, Qin Jinjun acquiesced. "No problem. Take them if you wish. They are of no use to me." Thus, Qi Yuan exchanged his healing potion for the queen bee and the swarm. The hive he received was in tatters, and the bees within were barely alive, alleviating any concerns of being stung. This particular swarm was darker in hue, larger in size, and sported long stingers at their tails, appearing more formidable than any Qi Yuan had encountered before. Upon examination of the system, it becomes evident that this species of bee is known as the black tiger bee. The overall strength of the hive is rated as commendable, akin to that of the black tiger bee queen. However, the ordinary black tiger bees within the hive are classified as common. The black tiger bees are relatively large, with the common ones being about the size of an infant's fist, while the queen resembles an adult's fist in size. They possess a notable level of toxicity and are recognized for their aggressive nature. Qi Yuan retrieved the beast taming scroll and opted to employ it on the black tiger bee queen with an 80 success rate, silently hoping for fortune to favor him. Despite the high probability of success, a sense of apprehension lingered within him. Soon, a white radiance enveloped the black tiger bee queen, as if engaging in an arcane ritual. After several breaths, without needing a system prompt, Qi Yuan could distinctly sense a mysterious connection forming between himself and the black tiger bee queen. Success! Qi Yuan was overjoyed, and he attempted to issue commands to the queen, who indeed seemed to comprehend him. However, the queen's intelligence remained limited, capable of obeying only the simplest directives, such as attack, do not harm the master, gather nectar, and reproduce. The commands she could follow were primarily aligned with her innate habits. It would be unreasonable to expect her to paint, write, or sing. In response to such aspirations, the black tiger bee queen could only lament, "I possess the will, yet lack the strength." Qi Yuan's elation was palpable as he enthusiastically directed the queen, but it wasn't long before she collapsed on the table, utterly motionless. According to the feedback he received, the queen had sustained significant injuries previously and was currently in dire need of recuperation. It appeared that Brother Qin had indeed subjected them to considerable torment. She must have endured quite a painful stinging. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought his medicinal remedies. Qi Yuan pondered this quietly, feeling a twinge of sympathy, not for Qin Jinjun, but for the loss of the black tiger bee colony. One could only imagine the formidable power a complete swarm of black tiger bees could wield. Nevertheless, this remained a mere daydream, for without subduing the black tiger bee colony, capturing the queen would have been impossible. He instructed the black tiger bee queen to return to the hive for rest, while also urging her to restore the hive as much as possible, preserving the unscathed bee eggs within. Qi Yuan planned to rely on these eggs and larvae to quickly replenish the hive's numbers. He provided them with some spring water and prepared food, placing it by the window in the living room, allowing them to regain their vitality. After all, the window was distant from a bedroom, alleviating any concerns about the buzzing disrupting his peace. Once back in his bedroom, Qi Yuan revisited the trading market. Numerous individuals were offering spring water, yet the items presented were rather mundane, failing to pique his interest. Consequently, he rejected all offers and searched the market further, discovering stone materials. However, he was not in pursuit of ordinary stones, but rather high-quality stones resembling white fur. Fortune did not smile solely upon him. Other survivors also stumbled upon quality resources in the vicinity, and the quantity was quite substantial. Name: azure vein stone, good. Function: an exceptionally hard azure pattern mineral, ideal for construction. Name: crimson stone, good. Function: a unique or found near volcanic craters, imbued with a hint of volcanic energy, capable of emitting a faint warmth. Name: refined steel or good. Function: an impure steel or the refined steel boasts commendable conductivity and hardness, making it ideal for weapon crafting. Name: golden river sandstone. Function: each type of or possesses extraordinary properties, which left Qi Yuan exceedingly envious. However, after careful consideration of practicality, he ultimately opted for the azure pattern stone. These ores are intended for the construction of shelter facilities, thus making building materials a more fitting choice. Moreover, the price of azure pattern stone is quite reasonable, allowing for a 1-to-1 exchange with timber the same grade, or a 1-to-10 purchase with ordinary materials. Nevertheless, Qi Yuan did not intend to trade with white cedar, as he also required wood to produce charcoal, which holds greater value than timber. Therefore, he planned to engage in trade directly with charcoal. Chapter 26. The wall and the basement. Qi Yuan sent the information regarding charcoal and elucidated its benefits, then quietly awaited a response. Just as he exited the trading channel, the Mist survival manual emitted a series of beeps. Was a reply forthcoming so swiftly? Qi Yuan, taken aback, opened the message only to discover that it was not from Qingwen Stone, but rather concerning a basement trade. The seller promptly rejected the trade request and replied, 400 milliliters of spring water, along with sufficient food for 5 days, and I will exchange with you. Upon seeing this person's demands, Qi Yuan felt a pang of frustration. To be candid, if the request had been exorbitant, there might have been room for negotiation. Yet, when the price is a mix of whole and fractional amounts and not excessively unreasonable, it indicates the seller's firm bottom line, making it challenging to lower the offer significantly. The price remains too high. Qi Yuan shook his head, hesitating. The 400 milliliters of spring water was inconsequential, as he collected 500 milliliters daily and could easily spare a day's worth. Moreover, he had accumulated over 1,500 milliliters in recent days, making the spring water plentiful for him. However, the request for 5 days' worth of food was indeed a considerable burden. Qi Yuan attempted to respond. You're asking for quite a lot of spring water, and yet you require so much food. I cannot provide that much. The reply came, I can decrease the amount of spring water, but the food cannot be lessened. This response only deepened Qi Yuan's vexation. It was evident that the other party was a rational individual, aware of their most pressing needs, not swayed by the superior quality of the spring water. With a resigned sigh, Qi Yuan resorted to alternative methods, sending information about animal traps. I can offer this in exchange. There are plenty of wild animals in the Mist world, and you can catch them yourself. After sending the message, he awaited a response, but it seemed the person was in contemplation. 5 minutes later, a message arrived. You should know that the success rate of traps is not particularly high. Otherwise, you would not be willing to offer only traps instead of food. Qi Yuan conceded. Indeed, however, compared to food, a basement is equally dispensable. If the price is too steep, I will not pursue it. 400 milliliters of spring water for 10 animal traps. Upon finally receiving a price from the other side, Qi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. This price was just within his acceptable range. Nevertheless, Qi Yuan attempted to negotiate further. After a series of haggling, they settled on a transaction of 400 milliliters of spring water for 7 animal traps. Meanwhile, the response regarding the Qingwen Stone trade also arrived. Zhang Yueming inquired, is charcoal really that effective? Qi Yuan replied, high-quality charcoal can last up to 6 hours, generating higher temperatures with less smoke. I can offer you 1 unit free of charge for you to try. Zhang Yueming responded, all right, but the exchange ratio for charcoal to Qingwen Stone needs to be lower. This mineral is quite difficult to gather, and at 1.3, I would incur too much loss. Qi Yuan countered, how about 3.7? Zhang Yueming proposed, let us make it 1.2, and we can establish a long-term trading relationship. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yuan decided to acquiesce. Certainly, let us connect as friends. I hope for a long-term collaboration. However, he could not guarantee the feasibility of such an enduring partnership, particularly in light of the precedents set by Qin Shuyu and Wang Yu. Thus, Qi Yuan remained somewhat skeptical towards this seller, whom he had only just met. Ultimately, he exchanged 100 units of charcoal for 200 units of azure stone. Qi Yuan intended to utilize this batch of azure stone to construct a wall. Among the facilities available for a level 3 shelter, the options included walls, warehouses, vegetable gardens, and animal pens, while studios and living rooms could be upgraded. Among these 6 facilities, Qi Yuan deemed the wall to be of utmost importance. Especially after relocating to the forest, he noticed a significant increase in nearby wildlife, which elevated the danger level considerably, making the establishment of the wall an urgent necessity. Furthermore, to cultivate crops and raise livestock, it was essential to guard against external influences. Consequently, Yuan resolved to proceed with the construction of the wall. A radiant glow enveloped the shelter as 200 units of azure stone vanished. 5 seconds later, a bluestone brick wall rose around the shelter, standing 5 meters high and 30 centimeters thick, remarkably sturdy and solid. The previously expansive view of the shelter was suddenly enclosed, yet it instilled a profound sense of security. With such a protective barrier in place, ordinary and even moderately formidable beasts would find it challenging to compromise the safety within. In addition, Yuan also established a basement. Since the basement was a tool, it required no materials. It could be constructed simply by clicking to use it. Moments later, a staircase leading downwards abruptly appeared by the window in the house, shrouded in darkness. This marked the emergence of the new basement. Out of curiosity, Yuan ventured inside, only to find the visibility exceedingly poor. He returned upstairs to fetch an oil lamp before descending, allowing him to finally discern the interior's condition. The basement was rather rudimentary, a square space devoid of any embellishments, approximately the size of a room, likely around 20 square meters. However, according to the tool's information, this basement was equipped with a ventilation system, allowing for prolonged habitation without issues. Nonetheless, he did not intend to relocate there just yet, as the lack of adequate lighting tools severely hindered visibility. More importantly, the fireplace was integral to the bedroom, connected to the wall, with the ventilation ducts meticulously arranged to lead outdoors. Thus, relocating the entire fireplace into the basement was not feasible. Until the issues of lighting and heating were resolved, it was improbable that Yuan would reside in the basement. This led him to ponder whether utilizing the basement as a bedroom was somewhat unrealistic. Could the basement serve an alternative purpose? After much contemplation, he found no viable ideas and could only leave it vacant for the time being. Currently, the total area of the shelter had reached 140 square meters, providing ample space that could be considered for use. Upon returning upstairs, Yuan was not particularly fatigued. But in order to better conserve his energy for the challenges of the following day, he compelled himself to retire early. And thus, a night of silence passed, heralding the arrival of the 6th day. Upon awakening, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Achoo! 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 Still in a state of drowsiness, Yuan sneezed thrice in quick succession, feeling a slight dizziness accompany his actions. Is this a cold? Yuan sniffled, rubbed his temples, and sensed a lingering weakness in his body. Gathering his resolve, he rose and gulped down several mouthfuls of spring water, a refreshing sensation washing over him. Reviving his spirits somewhat, he realized with urgency that he must devise a means to collect the essence of flesh and blood, preparing a vial of healing potion. Otherwise, if he were to fall ill, recovery would be a daunting task. A wave of concern washed over Yuan. Fortunately, it was merely a mild cold, causing minimal disruption to his well-being. However, should a fever ensue, complications would arise. To keep warm, Yuan donned his pajamas beneath a coat, wrapping himself snugly before stepping out of bed. He rinsed his mouth, washed his face, and set about preparing breakfast. Given the physical labor that awaited him during the day, he typically opted for a hearty meal. From the pantry, he retrieved a handful of bean pods, 2 pieces of meat, and 2 honey bread rolls to constitute his breakfast for the day. He also prepared a portion for Gao Hanji. Of course, for Yuan, a single meat piece paired with a roll could merely be deemed a breakfast, while for Gao Hanji, it would suffice as sustenance for an entire day, as Yuan truly could not afford more. Chapter 27. Taming the tree hollow bee swarm, even in such circumstances. It far surpasses the sustenance of the vast majority of survivors. Remarkably, over 95 of these individuals have yet to taste meat. Following the meal, a customary hour of exercise ensues until the dawn fully breaks. Today's weather. The chill in the air today is palpable. Please ensure you dress warmly if venturing outside. Daylight duration, 6 hours. Weather, overcast temperature, -1 to 3 C. Climate trend. A cold front looms ominously close. Remember the three essential elements: food, warmth, beasts. Today marks the sole overcast day in the past 6. The daytime low is a mere -1°C, while the high barely reaches 3°C. Winter has unequivocally arrived. Yuan must gather all necessary equipment, which includes 7 animal traps, a quality axe, a quality machete, and the black tiger bee swarm. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolds in the forest. A young man, weapon in hand, is flanked by a throng of enormous black bees that neither attack nor stray, but follow closely behind. Should this occur in the civilized world, Yuan would find it utterly inconceivable. Yet here, in this mist-laden realm, he is the very embodiment of that youth. Amidst the incessant buzzing behind him, though somewhat noisy, it provides an undeniable sense of security. Upon stepping out, he meticulously positions the 7 traps in strategic locations, awaiting the arrival of prey. Today, he hopes for fortuitous captures. He also inspects the 2 traps he left from yesterday. Regrettably, there are no signs of disturbance. They remain quietly nestled in the grass. It appears that the success rate of these traps is indeed rather low. However, Yuan remains undeterred. As the number of traps increases, so too does the likelihood of capturing game. Once the traps are set, Yuan directs the black tiger bee queen to hasten towards the white fir grove. After a night's rest, particularly aided by the healing properties of the spring water, the queen has significantly recovered, her injuries nearly healed, though her spirit seems somewhat diminished. He wonders if he will succeed. As he walks, he quietly contemplates. After taming the black tiger bee queen, a thought strikes him. If the black tiger swarm can be domesticated, might the hive he encountered yesterday also be tamed? The black tiger swarm has suffered heavy casualties, leaving fewer than 100 bees. The prospect of waiting for them to naturally repopulate is daunting. If he could assimilate other bee colonies to expand the black tiger swarm, their numbers could swiftly increase. Yet, he questions whether there would be any communicative barriers between different species of bees. After all, even among the same race, hundreds, if not thousands of languages can evolve. Bee language. Surely it must be similar, right? As he returns to the tree hollow where he discovered the bees, the familiar buzzing reaches his ears from a distance. However, given that he had significantly reduced their numbers yesterday, the current size of the swarm pales in comparison to that of the black tiger swarm. However, the Asian giant hornet is evidently larger, a full circle bigger than the bees here, and undoubtedly possesses greater strength. Upon issuing commands to the hornet queen, she swayed her considerable abdomen and led her entourage towards the hollow tree. From a simple consciousness relayed by the hornet queen, it was clear that she harbored no fear of the bees within the hollow. Rather, she appeared to be in quite a relaxed state. It seems the individual strength of the Asian giant hornets greatly surpasses that of the bees in the hollow. As anticipated, the ensuing battle indeed exhibited a decidedly one-sided affair. The size of an individual hornet is several times that of a hollow bee, akin to the distinction between a tennis ball and a ping-pong ball. A dozen or so hollow bees attempting to besiege a single hornet found it exceedingly difficult to prevail, with several hollow bees continually falling victim to the skirmish. It appears the hornets possess formidable power. Yuan, concealed in the nearby grass, observed this spectacle with astonishment. Yet, witnessing the incessant casualties among the bees, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. However, such is the nature of conflict. As long as the hornet queen can subdue the hollow bee queen, this battle could swiftly reach its conclusion. Yet, the hornet queen evidently lacked the intellect for such a strategy, merely leading her swarm into battle, aiming to capture the hollow bee queen in one fell swoop. This simply would not do. Upon realizing this situation, Yuan attempted to establish communication with the hornet queen, directing her towards a more effective tactical approach. After considerable time, the hornet queen begrudgingly grasped Yuan's intent and began charging towards the hollow, intending to locate the hollow bee queen. This scene left Yuan exasperated. Hornet queen, are you not a tiger? Why charge ahead so swiftly on your own? Can't you bring a few of your subordinates along? However, upon reflection, it was only natural for her to be fierce, given her title as the Asian giant hornet queen. Initially, he assumed that the term giant hornet implied a formidable presence. but now it seemed to signify both a dark hue and a fierce nature. Fortunately, the Hornet Queen herself was sufficiently powerful. Even when charging alone into the swarm of hollow bees, she sustained no injuries. Under Yuan's distant guidance, the Hornet Queen finally comprehended the strategy and assembled a small squad of her stronger hornets to charge into the hollow. Despite numerous bees attempting to counter the assault, they were utterly incapable of hindering the advance, with merely 2 or 3 hornets suffering losses as they assisted the queen in penetrating the hollow. Success! Yuan joyfully clenched his fist, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield. Once the hollow bee queen was subdued, this conflict would surely come to an end. After a suspenseful 3 minutes, the Hornet Queen emerged from the hollow, her massive abdomen swaying, clutching a yellow bee in her grasp. This yellow bee was considerably smaller than the Hornet Queen, comparable in size to an ordinary Asian giant hornet. Moreover, the yellow bee lacked a hardened exoskeleton and stinger, presenting as merely an ordinary bee. However, upon reviewing its information, Yuan discovered it too possessed a commendable level of strength. Name: Hollow Bee Queen, commendable level. Description: the queen of the hollow bees, possessing commendable strength, primarily feeds on nectar, tree sap, and similar substances. It appears that even among beasts of the same commendable level, there exists a significant disparity in power. Commanding the Black Tiger Queen, I instructed it to compel the Tree Hollow Bee Queen to return to the sanctuary. Lacking a beast taming scroll, I had no choice but to utilize the Beast Pen. The Beast Pen is a facility that accompanies a level 3 sanctuary and requires 200 units of quality timber, serving the purpose of taming wild beasts. Upon checking my resources, I discovered I was short by 30 units of timber. Hence, I casually felled 2 trees in the white fir forest to procure the necessary wood. Before returning to the sanctuary, a radiant light enveloped the sanctuary courtyard, and moments later, a wooden shed materialized. Is this the Beast Pen? I gazed curiously at the rudimentary structure. A circle of 2-meter-high white wooden stakes enclosed a 5-square-meter space, topped with a wooden rain shelter. It appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary wooden shed. I pondered how such a humble structure could contain a wild beast. Nevertheless, I placed the nest of the Tree Hollow Bee colony upon one of the stakes and arranged for them to reside within. The function of the Beast Pen is to tame wild beasts, albeit only those of quality level and below. Thus, it was highly unlikely to tame the Tree Hollow Bee Queen. However, I remained unconcerned. Once the ordinary level tree bees were tamed, I would promptly eliminate the old queen, allowing the colony to naturally produce a new queen. Once the tree bee colony entered the Beast Pen, they indeed became considerably quieter. The pen seemed to possess a peculiar effect, confining the colony within its vicinity and preventing their escape. Observing this scene, I felt a sense of reassurance. It appeared that the system's facilities were indeed quite effective. Now, I would simply await the taming of the tree bees. As a side note, I also placed the captured wild chicken into the Beast Pen, hoping it would adapt swiftly. Chapter 28: Pond Cultivation Under the Influence of the Animal Enclosure. The tree bees refrained from attacking the wild chickens, instead distinctly dividing into 2 territories, coexisting peacefully. The black tiger bee swarm remained within the enclosure, as Yuan had not taken them out again. In the ensuing moments, Yuan departed from the sanctuary with the intention of continuing his tree-felling endeavors. However, upon stepping outside, an unexpected surprise struck him. Not far away, a glimmer of azure light shimmered in the brook, capturing his attention. A bronze resource box? The suddenness of this revelation momentarily left Yuan in a daze. Yet, having encountered bronze resource boxes before, he quickly regained his composure. He hastened to the water's edge and, using a wooden pole, retrieved the bronze resource box. This marked his first experience of discovering a resource box submerged in water. Based on prior knowledge, he understood that resource boxes appeared in different locales contained varied items. For instance, resource boxes obtained from hunting wild beasts typically housed tools and weapons, while those acquired from lumbering often yielded seeds. Resource boxes discovered on the ground, however, were more eclectic, potentially containing an array of items, including but not limited to food, freshwater, clothing, and tools. Curiosity piqued, Yuan pondered what treasures the submerged resource box might hold. Given its proximity to the sanctuary, he opted to open it immediately rather than waiting until nightfall. A brilliant azure light enveloped him, and his heart raced with anticipation. 3 items emerged from the resource box. Pond, good. Crucian carp, good. Clear moon algae, good. All 3 items were quite practical. Initially, Yuan had assumed the pond was akin to the animal enclosure, but upon reviewing the details, he discovered it functioned similarly to a flower bed or basement, capable of expanding the sanctuary's area. Name: Pond, good. Function: serves as a water reservoir, enabling the cultivation of aquatic life. Comes with a drainage feature. Description: 20 square meters, not included in the sanctuary's area. This was indeed a remarkable tool, particularly for survivors lacking water sources. It was akin to a miraculous artifact, allowing for the substantial storage of fresh water. However, for Yuan, its utility was somewhat limited. Serendipitously, the second item was 10 crucian carp, which could ideally be cultivated in the pond. Though uncertain of their survival, it provided a glimmer of hope. The third item was a type of aquatic plant, clear moon algae. Yuan initially regarded it as a mere common water algae, not paying it much heed. Yet, upon reading its description, he was astounded. He realized that clear moon algae was, in fact, the most valuable item within this resource box. This species of algae held immense worth. Name: clear moon algae, good. Function: 1. Purifies water quality, keeping it pristine and drinkable. 2. Regulates water temperature. Water bodies entirely covered by clear moon algae are insulated from the air, maintaining underwater temperature to a certain extent. The fully matured Yuan algae can be consumed as a vegetable, providing a variety of vitamins. Introduction: a multifunctional economic crop. This plant serves 3 significant functions, each remarkably practical and durable. Purifying water is a given. Since the system claims it can maintain water in a consumable state, the quality must undoubtedly meet drinking standards. In the future, one could transfer water from the stream to the pond, utilizing Yuan algae to purify the water source before drinking it themselves. The second function is even more extraordinary. It maintains water temperature. Previously, Yuan pondered that although he had a pond and fish, the low temperatures would inevitably freeze the water, jeopardizing the fish's survival. However, the second function of Yuan algae perfectly resolves this issue, ensuring that the pond does not freeze even in winter, making aquaculture possible. The third function elevates the value of Yuan algae to another level. In the eyes of survivors, what constitutes absolute currency? Undoubtedly, it is food. All survivors who have arrived in the Misty world have been striving for sustenance. Yuan algae is, in itself, a high-quality food source. Observing these 3 items, Yuan felt a sense of disbelief. Perhaps today, as fortune was a bit too good. The interaction among the pond, crucian carp, and Yuan algae forms a complete cycle. It is as if he has established his entire aquaculture system from nothing. Since Yuan opened the box, he has felt as if he were dreaming, unable to resist rubbing his tingling face. Having acquired such a valuable resource, why would he continue to chop down trees? Is food not worth more than wood? Casting aside the heavy axe, he had grown weary of the daily toil of chopping wood, a life of hardship. In the future, he could simply purchase timber or hire someone to assist him. Yuan believed he could engage in far more meaningful endeavors, no longer needing to waste time on daily tree felling. He tossed all his tools back to the shelter and began to arrange the pond. He intended to place the pond beside the shelter's yard, right next to the animal pen. In the current 40 square meter yard, the upper left corner near the house is stacked with materials like wood and stone. The upper right corner features a spring and protective thorns, while the lower left corner, beneath the wood and stone, houses the newly established animal pen. Yuan plans to install a 4-5 pond outside the yard, to the left of the animal pen. As he utilized the tools, a white light emerged, enveloping the land and the left wall. Moments later, the scene transformed completely. A pond measuring 4-5 meters and approximately 1.5 meters deep, constructed entirely of green stones, appeared, complete with a grid drainage outlet in one corner. The overall appearance is neat and orderly. Yuan fetched 2 wooden buckets from the house, and transported water from the stream to the pond. Since the shelter is only about 50 meters from the stream, the task proved to be quite manageable. Moreover, due to the recent exercise and the enhancement of his physique from a nutritious diet, Yuan's physical condition has significantly improved, allowing him to traverse back and forth effortlessly without breaking a sweat. After approximately 40 to 50 rounds, the water in the pond finally reached a depth of 1 meter. Despite his commendable stamina, Yuan felt quite fatigued. Yet, upon gazing at the shimmering surface of the pond, a sense of satisfaction enveloped him. He retrieved 10 crucian carps and placed them into the pond, simultaneously introducing the Qingwei algae. The crucian carps, approximately 15 centimeters in length, appeared robust and lively, swimming with great ease in the pond, indicating their excellent quality. The Qingwei algae, a larger type of algae resembling lotus leaves, quickly spread across the entire pond as a dozen sheets unfurled, creating a rather congested appearance. Consequently, Yuan removed 2 or 3 sheets of Qingwei algae, leaving just enough to cover the surface of the pond. The algae he extracted were substantial, each measuring around half a square meter, if solely used as vegetables. Each could last a week. Indeed, he contemplated a change in the menu for the evening, anticipating a nourishing addition of vitamins and a delightful treat for Qindage and Gao Hanji. Yuan felt a wave of joy as he pondered this. However, to ensure the crucian carps thrived and reproduced successfully in the pond, one vital condition remained: oxygen. The water in the pond was stagnant, lacking sufficient oxygen to sustain the fish, thus necessitating an infusion of oxygen. 2 ideas began to formulate in Yuan's mind. Chapter 29. Quality soil. The first method involves constructing a water wheel, yet the intricacy of its assembly and the underlying principles remain somewhat obscure, leading Yuan to set this option aside for the time being. The second method entails connecting a nearby stream to the pond via a system of pipes, while simultaneously opening certain drainage channels to maintain a steady flow of water within the pond. It is essential to ensure the water level remains balanced. This approach is relatively straightforward and more convenient to execute, thus appearing quite promising. Yuan ventured into the nearby forest and procured several bamboo stalks of similar thickness. He meticulously stripped the branches, trimming away the thicker or thinner sections at both the roots and tips, retaining only the uniformly sized middle portions. Ultimately, he hollowed out the nodes within the bamboo to facilitate unobstructed water flow, allowing them to serve as conduits. With a distance of nearly 60 meters separating the stream from the shelter, Yuan utilized 12 bamboo pieces, interlocking them together. He secured the bamboo to the ground with stones to prevent any movement that might disrupt the connections. However, during the flow of the stream, a significant portion of the water inevitably spilled onto the ground, failing to reach the pond entirely. The gentle trickle of water meandered through the 60-meter passage and eventually entered the pond. Concurrently, Yuan opened a small drainage outlet at the bottom of the pond, releasing a portion of the water. At last, the pond began to operate smoothly. Having accomplished this task, which consumed a considerable amount of time, only a little over an hour of daylight remained. With the remaining time, Yuan resolved to inspect the traps he had set for capturing animals. After thoroughly examining the 9 traps, he was rewarded with 2 catches. One was a deceased bamboo rat, weighing a substantial 5 to 6 pounds, yielding 2 pieces of ordinary grade meat. The other was a struggling gray rabbit, which, despite its efforts, had sustained multiple fractures and was not long for this world. Thus, Yuan swiftly ended its suffering. He collected 3 pieces of ordinary grade meat, a rabbit pelt, and a wooden resource box. The haul was commendable, marking a positive beginning. On his way back to the shelter, Yuan fortuitously stumbled upon another wooden resource box. As the cold front approached, the frequency of resource box appearances had increased, allowing most survivors to acquire such treasures. He returned to the shelter without encountering any dangers along the way. Upon his return, he assessed the plants and animals in the yard, finding that most were thriving healthily. However, the potatoes had yet to sprout, and upon digging, he discovered they had succumbed to frost. As ordinary grade plants, not sourced from the system, their quality was unguaranteed, rendering survival in such harsh conditions exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could the garden that accompanied the level 3 shelter enhance the seed survival rate? Yuan promptly retrieved the Mist Survival Manual and discovered that the garden required 100 units of quality wood, indicating a considerable shortfall. With no time to fell trees, he opted to purchase the materials directly from the trading market. After expending 20 milliliters of spring water, he completed the material collection and proceeded to initiate construction. The familiar radiance lingered as a vegetable garden soon emerged beside the animal pen, covering an approximate area of 9 square meters, forming a perfect square of 3-3. This marked the third facility within the courtyard, the vegetable garden. Upon entering the garden and grasping a handful of soil, he discovered its quality to be considerably superior, albeit still classified as ordinary. A twinge of regret washed over him. He pondered whether the soil at Gao Hanji's location might possess even better quality. As Yuan murmured to himself, he simultaneously opened the Mist Survival Manual. Gao Hanji had already procured the soil, weighing over 300 pounds, indicating that this employee had indeed not been idle. After examining the soil, Yuan noted its remarkable quality. It was a rich brown-black, moist and abundant in water, interspersed with a plethora of decayed leaves, constituting an excellent leaf mold. Yet, regrettably, it still remained at the ordinary level. A frown creased his brow. How could he acquire superior quality soil? Was he limited to seeking naturally occurring high-grade soil or obtaining it from the system? A sense of frustration enveloped him, as this was the finest soil he could locate. However, it also led him to contemplate the distinctions of superior grade items. He suddenly realized that the primary difference between high-grade and ordinary meat was the presence of spiritual energy. This energy seemed to be a unique aspect of the mist world. Food imbued with spiritual energy became more invigorating, while items enhanced by it exhibited extraordinary effects. Even materials like wood and stone acquired various unique characteristics due to this energy. Almost all superior grade items transcended the limitations of ordinary quality by containing spiritual energy. But how could one augment this energy? Perhaps allowing high-grade flora and fauna to decompose in the soil, enabling it to absorb the spiritual essence? It was indeed a viable method, yet the consumption seemed excessively high. Yuan himself could scarcely afford high-grade sustenance. What if he used spring water instead? An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Superior-grade spring water. With its enhanced quality and greater spiritual energy content, the effects would naturally be more pronounced. The moment this thought materialized, Yuan felt invigorated. The likelihood of success with this approach was substantial and warranted experimentation. Upon returning to his dwelling, he retrieved the cherished 800 milliliters of spring water and endeavored to pour it onto the soil. He attentively monitored the water's information as it mingled with the earth, rendering it increasingly moist and vibrant. After approximately 10 milliliters had been poured, the soil's information abruptly transformed. Superior quality soil. He had succeeded. Yuan was elated, as the earth had indeed surpassed its original classification, attaining superior quality. Name: spiritual spring soil. Superior. Function: superior grade soil that protects seeds and roots, enhancing their chances of survival. It accelerates plant growth with a degree of enhancement dependent on the concentration of spiritual energy. Description: high-quality soil catalyzed by superior-grade spring water, protecting roots and seeds, accelerating growth rate. This vividly illustrates the remarkable characteristic of high-quality soil. Having cultivated numerous plants, it is evident that only the crystal rice grown in superior soil can endure such harsh conditions today. Hence, the significance of high-quality soil for plant growth is undeniably substantial. However, another dilemma arises for Yuan. With just 10 milliliters of spring water, approximately 100 grams of soil can be transformed into high-quality soil. Currently possessing 800 milliliters of spring water, along with the unused spring water from today, he totals 1,300 milliliters. After reserving 300 milliliters for personal consumption, he is left with 1,000 milliliters, which can convert only 20 gene of soil into high-quality soil. Although this may seem considerable, it is, in reality, rather limited. 20 gene of high-quality soil cannot adequately cover the vegetable garden, and, when mixed with ordinary soil, its efficacy would be significantly diminished. Consequently, Yuan retrieved 2 previously utilized resource boxes and placed the transformed high-quality soil within. As for what to plant, he had already resolved to sow winter wheat. In each resource box, he excavated 3 small pits and buried 4 to 5 winter wheat seeds. The combination of high-quality soil and premium winter wheat seeds should yield a high germination success rate. With the soil issue resolved, there would be no need for Gao Hanji to continue digging tomorrow. Instead, he could enlist her assistance in gathering vines. He consulted the Mist Survival Manual and sent a message to Gao Hanji, assigning her a new task. She readily agreed. Tomorrow marks the 7th day, and after midnight, the cold wave will fully arrive. Although Yuan is confident that his development will progress swiftly and that the food he has gathered will sustain him for a considerable time, he still feels an inexplicable sense of panic as disaster approaches, an anxiety towards the unknown. Only by making further preparations can he find solace within. Chapter 30. Plant Catalyst Liquid. As Yuan returned home, he pondered the tasks that lay ahead. His first course of action was to enter the trading market, where he exchanged 200 milliliters of spring water for 1,000 units of ordinary wood and 200 units of high-quality wood. He placed all the materials in the workshop to be transformed into charcoal. During the waiting period, Yuan took the opportunity to prepare dinner. The evening's meal consisted of bean pods, pork chops, and a plate of boiled clear moon algae. While cooking the clear moon algae, Yuan intentionally prepared an ample portion, utilizing 2/3 of the batch to create 3 plates, which he sent to both Gao Hanji and Qinjinjuan. Gao Hanji, glancing at the plate in her hands, initially assumed it contained merely ordinary vegetables for vitamin supplementation. She mused to herself about Yuan's diverse menu, which included meats, soy products, and vegetables. Casually, she took a bite. However, moments later, her face flushed crimson. The clear moon algae, being a high-quality plant, harbored potent spiritual energy capable of swiftly replenishing one's vitality. Even Yuan consumed it slowly, allowing for proper digestion. Given Gao Hanji's weaker constitution, consuming it too quickly only exacerbated her discomfort. What is happening? Gao Hanji clutched her stomach, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clearly having overeaten. She retrieved the Mist Survival Manual and swiftly messaged Yuan. Gao Hanji, Yuan, is the dish you sent edible? I feel unwell after eating it. Unwell? Yuan was taken aback, contemplating, is it possible that clear moon algae cannot be consumed directly? But I felt perfectly fine after eating it. It was quite delicious and energizing. Yuan replied, I felt great after eating it. What's wrong with you? Gao Hanji, I feel really bloated, and I barely ate more than half. Yuan's lips twitched. It seemed this child was rather unfortunate, likely having never experienced high-quality food before. He comforted her, don't worry, it's high-quality ingredients. So the energy is quite abundant. It's best to eat slowly, and if you overindulge, just exercise a bit to aid digestion. Beep. Upon receiving his response, Gao Hanji felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She felt as if she had made a fool of herself. However, it was true that she had never encountered high-quality food, nor had she seen many high-quality items. To date, she had only stumbled upon a bronze resource chest once, which yielded 3 winter clothing items, never having obtained any other high-quality goods. Sigh, how humiliating. After several minutes of exercise, Gao Hanji collapsed onto the floor of the shelter, her body drenched in sweat, her fair skin now glowing with a rosy hue. She shook her head in resignation, feeling the abundant energy within her and noticing her skin's increased firmness. She couldn't help but exclaim, is this the effect of high-quality food? It truly has astonishing results. It must be quite valuable. My old classmate is indeed a wealthy benefactor. Unbeknownst to Gao Hanji's thoughts, Yuan had finished his meal and began his own physical training, finishing off the remaining 100 milliliters of spring water to enhance his physical capabilities. Once he absorbed the energy from the food and the spring water, Yuan felt a significant boost in his strength and an even more robust constitution. When the ambient temperature was around 5 to 6 degrees Celsius, it felt quite frigid. However, after several days of training, even when the temperature dipped below zero, I found it bearable, indicating a marked improvement in my physical condition. Yuan estimated that his current strength could be likened to that of an ordinary beast. Just then, the survival manual in the mist emitted a sound, prompting Yuan to pick it up. It was a message from Hanji. She had just expressed her gratitude and mentioned that the flavor of the Qingyue algae was delightful. Yuan replied succinctly, "No need for thanks. Enhancing one's physique makes it easier to endure the cold snap." Hanji responded, "Indeed. Today I opened a wooden resource chest and obtained a good quality item that I cannot utilize. Would you like to take a look?" Along with her message came the details of the item. Initially, Yuan thought it was merely an ordinary good quality tool and paid it little mind. However, upon reading the item information, his eyes widened in astonishment. Name: Growth Catalyst. Good. Function: accelerates the growth rate of plants. Ordinary plant catalyst effect. 100 good plant catalyst effect. 80 excellent plant catalyst effect. 20 description: a plant catalyst made from miraculous formula that enables rapid maturation of plants. Hanji remarked, "I have no use for this. You must have cropped the plant, right? It's invaluable." Yuan could hardly articulate the excitement surging within him. It felt as if fortune had smiled upon him in an unexpected manner. He was astonished that his old classmate had such good luck, discovering such an extraordinary item from a wooden resource chest. With a growth catalyst in hand, it meant his various crops now had the potential to mature and be harvested in a significantly shorter time frame. Yuan joyously slapped his thigh and said, "Gao, I will take this item. Just let me know what you want in return." Hanji replied, "It's a gift for you. You treated me to good quality food, so consider it my way of repaying you." Yuan was taken aback. Exchanging a good quality meal for an item worth 100 times more was an incredible bargain. He promptly declared, "All right, for the next 7 days, I'll treat you to a meal each day." "Haha, then I, Gao, shall rely heavily on you, Boss Qi." Without hesitation, Yuan agreed, his joy evident as he grinned from ear to ear. Those ordinary foods could be exchanged for more good quality meals, a surefire profit. As he toyed with the growth catalyst, Yuan's mind began to whirl. How should he employ it? Crystal rice? Winter wheat? Guardian thorns? These 3 types of plants were what he was currently cultivating, with crystal rice being of excellent quality, while winter wheat and guardian thorns were of good quality. Considering the catalyst effect on excellent plants was only 20, he ruled out crystal rice. As for winter wheat and guardian thorns, one represented sustenance, while the other ensured the safety of his shelter. Both were of paramount importance. After much deliberation, Yuan settled on a compromise. He would plant half of each type. He divided the growth catalyst into 2 portions, applying 1 to 6 winter wheat seeds. As the liquid seeped into the soil, it was gradually absorbed by the seeds. Subsequently, Yuan witnessed an astonishing spectacle. The seeds, having absorbed the catalytic liquid, underwent a remarkable transformation within mere minutes, progressing from germination to sprouting, growth, flowering, and fruiting. It appeared that the catalyst played a significant role, as each pit harbored more than 1 winter wheat plant, and their proximity did not hinder their development. Consequently, from a modest resource box, dozens of winter wheat plants emerged, each adorned with lush, yellow-green grains. These winter wheat plants were strikingly different from the ordinary variety, due to their remarkably large stature. Each grain was the size of a thumb, and the entire ear was heavy, with the grains exceptionally plump. To Yuan's astonishment, he realized that he had inadvertently used an excessive amount of the catalytic liquid, resulting in the winter wheat nearing full maturity. This single vial of catalyst was intended to stimulate the growth of 30 to 50 plants, but having poured out half of it all at once led to a surplus of nutrients, hastening the ripening of these several plants. Yuan felt a pang of regret, pondering how much more he could have harvested had he used the catalyst judiciously. In an effort to mitigate his losses, he swiftly harvested the ripe winter wheat and promptly sowed new seeds. Chapter 31. Guardian of the Thorns Propagation, the freshly sown seeds, imbibing the residual nutrients, soon sprouted tender green shoots. However, after reaching a mere height of 5 centimeters, their growth ceased abruptly, suggesting that the energy of the catalyst had been entirely expended. Although another batch was not ripened, The successful germination of the second batch was indeed a pleasant surprise. The harvested winter wheat had all been meticulously gathered by Yuan. A total of 13 stalks of winter wheat yielded over a pound of grain each, resulting in an astonishing total harvest of 15 pounds. Truly, these were crops of exceptional quality. The bountiful yield of winter wheat heightened Yuan's anticipation for the maturation of the crystal rice. If such a harvest could be achieved from a good quality crop, how much more could be expected from an excellent one? Moreover, each grain of crystal rice was significantly larger, and the yield per plant would undoubtedly surpass that of the winter wheat. The freshly harvested winter wheat, however, could not be consumed directly. It required conversion into flour. After threshing the harvested wheat to remove the husks, Yuan had to grind the grains into flour. Lacking a stone mill, he resorted to using the blunt side of an axe to crush the wheat, painstakingly grinding each grain into powder. This monumental task consumed over 5 hours, leaving Yuan drenched in sweat. Yet, the toil was accompanied by a profound sense of joy. What farmer could resist the delight of a fruitful harvest? All the wheat was successfully transformed into flour, stored in a resource box, totaling a weight of 14.5 pounds, a remarkable yield indeed. Witnessing the catalyst's significant impact on the winter wheat, Yuan grew increasingly eager about the remaining half bottle. The guardian thorn had always exhibited a rather lackluster growth rate. Previously, when nurturing the wisteria roots, he had hoped for the propagation of offspring, yet now there was no sign of movement. He earnestly wished that this half bottle of catalyst would facilitate the complete maturation of the guardian thorn. Yuan poured the remaining catalyst onto the guardian thorn. It responded similarly to the winter wheat, swiftly absorbing nutrients. However, the absorption rate of the guardian thorn was considerably faster than that of the winter wheat. Within mere seconds, the guardian thorn began to grow wildly, akin to a cat detecting the scent of fish. The largest specimen of the guardian thorn rapidly exceeded 2 meters in height, nearly reaching the roof of the shelter before finally halting its ascent. In comparison to its original form, the entire guardian thorn had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its thickness now comparable to that of an arm, densely adorned with sharp, nail-sized thorns, exuding an air of formidable presence. Simultaneously, the guardian thorn exhibited a newfound vitality, gently swaying its robust vines as if displaying the exuberance of a child reveling in candy. The behavior of the guardian thorn was strikingly different from that of ordinary plants. It resembled a sentient being. Surrounding the main stalk, several slender green tendrils began to emerge, each as thick as chopsticks, similarly covered in sharp thorns. Resembling smaller versions of the guardian thorn, propagation had commenced. Yuan was filled with astonishment. On the very first day in the Misty Realm, he had acquired the guardian thorn and held high hopes for its potential to safeguard the shelter. Although the quality of the guardian thorn is merely classified as good, he has always believed that it is far from an ordinary plant of that grade. Thus, he invested considerable resources into it, unwavering even when the guardian thorn showed no signs of response. Until today, the guardian thorn has finally begun to propagate. Surrounding the right wall of the shelter, a dozen small guardian thorns are flourishing, perfectly encircling the wall. They cease growth only when they reach a height of 1 meter. This entire cluster of guardian thorns stands sentinel around the central mother plant, exuding an extraordinary presence. Yuan harbors no doubt that the guardian thorn now possesses the strength of a good grade. Should any good grade beast approach the shelter, the guardian thorn would be capable of offering effective defense. What a stroke of luck to discover such a remarkable treasure within a wooden resource box. Yuan gazes at the cluster of guardian thorns, his heart brimming with emotion. Even among good-grade items, there exists a distinction in quality. The plant catalyst, without a doubt, ranks as one of the finest. It is then that Yuan recalls he has acquired 2 more resource boxes today. Upon returning to the shelter, he solemnly retrieves the 2 wooden resource boxes, eager to share in the good fortune of Gao Hanji. Crack, crack. With 2 light sounds, the resource boxes are opened. Sweater, ordinary. Cotton pants, ordinary. Instant noodles, 5, ordinary. The first resource box, discover along the way, yields utilitarian and commonplace items, namely warm clothing and food. The second wooden resource box, obtained from the prey in a hunting trap, reveals leather jacket, ordinary. Soap 1, ordinary. Scratch card, ordinary. As anticipated, all the items are of ordinary grade, and their quality is rather mediocre. However, among them, one item stands out. The scratch card. Yuan's face darkens. Has he once again stumbled upon something peculiar? Yet upon inspecting its details, he realizes he has misjudged the system. This is a scratch card exclusive to the Misty World. Name, scratch card, ordinary. Effect, can yield a reward of 10 spirit coins. Description, acquire a small amount of universal currency in the Misty World. Universal currency in the Misty World. Spirit coins. Upon seeing this term, Yuan cannot help but be taken aback. Until now, survivors have primarily engaged in barter, with the most common items being wood and stone. However, due to the frequent fluctuations in the trading market, the exchange rates have proven to be quite unstable. Moreover, the system has never regulated the trading market, nor has it established a unified currency. Yet, this ordinary grade scratch card features the term spirit coins, referred to as universal currency in the Misty World. Does this imply that the system is likely to introduce a universal currency soon? Is highly plausible. Although certainty eludes him for now, the trend is unmistakable. Yuan keeps this matter in mind and proceeds to scratch off a scratch card, enjoying a stroke of fortune by winning 8 spirit coins. 8 white coins appeared in his hand, exuding an antiquated charm devoid of any ornamentation, possessing a jade-like texture that rendered them akin to exquisite works of art. Upon seeking further information, only the term currency was displayed. With no alternative, he reluctantly decided to set them aside for future use. After attending to all his affairs, Yuan was preparing to retire for the night when a message from Gao Hanji arrived. Gao Hanji, Yuan, you must see this, it's snowing. Snowing? Yuan was taken aback, though not entirely astonished. In this era of extreme cold, snowfall was an inevitable occurrence, merely a question of timing. He opened the Fog Survival Manual, only to find the chat channel in a frenzy, the rapid stream of messages rendering comprehension nearly impossible. However, amidst the whirlwind of words, he discerned mentions of snow, cold, and food. This sudden yet unavoidable snowfall stirred the emotions of all survivors. The heavy snow had arrived, and the cold wave was imminent. This echoed the sentiment of every survivor. In the midst of the fog, flickering candle flames danced, as everyone succumbed to slumber with heavy hearts. For tomorrow marked the final day before the arrival of the cold wave, leaving the survivors a mere 5 or 6 hours to prepare. Even Yuan felt an inexplicable surge of panic and unease. At that moment, a chat notification from Yuan abruptly appeared on his screen. Chapter 32. Forming an alliance. Yuan inquired, Yuan, do you still require provisions? Yuan responded, I have prepared a considerable amount. Yet I am uncertain how long the cold wave will persist and whether it will suffice. Yuan replied, you speak wisely. None can truly fathom the nature of the cold wave until it has been endured. We must seize the final moments to stockpile additional provisions. Curiosity piqued within Yuan as he pondered the implications of Yuan's notion of stockpiling food. What do you have in mind, Brother Qin? Yuan promptly transmitted information regarding 2 items. Name, Beast Exploration Scroll, good, function, to track the traces of beasts within a radius of 20 kilometers. Description, a hunter's artifact. Intrigued, Yuan inquired, are you suggesting, Brother Qin, that Yuan directly traded the Beast Exploration Scroll, stating, the beasts near my shelter have been nearly eradicated, and it is improbable that we will encounter many tomorrow. However, your vicinity likely still harbors numerous beasts. My intention is to utilize this final day to assist you in clearing the area surrounding your shelter while simultaneously stockpiling some meat. Yuan felt a surge of joy, but soon his brow furrowed as he replied, Brother Qin, your idea is commendable. Yet, my strength pales in comparison to yours. I am likely incapable of handling the beasts and may instead find myself in peril. Oh, I almost forgot to send this to you, exclaimed Yuan, slapping his thigh before transmitting another item. Name, Ally Scroll, excellent. Function, upon use, both parties become allies. Allies possessed the following privileges. 1. Each shelter will feature a small teleportation array, allowing travel to the other S shelter, usable once per week. 2. Allies cannot harm one another. 3. In times of danger, allies may seek assistance from one another. Description: a true bond of mutual support. Qin Jinjuan elaborated, I expended a significant amount of food to acquire this item, which is said to have been retrieved from the secret realm. Yuan was astounded, realizing the limitations of his own knowledge, as he marveled at the existence of such an artifact. With over 7 billion survivors, countless items emerge daily, including many unique treasures, such as the shelter's protective dome, dimensional backpack, plant catalysts, and the ally scroll before him. After filling the necessary details, Qin Jinjuan traded the scroll to Yuan. Upon meticulously reviewing the contract's terms, Yuan affixed his signature, thus formalizing their alliance. The identities of Qin Jinjuan and Yuan as allies were validated by the system. Within the confines of the residence, near the entrance to the basement, a ring of silvery light materialized, exuding an aura of mystery and authority. It was the teleportation array. Through this array, allies could transport themselves to one another's shelters, albeit with strict limitations on usage, permitting only one transfer per week. With their alliance established, the plan to jointly cleanse the surrounding area of beasts the following day was set to proceed seamlessly. Yuan anticipated that this endeavor would yield significant rewards. After the two individuals agreed upon their actions for the following day, Yuan opted to retire early, seeking to replenish his spirit and strength. It was a tranquil night. Outside the shelter, the snow fell lightly yet persistently, hinting at an impending complexity. Experienced individuals understood that a sudden blizzard was not a cause for alarm, as it would be fleeting. Rather, it was the relentless snowfall that heralded a prolonged winter. Unbeknownst to him, the white snow blanketed the earth throughout the night, the temperature plunging into the icy depths, dipping to a chilling -20 degrees Celsius. The vast and boundless misty world was enshrouded in an eerie silence. Wild creatures, whether formidable as wolves, bears, lions, and tigers, or diminutive like mice and rabbits, all curled up in their warm burrows, trembling with cold. Even the most resilient of beings sought refuge in their abodes. Numerous frost-resistant plants withered under the harsh conditions of that night, while only a select few robust species managed to endure such frigid temperatures. This phenomenon was not confined to a single locale, but transpired in every corner of the Misty Realm. It transcended mere weather. It was a climatic upheaval reminiscent of a mini ice age, posing a formidable challenge to the entire natural environment. Within the scattered shelters, tragedies unfolded. In several secondary shelters, frail middle-aged individuals shivered in the cold, their bodies curled up, succumbing to the frost. Women afflicted with chills lay in a fevered stupor, oblivious to the world, never to awaken again. Many others, listening to the howling winds outside, found themselves unable to sleep. The next morning, Yuan rose as usual, only to find that darkness still enveloped the sky, devoid of light. The oppressive cold winds outside roared with ferocity, their pressure echoing like the suppressed growls and howls of a wild beast, weighing heavily on his heart. The cold wave had yet to arrive, but the foreboding atmosphere was daunting enough to make one ponder the severity of what lay ahead. Moreover, he was uncertain whether today's actions would be affected. With a deep sigh, he braced himself against the biting chill and emerged from the weighty, 12-pound cashmere blanket. After tossing a few pieces of charcoal into the fireplace, he began preparing breakfast. This time, he intended to make an ample amount, inviting Qin Jinjuan to share the meal. After all, it was only fitting to treat someone who had not only provided the precious ally scroll, but had also traveled a considerable distance to assist him in clearing the beasts around the shelter. He retrieved enough flour for 4 servings and meticulously crafted noodles. He took 2 pork chops, slicing off the fatty portions to render fat in the pan, then finally shredding the lean meat to saw it in the aromatic grease. Soon, an enticing fragrance wafted through the air. After plating the shredded meat, Yuan poured the remaining drippings over the noodles to enhance their flavor. Finally, he prepared the clear moon algae, tearing it into small pieces and briefly boiling it until it gleamed a vibrant green. then quickly serving it. The simple and unadorned steps of cooking gradually calmed Yuan's restless heart. Outside, snowflakes swirled in a dance, while inside, the warmth of smoke enveloped him. In the desolate wilderness where not a bird dares to take flight, wisps of smoke entwined with the aroma of cooked meals bring a touch of warmth to the cold surroundings. Yuan hummed a gentle tune as he searched for Gao Hanji and Qin Jinjuan in the survival manual in the mist, retrieving their bowls. He portioned the noodles, shredded meat, and clear moon algae into 3 large servings and 1 small, distributing them to his companions on either side. With a note of concern, he cautioned Gao Hanji to be wary when venturing outside. The snow-covered terrain rendered the marshlands even more perilous. Yuan harbored no desire for his 2 closest friends to meet an untimely fate due to unforeseen circumstances. Should Gao Hanji find herself lacking in supplies, Yuan, possessing an abundance of resources, would willingly offer assistance. After finishing breakfast and completing his daily exercises, a request arrived from Qin Jinjuan, seeking permission to utilize the teleportation array to join him. The transfer to another shelter necessitated the approval of the host, prohibiting any arbitrary entries. Once consent was granted, Qin Jinjuan would be able to arrive through the array. Although their acquaintance spanned merely 6 days, Yuan felt that their bond surpassed that of many years of friendship, forged through shared trials. This was his first encounter with Qin Jinjuan in the flesh. Chapter 33, The Final Day. Yuan, your sanctuary is quite splendid. I see you even have a basement. Before anyone was seen, a hearty voice resounded. Qin Jinjuan, a tall figure with stubble and clad in a thick coat along with a dark gray bee skin jacket, appeared quite wild. Brother Qin, welcome. Yuan greeted with a smile. Not at all. I must thank you for the breakfast. It has been ages since Xiao Tong had a warm meal. Today, she was delighted to eat noodles. Qin Jinjuan said joyfully as he found a chair to sit down. If she enjoys it, perhaps you could take some flour back with you, Yuan suggested with a grin. Haha, that's too kind of you. I'm not very good at these things. After exchanging pleasantries and expressing their delight in seeing one another, the 2 men shifted their conversation to more serious matters. Brother Qin, with the weather like this, can we still hunt beasts today? Yuan asked, casting a worried glance at the swirling snow outside. Qin Jinjuan frowned. If the snow does not worsen, we should still be able to venture out. My concern is that if the snowfall intensifies, it could block our way back to the sanctuary, which would be perilous. Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Given that the system indicated a cold front would arrive in 7 days, it is likely we can still travel today. We shall assess the situation further when daylight breaks. Indeed, there is less than an hour until daybreak. Utilizing the remaining time, Yuan prepared the tools needed for their outing and sought Qin Jinjuan's expertise regarding the use of a machete and some training techniques. Under Qin Jinjuan's professional guidance, Yuan corrected minor flaws in his training and became more adept with the blade. 40 minutes later, the wind and snow outside ceased, and even the sun emerged, illuminating the scene. The yellow-white sunlight cast a radiant glow upon the snow, brightening the entire world. Looks like I was right. We can indeed head out today. Yuan beamed. At that moment, the chat channel buzzed with excitement from everyone. Wonderful. I thought we might be stuck indoors today. Let's seize the moment. Judging by yesterday's tumult, this cold front is rather intimidating. Whoa, I just slipped the moment I stepped outside. The ground is incredibly slick. Have you all ventured out to work? On such a cold day, wouldn't it be better to stay cozy at home? To the brothers upstairs, just stay at home. Don't starve in the sanctuary. Can anyone lend me a piece of clothing? It's too cold for me to venture out. I promise to share half of whatever food I find. So who can lend me a garment? Dream on. Without any guarantees, how could I possibly lend you anything? The final opportunity for exploration was something everyone cherished, and most braved the cold to continue their endeavors. After a week of trials, those who survived demonstrated their intelligence and had largely shed their lazy habits. Otherwise, they would not have made it this far. Today's weather is clear. Though temperatures remain low, ensure to dress warmly when venturing outside. Daylight duration, 4 hours weather, clear temperature, -8 to 0 C climate trend. The last day before the arrival of a cold wave. Clear skies, for hours. Brother Qin, let's set off promptly. Today is not abundant in time. After observing the weather conditions, Yuan turned to Qin Jinjuan and spoke. All right, Qin Jinjuan replied affirmatively, simultaneously retrieving the beast exploration scroll to commence the search for beast information. Upon the scroll, a radar-like map materialized, illuminating a radius of 20 kilometers around the shelter. Numerous red dots appeared distinctly upon the scroll, alongside the nearby terrain. Yuan, witnessing this for the first time, was immediately captivated by the displayed information. He discovered that the forest in which he resided was far more expansive than he had previously imagined. The 20-kilometer range could scarcely reveal its entirety, with the shelter merely situated on the outskirts of the forest. This revelation brought Yuan a sense of relief. Such a vast forest indicated an abundance of resources, promising significant exploratory value, alleviating concerns about future resource depletion. However, the vastness of the forest also implied the presence of formidable beasts, significantly increasing the danger level. As depicted on the scroll, thousands of densely clustered red dots sent shivers down his spine. Brother Qin, are there truly this many beasts surrounding my shelter? Yuan gasped in disbelief. While observing, Qin Jinjuan responded, it is not as many as you might think. The beast exploration scroll does not differentiate between strengths. It displays all signs of life. Therefore, it includes not only large beasts like wolves and tigers, but also smaller creatures such as ants, mosquitoes, rabbits, and mice, which creates the illusion of a larger quantity. However, do not worry. We can determine the general types of beasts based on the distribution of the red dots. As he spoke, Qin Jinjuan pointed to a cluster of red dots, saying, for instance, this cluster, densely packed in dry yellow earth, is likely a colony of ants. Now observe this red dot, situated near a rocky hill with no other animals nearby. It is likely a large beast residing in a cave. Then there are these, densely congregated within the forest, radiating outward. They are probably a swarm of bees. By following these patterns, we can locate the larger beasts. Yuan squinted slightly, beginning to grasp Qin Jinjuan's intent. Although this method had its drawbacks, the risks remained within acceptable limits. Very well, let us set off, Qin Jinjuan concluded, stating first, we shall approach the stationary red dot. Yuan nodded in agreement, but suddenly recalled something as he stepped into the yard, saying, Brother Qin, wait a moment. I shall bring a helper. A helper? Qin Jinjuan paused, turning back with a hint of confusion, only to behold an exceedingly unwelcome figure, a large black bee with a wiggling behind. It was none other than the black tiger bee queen. Yuan, what is this? Qin Jinjuan gazed at the large bee, unable to suppress the memory of his past misfortunes, his expression turning into a cascade of black lines. Yuan firmly grasped the black tiger bee queen and remarked, this is the bee queen you bestowed upon me, Brother Qin. I have tamed it using a special scroll. As Yuan noted Qin Jinjuan's contemptuous gaze fixated on the black tiger bee queen, he recalled their previous unpleasant encounter, feeling somewhat awkward. Brother Qin, would you care to give it a good thrashing? It wouldn't retaliate now. Qin Jinjuan, with a resigned gesture, replied, forget it. Since you have subdued it, it shall be one of us from now on. This little creature is quite formidable. Without the healing potion, I might not have withstood its venom. It was the first time Yuan had heard Qin Jinjuan acknowledge the black tiger bee queen's strength, realizing just how powerful it truly was. With the assistance of this bee queen, our endeavor should proceed more smoothly. Qin Jinjuan stated before inquiring, how has its bee colony fared? Is it capable of forming a substantial group? Yuan shook his head, responding, the numbers are not significant, only a little over 100. However, I have supplemented it with other types of bees, which brings the total to a considerable amount. Currently, the black tiger bee colony consists of more than 150 bees, while the tree bee colony has around 800. Normally, a beehive should contain over 5,000 bees. It can be said that both colonies are in a severely weakened state at present. Chapter 34. A bountiful harvest. Once the two were adequately prepared, they ventured into the forest in search of wild beasts, accompanied by 2 swarms of bees, totaling approximately 1,000. Their procession was grand as they traversed the snowy terrain toward the cave located 500 meters south of their refuge, a place that Yuan had yet to explore. The map indicated the presence of a cave, marked by 5 or 6 red dots. Qin Jinjuan surmised that this must be a den of wolves, harboring a small pack. This modest gathering of wolves, residing at the forest's edge, suggested their weakness. Their struggle to procure sufficient sustenance rendered them frail. As Qin Jinjuan guided Yuan towards the cave entrance, he elucidated his thoughts. Before long, they indeed stumbled upon a cave that was not particularly large, with a shallow entrance that had allowed a considerable amount of snow and wind to infiltrate. Within the depths of the cave, 5 emaciated wolves lay curled up. Their size is comparable to ordinary wild dogs, albeit even more gaunt. What a splendid opportunity! Qin Jinjun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. This pack is feeble and has been adversely affected by the weather. We should be able to dispatch them with ease. As he spoke, Qin Jinjun unslung a bow from his back, knocked an arrow, and took aim at the wolves within the cave. With a swift whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air, hurtling towards its target. Only when it neared the cave did one of the wolves sit up, sensing danger, but it was too late. A howl of anguish erupted as one wolf was struck, blood gushing forth as it collapsed, incapacitated by pain and weakness. The remaining 4 wolves immediately became alert, struggling to rise and scanning their surroundings. Yuan, they're even weaker than I anticipated. They must have gone several days without food. Let's advance, Qin Jinjuan urged, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Understood. Yuan responded without hesitation, having already discreetly commanded the Black Tiger Bee King to lead the swarm towards the cave. The bees, having been tamed, now exhibited an enhanced sense of coordination and intelligence. Yuan directed the swarm to avoid the wolves' teeth and limbs, focusing their assault on the carotid arteries, maximizing lethality while minimizing the risk of counterattack. As the swarm encircled the 4 wolves, Qin Jinjuan surged forth from the underbrush, wielding a machete with a speed that surpassed that of the bees. The wolves, ensnared by the bees, stood no chance of resistance as Qin Jinjuan swiftly severed one of their heads, blood erupting in a crimson spray. Yuan was taken aback. Although he had been aware of Qin Jinjuan's formidable prowess, witnessing it firsthand provided him with a clearer understanding. It became evident that Qin Jinjuan's strength had likely reached a commendable level, and even within that tier, he was far from weak. After days of training and the nourishment from high-quality sustenance, Yuan felt that he too was on the cusp of attaining that commendable level of strength. If one were to encounter a beast of decent caliber, it could be said that, while one might manage a few exchanges in combat, they would still pale in comparison to Qin Jinjuan. Within a mere span of minutes, Qin Jinjuan had dispatched 5 wild wolves, emerging unscathed. As he wiped the blood from his blade, he remarked with a grin, "This swarm truly excels. Their cooperation makes the hunting of beasts considerably easier. It appears we shall need to collaborate more often in the future. Ha ha, now that we are bound as allies, cooperative hunting will undoubtedly become a regular affair." Yuan, chuckling, emerged from the thicket and entered the cave. After examining the details of the 5 wild wolves, it was revealed that 4 were of ordinary quality, while 1 was of decent quality. However, it was peculiar that only 5 wooden resource chests had been dropped, likely due to the inadequacy of the decent quality wolf king, which had been overly diminished. Upon harvesting the carcasses of the wild wolves, they obtained 12 pieces of ordinary meat, 2 pieces of decent meat, and 3 wolf fangs. It could be described as a rather meager yield. Qin Jinjuan shook his head in lamentation, stating, "The cold wave not only affects us significantly, but it also has a profound impact on the beasts of the Misty World, perhaps even more so than on us. Indeed, we at least have a shelter, resource chests, and the guidance of the system. Yet the creatures of the wild must rely solely on their own resilience to survive." At this juncture, Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. For humanity, the situation was not yet the direst. There remained a glimmer of hope for survival. After securing the meat, wolf fangs, and resource chests, Yuan mused, today presents a rare opportunity. Most beasts are severely battered by the heavy snow and find themselves in a weakened state. Should there be any survivors daring enough to venture forth to hunt, they may reap substantial rewards. With such fruitful results right from the outset, the confidence of the 2 men soared as they continued their quest for the next beast. This time, Qin Jinjuan pinpointed a bamboo grove, situated 1,000 meters from their current cave, where several luminous points were congregated. He surmised that this might be a nest of bamboo rats, having previously hunted a similar nest near his shelter. Upon arriving at the bamboo grove, they indeed discovered dozens of rat burrows scattered throughout. To coax the concealed bamboo rats out, the two employed the simplest of methods: smoke. They blocked most of the entrances, leaving only two open. Then, from one of the entrances, they lit a fire, allowing the thick smoke to permeate the burrows. Meanwhile, Yuan and Qin Jinjuan waited at the other entrance. As the smoke continued to infiltrate, the bamboo rats grew increasingly uncomfortable, and soon, the search scroll indicated that dozens of red dots began to stir. After numerous attempts to navigate through various tunnels, they finally scurried toward the lone, open entrance, unwittingly walking into a trap. Each bamboo rat that emerged met its demise at the hands of Qin Jinjuan's swift blade. To their surprise, the bamboo rats were not as emaciated as the wild wolves. Rather, they were plump and well-fed, evidently having stored a considerable amount of provisions for the winter. Ultimately, 9 bamboo rats fled from that burrow, becoming victims of the blade, while 5 others managed to escape through undiscovered exits, likely retreating through hidden tunnels. Having no means of escape, they had no choice but to abandon their efforts. They collected the 9 captured bamboo rats, yielding 9 pieces of meat and 9 resource boxes. At this point, they had amassed a total of 23 pieces of meat and 14 wooden resource boxes, a truly staggering harvest. The two then dug into the earth to locate the bamboo rat's food cache, discovering a considerable amount of stored provisions. However, upon inspection, Yuan found that most had been gnawed upon and were of rather poor quality, yet they were sufficient to serve as sustenance for wild chickens. After hunting 2 waves of beasts, only a little over an hour had passed. Considering the ample time available and the excessive number of resource boxes, which were cumbersome to carry, the pair decided to first return this batch of supplies to their shelter. After replenishing their energy, they continued their journey. Qin Jinjuan produced a beast-searching scroll to identify suitable targets for hunting. Since the majority of red dots appeared dense and scattered, it was difficult to discern the specific types of beasts, leading them to exclude most of the options. They aimed to locate solitary creatures, as only large predators typically choose a solitary existence, exhibiting a strong territorial awareness and thus lacking nearby companions, making them easier to identify on the scroll. Ultimately, after deliberation, they selected a cave situated 2 kilometers away, where only 4 red dots were visible, indicating a vast surrounding area devoid of other beasts, likely suggesting the presence of a large predator akin to a wolf. Chapter 35. The expansion of the swarm before embarking on their journey. Yuan suddenly proposed, "Brother Qin, let's take a detour here." He pointed towards a densely concentrated area marked by red dots within the forest. Qin Jinjuan immediately grasped his intent. A swarm? Indeed, this swarm appeared to be modest in size, numbering less than 3,000. Which would be just enough to replenish your own. After slightly altering their route, the two set forth, venturing deeper into the woods. Along the way, Yuan discovered a patch of high-quality timber, specifically a sparse grove of birch trees. After noting the location, they continued onward. Soon, they reached the heart of the forest, where they encountered scattered bees. Perhaps due to the inclement weather, the swarm seemed somewhat lethargic. The bees resembled tree bees, characterized by their yellow and black bodies, relatively small stature, and a lack of aggressive tendencies, primarily subsisting on nectar. This observation alleviated Yuan's concerns. If they were to face over 3,000 black tiger bees, engaging in battle would be futile. His own swarm of just over 1,000 tree bees would hardly suffice against such formidable opponents, and he might even find himself on the receiving end of a significant beating. As they approached the large tree housing the hive, the full extent of the swarm became clear. A substantial hive hung from a towering tree, surrounded by a dense congregation of bees. The swarm was indeed larger than the previous treehole bees, yet its strength did not seem overly formidable. To conserve time, Yuan resolved against allowing the 2 swarms to clash. Instead, he opted for a direct approach, setting fire to the hive. Indeed, He intended to incinerate it entirely. Beneath the tree sheltering the hive lay ample kindling, though gathering it had proven time-consuming due to the recent snowfall. This time, they would not merely produce smoke. They would ignite the entire tree. The flames were kindled at the base, rapidly spreading up the trunk. The tree's dry bark ignited easily, while the interior wood, being more saturated, burned at a slower pace. Consequently, the fire swiftly extended along the trunk, ascending toward the hive. Many bees, unable to evade the encroaching flames, perished in the conflagration. Qi Yuan's goal was straightforward, to force the queen bee out. Before long, a fist-sized figure emerged from the hive. There it was. Qi Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he instructed the black tiger bee queen to swiftly charge at the tree bee queen. He had anticipated a swift resolution. However, an unforeseen complication arose. Within the swarm, 3 bees of similar size to the queen, albeit slightly smaller, emerged. Qi Yuan surmised that these 3 tree bees likely possessed comparable strength. Despite the black tiger bee queen's formidable prowess, she found herself momentarily stymied, unable to contend with the combined might of the 4 well-endowed tree bees. The battle quickly devolved into a stalemate. Qi Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. Their swarm was at a numerical disadvantage, and their overall strength paled in comparison to the opposing force. Victory could only be achieved through a decisive strike. Should the confrontation drag on too long, it would prove detrimental to their swarm, which risked being gradually overwhelmed by the greater numbers of the enemy. "Brother Qin, it appears I will need your assistance," Qi Yuan remarked. "All right, no problem," came the reply. Qin Jinjun readily agreed, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow. With a resounding thud, the projectile struck a fine-grade tree bee. Remarkably, the bee was not pierced but rather sent flying several dozen meters away, landing motionless on the ground. Qin Jinjun was taken aback. Despite using an ordinary bow, which had previously penetrated a wild wolf, he had not anticipated that a mere bee could withstand such force. What a formidable exoskeleton! Indeed, the disparity between fine-grade beasts and ordinary ones was astonishing, leaving him in awe. Although the struck tree bee was likely nearing death, its shell's hardness was truly remarkable. After 2 additional shots, one successful and one not, another fine-grade tree bee plummeted to the earth. At present, only one fine-grade tree bee and the tree bee king remained on the battlefield. The pressure on the black tiger bee king significantly lessened, and it proceeded to deliver a thorough beating to the tree bee king, successfully subduing it in a short span. Consequently, the battle between the 2 swarms came to an abrupt halt following the capture of the tree bee king. As before, they employed the tactic of controlling the swarm through the dominance of the bee king, momentarily restraining this group of tree bees. To gain true control, it would be necessary to return to the sanctuary, secure the swarm within the beast enclosure, and domesticate an ordinary grade tree bee to cultivate into a new bee king. This would be a relatively lengthy endeavor. However, for the time being, this swarm was already under Qi Yuan's command. The tree bee population had once again swelled, exceeding 300, now bolstered by 1 or 2 fine-grade tree bees, significantly enhancing their strength. As for the 2 fallen tree bees, Qi Yuan feared that their formidable power could lead to uncontrollable circumstances if 2 additional fine-grade bees emerged. Hence, he decided to eliminate them. Unfortunately, no resource boxes dropped from their demise. After dealing with the fallen ordinary grade bees, they only acquired 2 common resource boxes. Qi Yuan gazed at the burgeoning swarm and the resource boxes scattered on the ground, a broad grin stretching across his face. "Brother Qin, who would have thought the hunt would yield such rewards?" he exclaimed. "In truth, it is merely that this area harbors a plethora of small beasts, and our strength is relatively robust. 4 ordinary survivors, lacking beast search scrolls and an established swarm, and possessing limited individual power. It is unthinkable to hunt beasts or even wander freely in the wild. The 5 emaciated wolves we encountered, no matter how weak, were not something an ordinary person could contend with." Qin Jinjun earnestly explained that hunting demands utmost caution. Any hint of disregard could prove fatal. He recounted his own encounter with an assault by the black tiger bee swarm. Had it not been for Qi Yuan's healing potions, which treated his wounds and prevented the poison from spreading, he likely would not have survived that ordeal. Yuan nodded in agreement. Today, their dominance in the forest was a result of their combined strengths, two individuals thriving in their development. With this thought in mind, Yuan tempered his smile and resumed a cautious demeanor as they pressed onward. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at a towering rock face, adorned with verdant vines. Upon closer inspection, one can faintly perceive a cave concealed behind the vines. The two individuals refrained from approaching hastily, instead opting to conceal themselves nearby for a better observation. Yuan carefully surveyed the surrounding environment, skillfully making his way to a waterhole. He brushed aside the accumulated snow, revealing several footprints in the earth. Wild boar. Both Yuan and Yuan recognized this simultaneously, a wave of tension washing over them. They exchanged a silent glance, quietly retreating from the vicinity of the cave to a relatively safer location. With a grave expression, Yuan remarked, "It appears to be a wild boar's den." Wild boars typically favor residing in caves or near rivers, resting during the day and foraging at night. They're likely asleep now, so we need not worry excessively. However, we should deliberate on whether or not to take action. Noting the row of footprints, he continued, "These tracks are significantly larger than usual, indicating that the wild boars here are exceptionally large and formidable." Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation and inquired, "Brother Qin, based on your experience, how formidable are wild boars?" Yuan replied, after a moment of reflection, "If it is an adult male wild boar, it would likely possess top-tier strength. As for my current prowess, I would rank in the upper middle tier of the good category." Yuan's heart sank at this revelation, realizing that in a one-on-one confrontation, it was highly probable that Brother Qin would struggle against even a single wild boar. Moreover, there were 4 of them present. Chapter 36. Wild boars suddenly, Yuan inquired, "Brother Qin, among these 4 wild boars, it cannot be that they're all adult males, can it?" "Indeed, if I am not mistaken, there should be 1 male, 1 female, and 2 piglets," Yuan replied, then added, "Yuan, are you contemplating action?" After a lengthy contemplation, Yuan posed a question, "Brother Qin, do you believe we stand a chance if we engage? If we include the swarm of bees, there remains a possibility, although the casualties could be considerable. The bee swarm can regenerate. That is not the issue. The real question lies in whether the cost of hunting the wild boars is truly justified." With unwavering resolve, Yuan continued, "The meat from 2 adult wild boars would yield an astonishing amount of steaks, representing a substantial fortune. As for the 2 piglets, we could rear them at the sanctuary. If one is male and the other female, their value would be even greater. If the cost is merely the loss of some bees, I believe it is entirely worthwhile." A flicker of interest crossed Yuan's eyes as he added, "Moreover, the resource chests dropped by top-tier wild beasts are undoubtedly of exceptional quality. You may not fully grasp this due to your limited experience with hunting. While all resource chests may be of good quality, there exists a slight variance in their caliber. My beast searching scroll was obtained from the resource chest of an early good-quality beast I hunted. Clearly, if the opportunity arises, I too lean towards hunting these 2 wild boars." However, he acknowledged that his strength alone was insufficient. Although he harbored a disdain for the black tiger bee king, he could not deny the formidable power of the bee swarm, particularly the venom of the black tiger bees, which even a strong, good-quality beast must treat with caution. "Brother Yuan, I have no objections, yet we need you to first utilize the bee swarm. This will likely lead to some losses." Yuan conveyed the challenge back to Yuan. After a moment's reflection, Yuan responded, "The swarm can be replenished as long as the black tiger bee king remains alive. This deal is worth pursuing." With their decision made, the two began to devise a plan for hunting the wild boars. Although termed a plan, it was rather straightforward. Let the bee swarm initiate the assault to weaken the boar's condition. The tree bees, using their stingers, would inflict numerous superficial wounds upon the boar's tough hides. Subsequently, the black tiger bees would enlarge the wounds and inject a significant amount of venom. Through the combination of lacerations and toxins, they would considerably deplete the boar's vitality, allowing Yuan to deliver the final blow to the weakened creatures. Throughout this process, the efficacy of the black tiger bee's venom was paramount, particularly that of the black tiger bee king. 4 ordinary tree bees would struggle to inflict significant harm on the thick-skinned wild boars. This realization plunged Qi Yuan into deep thought. Venom. Venom. Noticing Qi Yuan's silence, Qin Jinjun inquired, Qi Yuan, what occupies your thoughts? With a sigh, Qi Yuan lamented, if only we possessed a potent toxin, we could accomplish our plan with greater ease. Alas, we lack such poison. Toxin? What are you suggesting? Poisoning them? Qin Jinjun asked, somewhat puzzled. No, Qi Yuan elaborated. While the tree bees are non-venomous, we could coat their stingers with poison and send them on a suicidal mission against the wild boars, thereby enhancing the likelihood of poisoning them. However, the greatest obstacle lay in the fact that he lacked any poison. Poison? Qin Jinjun exclaimed, a spark of delight illuminating his eyes. What a pity, I don't possess any toxic substances, Qi Yuan sighed. Who said you don't have any? Just because you lack it doesn't mean I do. Ha ha ha. Your idea is rather ingenious. Qin Jinjun chuckled, delivering a hearty slap on Qi Yuan's shoulder. Glancing at the time, Qin Jinjun remarked, we still have time. Let us return and have Xiaodong procure the necessary items. Qi Yuan's survival manual in the mist remained at the shelter, prompting the two to hastily make their way back. Through private transactions, they swiftly contacted Xiaodong, who was home alone, instructing her to bring the items over. It was a dark green venom sac. This was obtained from a venomous snake we encountered earlier. Qin Jinjun explained. It had a solid tier of strength, roughly the thickness of a finger, yet its venom was terrifyingly potent. I witnessed it incapacitate a well-tiered giant wolf within mere minutes. Qi Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, yet he quickly inquired, such a potent toxin won't affect the wild boar meat, will it? Not at all. This is a paralyzing poison, akin to an anesthetic, Qin Jinjun assured him. Nodding in agreement, Qi Yuan accepted this method. Now, all was prepared, with only the final touch awaited. Upon returning to the entrance of the wild boar's cave, they commenced their preparations. They selected 1,000 tree bees from the swarm, each being coated with the venom. The poison tree bees essentially became a suicide squad. Even if they did not engage the wild boars, they would soon succumb to the snake venom. Thus, the assault had to be swift. Due to time constraints, it was impossible to coat all the tree bees simultaneously. Therefore, Qi Yuan divided them into batches of 100, each group immediately launching an attack after being poisoned, one following the other. As the command was issued, the mindless ordinary-level tree bees surged into the cave with frenzied intensity. Soon, the cave reverberated with furious roars, as if the very earth itself were shaking, sending debris flying. However, the tumult gradually subsided. Clearly, it was not the wild boars that had perished, but rather the first batch of tree bees that had fallen. Yet the second batch had assembled, rushing in once more. This was followed by the third, fourth, and fifth batches. As anticipated, the stingers of the ordinary-level tree bees struggled to penetrate the wild boar's thick hide. Consequently, the initial waves of tree bees inflicted minimal damage and met a grim fate. However, by the fifth and sixth batches, the wild boar began to sustain tangible injuries. Before long, it emerged from the cave, indeed revealing a pair of wild boars, one male and one female, accompanied by 2 piglets. Prior to the assault, Qi Yuan had issued a directive to target the largest one, which was the adult male boar. At this moment, the male boar was evidently wounded. As the toxins began to seep into its system, it could feel a sharp pain surging through its back, accompanied by a profound sense of numbness. 2 contradictory emotions intertwined, creating an unsettling tension that swiftly escalated into a state of furious rage. Gazing upon the towering 2-meter-tall wild boar, Qi Yuan and Qin Jinjun could not suppress the urge to swallow hard. If they were to confront this colossal creature head-on, even 10 lives would not suffice. They would most likely become mere blubber for the beast to sustain itself through the winter. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Fortunately, you devised a method involving poison. Otherwise, we would have no hope of subduing this giant. Qin Jinjun's eyes widened in astonishment, and a sense of relief surged within him. How fortunate he was not to have acted recklessly, for the outcome could have been dire. Initially, he believed he still possessed the capability to fight. It was only upon witnessing the boar's immense size that he realized he had greatly overestimated his own strength. The enraged boar charged, knocking the swarm of bees to the ground and trampling the earth beneath its feet. Yet, the bees, guided by Yuan, moved not in a mindless frenzy, but with remarkable order. Nearly 80% of the tree bees concentrated around the boar's hindquarters, an area that represented the creature's blind spot, where it could neither effectively attack nor reach the swarm. The only recourse was to collide with the stone walls and trees, attempting to shake the bees from their positions. However, the results were minimal. Chapter 37. Abundance of wild boar meat before long. The boar's nape was drenched in blood, crimson droplets cascading onto the pristine snow. At this juncture, the assault of the tree wasps proved effective. Their stingers pierced flesh, allowing the venom to seep effortlessly into the bloodstream. Yuan's scheme had reached a significant milestone. As the serpent's toxin coursed through the boar's veins, its effects began to manifest. The wild boar, in its desperate struggles, could distinctly perceive a growing loss of control over its body, accompanied by a pervasive numbness. It rammed against the rocky wall, striving to regain its former state, but to no avail. Inadvertently, it exacerbated its wounds, worsening its condition. Nearby, the female boar initially observed with curiosity, but upon sensing the anomaly, emitted a mournful cry, unsure of how to assist. The potency of the venom exceeded expectations. Within mere minutes, the male boar leaned against the stone wall, gasping for breath, nearly motionless. A glimmer of triumph appeared on Yuan's face. It was a success. Next, he intended to employ the same method to subdue the remaining female boar. The supply of serpent venom was dwindling, sufficient only for 600 tree wasps to deliver their toxic assault. Nonetheless, after the onslaught, the female boar was rendered almost incapable of combat. Witnessing both majestic beasts incapacitated by venom, Yuan and his companion cautiously approached. Yuan took it upon himself to deliver the final blow to these formidable creatures. To prevent the venom from permeating the flesh and rendering the meat inedible, the duo promptly commenced the dissection of the carcasses. Fortunately, the toxin did not affect the collection of meat cuts. The two colossal beasts yielded a total of 38 high-quality meat cuts, 6 portions of blood essence, 8 large bones, 15 pounds of lard, and 2 bronze resource chests. The bounty was exceedingly rich. Yuan speculated that had it not been for the majority of the meat being transformed into blood essence, there would have been at least 100 high-quality cuts. However, such was the nature of their circumstances. Simultaneously, the 2 young boars were bound, becoming part of their haul. At this moment, the information regarding the wild boars became visible. Name: Ironback wild boar, high quality. Description: a powerful predator of the forest possessing a robust iron back, massive in size and formidable in strength. These were indeed mighty high-quality wild boars. Had it not been for the numerous wasps' sacrificial assault, Yuan would have stood no chance against them. He could not help but reflect. The beasts here surpassed those on Earth, and these were merely high-quality creatures. Yuan responded with a wry smile. Indeed, in this damned, fog-laden world, merely striving for sustenance and warmth, merely seeking survival, is an arduous endeavor. As they conversed, the two gathered vines to bind the 2 young ironback wild boars. These juvenile creatures were only of ordinary quality, standing a mere 30 centimeters tall and weighing no more than 20 pounds. In their grasp, they posed no challenge whatsoever. After tending to the 2 young wild boars, Yuan rose and gazed towards the cave, which served as the nest for a family of 4 pigs. He spoke. "Let us enter and see if they have stored any food." The 2 ventured inside. The cave was not deep, allowing light to filter in and illuminate their surroundings. What caught their eye was a pile of dry, withered straw, evidently a resting place for the family, still retaining a hint of warmth. At the end of the cave, they found no winter provisions. Instead, they stumbled upon a collection of broken swords and blades. Yuan's eyes widened in shock as he hurried forward to investigate, his mind swirling with disbelief. How could there be swords here? Are there other survivors nearby? A multitude of questions brewed within him, stirring a profound sense of unease. Qin Jinjuan furrowed his brow and crouched down to examine the remnants. After a thorough inspection, he remarked with puzzlement, "These blades, they are not right." "Not right?" Qi Yuan echoed, his expression mirroring the confusion. He soon discerned the issue. Firstly, the craftsmanship of these weapons was far from refined. They were exceedingly crude, imbued with a plethora of impurities. This indicated that these blades were not products of the system. System-generated items were always exquisitely crafted, of superior quality, and would never manifest in such shoddy forms. Moreover, the remnants of these swords exhibited severe rust and decay, bearing the heavy marks of time. Thus, they could not have been left recently. These were weapons that had been preserved from a long, long time ago. This revelation offered Qi Yuan a sigh of relief. Yet new questions swiftly emerged. From whence did these weapons originate? Did the Misty World harbor other indigenous inhabitants apart from Earth-S humanity? Or had there existed a civilization akin to Earth-S that was transported here hundreds or even thousands of years ago by some formidable force? The answers to all these queries remained elusive. Qi Yuan reassured himself that this was not the worst discovery. After all, these weapons were undoubtedly over a century old. Even if there had been inhabitants here in the past, it would have been centuries ago, alleviating his concerns. Currently, there were no signs of other survivors in the Misty World, save for their own traces. Setting aside the matter of the broken weapons, the two continued to scour the cave, finding nothing of significance. They eventually exited the cave, packing away their findings. More than half of the 4 hours of daylight had already passed. The sun was obscured by thick clouds, casting a shadow over their surroundings. "Qi Yuan, we ought to return swiftly. Given the weather, it seems snow is imminent," Qin Jinjuan said gravely, his gaze fixed on the sky. "Indeed, today's findings are sufficient. Let us hasten back. Xiao Tong awaits your return." The journey home took nearly half an hour, as the weight of the meat was cumbersome to transport. Indeed, there was a marked difference in the cuts of meat. The pork from the Ironback Mountain boar was more than twice the weight of the meat from bamboo rats and wild rabbits. Moreover, the rich aroma of pork is incomparable to the flesh of ordinary beasts. Upon returning to the sanctuary, both individuals collapsed onto the ground. Yet, the physical exhaustion pales in comparison to the profound satisfaction and joy within their hearts. Qi Yuan expressed a willingness to endure this fatigue 100-fold. Once all the meat, materials, and resource boxes were laid out in the courtyard, they finally felt at ease. Qin Jinjuan, possessing greater stamina, still gasped for breath and remarked, "Qi Yuan, I hadn't noticed upon arrival, but I am astonished at how well your sanctuary has developed. A basement a yard twice the size, animal pens, a vegetable garden, and even a sizable pond. I see there are fish in it." Regaining some strength, Qin Jinjuan began to explore Qi Yuan's sanctuary, which boasted a far larger area and an abundance of facilities that left him utterly amazed. "Is this rice you've cultivated? And there's wheat too." "Oh, this is winter wheat. And don't touch that rice, it's of exceptional quality," Qi Yuan cautioned, his concern palpable. Startled, Qin Jinjuan quickly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "This is actually of exceptional grade, and there's a wild chicken here. Those 2 beehives must contain quite a bit of honey, right? And in this pond, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 fish. And these lotus leaves, are these the same kind of Qingwa algae you served me yesterday? Remarkably, they're all of good quality. What is this? Why is there a vast expanse of thorns? Did you plant these on purpose?" Chapter 38. Distribution of Harvest. Qin Jinjuan stood in the courtyard, astonished as he surveyed the myriad of extraordinary items surrounding him. He had always believed his own progress was rapid. His formidable prowess enabled him to hunt beasts, amassing resources far exceeding those of his fellow survivors. His thoughts regarding Qi Yuan, the young man who had once saved his daughter's life, had always been of encouragement and support. This time, he had invited Qi Yuan to assist in clearing the beasts near their shelter, motivated by friendship and concern. In his perspective, how quickly could Qi Yuan possibly develop by merely chopping wood each day? What could his food reserves amount to? Hence, he had invested a great deal in purchasing an ally scroll, intending to offer Qi Yuan assistance. Firstly, to eliminate dangerous beasts, and secondly, to aid in food storage. However, upon arrival, he realized he might have misjudged the situation. Qi Yuan's development appeared to be on par with his own, and in certain aspects, even superior. Who could have anticipated that despite Qi Yuan's lack of strength, he possessed an abundance of luck? His journey had been remarkably smooth, with resources continually at his disposal. Noticing Qin Zhenjuan's Na'vi demeanor, Qi Yuan chuckled helplessly. "Brother Qin, the sun is setting. Let's hasten to divide the spoils." "Oh yes, the spoils," Qin Zhenjuan exclaimed, smacking his forehead as he recalled the matter at hand. Initially, he had intended to reserve all the food for Qi Yuan if their haul was meager. However, it now seemed entirely unnecessary. They began to organize their harvest from the day. First and foremost was the vital food. They had acquired a total of 21 pieces of ordinary meat and 40 pieces of good quality meat, 2 of which were smaller, gathered from the wolves. Additionally, they obtained 6 portions of blood essence, 8 large pig bones, 15 pounds of lard, 3 wolf fangs, and 2 small wild boars from 2 wild pigs. After discussion, they decided to split the spoils evenly. Qi Yuan received 11 pieces of ordinary meat, 20 pieces of good quality meat, 3 portions of blood essence for large pig bones, 8 pounds of lard, 2 wolf fangs, and 1 wild boar. For all odd-numbered food items, Qin Zhenjuan generously allocated an extra portion to Qi Yuan. The blood essence was immediately transformed into healing potions, with each of them receiving 3 vials. After distributing the food, they turned their attention to the remaining resources. They had 14 wooden resource boxes and 2 bronze resource boxes, which could be evenly divided. Just as they were immersed in the joy of their bounty, the daylight came to an abrupt end. In an instant, the last remnants of light were devoured, and the heavy clouds descended like a colossal mountain, enveloping the entire misty world in darkness. Not only here, but all survivors found themselves plunged into obscurity at that moment. Outside, the terrifying darkness rendered everything invisible, devoid of any light or scenery. The air felt as if it had solidified, and a chilling breath invaded their nostrils, penetrating even through their thick garments. As if they had fallen into an ice cavern. Qi Yuan involuntarily shivered, his gaze cast anxiously toward the window, betraying a sense of unease. Qin Zhenjuan furrowed his brow and spoke, "I must return quickly. I am uneasy leaving Xiaotong alone at home." With the gathered supplies in tow, Qin Zhenjuan's figure vanished into the teleportation array. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan began the final preparations before the impending cold wave. The animals in the courtyard had sought refuge. The bees had returned to their hives, and the wild chickens nestled in their coops. The walls provided a shield, making the wind and snow within the courtyard significantly milder than outside. The beehives exhibited remarkable resistance to the cold, allowing them to barely survive in the frigid temperatures, although it remained a challenging endeavor. Thus, Qi Yuan constructed a windbreak around the hives using timber, lessening the impact of the snow and wind. The chicken coop was already equipped with insulating materials, ensuring decent warmth. He merely needed to add some dry straw. The last remaining concern was the wild boar. This untamed creature posed a considerable threat, so Qi Yuan confined it to the basement to prevent it from disturbing the other animals. The crucian carp in the pond, protected by the Qingwei algae, astonishingly maintained a water temperature of 0°C, ensuring the pond did not freeze. The thorny guardians had consistently demonstrated strong resistance to the cold, possessing their own methods for enduring the chill, alleviating Qi Yuan's worries. With the agricultural and animal husbandry concerns addressed, Qi Yuan felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. As the snowstorm intensified, he deemed it unwise to linger outside and retreated indoors. The temperature plummeted further, even within the confines of the house, dropping to a frigid -20°C, subjecting Qi Yuan to considerable discomfort. Consequently, he sought refuge in his bedroom, hastily igniting the fireplace. To elevate the temperature, he added 5 pieces of charcoal, maximizing the flames within the hearth. The crackling of the burning wood contrasted starkly with the howling, oppressive winds outside, creating an impression of 2 disparate worlds. This cozy, confined sanctuary provided him with a rare sense of security. As he basked in the warmth of the fireplace, Qi Yuan's frozen body began to thaw, yet he still felt an insistent chill. He promptly shed his outer garments and burrowed beneath a 12 cashmere duvet. After enveloping himself in the warmth for several minutes, he no longer felt as frigid. He retrieved the Mist Survival Manual and began to peruse its contents, seeking updates on the circumstances of other survivors. The first message that caught his attention was from Gao Hanji, who had sent over 23 vines, presumably from today's forging efforts. "This is the collection of vines from today. I have sent them to you," she wrote. "It has grown dark here, and the temperature has dropped significantly. The snowfall is immense, freezing the small river. Yuan, how are things on your end?" Yuan quickly replied, "It is the same here. The temperature is declining rapidly. This shift seems to affect all survivors." He expressed his astonishment. The snowflakes outside are larger than fists, accumulating to half a meter in mere minutes. Gao Hanji, clearly anxious, opened the message with trepidation, revealing her fear of the cold wave. Just as Yuan prepared to console her, the system announced an important notification. "Missed announcement. Congratulations to the surviving survivors. You have successfully completed the 7-day novice period. The first trial is upon us, the cold wave. I trust that everyone is prepared to confront this calamity. Concurrently, the novice protection mechanism will be entirely abolished following today. The changes are as follows. Firstly, the fog protection zones will vanish. There will no longer be classifications such as fog-free, light fog, or dense fog zones. Beasts will no longer be restricted by fog. Survivors, brace yourselves for the formidable creatures that lie ahead. Naturally, many powerful survivors have already begun to confront and even hunt these beasts. I encourage you to persist in your endeavors. Secondly, the item information prompts will be eliminated. From now on, when survivors encounter various resources in the wild, the system will not provide information regarding their names, grades, or functions. Thirdly, silver resource chests will now emerge. The quality of resource items will feature categories such as excellent and rare. I urge all survivors to prepare accordingly. Moreover, at midnight tonight, a comprehensive evaluation of all survivors' progress will take place, accompanied by rewards. The assessment criteria will encompass numerous aspects, including shelter level, shelter facilities, total resource acquisition and rarity, quantity and quality of items, the amount and rarity of resource chests, shelter strength, and exploration depth in the fog world. Please be ready for this evaluation. Chapter 39. The new fog announcement. This system announcement immediately captivated the attention of all survivors. The new information contained within compelled everyone to read it word for word, leaving no room for negligence, as it signified forthcoming changes. The essence of the announcement was articulated with remarkable clarity, encapsulating 3 main points. Firstly, the boundaries between the light fog and dense fog zones have been abolished, liberating survivors from regional constraints. However, this also means that beasts are no longer restricted. During the past 7 days, aside from a few unfortunate survivors, most have encountered minimal beast activity, with the majority being of ordinary level. Naturally, exceptional individuals like Qin and Yuan, who actively hunt beasts, are an entirely different matter. This change signifies the withdrawal of the system's protective measures, leading to diminished intervention for survivors. While they gain greater freedom, they must also confront heightened dangers. Secondly, regarding information prompts, henceforth, when encountering resources in the wilderness, there will be no informational alerts, nor will survivors be able to ascertain the name, function, or grade of the resources. This further emphasizes that the novice protection period has concluded, and the system's interference with survivors is gradually waning. Lastly, there is a relaxation concerning resource boxes, supplies, and the grading of beasts. Over the past week, only wooden and bronze resource boxes have appeared, with item quality limited to ordinary and good grades. There exists only a slim chance of acquiring a few excellent grade items from secret realms or bronze resource boxes. Similarly, the highest grade of beasts encountered has been merely good, with the ironback wild boar being the most formidable among them. However, this scenario is poised for change, as overall grades are expected to rise, with excellent and even rare items making their debut. These updates herald a system overhaul, followed by the announcement of periodic rewards. At midnight tonight, a comprehensive evaluation will be conducted on all survivors, assessing their development over this time frame. Much like the assessments within secret realms, this will encompass the entire survivor demographic, and one can anticipate commendable rewards. Yuan was equally curious, pondering where his growth might rank amongst humanity. Meanwhile, the chat channel began to buzz with activity. What does this announcement mean? Does it imply that we will no longer be confined by the fog? Are you truly pleased? The fog evidently served as our protection against encroaching beasts. This must be madness. Alas, with the system reducing its assistance, survival will become increasingly arduous. Indeed, we must seek out formidable allies. Help, esteemed individuals. Help, esteemed individuals 1. Help, esteemed individuals 2. I strongly recommend the system implement a video feature. Otherwise, how can we truly seek support? The lady above, your previous profession must have been remarkable. Let us connect as friends and have a proper discussion. Ahem. There exists a certain scroll that enables one to visit another shelter. It offers an entirely new level of service. Goodness, such an unorthodox item exists. To think such a precious resource is employed for such frivolous purposes is utterly wasteful. Gentlemen, let us cease our chatter. Do you not perceive the fierce winds outside? I feel as though the very house is swaying. Indeed, I have observed that numerous grand trees have been uprooted, though my abode remains steadfast. By the way, what level is your sanctuary? Level 2. I find level 2 quite commendable and have no intention of upgrading. One must wisely allocate resources. Take your blade to the heavens. Gentlemen, do you possess confidence in tonight's comprehensive evaluation? We must indeed. I manage to procure a resource box almost daily. Surely that secures a commendable rank. A resource box each day? You may be unaware that hunting monsters directly yields resource boxes, along with meat. Goodness, esteemed one. How audacious to hunt monsters alone. Esteemed one, I am the belle of the finance department at XXX University, newly minted, adept at charming, seeking a patron. I, too, am a divorced mother of 2, embodying the grace of a mature and gentle lady, and I possess strength along with other talents. So, it is true that hunting beasts can yield resource boxes? Even so, I would not dare venture forth. The creatures here are far larger than those on Earth. Many engage in idle chatter, yet the substance is lacking. Concurrently, numerous golden pin messages have emerged, disseminated via the world as trumpet. Most pertain to the sale or acquisition of resources. However, a few messages stand out, capturing Yuan's attention. The senders are recognized leaders from various nations, names well known to the populace. The content of their messages differs remarkably from others. One such message provides guidance on how to withstand cold waves, prevent frostbite, avoid illness, and enhance warmth. It contains numerous practical suggestions, alongside blessings and encouragement for all survivors. Several similar posts exist, with many originating from foreign names. This stirred a sense of gratitude within Yuan. Despite the collapse of civilization, there remain those striving to assist others in their suffering. Pondering this, he meticulously absorbed all the pertinent information, gaining a wealth of useful knowledge. It was then he recalled his own world trumpet, initially intended for promoting charcoal. He had not felled trees in recent days, resulting in a scarcity of wood, inadequate for producing substantial amounts of charcoal. Contemplating this, Yuan accessed the trading market. At that moment, the market was gripped by extreme phenomena. The prices of food and warming supplies had soared to astonishing heights. Wood experienced a slight depreciation, while stone plummeted significantly to the point where it was virtually unwanted. Even high-quality wood and stone fared poorly in the market. After all, for all survivors, wood is the most readily available resource with the highest reserves. Despite daily consumption, the quantity remains remarkably abundant, particularly for those equipped with high-quality axes. One can effortlessly chop down 300 to 400 units of wood in a single day, ensuring an ample supply for heating. Conversely, the acquisition of food and warm clothing is considerably more challenging, with quantities being scarce. A thought struck Yuan as he searched for wood, revealing a plethora of information regarding the sale of timber. The most economical option offered 100 units of ordinary wood for merely 100 grams of food. Without hesitation, Yuan made the purchase, as his food reserves were plentiful. Over 20 pounds of flour, more than 30 pieces of meat, and a variety of other provisions, including wild chickens, small mountain pigs, crucian carp, honey, clear moon algae, and crystal rice. Notably, high-quality food contains energy several times that of ordinary fare, often satisfying daily needs with only a small quantity. Thus, he regarded some rather tasteless ordinary food with disdain, particularly the over 50 pounds of bean pods, which were not only lacking in nutrition but also dry and difficult to consume. Consequently, Yuan resolved to exchange the bean pods in the marketplace for a wealth of materials. 300 ordinary would exchange for 500 grams of food. Completed. 50 ordinary would exchange for 100 grams of food. Completed. 200 high-quality would exchange for 2 pounds of food. Completed. 300 high-quality water-pattern stones exchanged for 5 pounds of food. Completed. Bathroom 1 exchange for 2 pounds of food. Completed. Beast Taming Scroll 1 exchange for 10 pounds of food. A bit pricey, yet worthwhile. After some negotiation, a final deal of 8 pounds of grain was struck. Ultimately, the over 50 pounds of bean pods were transformed into a diverse array of resources, filling the entire living room to the brim. Upon final tallying, he acquired 380 units of ordinary wood, 140 units of high-quality wood, 360 units of high-quality, or along with 1 bathroom, 1 high-quality beast taming scroll, 1 high-quality upgrade scroll, and high-quality aphrodisiac powder. Chapter 40. The ingenious uses of upgrade scroll stones and wood are commonplace materials. Their price is currently quite affordable. Previously, I acquired a beast taming scroll and successfully tamed the Black Tiger Queen. This time, fortune smiled upon me again, granting another. The remaining 3 items have been meticulously selected by Yuan. The first, a toilet, is a facility-type item that can establish a restroom within a shelter, complete with plumbing leading to the outdoors. Yuan has long been troubled by the issues surrounding excretion, often finding himself rushing out at night, trembling with each step, his limbs numbed by the cold. Upon discovering this item, he promptly seized it. The second item is the aphrodisiac powder. Name: Aphrodisiac powder, good quality. Effect: stimulates desire in beasts, enhancing their reproductive urges and increasing both efficiency and success rates in breeding. Description: an early arrival of spring. For the majority of survivors, this item may seem rather trivial. However, Yuan has a considerable number of domesticated animals, particularly a thriving bee colony. Thus, this item holds significant value for him, enabling a rapid increase in the bee population. He plans to utilize it on the Black Tiger colony once the weather warms. The third item, the upgrade scroll, holds variable worth. Name: upgrade scroll, good quality. Effect: elevates ordinary level items to good quality, usable 3 times. Description: achieve a leap in existence. Truth be told, this scroll appears quite formidable, and Yuan initially shared this sentiment. If applied to a highly effective item, its worth would undoubtedly double. However, after acquiring it, he found himself at a loss regarding its application. All the ordinary level items in his possession are genuinely mundane, and even if upgraded to good quality, they still seem rather insignificant. Should he enhance a stone pickaxe to good quality? It seems unnecessary, as Yuan possesses plenty of tools. Upgrading food to good quality? Not required, as he already has an ample supply of good quality meat. Elevating seeds to good quality? That presents a commendable idea. Yet he already possesses excellent crystal rice and good quality winter wheat. Most other seeds are also good quality. It appears that only the more trivial items remain at the ordinary level. Yuan pondered for an extended period, still unable to conjure a suitable idea. Consequently, he shared the information regarding the upgrade scroll with Gao Hanji and Yuan, seeking their insights. Their reactions mirrored his own upon viewing the item details. Gao Hanji: one exceptional item. How remarkable. Yuan: wow. Yuan: did you obtain this from a resource box? The quality is astounding. With a sense of helplessness, Yuan observed their responses and inquired, what do you think is the most suitable application for this item? This question left both of them momentarily speechless. After much contemplation, they failed to identify a fitting ordinary level item. The inexperienced Gao Hanji even contemplated upgrading ordinary instant noodles to good quality. Yuan, however, chose to disregard this suggestion and sent a photo in response. With an abundance of resources, including numerous crates filled with meat and flour, nearly all of commendable quality, Gao Hanji found her initial fantasies of superior instant noodles quickly dashed as her expression froze. It was evident that she had been looked down upon. Simultaneously, a sense of helplessness washed over her. The comparative nature of existence was indeed disheartening. At that moment, Qin Jinjuan sent several suggestions, all comprising rather commendable items of ordinary quality, such as water purifiers, bandages, lighters, binoculars, and multifunctional knives, among others. The plethora of available items left Yuan in awe, indicating that Qin Jinjuan's level of development was decidedly superior, far beyond Gao Hanji's capabilities. However, some items merely offered a slight enhancement in value, lacking any truly remarkable allure, which left Yuan in a state of indecision. If only this scroll were of excellent or even rare quality, it would undoubtedly be a miraculous find. Regrettably, it was merely of commendable quality. Just as Yuan grappled with his uncertainty, Qin Jinjuan sent another message. Yuan, may I ask if this item has a specific application? What do you mean? Yuan squinted, as if struck by a revelation. Could it be applied to living beings? Indeed, living beings. Yuan's eyes lit up, enlightenment washing over him. While ordinary items held little value, an ordinary-level black tiger bee upgraded to commendable quality would significantly enhance its strength. Moreover, he possessed an ordinary-level ironback mountain pig. Qin Jinjuan advised, don't rush. Try it on yourself first. I suspect the effect might be minimal. If it fails, then use it on the black tiger bee. Should it succeed, it would imply that it could be applied to beasts. The remaining opportunities could then be reserved for the little ironback mountain pig, which, once tamed, could be directly upgraded to commendable quality. I noted that we have one male and one female ironback mountain pig. Upon reading the message, Yuan's heart surged with excitement. Though he endeavored to maintain composure, he thought to himself, indeed, experience speaks volumes. Such cunning ideas. Qin Jinjuan's logical reasoning was evidently more meticulous and imaginative. Yuan steadied himself and commenced his trial by applying the upgrade scroll to himself. Moments later, to his dismay, the message indicated that it could not be used. Slightly disappointed, Yuan resigned himself to placing his hopes on the black tiger bee. With eager anticipation, he ventured outside, braving the biting cold and swirling snow, until he arrived at the yard. Selecting a domesticated, ordinary-level black tiger bee from the beast enclosure, he applied the upgrade scroll. Holding his breath, he watched intently. 5 seconds later, the black tiger bee's size increased, its black exoskeleton gleaming with brilliance, and its muscles teeming with vigor. Ultimately, it grew to a size comparable to that of a black tiger bee king. It worked. It truly succeeded. Yuan's joy was palpable. This black tiger bee had become the second commendable combatant within the black tiger bee swarm. At that moment, the black tiger bee queen emerged from the hive. Gazing curiously at the black tiger bee, her small mind struggling to comprehend, how could this fellow, who was merely a novice yesterday, suddenly possess prowess akin to mine today? Noticing the queen's intense scrutiny, the newly empowered black tiger bee felt a surge of confidence and defiantly emitted a hiss. This was a signal of competition for supremacy. The black tiger bee queen, unable to tolerate such insolence, let out an even sharper call and swiftly charged towards the black tiger bee. They immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. Yuan did not intervene. It was customary among the hive that bees of comparable strength would vie for the position of queen. And if one was not decisively subdued, disputes would inevitably arise in the future. The battle was swift, both in onset and conclusion. This black tiger bee, having only just attained a commendable level, was vastly inferior to the queen and soon found itself fleeing in disarray. The black tiger bee queen pursued relentlessly, intent on silencing her rival. Observing this scene, Yuan naturally could not allow the queen to deliver a fatal blow, so he intervened to halt her aggression. As both black tiger bees had been domesticated, they quickly obeyed the command, ceasing their conflict and returning to the hive. To facilitate distinction, they were each bestowed a name. The black tiger bee queen was called a He, while the recently advanced black tiger bee was named Hei. Chapter 41. Harvesting the market after receiving validation. Yuan returned indoors in a state of ecstatic delight, the chill of his body somewhat alleviated. The significance of the upgrade scroll was monumental, since the scroll could be utilized on the black tiger bee. It undoubtedly could be applied to the ironback mountain boar as well. Once the young ironback mountain boar was tamed in the beast enclosure, the scroll could be employed to swiftly elevate it to a commendable level. This represented not merely formidable combat power, but also long-term growth. If it were only a single ironback mountain boar, it would suffice. However, it is worth noting that a total of 2 ironback mountain boars were acquired this time, 1 male and 1 female. Once they reached maturity, they could mate and begin to reproduce. It can be said that the value of this upgrade scroll has surpassed that of dozens of commendable grade items. Yuan had undoubtedly struck gold this time. Upon lying down on his bed, Yuan's emotions remained in a state of exhilaration. After sharing the successful experiment news with Yuan opened the Mist Survival Manual and entered the trading market, eager to ascertain whether more of such scrolls were available. To his surprise, there were indeed several for sale. It appeared that although this item was rare, a number of individuals had obtained it, and these scrolls were not classified as non-sale items. For many, their value was rather negligible, merely regarded as decent quality common goods, far inferior to some exquisite items that were almost non-transferable, such as the shelter's shielded, healing potion manufacturing scroll or Yuan's beast search scroll. These items served as the foundation for the development of various survivors, providing a basis for the rapid advancement of the shelter, each possessing its unique characteristics. Should Yuan lose the beast search scroll, his efficiency in development would undoubtedly suffer significantly. Likewise, Yuan, lacking the wellspring and healing potions, would lose his impetus for swift growth. However, the upgrade scroll was distinct from these items. For the majority of survivors, it remained a rather superfluous type of tool. Yet, this was only the past. Now, having discovered the special application of the upgrade scroll for beasts, its true value had been unveiled. If other survivors were to recognize this utility, they might leverage this method as a foundation for shelter development, swiftly amassing a cadre of formidable beasts. Thus, while others remained oblivious to this secret, Yuan acted swiftly to make his purchases. Among the upgrade scrolls for sale, 3 sellers had set their prices relatively low, requiring only some food, and the quantities were within Yuan's means. He easily exchanged compressed biscuits, bread, and a portion of flour to acquire all 3 scrolls. Consequently, he obtained 3 more upgrade scrolls. As for the remaining scrolls, their prices were exorbitantly high, far exceeding their intrinsic worth. Yuan naturally refrained from being taken advantage of. Nevertheless, he did not relent, instead offering each seller a piece of common grade meat to test their limits. Yuan felt a sense of confidence, for these items were not particularly rare to those individuals. It wasn't long before he received a response to his message. Given that they were currently in a cold snap, all the survivors were holed up in their shelters, diligently perusing the Misty Survival Manual, and thus would quickly see his message. This was indeed a high-quality item. How could one expect to acquire it with merely an ordinary meat patty? Yuan, how many do you propose? 10 patties. Yuan, that's a fair price. Wait for a worthy buyer. As for those who made frivolous offers, treating themselves as fools, Yuan showed no leniency and chose to ignore them. If you truly wish to purchase, then how about 9 patties? Where have you gone? This is truly a valuable item, one I hesitate to use myself. Fine, I'll part with it for 8 patties. 7 patties. I'm at my limit. It cannot be less. Are you really leaving? Hello, sir. What about 5 patties? For patties. Please don't walk away. I was mistaken. 2 patties. Just 2. Sir, with this scroll, you can transform an ordinary meat patty into a high-quality one. You won't regret it. It truly cannot be lowered further. Yuan, deal. Seeing the price drop, Yuan decisively executed the exchange, securing the 4th scroll. Subsequently, he employed a similar strategy, trading a meat patty and a pound of flour to acquire the 5th scroll. He had anticipated that this method would enable him to smoothly procure the remaining scrolls. Yet, reality dealt a harsh blow. In subsequent transactions, the sellers were persistently unwilling to lower their prices, and even when refusing to sell, they remained steadfast in their pricing. These sellers were presumably doing well, lacking in food resources, thus rendering Yuan's tactics ineffective. Ultimately, only 4 upgrade scrolls remained in the trading market, each priced above 5 meat patties, far beyond Yuan's means. However, Yuan did not resign himself to defeat. Instead, he relayed this information to Yuan. Yuan likely possessed a considerable amount of food and might be able to acquire a few scrolls. After all, it was prudent to collect as many of these valuable items as possible, even if he could not secure them for himself. It would be advantageous to leave them for his allies. Upon hearing the news, Yuan responded without hesitation, expressing his intent to acquire them, even if the prices were somewhat elevated. Upon hearing such lavish comments, Yuan could not help but marvel. It seemed that Brother Qin's food reserves were indeed unfathomably abundant. 30 minutes later, when Yuan searched for the upgrade scrolls again, he found them completely absent. It appeared that Yuan had indeed acquired them all. Yuan calculated that this venture had surely cost Brother Qin over 20 ordinary meat patties, showcasing his wealth. After obtaining this batch of upgrade scrolls, Yuan chose not to use them immediately. Instead, he opted to keep them safe. Currently, the population of black tiger bees was merely a little over 100, and possessing too many high-quality black tiger bees could easily lead to disputes, which would not bode well for future development. The most prudent course of action is to await the expansion of the black tiger bee swarm to a sufficient number before utilizing the scrolls, thereby gradually enhancing the proportion of high-quality black tiger bees. Moreover, it is currently the midst of a chilling cold front, with temperatures plummeting to alarming lows, making mere survival for the swarm a daunting challenge, let alone fostering growth. Therefore, most of these matters must be postponed until the cold front abates. Upon checking the time, he realized it was only a little past 9 in the evening, leaving 3 hours until midnight. It was certain that he would have to endure the night, for a comprehensive assessment by the system was scheduled at midnight, along with the distribution of rewards. Consequently, nearly all survivors had opted against sleep. Another factor contributing to this decision was the onset of the cold front, which rendered it highly unlikely for anyone to venture outside the following day, eliminating the need for an early rise. With over 3 hours remaining, perhaps it was time to find something to occupy himself. Lying idly on the bed, Yuan felt a tinge of restlessness. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to open the resource boxes, hoping to reap some useful items. Initially, he had intended to save the boxes for moments of boredom, to infuse some amusement into his life. However, after reflecting on the situation, he resolved to open them all at once. Chapter 42. The Mist Pearl. There are 7 wooden resource chests and 1 bronze resource chest. Yuan arranged all 8 chests in front of the fireplace, creating a magnificent spectacle. In the flickering firelight, they emanated a faint aura of the sacred. He decided to test his luck with the wooden resource chest first. Rubbing his hands together, Yuan sat upright, his gaze solemn as he opened the wooden chest. With a series of crisp sounds, the lids popped open, 7 times in total, each sound resonating like the most enchanting melody, filling Yuan with delight. 22 assorted items lay neatly before him. Although they were all of ordinary quality, their abundance was noteworthy. As Yuan examined each item, he noted that, while their quality was generally mediocre, one stood out as a good quality item. He recalled a frail, good quality wild wolf that had dropped only a single ordinary resource chest. This solitary good quality item was likely procured from this chest, for it was a wolfbone bow. Name: Wolfbone Bow, good quality. Effect: crafted from the bones of a good quality wild wolf. It possesses formidable lethality. This bow was undeniably potent. Albeit Yuan had no experience in archery, he had previously witnessed Yuan wielding a bow, albeit a mere ordinary one, yet it demonstrated considerable power. With the acquisition of this good quality bow, Yuan pondered whether he should devote time to practicing archery to bolster his own abilities. Although his physical prowess had improved, his combat effectiveness remained low. In battles, he typically concealed himself in the rear, If he could master precise archery skills, he would no longer be entirely devoid of combat capability. Resolute in his decision, Yuan resolved to commence archery practice the following day. The remaining items were of rather ordinary quality, broadly categorized into food, warmth-providing items, and tools. The food assortment consisted of noodles, instant noodles, potatoes, chips, cucumbers, and others. Though limited in quantity and quality, they still enriched his diet. The warmth-providing items were plentiful, totaling 13. They included 5 pairs of thermal socks, a box containing 5 cotton underwear, a knitted hat, a scarf, a thin quilt, long johns, and a fleece blanket. However, there were also some peculiar garments, such as fishnet stockings, a bra, and a women's dress, leaving Yuan somewhat perplexed. What on earth would he do with these? Lastly, there were 2 furnishings, a set of table and chairs, and a bedside table. While they bore little significant value, they nonetheless enhanced the shelter's interior, imbuing it with a sense of liveliness. The final bronze resource chest, obtained from an adult ironback mountain pig, awaited him. According to Yuan, although both were bronze resource chests, those dropped by more formidable beasts contained superior items. Yuan had personally witnessed the prowess of the ironback mountain pig, which was among the elite of the good quality tier. Thus, its resource chest was sure to yield exceptional treasures. With a decisive crack, he opened the chest, and 3 items emerged, their luminous orbs indicating that they were all likely good quality artifacts. Mountain boarskin large blanket, good quality. Premium snow boots, good quality. Mist pearl, good quality. The first 2 items are commendable for their warmth, while the mist pearl possesses a unique quality. Name: Mist pearl, good quality. Function: within the sanctuary where the mist pearl resides, a fog will envelop an area of 2 kilometers, causing other creatures that enter to easily lose their way. Description: to a certain extent, it will also provoke the curiosity of wild beasts. A regional item? Yuan was taken aback. This was his first encounter with such a type of item. It was difficult to determine if it was merely a trinket or a treasure. The fog created by the mist pearl can indeed effectively shield the sanctuary, obscuring the vision of outside beasts. However, it has its drawbacks, as this peculiar area tends to attract the attention of curious creatures. Yuan decided to wait until the cold wave had passed before considering the use of the mist pearl. Currently, the defensive capabilities of the sanctuary were rather weak. He would focus on nurturing the bee colonies and fortifying the thorns, allowing their numbers to grow in order to effectively fend off the encroaching beasts. When the time comes, he could then shroud the area within 2 kilometers in fog, claiming it as his domain. With this thought, Yuan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It seemed that the prospects for the development of his sanctuary were indeed promising. After opening all the boxes, he was quite satisfied with his harvest. It was undoubtedly a bountiful day. Next, he awaited the arrival of midnight. With nothing to occupy his time, Yuan casually flipped through the Mist survival manual, meandering through the trading market and chat channels as he waited for time to pass. Today marked the most active day for all survivors in the past 7 days. The initial panic had dissipated, and they were gradually acclimatizing to the world of Mist. Simultaneously, it was not as hectic as the preceding 7 days. One must admit, humanity's adaptability is remarkably swift. In just 7 days, the lifestyle of the civilized world seemed to have completely faded away, fully integrating into the survival principles of the Mist world. The conversations in the chat channel revolve around food, survival, items, resource boxes, beasts, and combat. Everyone was striving to survive. Yuan observed that initially, there were over 7 billion people. However, now, the total number of participants in the chat channel had dwindled to just over 5 billion, although it still appeared vast. A different perspective reveals that in the span of 7 days, 2 billion lives had been lost. Nearly 300 million people perished each day. Some succumbed to starvation, others to the cold, some to illness, and yet others at the claws of beasts. In countless unseen places, sanctuaries crumbled and lives faded away. Gazing out into the darkness and cold, Yuan felt a sense of confusion creeping into his heart. We refer to ourselves as survivors. Yet where does our path to survival truly lie? Is it in this misty world where we endeavor to forge a new civilization? Or do we face complete extinction amidst natural disasters and human strife? As his thoughts drifted aimlessly, midnight arrived. Amidst the eager cheers of all survivors, the system announcement resonated once more. The system's deep, resonant voice echoed in the ears of all. Poor survivors, congratulations on enduring 7 days in this wondrous realm. Countless frail souls have perished, yet many have managed to persist. Now, the comprehensive evaluation of all survivors shall commence, providing an immediate reflection of your achievements over these past 7 days. Whether you're merely a part of the masses or a paragon among survivors, the truth will soon be unveiled. As the words fell, a table materialized before everyone. Rating criteria: top 10, 000, S10, 000, 500, 000, A 500, 000, 5, 000, 000, B5, 000, 000, 50, 000, 000, C50, 000, 000, 200, 000, 000, D200, 000, 000, 60, E bottom 40. F. The system will begin rating all survivors, ultimately displaying results in the form of grades S, B, C, D, E, and F. The evaluation has commenced. At this moment, 5 billion shelters glimmered with a faint white light, subjected to an omnipotent gaze. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the missed survival manual in their hands, awaiting the system's assessment. Yuan maintained a composed demeanor, yet his rapidly beating heart betrayed him, revealing an undeniable tension. Yuan sat at the table, his serious expression devoid of emotion, while a young girl beside him wore a solemn face. Hanji rose from her bed, her hands clasped tightly, palms damp with sweat, her eyes filled with apprehension as she awaited silently. In a forest, within a shelter resembling a grand tree, a young man with bright eyes awaited the outcome. On a towering ice mountain, within an ice house constructed of frost, a stern-looking foreign man clutched his missed survival manual tightly. In an oasis amidst an endless desert, within a shelter enveloped in a protective aura, a middle-aged man gazed upward in quiet anticipation. At the bottom of a vast lake, within an underwater shelter crafted entirely from water-repellent stones, a woman in her 30s awaited in silence. In a subterranean location, on an island in a lake, atop a massive tree with a 10-meter diameter and a height of 100 meters, within a volcanic crater in a mountain cave. Chapter 43. The lingering marsh and the myriad shelters scattered throughout the misty world, all survivors awaited with bated breath. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. By the 5th minute, the survival manual in the mist finally revealed a change. Before everyone's eyes, a colossal letter appeared. A, or perhaps B. Could it be C, D, E, F? All gazes widened, some faces illuminated with joy, while others clouded with despair. Yuan, upon seeing the letter, offered a slight smile. A hint of understanding flickered across his composed visage. To his surprise, it was S, placing him among the top 10, 000 globally. He pondered about Shao Qi's standing. Hanji's countenance darkened as she beheld the imposing D before her, letting out a resigned sigh. Yuan reclined on his bed, exhaling deeply, his face reflecting a sense of relaxation. How fortunate indeed, being among the top 10, 000 globally. What rewards awaited him at the S rank? Unsurprisingly, his developmental pace remained exceptional. While securing a place in the top 1, 10, or even 100 might pose challenges, the prospect of being within the top 10, 000 seemed promising. The global assessments had occurred thrice. On the first day, when upgrading to a level 2 shelter, the evaluation within the secret realm. And now, this current assessment. In the previous 2 instances, Yuan had also ranked commendably, reaping substantial rewards. Exceptional grade spring water and superior grade crystal rice were among his acquisitions at that time. The highest quality then had only reached the exceptional grade. Thus all items obtained were of that caliber. Now, however, following a system update, rare grade items began to emerge. Yuan surmised that, given this was a collective rating for all survivors, and he ranked among the top 10, 000 globally, his reward should logically be of rare grade. As anticipated, another system notification soon arrived. Rating rewards name, Yuan rating, S rewards, 1. Random resource scroll 1, rare grade 2. Random shelter facility scroll 1, rare grade 3. Silver resource box 2 4. In the public chat channel, trading market, and private chat, his name will appear in red for 1 month. Note, all survivors' names correspond to different colors based on their ratings. S, red A, purple B, blue C, yellow D, green E, gray F, white incredible. Aside from the silver resource boxes, all other rewards are of rare grade. Although Yuan had anticipated a generous reward, he had not expected such abundance. Furthermore, throughout this journey, he had never encountered a rare grade item, yet now he found himself suddenly bestowed with so many. Moreover, it was not just Yuan. All survivors shared this extraordinary experience. None had ever witnessed rare grade items before. However, following this event, nearly 20,000 rare grade items would emerge, concentrated among the 10,000 most successful survivors. The excitement was not confined to Yuan alone. The remaining 999 recipients of the S rating felt equally exhilarated. Even the most composed individuals found themselves dizzy with joy from this cascade of rewards. As the evaluation concluded, rewards were promptly dispatched. Before Yuan appeared 2 silvery resource chests and 2 golden scrolls, representing a random resource scroll and a random shelter facility scroll. The sudden arrival of such fortune left Yuan momentarily indecisive, unsure of which to open first. After a prolonged hesitation, he chose to grasp the random shelter facility scroll. True to its name, the content promised to be a rare-level shelter facility, akin to a bedroom or kitchen. Upon selecting the scroll, the golden parchment began to transform, revealing the silhouette of a structure in the air. It was a semicircular pool, a spirit marsh pool, a rare-level creation. Yuan scrutinized it closely, unfamiliar with this edifice, which seemed not to belong to Earth. However, upon reading the description, realization dawned upon him. It was a biogas pool, albeit a modest 10 square meters in size, yet immensely powerful. Name, Spirit Marsh Pool. Rare level. Function, effectively filters items of good quality and above, extracting residual spiritual energy to form pure spiritual substance. After meticulously perusing the description several times, Yuan comprehended the pool's purpose: to separate spiritual substances from items of good quality or higher, be they plants, animals, or artifacts, once placed within the Spirit Marsh Pool. It appeared to belong to the realm of the Misty World, a special biogas pool designed to recycle waste and transmute it into something useful. However, after contemplating its properties, Yuan felt no overwhelming excitement. This rare-level building did not elicit much surprise and left him somewhat perplexed. After all, he had little understanding of the utility of the so-called spiritual substance. Moreover, where would he procure sufficient good-quality waste for recycling? It was only when he recalled his experience of creating good-quality soil by mixing spring water with dirt that clarity struck him. The spiritual energy contained within excellent quality spring water was indeed scarce, and the spiritual substances isolated by the Spirit Marsh Pool would undoubtedly be more refined. Thus, it dawned on him that through the Spirit Marsh Pool, he could obtain purer spiritual substances, cultivating more good-quality soil. This realization rendered the structure quite valuable. After making his choice, Yuan established the Spirit Marsh Pool behind a shelter, consuming some minerals to modify the surrounding walls to incorporate the new addition. Curiosity swelled within him. What could this rare-level structure possibly resemble? Braving the biting wind, he ventured outside for a glimpse. To his disappointment, the Spirit Marsh Pool was unremarkable, merely a 10-square-meter structure resembling a small, bulging loaf of bread, lacking in distinct features. Yuan could only console himself at the thought. It was, after all, a rare-level building, surely possessing functions yet undiscovered by him, and he mustn't rush to judgment. After all, the most precious things often appear the most inconspicuous. With this thought easing his mind, he decided to experiment by tossing a piece of good quality wood into the Spirit Marsh Pool to test its actual effects. Soon, the pool emitted a faint, deep hum as it commenced its purification process. Moments later, the spirit pool ceased its operations, revealing two items in the channels behind the pool. One was a piece of wood, and the other a small vial of liquid. The principle behind this was quite simple. High-grade timber, after undergoing purification, had its internal energy and spiritual essence absorbed, transforming it into a piece of ordinary wood. The extracted spiritual essence was collected and contained within the glass vial as spiritual liquid. Naturally, the small vials within the spirit pool required manual replenishment by Yuan. Any container, whether a wooden barrel or a cup, could suffice. Upon picking up the vial, Yuan discovered only a few drops of liquid at the bottom, which appeared crystalline and transparent, yet lamentably scarce in quantity. This was understandable, as it derived from merely a unit of wood. How much spiritual essence could one expect? Lifting the vial to his nose, Yuan gently inhaled, recognizing the scent as extraordinarily familiar. Was it not the fragrance of spring water from a natural spring? Although richer and seemingly more viscous than the spring water, if some water were to be added, it would likely resemble the spring water perfectly. Was this an alternative source of spring water? Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words, but upon reflection, he realized otherwise. The spiritual liquid from the spirit pool could not only blend with water, but also amalgamate with other substances. When mixed with water, it could yield a spiritual spring. When combined with soil, it could produce high-grade soil. Could it also provide a substantial influx of spiritual energy to plants? And what about animals? Or even for personal consumption? Gradually, Yuan seemed to grasp the true value of this rare-grade construct. It was indeed capable of artificially creating high-grade items. Chapter 44. The Service Scroll. Upon contemplating this, Yuan suddenly comprehended everything, and his previous dissatisfaction dissipated like mist. Such a powerful spirit pond offers immense operational potential, providing limitless possibilities in every direction. He was quite pleased with his first rare-tier reward. Upon returning indoors, Yuan retrieved the second scroll, the random resource scroll. It is evident that this is likely akin to a spring-like resource reward. The most notable feature of resource rewards is their capacity for sustained, long-term acquisition, ensuring enduring development. As it confirmed its use, the random resource scroll gradually transformed into the shape of a bamboo. A bamboo grove. This is a rare-tier bamboo grove resource. Name: Yunshi Bamboo Grove Resource Scroll. Rare tier. Function: a rare bamboo grove covering 2 acres, producing Yunshi bamboo and Yunshi bamboo shoots. If harvested in large quantities at once, future yields will be affected. Merely possessing the scroll, Yuan remained uncertain of its specifics, unable to gauge its true value. However, the potential to yield the rare-grade material, Yunshi bamboo, alongside the rare-grade food, Yunshi bamboo shoots, suggests it holds considerable worth. Given the current cold weather, using the scroll now would hinder the grove's growth. Thus, Yuan decided to set it aside for later use, intending to wait until the cold wave passed and the weather warmed. During the time Yuan was reviewing his rewards, the entire chat channel erupted with fervor. The names of all survivors displayed in different hues. Among them, a few striking reds stood out vividly against the multitude of names. Everyone recognized that this shade of red signified those who had placed within the top 10,000 of all survivors, out of over 5 billion participants. Ranking among the top 10,000. What does this represent? It signifies that these individuals are the true elites. Consequently, once the rankings were announced, all the red-named survivors were inundated with frenzied admiration. Goodness, what level of elite is this? Top 10,000 globally. I actually have a red-named elite among my friends. I hadn't even noticed. No more chatting. I'm off to seek their favor. Brother, let us be friends and bask in their glory together. I want to bask too. Incredible. I actually know someone in the top 10,000. I told my friend he was an elite, but he refuses to acknowledge it. All my friends have gray names. I'm heartbroken. Are there really red names? I haven't seen a single one. At this moment, a red name appeared. Come, good brother. Is this the color? Elite, 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 look this way. Slurp, slurp, slurp. What are you doing up there? While you all hesitate, I've already sought their favor. Damn, my brother is so bold. Oh, there's also a purple name here. Don't run away. Let me have a taste. To all red name brothers, could you spare a piece of meat? Thank you. A network beggar? Dreaming of free food? Leave me be. Mind your own business. Brother, I possess a teleportation talisman that can bring me to your doorstep. Ahem, pictures in private chat. Red name, besides a plethora of sycophants, there are also many cynical individuals lurking about. Listen to me, everyone. This is a global catastrophe, and we are all victims of disaster, pitiful survivors. I propose that the red and purple name survivors share their stored food with those in greater need. Yes, well said. Share it. Share it. Share it. Share it with your mother. Such mindless individuals are ultimately a minority, quickly drowned out by a cacophony of curses. Yuan was contemplating opening a silver resource box when he was interrupted by a flurry of urgent messages. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Opening his private chat, he discovered messages from 6 or 7 individuals. Apart from Gao Hanji and Yuan, he could no longer recall the other names. He opened the chat channels with Gao Hanji and Yuan. He noticed Gao Hanji's name was green, indicating a D rating, which suggested a moderate level. As expected, Yuan was a vibrant red. Gao Hanji, red name, red name, red name. Yuan, you're truly a big shot. Just from the messages received, Yuan could sense her excitement. Gao Hanji was indeed astonished. Although she knew Yuan was doing exceptionally well and was quite affluent, she had no clear understanding of his true strength. She had assumed he was at most at an A level, merely capable of attaining a purple name. However, to her utter surprise, upon opening her friend list, she was greeted by a striking shade of red. Yuan. At that moment, she realized that this boss Chi seemed to truly be a major player. Yuan replied, don't be too excited. Your green name is quite lovely as well. Gao Hanji, what are your rewards? They must be impressive, right? Yuan replied, they're decent, 2 scrolls and 2 resource boxes. Gao Hanji paused. That sounds rather ordinary. I also received 2 scrolls and 2 boxes. Yuan, would you mind sharing specifics? Gao Hanji, good level teleportation scroll. Good level wooden basin crafting scroll, 1 wooden resource box, and 1 bronze resource box. How about that? Quite nice, right? Yuan looked at these meager offerings and mused that the system was rather stingy, yet he consoled her. It's still quite good. The teleportation scroll is very valuable. And you? After some contemplation, Yuan replied, the items are fairly similar, just of higher quality, rare grade. Rare grade Gao Hanji's mind momentarily blanked as she struggled to recall the pricing. After 5 seconds, her brain finally caught up. Ordinary, good, excellent. Rare Gao Hanji slapped her forehead, realizing her blunder. There was a 2-grade difference. Gao Hanji, is this what you call similar? Yuan reassured her. One cannot solely focus on grades. Practicality also matters. For instance, your teleportation scroll. I've never even acquired one. Do not deceive me any longer. No matter how practical it may be, it remains merely acceptable. Gao Hanji is not foolish and constantly feels that Yuan is attempting to mislead her. Yuan, unfazed, chuckled and inquired, would you care for a teleportation scroll to visit my home? Gao Hanji pressed her lips together, refraining from answering, and instead posed a question. Are you aware that the teleportation scroll is also known by another name? The home delivery scroll? Home delivery service? Yuan pondered this carefully and realized it indeed held some truth. There exists a particular trade that thrives remarkably well regardless of time, place, or circumstance, remaining ever prosperous. That trade is the flesh trade. As survivors in the Misty world, everyone endures immense pressure daily, making the expression of desires inevitable. Thus, the unique function of the teleportation scroll has been fully exploited. However, the teleportation scroll possesses a significant drawback. Unlike ally scrolls, which restrict mutual harm between 2 individuals, the teleportation scroll lacks such limitations. Numerous incidents have occurred where women who were teleported ended up losing both wealth and beauty, and in some cases, even their lives. Although Gao Hanji has obtained a teleportation scroll, she would certainly not dare to use it recklessly. Chapter 45. The Enchanting Melody. After exchanging a few words with Gao Hanji, Qi Yuan also took a moment to respond to Qin Jinjuan's message. Qin Jinjuan, not bad. Qi Yuan, you are also S-class. What facilities and resources have you acquired? Qi Yuan was indeed curious about the items that other red-name survivors had obtained. He replied, a biogas pit and a bamboo grove. What about you, Brother Qin? Before long, Qin Jinjuan replied, my shelter facility is an incubation chamber, and my resource point is a vein of ink essence iron. Qin Jinjuan elaborated on the functions of the incubation chamber and the ink essence iron mine. Hearing this made Qi Yuan's mouth water. The ink essence iron was a rare grade ore. Although its specific uses were unclear, it was undoubtedly of immense value. The incubation chamber, however, filled Qi Yuan with envy. Its purpose was to accelerate the hatching, breeding, and growth rates of beasts, while also enhancing the survival rate of the young. This shelter facility was tailor-made for Qi Yuan's swarm. If he were to acquire the incubation chamber, his bee colony would soar to new heights. Initially, he would use the chamber to rapidly increase the population of ordinary black tiger bees. Then, he could domesticate these ordinary black tiger bees in the beast pen, immediately upgrading them to the good grade with an enhancement scroll. With each substantial increase in the swarm's numbers, a good grade black tiger bee queen would emerge, leading to the formation of a new colony. What sheer satisfaction it would bring. Qi Yuan sighed, saying, Brother Qin, I envy you so much for that incubation chamber. Qin Jinjuan seemed to grasp Qi Yuan's sentiments and responded, don't be too envious. I'm feeling a bit disheartened myself. It was a stroke of luck to draw a rare grade facility, yet it turns out you'll be the one to benefit from it. What bad luck! Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan felt a surge of emotion, but he was also puzzled. Brother Qin, aren't you planning to raise a swarm? With the incubation chamber, it should be quite easy to establish. Qin Jinjuan replied, I think I will pass. If the need arises, I will borrow your swarm. Besides, since we are allied, it's best to avoid overlapping development paths, as it could lead to resource conflicts. Qi Yuan nodded, understanding that Qin Jinjuan had his own considerations. However, he also recognized an important unspoken truth. If they both pursued the same direction, they could easily become competitors, jeopardizing their cooperative relationship. Qi Yuan reflected on the remarkable bond they had forged, stemming from merely a bottle of healing potion and some spring water. This was undoubtedly a stroke of great fortune. Despite being S-class survivors, their complete trust and cooperation with each other was an unparalleled advantage. After their exchange, Qi Yuan selected around 50 black tiger bees from his hive and traded them to Qin Jinjuan, allowing him to cultivate them in the incubation chamber. Naturally, Qi Yuan also sent along the hive, ensuring that the bee eggs could hatch swiftly within the chamber. The remaining black tiger bees then occupied the tree bee's hive. Next, Qi Yuan checked on other information. He had a total of 6 friends. Aside from Gao Hanji and Qin Jinjuan, there are also the earliest acquaintances, Qin Shuyu, Zhou Ming, Wang Yu, and Zhang Yueming. Qin Shuyu was the first to sell protective thorns to Qi Yuan, who assisted her in upgrading to a level 2 shelter on the very first day. She initially promised to provide a consistent water source for Qi Yuan, but eventually became unreachable. Zhou Ming dealt in potatoes and telephone poles, while Wang Yu sold black beetle dung, but their collaboration ended due to price increases. Zhang Yueming, who traded in azure stones, continues to have transactions with Qi Yuan, and their relationship remains amicable. Messages flooded in from afar. Zhou Ming and Zhang Yueming expressed their admiration and praise in a relatively normal manner. Zhou Ming exclaimed, my goodness, brother, you are incredibly strong. I never imagined I had a renowned red-named powerhouse among my friends. Please guide me. Zhang Yueming added, brother, I can't believe you are among the top 10. 000 globally. I truly respect that. Let us work together moving forward. Qi Yuan responded to both, expressing his willingness to collaborate, especially if they possessed valuable resources, as he was keen to forge new friendships. After all, both held considerable strength, with Zhou Ming being an A-rank purple name and Zhang Yueming a B-rank blue name. They were certainly figures of admiration among many ordinary survivors. However, Qin Shiyu's message bore a markedly different tone. Her status was merely a C-rank yellow name. She wrote, "Brother Yuan, I apologize for my previous hesitance. If possible, I would like to collaborate with you. My shelter is near a river and has plenty of high-quality timber." Yuan glanced over her message and simply replied, "No need. I'm not in need of water at the moment. At a modest shelter by a small river." A 27, 8-year-old woman, possessing a certain charm, clenched her fist in frustration upon reading the responses in her Miss Survival manual. She had previously joined a mutual aid alliance, thinking that with the support of allies, her development would accelerate, and thus she paid little attention to an ordinary individual like Yuan. However, when the alliance ultimately collapsed, she suffered a loss of resources, causing her progress to stagnate. To her surprise, after the recent raiding, she checked her friends list and discovered an S-rank red-named friend, none other than the acquaintance she had promised a water source to, only to have failed to follow through. Opening the chat channel, she found only Yuan's repeated inquiries, with no responses from her, which left her face flushed with embarrassment. After closing the chat with Qin Shuyu, Yuan promptly removed her from his list. In contrast to the previous three, Wang Yu's message was rather extraordinary. She sent a video lasting 20 minutes. Yuan, intrigued, had anticipated that the Miss Survival manual could record videos. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it, and suddenly, a melodious tune filled the room, weaving through the air like a chorus of larks, sometimes soaring high and exuberant, other times low and melancholic. The screen displayed a woman in her 20s with short hair, her fair skin illuminated against the dimly lit bed as she writhed. Yuan, with a head full of dark thoughts, abruptly closed the Miss Survival manual, his mind racing with a torrent of expletives. To subject officials to such trials? Which official could withstand such scrutiny? The pressure of survival in the mist world was immense, and the constant strain had already ignited his frustration. How could he tolerate such provocations? He seized a bottle of spring water on the table and gulped down a mouthful, forcing the surge of unwholesome thoughts into submission with the invigorating energy. After sending a curt message, he promptly deleted Wang Yu from his contacts. Yuan, I apologize, but I have a preference for mature women. Once the seductive melodies faded entirely within the shelter, he released a long sigh of relief. Internally, he mused, if I were to seek a female companion, it must be on my own terms. What do you mean by teasing me? Given the current circumstances, with his conspicuously bright name, he could easily find whatever he desired. However, this experience led Yuan to contemplate the chaotic behavior emerging among survivors. Driven by the constraints of survival, one must exercise greater caution. Even in the chat channels, various heresies had begun to surface, making vigilance imperative. Moreover, he realized he had been suppressing his feelings for too long. Otherwise, he would not have nearly lost control at the mere sound of a voice. Chapter 46. The Silver Resource Chest. After such a tumultuous evening, Yuan found himself utterly unable to sleep. He had no choice but to rise from his bed and open the remaining 2 silver resource chests. Initially, he had intended to wait until the morrow, primarily because today's gains had been exceedingly bountiful, necessitating some time for contemplation. However, with sleep eluding him, he sought to occupy himself with some endeavor. This marked his inaugural experience with silver resource chests, thus his heart brimmed with excitement. Logically speaking, one could expect to unearth items of exceptional quality from the silver resource chests, with a slight possibility of discovering rare items. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Yuan opened the silver resource chest. A brilliant white light erupted from the chest's opening, momentarily blinding him. While he understood the rarity of the silver resource chests, the intensity of the illumination seemed excessive. Yuan couldn't help but express his exasperation. As the radiance gradually dimmed, Yuan turned back to inspect the contents. He found 3 items, all adorned in a silvery hue. At first glance, they appeared to be items of excellent quality. Fortune had not favored him with any rare items, nor had he stumbled upon anything of merely good quality. Upon closer examination, he discovered Ally Scroll, excellent. Prophecy Scroll, excellent. Wet-dry separation bathroom, excellent. Indeed, the first silver resource chest yielded items of remarkable quality. The Ally Scroll, as he well knew, was the very item that had allowed him and Qin Yuan to forge their alliance, enabling Qin Yuan to arrive at Yuan's sanctuary on the final day of the Cold Wave, joining forces to hunt beasts together. The value and significance of the ally scroll, to ordinary survivors, merely represented a means of camaraderie and mutual assistance. However, for two individuals of considerable strength, its implications were far more profound. Tasks that might prove insurmountable for one could be effortlessly accomplished through mutual aid. For instance, when Yuan and Qin Yuan, both S-class survivors, teamed up, they could slay formidable beasts like the ironback wild boar without sustaining injuries. Had either encountered the ironback wild boar alone, defeat would have been inevitable. Yet, Yuan found himself contemplating where to utilize this ally scroll. Perhaps with Gao Hanji? However, she was too weak to be of much use. As for others, aside from these two, he had no close acquaintances. Thus, the ally scroll would have to be preserved for the time being. The other item, the wet-dry separation bathroom, was straightforward in its purpose. Yuan already possessed a rudimentary toilet, albeit of inferior quality. Hence, upon acquiring this excellent wet-dry separation bathroom, he chose to install it directly across from his bedroom, creating a spacious 15-square-meter bathroom, larger than his bedroom itself. Yet again, rising from his bed, Yuan explored this newly manifested bathroom. The bathroom was designed for wet-dry separation, featuring a bathtub for soaking and an exterior equipped with a toilet and sink. Curiosity piqued, he turned on the faucet, only to discover that hot water flowed forth. Where did this hot water come from? He wondered, perplexed by this seemingly miraculous occurrence. Following the pipeline, the cause was finally unveiled. It turned out that the water heater pipe, connecting to the bathtub, encircled the fireplace, harnessing its warmth to heat the water within. Of course, once the water in the tank was depleted, it would necessitate manual replenishment. Yuan planned to indulge in a proper bath the following day. Having spent numerous days in the Misty World, he had only occasionally used heated water for a quick wipe down, never truly having bathed. For now, however, he decided to finish opening the resource chest. Besides the ally scrolls and the wet-dry separation bathroom, there was an exceptionally unique item, the prophecy scroll. The term prophecy was shrouded in mystery, leaving Yuan perplexed about its significance. Only upon viewing the specific information did he begin to comprehend. Name, prophecy scroll, excellent grade. Function, foretells the next impending disaster. Description, the divine will not eternally remind you. The simplicity of its function left Yuan astounded. The next disaster? Did it imply the subsequent natural calamity following the Cold Wave? Yuan had initially believed the Cold Wave was merely a trial. He assumed that after enduring it, a relatively peaceful period would ensue, sparing him from the concerns of extreme climatic impacts. He could not fathom that such a severe cold wave could become a regular catastrophe. However, it now appeared that the situation might be more dire than he had anticipated. Taking a deep breath, Yuan slowly extended his fingers to activate the prophecy scroll. The original script on the white scroll gradually faded until it transformed into a blank sheet. Shortly after, a line of text emerged, two enormous black characters striking Yuan's gaze. High temperature. Yuan's pupils constricted, a torrent of thoughts flooding his mind. The next natural disaster was high temperature. He could not regard this as a mere pair of words. The high temperature referenced here was undoubtedly beyond imagination. Regardless of its veracity, he had to prepare swiftly. Yuan murmured to himself, burying the matter of high temperatures deep within his heart. His mood grew heavy as he silently opened another silver resource chest. Compared to the excitement of the first, Yuan was much more composed this time, promptly turning his head to avoid being blinded by the flash. 3 items emerged. Ally Scroll, excellent grade. Storage Box 5, excellent grade. Dimensional Backpack, excellent grade. Another Ally Scroll. Yuan suddenly realized that the frequent appearance of teleportation and ally scrolls might signify something significant. Would the impending disaster be formidable? Would survivors need to assist one another to endure it? Or perhaps it indicated a desire for survivors to band together? Unable to discern the answer, Yuan chose to tuck these questions away in his mind. The remaining 2 items were also of exceptional quality. Name, Storage box, excellent grade. Function, the box measures 0. 3 meters in length, 0. 2 meters in width, and 0. 2 meters in height, yet contains an interior space of 5 cubic meters. Description, a compact warehouse. Name, dimensional backpack, excellent grade. Function, encompasses an 8 cubic meter dimensional space within. Introduction, with my beloved little backpack on my back. A magical tool for gathering resources. Both items are spatial artifacts, capable of storing a greater quantity of supplies, proving to be exceedingly practical tools. Yuan has already claimed all the rewards rated S level. The Lingzhao Pool, Bamboo Forest, 2 ally scrolls, a wet and dry separation bathroom, a prophecy scroll, 5 storage boxes, and a dimensional backpack. Each of these treasures would evoke envy and longing among fellow survivors. However, Yuan understands that the other 999 S-level survivors have received identical rewards. Indeed, some fortunate individuals may have even acquired superior items. While he may possess a sense of pride in front of ordinary people, Yuan knows the importance of remaining cautious in the presence of true power. He carefully stores all the acquired items and crawls into bed to sleep, listening to the howling winds and the roaring snowstorm outside the shelter. He feels the warmth emanating from the fireplace in his room and the soft glow of the flames, which brings him a sense of peace. As the heavy snowfall blankets the night, Yuan drifts into a deep slumber. Yet for many other survivors, this surely becomes a night of unrest. The external temperature plunges to a chilling -37°C, while the indoor temperature sits at -23°C with a fireplace. The bedroom remains at a frigid -13°C. For many who lack adequate warm clothing and the means to heat with charcoal, the warmth beneath their covers offers little solace. Such frigid temperatures are perilous enough to claim lives. Some find comfort in sleep, others endure the biting cold all night, and some already lie still, their bodies frozen. Chapter 47. Super low temperature. Upon awakening the following day, Yuan found a shelter enveloped in an oppressive darkness, with scarcely a glimmer of light penetrating the gloom. Only the embers in the fireplace flickered weakly, casting a dim, yellow glow. How long have I slept? What time is it now? His mind was clouded, and his body felt weary, indicating he had indeed overslept. Consulting the survival manual in the mist, he discovered it was already noon on the second day. This marked the first occasion since entering the fog-laden world that he had indulged in such a prolonged slumber. Feeling a pang of hunger, Yuan rose from his bed, intending to venture into the kitchen to prepare a meal. After all, he had promised to provide Gao Hanji with a week's worth of sustenance. He wondered if she had perished from hunger by now. However, as he stretched out his hand from beneath the covers, the frigid air assaulted him, causing his hand to retract instinctively. What is this temperature? So dreadfully low. He recoiled, his exposed arms covered in goosebumps. The indoor temperature must have plummeted to below -20°. How frigid must it be outside? A sense of worry creased Yuan's brow. In such extreme cold, the insulating properties of ordinary clothing had become woefully inadequate. Thankfully, the quality of his bedding was exceptional, allowing for a sufficiently warm sleep. He was cocooned in 2 layers of blankets, a 12-fold cashmere duvet, topped with a large boarskin blanket, while wearing a sweater and thermal pants. To retain warmth, he had piled his plush pajamas, cotton coat, and pants at the foot of the bed, ensuring minimal heat loss, which allowed him to enjoy a comfortable slumber. All these items were precious acquisitions, amassed from dozens of boxes, over a dozen in total. But what of the other survivors? A heavy weight settled in Yuan's heart as he opened the chat channel in the survival manual in the mist, only to discover that the total population had dwindled to below 5 billion. In a single night, 700 or 800 million survivors had perished. Yuan finally grasped the gravity of the so-called cold wave. It was not merely about stockpiling food for winter. Such frigid temperatures could prove lethal. Mere moments of skin exposure to the air could result in frostbite. Moreover, the likelihood of wind chill significantly increased. One could only imagine how many souls had succumbed to starvation, freezing, or illness in the grip of this cold wave. With a heavy heart, Yuan donned all his clothing while still nestled in the blankets. Even so, he continued to feel the chill. as if a pair of icy hands were penetrating his thick garments, leaving a trail of cold that made him tremble involuntarily. The temperature in the bedroom was now colder than the outside conditions had been prior to the arrival of the cold wave. Not daring to be complacent, Yuan shivered as he stuffed the charcoal into the fireplace, cranking the flames up to their maximum. He settled on a resource box, pressing closely against the fireplace, his hands nearly reaching into the flames, finally sensing a modicum of warmth. His legs trembled within his trousers, numbed by the cold, the muscles involuntarily quivering. Fortunately, the high-quality charcoal proved effective, radiating substantial heat and raising the room's temperature once more. In that moment, Yuan felt as though he had been revived. Observing the state of the chat channel, it is likely that others are equally suffering from the cold. Yuan, with renewed spirit, retrieved the survival manual in the fog and began to browse through the messages. It is exceedingly frigid, even cocooned in my blanket. It feels as though I am ensconced in a frozen cavern. Let us not dwell on it. Sleeping by the fireplace might offer some solace. My feet have lost all sensation and have turned a ghastly blue. Brothers upstairs, frozen to the bone. Perhaps amputation is the only recourse. I'm not jesting. I can barely move. I am equally serious. I am a chief at a first-class hospital. This relentless cold, if it persists for several days, how many souls could possibly survive? Only those of S and a rank, I presume. I believe my warm clothing would suffice. Yet even in layers swathed in blankets and huddled by the fire, I am still chilled to the marrow. Let's not speak of S-level red names. What good would it do? Who can withstand such abominable cold? A red-named survivor interjected. Yuan wholeheartedly concurred, recognizing that ordinary warming items prove ineffective in such extreme temperatures. Is there any esteemed individual who possesses effective heating methods? I implore you, please share. I would gladly pay. Indeed, we are in dire need. I previously heard of a fire mineral that burns with intense heat, sold by a fellow residing near a volcano. I must acquire it, at any price. I can no longer endure this. I feel the same. I too. While you merely feel cold, I have been battling a cold for 2 days, and my fever has soared to at least 40 degrees. I fear I may not last much longer. Brother, hold on. What is there to hold on to? In truth, it's not so bad. In such bitter cold, at least one could remain intact, potentially uncorrupted for centuries. Goodness, how can you be so optimistic in such dire straits? The plight of others is scarcely better than Yuan's. In fact, it may be more pitiful. At this juncture, Yuan recalled the stockpile of charcoal he had amassed, which might prove beneficial. Feeling warmth returning to his body, he departed his bedroom and made his way to the workshop to assess the charcoal production. He had purchased a substantial quantity of timber yesterday, 380 units of ordinary grade wood and 140 units of good grade wood. After a night of production, the charcoal had been crafted at the workbench. Upon inspecting the quality of the charcoal, Yuan found it to be quite commendable, particularly the charcoal made from the good grade wood, which appeared glossy and dark. Rather than selling it outright, he decided to set aside 200 units of good grade charcoal, sending them to Gao Hanji and Qinzhenjuan. Qinzhenjuan primarily survives by hunting beasts and likely possesses few warming items. This charcoal should be of assistance to him. Moreover, Qinzhenjuan has been immensely helpful to Yuan, whether in hunting monstrosities or expanding the bee colony in the hatchery. Their partnership is one of great intimacy, making this act of support entirely justifiable. As for Gao Hanji, her development has been slow, and she too lacks adequate warming items. Yuan could not bear to see her perish from a cold. Soon, messages of gratitude from both recipients returned promptly. Gao Hanji was overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly moved to tears. Subsequently, Yuan began to contemplate the methods of selling charcoal. I still believe that utilizing the World Horn for promotion would yield superior results. He took out the World Horn and the Mist Survival Manual and began to gather his thoughts. 10 minutes later, World Horn, Yuan, a cold wave has arrived, and temperatures have plummeted dramatically, with indoor conditions reaching a chilling -20 degrees Celsius. The efficacy of ordinary warming items is minimal. However, everyone can consider utilizing the charcoal produced by the system scrolls. Both the heat it provides and its burn duration significantly surpassed that of wood. According to my research, 1 unit of ordinary wood burns for less than an hour, while quality wood lasts for 3 hours. In contrast, ordinary charcoal can burn for 3 hours, whereas quality charcoal can endure for 6 hours, showcasing far greater efficiency and effectiveness than wood. I will be offering a batch of charcoal in the trading market. Those in need may purchase it. Although the chat channel was already filled with numerous golden messages from the World Horn, Yuan's announcement, emblazoned in red, commanded attention with its impactful presence, instantly captivating many onlookers. Chapter 48. The sale of charcoal. Is charcoal truly as effective as claimed? Has anyone experienced its benefits firsthand? Do not be deceived. It is a mere trick. I too have produced charcoal, and it does not yield such results. How surprising that an S-rank survivor with a notorious reputation would resort to deceit, presuming us to be fools. Are you blind? The charcoal in question was crafted using a manufacturing scroll. Could the system's validation be erroneous? Is it not all the same? I find timber to be quite satisfactory. How much difference could there be? I am perplexed. Has anyone actually utilized it? I echo that sentiment. I feel that burning wood provides little warmth. I concur. I second that sentiment. Before long, some individuals stepped forward to elucidate the matter. The charcoal manufacturing scroll is not particularly rare. Numerous survivors have acquired it. Thus, it stands to reason that many have indeed used it. However, each person possesses their own trading circles, and many highly effective items circulate within small groups, seldom achieving widespread recognition among all survivors. To be candid, the effects of charcoal are indeed commendable. It certainly surpasses the direct burning of timber. I agree. Not only does it burn longer, but it also generates significantly more heat. It's quite satisfactory. Tossing in a few pieces for an entire night yields prolonged warmth. Many voiced their agreement. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan felt a sense of relief. It appeared that his efforts had borne fruit. He was acutely aware that not everyone would be convinced, nor did he require universal belief. As long as discussions commenced, the allure of charcoal would inevitably rise, attracting survivors eager to experiment. Out of 100,000 individuals, if just one were to make a purchase, he would sell all his charcoal. Subsequently, those who had experienced the benefits of charcoal would naturally share their knowledge, leading to an increasing number of future buyers. After broadcasting through the world trumpet, Yuan transitioned from the chat channel to the trading market. He listed over 5,000 units of ordinary-grade charcoal and more than 2,000 units of good-grade charcoal for sale. As for the exchange rate, he had deliberated thoroughly before making a decision. 1 unit of ordinary grade or good grade charcoal could be exchanged for 2 units of ordinary grade or good grade timber or other items of equivalent quality. This two pricing was significantly lower than the prevailing market rates for charcoal, making it accessible for most survivors. Moreover, the efficacy of charcoal is 2 to 3 times that of timber. As long as the price remains below 3 times that of timber, buyers are assured gain. Despite the fervent debates in the chat channel, the moment charcoal was listed, it garnered immense popularity. Soon, Yuan received a plethora of trade requests. Simultaneously, many survivors possessing charcoal manufacturing scrolls seized this opportunity, embarking on a fervent quest to procure timber and produce charcoal for sale. In a short span, the trading market was inundated with charcoal. However, with the fame garnered from the World Trumpet, coupled with his notorious status as a red-name survivor and his position as one of the earliest sellers of charcoal, Yuan attracted many eager customers, leaving him unconcerned about the possibility of unsold stock. Before long, Yuan had sold out all the charcoal, amassing a considerable amount of resources. Ultimately, he tallied his gains: 230 units of ordinary wood, 285 units of good quality wood, along with a few other items of the same grade, albeit of exceedingly poor quality and minimal utility. Yuan then stored all the harvested wood in his workshop, gradually transforming it into charcoal. Presently, the primary limitation lay in the painfully slow production rate of the workbench, resulting in an insufficient quantity of charcoal for sale. However, this was an unavoidable predicament, as others selling charcoal faced the same challenge. During the charcoal-making process, Yuan remained industrious. He first assessed the progress of his livestock and agriculture. He fed the iron-backed mountain pigs in the basement with ordinary food, much of which consisted of leaves and weeds. The crystal rice and winter wheat in the living room appeared somewhat wilted in the cold, yet they managed to survive, albeit barely. After diluting spring water, he watered them cautiously, fearing that excessive moisture might freeze them solid. Just as Yuan intended to step outside to check on the beehives and wild chickens, a fierce gale rushed in through the door, forcing him to retreat a few steps. The biting wind roared like a lion, swirling with dry branches and dust, bringing forth a blizzard of snowflakes. Straining to open his eyes, he beheld an impenetrable darkness outside, devoid of any light. Today there was no daylight, only an endless abyss of obscurity. The relentless snow fell in a swirling dance, while the sharp wind howled in gusts. Yuan instinctively hunched his shoulders and tightened the collar of his garment. The air was saturated with a biting chill and aridity, leaving him uncertain of how long such conditions would persist. Through the dim light emanating from the shelter, Yuan caught a glimpse of the wild chickens huddled closely in their enclosure, as well as the beehive blanketed in snow. Perhaps due to the harsh environment, he discovered that both the bees and wild chickens had been successfully tamed. To prevent their demise in the frigid onslaught, Yuan relocated them all to the basement. Thanks to their domestication, most have become quite docile, exhibiting no tendencies to flee or attack. Upon returning indoors, Yuan began to prepare lunch: ordinary-grade meat steak, noodles, and clear moon algae, also sending a portion to Gao Hanji. However, he reduced the quantities for both himself and Gao Hanji, as the majority of the ingredients were of good quality and packed with energy, requiring only a modest amount to fulfill their nutritional needs. After lunch, Yuan embarked on a physical training session. He retrieved the wolf bone bow acquired a few days prior, intending to practice his archery skills during this interval. After consulting with Yuan for some techniques, Yuan commenced his practice in the living room. He suspended a piece of wood by the window as a target and positioned himself at the opposite end of the room, bow in hand, ready to aim and shoot. Following Yuan's advice, he ensured that his chest faced perpendicular to the line connecting him and the target, his feet slightly apart. Their relative position somewhere between 8J and an 8, gripping the bow firmly at its center. Utilizing the three-finger shooting method, the arrow is positioned on the side of the bow grip held by the archer. Thus, if the bow is held with the left hand, the arrow rests on the left side of the bow grip. The thumb shooting method is the opposite. The nock of the arrow is placed between the index and middle fingers, while the ring finger assists the middle finger in maintaining stability in the string-drawing hand. Finally, the bow is drawn. Yuan meticulously executes each action in accordance with the requirements. Whoosh! The arrow, like a streak of white light, swiftly darts towards the distant wooden stake. With a resounding thud, Yuan's heart involuntarily clenches. Oh, my house! As anticipated, the arrow veers off target, embedding itself firmly into the adjacent wooden wall. This is merely a distance of 10 meters, yet he finds it exceedingly difficult to achieve an effective hit. Truly a source of embarrassment. However, Yuan has no alternative. This is his first encounter with archery, and his understanding of the techniques is merely superficial. Lacking any practical experience, concerned about hitting the wall again, he arranged a row of wooden planks in front, ensuring that even if he missed the target, he would not strike the wall. In the ensuing time, Yuan began to practice shooting incessantly, repeatedly bending the bow and releasing arrows. As the number of practice sessions increased, his shooting form became more refined, and his accuracy and feel improved significantly, allowing him to successfully hit the wooden stake. Although his aim remained somewhat off, overall, he made substantial progress. Chapter 49. Rare Grade Essence. After practicing for over 5 hours, Yuan finally paused, taking a moment to rest in the kitchen. Following such an extensive session of exertion, he felt the chill that had enveloped him begin to dissipate. No longer as piercing as it had been at the outset. There were still 2 important tasks ahead of him, both of which promised to elevate his spirits. The first was to indulge in a warm bath, and the second was to utilize the essence. He turned on the faucet of the bathtub, allowing steaming hot water to flow, while he made his way outside to the spring. Spring, daily output of 500 milliliters of energy-rich spring water, which possesses the ability to regulate bodily functions, disinfect, and cleanse one's constitution. Every 7 days, it produces a drop of potent essence. Having experienced the benefits of the daily 500 milliliters of spring water, Yuan recognized it as an exceptional resource that significantly enhanced his physical condition. In the early stages of development, he had exchanged considerable amounts of spring water for various supplies, providing him with great convenience in multiple aspects. It stood as one of the most vital resources within his entire sanctuary. Moreover, the spring had an additional function. It produced a drop of essence every 7 days. Today marked the 7th day since his discovery of the spring. Approaching the spring, Yuan illuminated it with the faint glow of a kerosene lamp. Searching for the essence within, at last he spotted an irregular, milky white object at the bottom of the spring, resembling the size of soybean, exuding a jade-like texture. Reaching out, he confirmed it was indeed a solid, warm to the touch and devoid of coldness. Once secured, he hurried back indoors. In the brief 30 seconds it took, he felt the cold creeping into his thick garments, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Upon returning inside, he carefully examined the information. It was indeed the essence. Name, essence, rare grade, function, a crystallization rich in spiritual energy. It can provide living beings with substantial vitality, enhance physical attributes, and cleanse bodily impurities. Use with caution below good grade. Can be diluted for external application. Description, a natural elixir. To his astonishment, it was of rare grade. Yuan had not anticipated that the exceptional spring could yield such a prized item. This revelation significantly elevated the spring's worth. Furthermore, the essence's capabilities were undeniably impressive. The mere ability to enhance physical attributes alone could propel its value to the pinnacle. Since discovering that good-grade food could subtly improve physical capabilities, Yuan had become particularly attentive to this aspect. He made it a point to supplement his diet with good-grade food daily while maintaining a rigorous exercise regimen, all in pursuit of strengthening himself for better survival. However, this was the first time he encountered an item explicitly designed to enhance physical attributes, and it was of rare grade no less. The potency of the essence was undoubtedly formidable. As for the additional note, use with caution below good grade, can be diluted for external application, it further underscored its efficacy, indicating it was indeed powerful. Yuan's current strength was still a measure away from reaching good grade. He was merely on the brink, thus he could not consume it directly. Consequently, he would have to adhere to the instructions and dilute it for external use. However, Yuan had an even more exquisite method, immersing himself in a warm bath. The combination of dilution and topical application was akin to soaking in a bath, was it not? As the bathtub filled with hot water up to 2/3, Yuan cast the milky essence into the water. This pearlescent stone swiftly dissolved in the warmth, transforming into a delicate, pale liquid. As the essence gradually dissipated, a fragrant aroma wafted through the mist rising from the bathtub, lending the pure water an added brilliance. Breathing in the moisture-laden air, Yuan felt a refreshing clarity wash over him. The effects of the rare-grade essence were remarkable. He couldn't help but exclaim in wonder as he closed the door, shed his outer garments, and stepped into the bathtub. The scalding water enveloped him, banishing all traces of cold, the warmth seeping through his skin and into his muscles, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. The fatigue, strain, and tension accumulated over the past week melted away in that instant. Yuan could sense a tingling sensation in every joint, as if the essence was subtly purging the deep-seated weariness from his body. Lying back amidst the swirling mist, he savored the transformative power at work within him. Yet, before long, an enigmatic saturation began to envelop his body. Gradually, his skin flushed a deep crimson, beads of fine sweat appeared upon his forehead, and an unbearable heat coursed through him, compelling him to rise from the bathtub. Although the water was only approximately 50 degrees, it felt searing, as if it were a scorching 60 or 70 degrees. Yuan understood that this was likely the effect of the essence. Much like the changes induced by high-quality food, an excess could overwhelm the body, necessitating exertion to alleviate the strain. And this was merely high quality. The essence was of rare quality, its effects exponentially more astounding. Yet Qi Yuan could distinctly feel that this intense heat was not entirely intolerable. It was as if a powerful force was accumulating within him. As the sensation of heat intensified, he furrowed his brows, preparing to emerge from the bathtub at any moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 30 seconds. 3 minutes. At last, it felt as though the energy within him reached a critical threshold, unleashing an overwhelming surge that enveloped every corner of his being. His skin, muscles, blood, bones, tendons, and even his spirit became transparent in that moment. He had broken through to a new level of strength. Qi Yuan opened his eyes, a look of elation illuminating his features. He had not anticipated achieving such prowess so swiftly. He finally possessed the means for self-preservation. He flexed his robust arms, reveling in his excellent condition. Concurrently, the unbearable heat dissipated, replaced by a warm, comforting sensation. The essence, truly a remarkable substance. Qi Yuan closed his eyes, calmly attuning himself to the power within, murmuring to himself. At this moment, he was certain that food of superior grade possessed an extraordinary force, by all indications. It was the so-called spiritual energy. In this world of mist, what accounted for the plethora of wondrous artifacts? What gave rise to creatures far surpassing ordinary beasts? What produced such potent sustenance? Everything is attributed to the essence of spiritual energy. The remarkable transformation experienced upon entering the good tier has further solidified Qi Yuan's conviction in this hypothesis. Continuing to recline in the bathtub, he feels an incessant influx of power surging into his body, coalescing in every part. Qi Yuan has an inkling that after breaking through to the good tier, there seems to be a flow of energy within him, which must be the so-called spiritual essence. In other words, if he were to perish at this moment, could he potentially yield a good tier meat cut? A twitch at the corner of Qi Yuan's mouth suggests that this might indeed be the case. He now ought to be considered a good tier beast. Clearing his mind of these perplexing thoughts, Qi Yuan resumes absorbing energy. According to his estimations, the current power of the milk solution has only consumed about 4 layers. It is no wonder the system annotates that one must be at least at the good tier or higher to consume it directly, as otherwise, the energy within would be utterly unattainable. After soaking for over an hour, his physical attributes have significantly improved, and the energy within him has grown even more formidable. Qi Yuan estimates that his current strength has reached the mid to late stage of the good tier. Without delving into specific combat capabilities in terms of physical prowess alone, he should be comparable to Qin Jinjuan. Chapter 50 Yang Zhenghe Qi Yuan felt that his physical enhancement had reached its zenith. Further absorption would be futile. Rising from the bathtub, he noted that approximately 30% of the water remained, and discarding it would indeed be a waste. However, it was just sufficient for nourishing plants and serving as drinking water for bees, wild chickens, and wild boars. After donning his attire, Qi Yuan crafted a dozen wooden barrels in his workshop, carefully storing the bathwater for future use in the living room. In comparison to superior-grade spring water, the watermilk emulsion possesses distinct differences. The emulsion is a refined essence derived from spring water. Thus, its composition is more delicate and pure. When diluted with water, it becomes more readily absorbable than spring water. Scientifically speaking, the molecules of the emulsion are smaller and its purity is higher. Consequently, utilizing this emulsion to irrigate plants yields superior results. Qi Yuan stretched lazily, feeling invigorated. Both his physical and mental states were remarkably well. He retrieved the Mist Survival Manual to check the time, discovering it was already past 6 in the evening. Suddenly, he noticed a notification, a friend request. Initially unremarkable, as many sought to connect with him after he broadcasted the world announcement. This particular request stood out due to its crimson name, Yang Zhenghe. The phrases Shelter Shield and Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance surfaced in Qi Yuan's mind. On the first night in the Mist World, Yang Zhenghe had shared information about the Shelter Shield in the chat channel and established the Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance. However, he was uncertain of its eventual success. as many similar alliances often fell apart, earning scorn in the process. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan decided to accept the friend request. Shortly thereafter, Yang Jinghe sent him a message. Yang Jinghe, hello, brother Yuan. Yuan, greetings. What can I assist you with? Yang Jinghe, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Jinghe, the leader of the Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance. Yuan inquired. Which Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance? There are quite a few with that name. Since Yang Jinghe first proposed the concept, numerous others have attempted to form various alliances, often with similar names such as Survivor Assistance Society, Miss Survival Alliance, and even several with identical titles. However, the format of these alliances does not suit the circumstances of the Mist world. With distances of dozens to hundreds of kilometers separating individuals, mutual accountability is virtually non-existent. This has led to rampant deception within these aid alliances, with many existing solely for fraudulent purposes, tarnishing the reputation of the term alliance. This predicament was particularly awkward for Yang Jinghe, who genuinely aspired to establish a Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance, but ultimately faced considerable failure. With a hint of resignation, he replied, the current Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance consists of over 100 carefully selected individuals, all trustworthy. Yuan, so, are you seeking my membership in your alliance? Yang Jinghe, indeed, I hope you can reflect upon this matter. After all, the development of each individual possesses its own distinct characteristics, and one cannot excel in every direction. If we could assist one another, our progress would undoubtedly accelerate. In response to Yang Jinghe's invitation, Yuan was not entirely dismissive of collaboration. However, he was skeptical about the current form of partnership. Should everyone rely solely on the ally scrolls for cooperation, he would be more than willing to join. Yuan replied, my willingness to join is rather limited, but might I inquire about the nature of your alliance's collaborative approach? After a brief interval of several minutes, Yang Jinghe sent a lengthy message. Yang Jinghe, I have proposed a unique scroll capable of establishing a group chat, which is why I initiated the Mutual Aid Alliance. Consequently, our daily communications predominantly occur within this group. Furthermore, each member in the group notes their distinctive traits, signifying the resources they can offer. Should there be a need, they can privately add friends for trading. Consider it a miniature marketplace. Yuan, perplexed, inquired. Your trading circle must be quite well established. Why, then, do you wish to include me? Yang Jinghe articulated his thoughts and responded. The alliance's growth necessitates the strength of individuals. Ordinary survivors require the high-quality resources we provide, and in turn, we depend on them for more common resources. Therefore, we certainly welcome robust individual survivors. Upon joining the alliance, you can sell your goods within the group and also procure any resources you may lack, whether it be weapons, daily necessities, various scrolls, tools, or even top-tier food and life-saving medicine. As long as you can afford the price, transactions can be made. Yang Jinghe believed that most survivors would be enticed by the array of resources and would be eager to join. Regrettably, Yuan was not among them. The resources Yang Jinghe mentioned were all within his possession, and he had even superior alternatives. Moreover, such a mutual aid alliance would undoubtedly not be as flawless as Yang Jinghe claimed. With an increased number of participants, conflicts are inevitable. He had no interest in squandering time and energy on other survivors. Thus, Yuan ultimately declined, responding, no need, I shall not join the alliance. However, if your invitation is sincere, we may engage in mutual trading. Naturally, Yuan held little regard for other ordinary supplies. Nevertheless, as an S-rank red-name survivor, Yang Jinghe was bound to possess valuable items. After all, among the reward for the top 10,000 players, there were rare-level shelter facilities and resources, all exceedingly precious. Upon reading Yuan's reply, Yang Jinghe felt somewhat surprised but did not press the matter further. He responded, very well, collaborating with you is equally agreeable. Should you wish to join in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Certainly, should you require cooperation or assistance, you may also seek me out. Yuan replied courteously. Subsequently, the two exchanged information regarding the resources available for trade. Yang Jinghe's developmental trajectory is inclined towards agriculture, which is intrinsically linked to the protective dome of his shelter. The foundation of his progress undoubtedly rests upon this dome, transforming the shelter into an agricultural hub. Consequently, he cultivates a variety of high-quality food, encompassing an array of vegetables, fruits, and grains. This aligns well with Qi Yuan's requirements, as he solely cultivates crystal rice and winter wheat, thereby lacking in vegetables and fruits. However, during this frigid period, Yang Jinghe's cultivation faces significant challenges. Although the protective dome allows for his crops to survive under duress, a bountiful harvest is unattainable. Presently, Yang Jinghe is unable to sell a substantial amount of food. Nevertheless, he asserts that he can provide a considerable quantity of high-quality freshwater, representing another resource in proximity to his shelter. When it was Qi Yuan's turn to discuss resources, after careful deliberation, he transmitted information about 4 items: healing potions, spring water, charcoal, and meat steaks. He concurrently communicated that spring water and charcoal could be purchased directly from him, while meat steaks would not be available during the cold wave. He noted that the healing potions are potent yet exceedingly rare. Should anyone possess blood essence, he could craft them for a nominal processing fee. After concluding his message, Qi Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and added, "Oh, by the way, if there are high-quality beasts near the shelter that you cannot handle, feel free to contact me, but a teleportation scroll will be required." Chapter 51. Lard residue. The wildlife near the sanctuary is limited, and after this hunt, it remains uncertain when it can be replenished. A scarcity of prey signifies a lack of meat supply, resulting in a significant loss in terms of sustenance. Engaging in hunts near the sanctuaries of others could prove to be an excellent idea. The only concern, however, is the potential for betrayal. Since one would be venturing into another's territory, the specifics remain uncertain, and should someone harbor ill intentions, Qi Yuan would find it difficult to foresee the consequences. Nevertheless, he could enlist the help of Qin Jinjuan. The beasts around Brother Qin's sanctuary should have been largely cleared, leaving him in search of tasks to occupy his time. While an individual may encounter misfortune alone, 2 working in tandem would likely face few adversaries. Furthermore, by then, the swarm would likely have expanded, and the ironback wild boar should have reached maturity, significantly enhancing Qi Yuan's capabilities. In the oasis of the desert, beside a modest lake, a spacious sanctuary stands, enveloped in a white semicircular dome of light. Within the sanctuary's courtyard, 3 rows of greenhouse structures are arranged, filled with an abundance of vegetables and fruits. Each plant appears exceptionally robust, with the green produce exceeding the size of ordinary fruits and vegetables by more than double. Should anyone behold this bounty, they would undoubtedly marvel at the high quality of these crops, with many even qualifying as superior-grade edibles. This is the sanctuary of Yang Jinghe, situated in a desert oasis. At this moment, Yang Jinghe is seated at a table, the Mist survival manual before him, engaged in a video conference with 6 individuals. These 6 are administrators from the Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance, each boasting a rank of B-level or above, either blue or purple names. One burly man inquires, "Brother Yang, has that S-level survivor agreed to join us?" "No," Yang Jinghe replies with an unperturbed demeanor. He looks down upon what our alliance offers. He scarcely values even my superior-grade fruits and freshwater. How is that possible? With so many resources, fruits, meats, weapons, tools, essential supplies, medicines, surely he must require something. Yang Zhenghe seeks. Responding, he likely has his own circle of acquaintances and does not lack for daily necessities. Otherwise, he would not rank among the top 10,000 globally. "What a pity," remarks a graceful woman in her late 20s with a tone of lament. "Not entirely. Although he has not joined the alliance, he has agreed to collaborate with me." Yang Jinghe interjects, simultaneously revealing the resources Qi Yuan is willing to sell. Upon hearing this, the others fall into contemplation. Superior-grade spring water, life-saving healing potions, meats, charcoal. Each item is incredibly precious and widely sought after by survivors. No wonder he is reluctant to join. Not only does he possess these, but their quality is superior. One expresses with deep reflection. "Oh, by the way," Yang Zhenghe interjected, stating that if anyone had a persistent problem with formidable beasts near their shelter, he could assist in resolving it. A collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. There exists a vast chasm between merely contending with beasts, managing to hunt them down, and effortlessly eliminating formidable creatures. A middle-aged man furrowed his brow and remarked, "Such confidence. It seems not only has his development been rapid, but his personal strength is also alarmingly formidable." Assisting others in ridding their vicinity of beasts indicated that he had likely dealt with all the threats near his own shelter. Truly impressive. Indeed, the bear near my shelter is almost absurdly powerful. I scarcely dare to venture outside. I share the sentiment. The enormous serpent here eludes capture, and I cannot prevail against it. Without further ado, we need not belittle ourselves. Although our individual strengths may be somewhat lacking, our collective prowess is certainly not inferior to his. Yang Jinghe interrupted the ongoing conversation, speaking with a measured tone. Let us maintain a cooperative relationship with him, without excessive warmth, lest we be underestimated. If he proves to be genuinely capable, we may consider integrating him into our ranks in the future. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Yuan retrieved a substantial block of pristine white lard and placed it upon the kitchen counter. This lard, procured from the Ironback Mountain pigs, weighed a total of 15 pounds, of which Yuan had obtained 8 pounds. He meticulously sliced the lard into smaller portions before placing them into a preheated iron pot. Upon contact with the hot surface, the lard emitted a sizzling sound, accompanied by a plume of white smoke that wafted the rich aroma of pork fat into the air. Under the intense heat of the iron pot, the fatty meat relinquished its internal oils, transforming into a golden hue that appeared extraordinarily tempting. Inhaling the alluring scent, Yuan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He had once found the fragrance of lard unappealing, deeming it excessively greasy. Yet now, he found himself entranced by its enticing aroma. As the lard continued to render, 90% of it was extracted, leaving behind increasingly scant remnants of crackling. The diminutive remnants, reduced to the size of a fingernail, were scooped out and deposited into a wooden bowl set aside. He then ladled the rendered lard into an unused wooden barrel for future culinary endeavors. As the absence of various seasonings meant that his meals could be rather bland, relying solely on lard to enhance the flavors. From the 8 pounds of lard, he successfully rendered 5 pounds of pure lard, along with a considerable amount of cracklings. The cracklings, having a delightful flavor, prompted Yuan to fetch a small bowl and share a portion with Gao Hanji and Qin Jinjuan. After some contemplation, he also sent a small bowl to Yang Zhenghe, fostering a spirit of amicable exchange. Just as he dispatched the bowls, Gao Hanji promptly replied with a message. "Oh, a swift response," Yuan teased. Gao Hanji, somewhat exasperated, chose to ignore the banter and instead sent a box containing a pale pink powder. "Gao Hanji, I acquired this from friend. What do you think?" Yuan examined the item, exclaiming in astonishment, "Salt? Is this natural rock salt? Does your friend's shelter have access to natural rock salt?" Gao Hanji, indeed, the quantity is limited and the impurity content is relatively high, resulting in a meager yield. Yuan nodded in agreement. After all, this is a rare source of salt, crucial for survival. With the continuous supply of meat, Yuan could absorb the necessary salt for the human body, thus having lesser demands for it. However, the average survivor finds themselves in a different predicament. Many individuals have monotonous diets, merely consuming whatever is available, and being able to fill their stomachs is already a blessing, let alone indulging in meat. This situation has led to numerous cases of individuals experiencing adverse reactions due to deficiencies in salt, vitamins, and other essential nutrients. Yuan remarked, "This is a valuable commodity. You should reach out to your friends to procure more. It will surely be beneficial." Gao Hanji replied, "All right, I will inquire with her. I should be able to acquire some more. They are quite generous, not only in their demeanor, but also in their character. They even invited me to join their alliance." As Gao Hanji spoke, Yuan paid little heed, assuming it to be a mutual aid organization of sorts. The rock salt crystals were rather coarse, necessitating Yuan to grind them down into a fine powder, sprinkled over the crispy pork cracklings. The flavor was elevated to an entirely new level. Soon, Qin Jinjuan and Yang Zhenghe sent their messages of gratitude. Yang Zhenghe, however, found himself in a moral quandary. The willingness of the other party to share meat indicated a desire for camaraderie, and failing to reciprocate would seem somewhat improper. After much contemplation, Yang Jing has sent back 2 high-quality carrots as a token of appreciation. Chapter 52. Assist me in harvesting the cassava. The night proceeded as usual, with heavy snowfall persisting for an entire day and night, while the temperature continued to plummet, relentlessly challenging the limits of human endurance. Within a modest level 3 shelter, 5 individuals sat in a circle. Indeed, this was not a video call nor a group chat, but a genuine face-to-face conversation. The 5 were seated with solemnity, their expressions calm and composed, short black hair framing their serious countenances, their gazes authoritative yet devoid of anger. Huang Lao, as the director of the Meteorological Bureau, what is your assessment of the current weather? Inquired the foremost individual, while the other 4 remained silent. The outlook is not optimistic. This is no ordinary cold front. Observing the current situation, it is indicative of a significant climate change. Rather than merely a cold wave, I believe a different term is more fitting, replied the venerable elder known as Huang Lao, his tone slightly aged yet resonant, bearing a weight akin to solid steel. What term? Huang Lao's eyes flickered as he uttered. The Ice Age. One individual frowned, incredulously asking, is it truly that severe? Are we to expect to endure such extreme, low temperatures indefinitely? No, just as the others breathed a sigh of relief, Huang Lao continued, it will plunge even lower. A collective gasp escaped the remaining individuals. The current temperature was already approaching -40 to 50 degrees. Should it decline further, it would indeed herald a cataclysmic obliteration of life. Historically, during the Ice Age on Earth, the lowest temperatures reached -50 degrees Celsius, with an average temperature around 8 degrees. However, I estimate that the Ice Age within the Misty World will see even lower temperatures, last for a longer duration, and inflict greater devastation. Each revelation struck the hearts of the listeners like heavy hammers, leaving them breathless. The elder at the forefront, his gaze serene yet profound, broke the oppressive silence, saying, well, since the problem has arisen, there must be a solution. We are here today to discuss the means to resolve it. Another elder clad in a green cotton coat interjected. Old Zhang speaks true. The environment here is indeed more dire, yet the support of survivors is equally considerable. You must have all experienced that items of good quality possess incredible power. What should we do then? Inquired the elder in the green coat. We must establish a gathering place for survivors. The strength of one individual is ultimately limited. Only through collective effort can we confront such disasters. However, after this declaration, no one responded, their expressions remaining heavy with despair. They had attempted this endeavor multiple times, yet none had succeeded. Be it organizations akin to mutual aid alliances, attempts to locate nearby survivors, or using items to facilitate meetings, every effort bore significant drawbacks. The unique environment of the Misty World and the predicaments faced by survivors rendered the establishment of such gathering places an impractical solution. Zhou Zheng, let us not deceive ourselves. This method is utterly unfeasible, and no one will heed your call. Moreover, we lack the capacity, adequate housing, stable food supplies, sustainable freshwater resources, and, fundamentally, the ability to unite all survivors in one place. It is essential to understand that the distance between each survivor is at least 50 to 100 kilometers. With a staggering population of 7 billion, one can only imagine the vastness of the fog-laden world. Moreover, this merely accounts for the territories occupied by survivors. No one is certain whether there are even more expansive regions beyond. The idea of advocating for small gatherings, where dozens or hundreds coexist, seems implausible, given the dire scarcity of resources. How much sustenance can one find near shelter? Is it sufficient for a handful of individuals to survive? Indeed, it is likely that no one would pay us any heed. After several hours of discussion, the debate raged on. Ultimately, the elder named Zhang rapped the table and declared, there is no need for further discourse. After all, we are no longer on Earth. We lack the authority to dictate the future of all survivors. What lies ahead is beyond our control. Dear friends, let's take things as they come. Zhou Zheng's lips curled in skepticism. Let things be? Then why did you summon us here, old Zhang? Is it merely to behold your weathered visage? Did you not assert with such conviction earlier that we must resolve this predicament? Coughing awkwardly, the elder Zhang responded, "We are but ordinary individuals, devoid of any capability to resolve issues. Since we are here, could you assist me in harvesting the cassava? My frail old bones find it rather inconvenient. Do you realize how costly a teleportation scroll is?" Zhang chuckled heartily. "Your names are either purple or blue. If I were to take advantage of you, it would be of little consequence. It is merely a chance for us old friends to gather. Who knows when such an opportunity may arise again." Upon hearing this, the others felt a wave of melancholy wash over them, falling into silence. So many had perished: parents, children, friends, classmates, lovers. Zhang continued, "Furthermore, the system has been guiding our development. It likely harbors no malicious intent. We should endeavor to follow the directives of that voice from above. Since it has arranged for all survivors to be so distanced, we need not force ourselves to congregate. Our notions may not be accurate. Others possess the capability to endure as well. Perhaps our circumstances are not as dire as we imagine. Life has a way of discovering its own vitality. Additionally, since the system is conducting evaluations of all survivors, there must be a deeper significance to it. It will be prudent for us to align ourselves with the system's guidance. Those rated S, A, or B endeavor to cultivate alliances as much as possible. Strive to maintain cooperative relationships." Zhang's voice remained calm, devoid of any seriousness. As he spoke with the ease of old friends conversing, the five engaged in light-hearted chatter for some time before ultimately returning to their shelter. Naturally, they would finish harvesting the cassava before departing. Unbeknownst to Yuan, in a secluded corner of the fog-laden world, a group of venerable elders engaged in such a discussion. However, even if he were aware, he would undoubtedly express his profound resignation. A gathering place? On the verge of transcending mortal bounds, pondered who would still consider such a notion. Currently, survival is arduous, primarily due to frail physical constitution. However, what if one possesses a commendable constitution, or even an exceptional one, perhaps one of rare caliber? As for the impending ice age, while others may harbor such trepidations, Yuan understands that the cold wave shall not endure for long. The next catastrophe will manifest as an extreme heat wave. For Earth, this catastrophic event could indeed eclipse the mass extinction of species characteristic of the ice age. Yet within the realm of the mist, it may merely signify the cyclical passage of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It is indeed true, as the saying goes, that life will invariably seek its own path to survival. 7 days merely mark the commencement of this quest for sustenance. As the less fortunate are gradually culled by the harshness of their environment, the remaining survivors possess a certain degree of resilience. At the very least, their intellectual faculties are unlikely to be lacking. Although the mortality rate among survivors remains alarmingly high, the pace of this decline is expected to slow. Those who endure this cold wave are likely to establish their roots within the mist, discovering their own means of survival. Nevertheless, following this rating reward, an uncontrollable wave of chaos has emerged among the survivors. Chapter 53. Chaos following the recent rating rewards. A particular item has emerged in abundance, swiftly captivating the entire community of survivors: the teleportation scroll. This item, classified as a good-grade tool, possesses functions and significance that can even surpass some excellent-grade items. The advent of the teleportation scroll signifies the dismantling of distance barriers, enabling survivors to meet one another, thus transcending the confines of solitary survival. This sudden transformation leaves everyone feeling unprepared. The solitude, fear, anxiety, and terror that accompanied their previous solitary existence seem to erupt at this very moment. Moreover, during this period of frigid weather, many find it increasingly difficult to contain their excitement, leading to a chaotic outburst among the survivor community sparked by the teleportation scroll. Firstly, the chat channels are inundated with messages seeking loved ones. Individuals are searching for relatives, parents, children, as well as friends, classmates, colleagues, spouses, partners, and even clandestine lovers. Some fortunate souls successfully locate their surviving kin, utilizing the teleportation scroll to meet and even relocate their shelters together. However, this does not entail moving entire shelters, but rather transferring vital resources to a single shelter for communal living. A Level 3 shelter, encompassing an 80 square meter dwelling along with a 20 square meter yard, is more spacious than many residences in urban areas, providing ample space for families. Nestled in nature, with picturesque surroundings, fresh air, and the companionship of wildlife, it offers a commendable retreat, devoid of survival pressures. Furthermore, one of its greatest advantages is the assurance of dying together rather than being separated after decades of companionship. While these changes are indeed promising, the reality for many is that they cannot find even a familiar face, let alone a loved one. One contributing factor is the overwhelming volume of messages in the chat channels, rendering it nearly impossible to discern what others are saying. Additionally, many have perished in the turmoil. At times, the absence of news can paradoxically be a blessing, allowing one to cling to a hopeful fantasy. Beyond those searching for family, many individuals have formed connections only after entering this fog-laden world. For instance, Yuan and Yuan met through trading and similar interactions. There are also avenues such as survivor mutual assistance alliances that foster partnerships. Frequent exchanges have cultivated positive relationships, encouraging deeper collaboration. However, this carries substantial risk. Even among family members, the potential for betrayal over resources exists, let alone between ordinary individuals. Arriving at another shelter with all one's possessions in tow, the outcome could be greeted with either a welcoming embrace or a lethal strike. In terms of public sentiment, instances of mutual harm are alarmingly common. Good heavens, that is my own brother. He deceived me into a shelter, setting a trap to kill me. One might lament. Alas, the hearts of men have darkened. Just the other day, I agreed with an ally to merge shelters, only to discover he had turned around and purchased poison from others. Fortunately, my good relations alerted me beforehand. Otherwise, I would have lost my life. What is this nonsense? I had agreed to cohabit with my friend, only for him to sneak into my bed in the dead of night, nearly dragging me into a fencing match. Fortunately, I was quick on my feet. To my upstairs neighbor, you mustn't be so outrageous. In truth, it's somewhat fortunate, as it helps avoid unwanted pregnancies. Yet, you're even more outlandish. Alas, fellow travelers, I urge everyone to exercise caution. Teleportation scrolls offer no guarantees and may well lead to one's demise. However, I recall a type of elite ally scroll that can establish alliances, enabling mutual teleportation with assurances for one's life. Yet, as you mentioned, it is of elite grade. Who among the common folk can attain such a thing? TSK, allow me to show you all. This girl is so easily deceived. Rushing over to cohabit with me, she offers resources and companionship. Look at her figure, so fair and delicate, truly delightful. Following the information, there was a photograph. In the dimly lit shelter, a young woman of decent appearance was bound hand and foot, tossed onto the bed, her attire scant, revealing ample, pristine skin. The chat channel acts as a system to protect minors. Thus the image was laid bare for all to see. Goodness, is this what it means to be deceived in online romance, losing both love and wealth? One must be cautious in online relationships and wary of reality. TSK. My brother, you truly have it good. This is a fine catch indeed. How perverse. Do you truly deserve the trust of others? To the young lady above, I apologize for frightening you. I would like to treat you to a meal as compensation. Come, I shall provide the teleportation scroll. You can join me in my shelter. Get lost. 666. That was too clever. My brother, initially, she was merely startled, but upon arriving at your place, she was genuinely terrified. Malicious thoughts are spreading incessantly. Those who successfully reunite with family or find like-minded allies, merging shelters, are ultimately but a minority, perhaps not exceeding 30%. In most cases, it culminates in tragedy, leaving one with nothing. This frenzied wave of shelter mergers lasted less than a day before it was abruptly halted, deemed as venomous. Yet, chaos did not cease there. It only intensified. The flesh trade, gambling, and various other enterprises began to flourish among the survivors. Only due to the harsh cold. With limited resources, did many restrain their excesses. However, it is foreseeable that once the cold snap ends, the chaos will undoubtedly worsen. Such circumstances have sounded an alarm for all. Shelters are indeed meant to protect us, not only from the natural elements and beastly attacks, but also from the assaults of our own kind. Upon Yuan's return to his chamber that night, as he opened the Mist Survival Manual and perused the chat channel, he came to grasp the events that transpired throughout the day. The public chat channel was rife with malevolent records and photographs, causing Yuan to furrow his brow. He had not anticipated that the emergence of teleportation scrolls would incite such turmoil. Nevertheless, he understood that most of the conflicts arose among the lower-tier survivors. They have long endured the pressures of food scarcity, frigid temperatures, and ferocious beasts, which has intensified their desire for change, ultimately leading them into the snares set by certain individuals. Those who have made commendable progress, who are free from the anxieties of sustenance, and possess a modicum of rationality, would not so easily fall victim to deception. However, Yuan began to reflect on the relatives and friends he had. Both of his parents had chronic illnesses and passed away during his college years. His grandparents were scarcely known to him, as he had met them only a handful of times. As for his classmates, he had nearly lost contact with his university roommates after graduation. He had dated a few girlfriends, but the longest relationship lasted merely a year or two, never reaching the stage of discussing marriage. And they had ceased all communication upon parting ways. Contemplating this, he realized there was no one worth seeking out among family or friends. The only individual he held in fond memory was the technician from the Golden Years, number 53. He wondered if she was still alive. It would be a pleasure to reminisce if they were to meet again. Yuan's thoughts wandered, but he swiftly reined in his musings and turned his focus to the matter at hand, striving for survival. After all, even among those who had developed the fastest, none were entirely free from the constraints of food and environment. The primary objective remained survival. Ironically, the system's so-called ratings categorized all survivors into different tiers, leading many irrational individuals to become intoxicated by a false sense of grandeur. In truth, whether it be Yuan, Qinjinjuan, or Yang Jinghe, none felt truly secure in their sustenance. Rather, these astute individuals were even more cautious in their endeavors to survive. Chapter 54. Midnight sounds. The freshly crafted charcoal was once again hung for sale in batches at the trading market. At this moment, the market was already bustling with numerous charcoal offerings, with prices hovering around a ratio of 1:3, slightly higher than the price of Yuan's raw charcoal. Nevertheless, he chose not to alter his pricing strategy, listing it at a fair 1:2, considering the modest value of charcoal. After placing the charcoal on the market, Yuan retired for the night, uncertain of how long the cold snap would persist, yet resolved to maintain his usual routine of early slumber and early rising. He anticipated that this night would unfold like any other, blissfully tranquil. Yet, fate had other plans. At the stroke of midnight, a thunderous crash echoed from the yard, jolting Yuan from his slumber, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. What on earth was happening? Although he resided in a shelter, the ever-present dangers of the fog-laden world made him unable to sleep deeply. Any disturbance would rouse him. Quickly rising, he was immediately struck by the biting cold. As the temperature difference between the comfort of his bed and the frigid air of the room exceeded 20 degrees Celsius. Despite the ample supply of charcoal in the fireplace, the chill in the bedroom remained relentless. After donning his clothing beneath the covers, Yuan rubbed his cold face, striving to awaken his senses. Outside, the world remained cloaked in darkness, devoid of any light. As he creaked the wooden door open, a wave of icy air rushed in, akin to frost itself. Tightening his collar, Yuan peered cautiously toward the doorway. There was no sign of unusual activity. Taking a deep breath, he opened the shelter just a crack, allowing a fierce gust of cold wind, accompanied by a flurry of snowflakes, to surge in, howling like a wounded beast. The soundproofing and insulation of the three-tiered shelter were commendable, making the wind's roar outside seem somewhat muted within. However, upon opening the door, Yuan was taken aback. This was the most terrifying snowfall he had ever encountered, accompanied by the most fearsome wind he had ever heard. Merely listening to the cacophony was enough to send chills down his spine, dissuading him from venturing outside. Yet, the commotion outside gnawed at his nerves, compelling him to investigate the cause. If a beast were to breach the shelter, he could meet an untimely end. However, when Yuan attempted to push the shelter door open again, he found it obstructed, refusing to budge no matter how hard he pushed. His heart raced, cold sweat beating on his forehead as a chill raced down his spine. What was happening? Was something blocking it? Stepping back a few paces, he peered through the narrow gap of the door, and upon realizing the situation, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The relentless snowfall of the past few days had not ceased, accumulating at an alarming rate. The snow outside had piled up to an intimidating height of 1.5 meters, nearly obscuring half of the door. No wonder it wouldn't open. He was fortunate that the situation was not worse. Yet, an unsettling thought struck him. If the snow continued to block the door, how would he ever get outside? Moreover, with the snow continuing to fall, it could eventually engulf the entire shelter, leaving him surrounded by mounds of snow, presenting a predicament far beyond mere inability to exit. The tertiary shelter is indeed robust. However, should an excessive accumulation of snow burden the roof, the risk of collapse becomes a pressing concern. This thought sent a jolt through Yuan's heart. Such a scenario is indeed plausible. If the snow is not promptly cleared, they would be living in constant peril. The noise from outside moments ago was likely the sound of the animal pen succumbing to the weight of the snow. With that realization, Yuan found sleep eluding him. There was no time for rest. He must labor through the night to remove the snow from the shelter's roof. He returned to fetch a shovel, clearing the snow piled at the entrance and transferring it into a wooden barrel. Thankfully, the wooden barrel recipe allowed for the mass production of barrels, or else the snow would have been impossible to contain. Once he managed to excavate a portion of the ice and snow, widening the door's crevice made the task significantly more manageable, albeit resulting in a deluge of melted snow water inside. Fortunately, the floor of the shelter was stone. Otherwise, the influx of moisture would surely lead to dampness and mildew. After nearly 3 hours of effort, he finally managed to open the door entirely, revealing the scene outside. The snow had accumulated to the height of Yuan's neck, and through the opening, he could see the collapsed animal pen, now buried beneath a thick blanket of white. Gazing upwards at the roof, he noted that the snow layer had exceeded 30 centimeters. Fortunately, the roof was sloped, allowing some of the snow to slide down, preventing it from becoming excessively high. However, once the ground snow reached the same height as the shelter, true danger would ensue. Without further hesitation, Yuan grasped a kerosene lamp and commenced the vigorous task of snow removal. While he did not aim to clear the entire courtyard, he at least needed to ensure safe passage in and out. With his physical prowess elevated to a commendable level, Yuan found himself working much more swiftly. Yet, his resilience against the cold showed little improvement, likely due to the frigid temperatures that even a well-conditioned body could not withstand. Once the snow at the door was managed, dealing with the rooftop snow was considerably simpler. Swiftly, he ascended to the roof and began to push the snow off the ridge. A gentle shove sent down large quantities, making the process quite relieving, and soon the roof was clear. Observing the shelter's original structure revealed a sense of relief in Yuan. It seemed he would need to undertake regular clearing to prevent a repeat of the situation. Thus, he had added another daily task to his routine: snow removal. Upon returning to the shelter, the clock had already ticked past 5 in the morning, yet the dawn showed no signs of brightening. After washing his face with warm water and soaking his feet, Yuan felt his body regaining warmth. He then ventured into the kitchen to fry a portion of good quality steak, replenishing the energy he had expended. With his strength now at a commendable level, he noticed a significant increase in his appetite. Previously, a single good quality steak would last him nearly a day to consume fully, leaving him quite stuffed. However, he found that he could now devour more than half of a larger iron-backed wild boar steak in a single sitting. It appears that with his enhanced abilities, his body's demand for energy has surged, leading to a more pressing need for sustenance. It is reasonable to anticipate that in the future, ordinary-grade food will gradually fade from Yuan's diet, making way for a predominance of good quality fare and above. After finishing the meat chop, Yuan still found himself restless and began to exercise in the living room, as well as practice archery. However, due to the insufficient lighting, his efficiency was far from satisfactory. This issue had been identified the previous day, yet remained unresolved. He had searched the trading market for suitable lighting tools, but to no avail. While candles were available, their illumination was unlikely to surpass that of the kerosene lamp. The kerosene lamp provided by the shelter was quite remarkable, for it had never extinguished. Much like the survivors' struggle for existence in the fog-laden world, it persevered against all odds. Yuan contemplated purchasing dozens of candles to enhance the lighting within the shelter. Ultimately, he relinquished this idea. The shelter lacked dedicated candle holders, and with wooden walls, the risk of fire from a toppled candle was too great. Thus, he was compelled to seek alternative, more suitable sources of illumination. Chapter 55. 7 days, unsurprisingly. Today dawned without the sun. In the afternoon, Yuan ventured outside to inspect the pond, only to discover a disheartening situation. Although the Qinghui algae played a role in regulating temperature, it was unable to withstand such frigid conditions. The heavy snow had completely filled the pond, and the water within had frozen solid. The crucian carp inside had turned into ice blocks, destined to be brought back for fish soup. Fortunately, the Qinghui algae had managed to melt some of the surrounding ice and snow due to its own capabilities, allowing it to survive, albeit precariously. Had it not been for the timely discovery, it too might have met the same fate as the crucian carp. Reluctantly, Yuan decided to bring the Qinghui algae back, temporarily housing it in a wooden barrel and maintaining its vitality with a diluted liquid in order to prevent its total extinction. While crucian carp are not particularly precious, being of good quality, they serve merely as sustenance. In contrast, the Qinghui algae holds significantly greater value. Furthermore, tonight, he would enjoy a steaming bowl of fish soup. Even without ginger or green onions, the good quality crucian carp would not possess a pronounced fishy odor. The soup was a milky white, exquisite in flavor, with the fish flesh firm and tender. Clearly, the crucian carp had been flash frozen. Otherwise, the texture would not have been so delightful. After preparing the fish soup, Yuan set aside a portion to send to Qin Yuan, who had mostly stockpiled nuts and meat cuts, devoid of any fish. This would allow him and Xiao Tong to savor a taste of freshness while warming their bodies. As for Gao Hanji, due to the earlier plant catalyst liquid incident, he had promised to provide her with meals for 7 days. However, uncertain of how long the cold wave would persist, Yuan hesitated to offer too much food, striving to provide only ordinary-grade meat cuts. After all, he typically consumed only good-quality meat cuts. Regarding the fish soup, he sent her a small bowl, but withheld the fish meat. In recent days, he had sensed something peculiar about Gao Hanji, a disquieting abnormality. Following this, the days passed in monotonous routine amidst the relentless cold wave. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 7 days. The duration of the cold wave intensified the unease within all survivors. For a full week, the heavy snow showed no signs of abating, and the night lingered on. The entire mist-laden world seemed ensnared in an eternal darkness. In the initial days, everyone huddled in their shelters, free from the struggle for survival, and life was relatively comfortable. However, as the days of idleness stretched on and their food reserves dwindled, a sense of agitation began to fester deep within, growing increasingly restless. No one could endure the solitude of remaining in a dim, cold shelter with nothing to occupy their time, unable to venture outside. Many began to experience issues akin to those Yuan had faced previously, shelter collapses, due to the negligence of clearing accumulated snow from the roofs. The snow on the ground piled higher and higher, reaching the same height as the rooftops. The pressure on the roofs became unbearable, even for a level 3 shelter. In such an environment, losing the protection of the shelter would lead to dire consequences. Upon learning of these circumstances in the chat channel, Yuan felt an immense sense of relief for having discovered the issue early. Otherwise, he too would have faced the same fate as those unfortunate individuals. In recent days, his daily routine has been remarkably regular. Rising at 7 in the morning, he brushes his teeth, and freshens up before indulging in breakfast, which typically consists of meat patties paired with clear moon algae. After breakfast, he first hangs the charcoal he produced the previous evening in the trading market, followed by physical exercise, honing his swordsmanship and archery skills. Consequently, over these days, both his physical condition and his proficiency in swordplay and archery have seen significant improvement. By noon, he generally does not partake in a formal lunch, but instead takes a brief respite to replenish his energy. The afternoon is once again filled with exercise and practice in swordsmanship and archery. In the evening, he enjoys another meal to restore the energy expended during his training, usually consisting of fish soup and noodles. The night is then spent leisurely, collecting the gains from the trading market and browsing for quality items. It is worth noting that Gao Hanji seems to have joined a guild recently. According to her, a friend she met during the last salt trade introduced her to the guild leader, and she has now officially become a member. However, Yuan is skeptical of such alliances, doubting their potential for genuine camaraderie and mutual assistance, and fearing unforeseen complications. Nevertheless, as Gao Hanji is keen on her involvement, Yuan refrains from expressing his reservations. Subsequently, an incident led to a swift decline in their relationship, resulting in less frequent communication. The catalyst was when Gao Hanji opened a bottle of plant catalyst from a bronze resource box. Yuan could only marvel at her extraordinary luck. However, Gao Hanji did not intend to sell it to Yuan. Instead, she planned to offer it to a friend within the guild. Even when Yuan offered 2 good quality meat patties as payment, she ultimately chose to decline. This decision left Yuan with a sense of discontent, creating a rift between them. Despite the unpleasantness with Gao Hanji, his dealings with Yang Zhenghe have been quite prosperous. Yang Zhenghe has repeatedly purchased good quality charcoal from Yuan, allowing him to earn a modest profit. In return, he has received 3 teleportation scrolls, 10 night glow stones, and a substantial quantity of good quality plant roots that are no longer useful. The teleportation scrolls, as one might expect, hold considerable value, serving as a safeguard for future endeavors. The night glow stones, a type of good quality or possess illuminating properties, emitting a soft white light comparable to a 50-watt bulb, providing just the right amount of brightness within the shelter and alleviating Yuan's struggle to navigate in darkness. The good quality plant roots serve as feed for ironback mountain pigs and wild chickens, thereby fostering a rapid strengthening of their relationship. Today marks the 7th day since the arrival of the cold front, and it is also the day when the second droplet of water milk is produced. Up until now, the profound effects of the first droplet of water milk remain vividly etched in Yuan's memory, as it propelled him from an ordinary individual to one with above-average prowess. Even the diluted solution of water milk has allowed the crystal rice and winter wheat to thrive magnificently. The seedlings of crystal rice have reached a height of 10 centimeters, exuding vitality, while the winter wheat has grown to 30 centimeters, with green ears of wheat sprouting. Thus, Yuan eagerly anticipates the second droplet of water milk. After finishing dinner, he arrives at the shelter and retrieves a pearl-sized, milky white orb from the spring. It is indeed the water milk, although Yuan possesses commendable strength, allowing him to directly consume the elixir. He still intends to immerse himself in a bath to absorb its essence. As before, he filled a bathtub with steaming water and proceeded to dissolve the elixir within. Following that, he indulged in a period of comforting relaxation. This time, the experience was far less agonizing than the first. While the intense heat persisted, it remained within tolerable limits, rendering the overall sensation quite pleasurable. The gentle, warm energy permeated his skin, cleansing his body and steadily enhancing his abilities. Although the intensity of this increase was somewhat diminished compared to the initial experience, he ultimately reached the pinnacle of his commendable level of power. Furthermore, by the end of the bath, the remaining water contained scarcely any residual energy, merely becoming pure bathing water. As Yuan reveled in his increasingly robust physique, both his body and mind were in superb condition. Truly, the effects of such a rare-grade item were remarkably potent, far surpassing what could be achieved through years of consuming commendable-grade sustenance. Yuan, filled with exhilaration, marveled at his own transformation. Merely 2 doses of the elixir had elevated his physical prowess beyond that of Qin Jinjuan's extensive training over the years, which was undeniably thrilling. Just as Qi Yuan was lost in self-admiration, the nearby Miss Survival manual chimed, signaling a message from Yang Zhenghe. Yang Zhenghe, Qi Yuan, I have an urgent matter. I need to purchase a healing potion. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Qi Yuan inquired, perplexed. Chapter 56, Superior Upgrade Scroll. Yang Zhenghe. It was not me, but rather an administrator from the Alliance. She was attacked by a beast and sustained severe injuries. Qi Yuan furrowed his brow, surprised that even amidst such heavy snowfall, beasts would venture out to assault the sanctuary. Nonetheless, this served as a wake-up call. The prolonged cold wave not only left survivors lacking in food, but also severely impacted the beasts of the natural world, compelling them to brave the frigid conditions in search of sustenance. Qi Yuan replied, while we share a good rapport, purchasing healing potions must be accounted for fairly. Naturally, I shall refer her to you. You two can discuss this as friends. With that, Yang Zhenghe introduced a woman named Duya to Qi Yuan. The friend request was swiftly accepted. Duya, hello, I am Duya. Qi Yuan, I can see that. Let us get straight to the point. Are you here to purchase healing potions? Duya, yes, I am gravely injured and urgently require medicinal treatment. What price can you offer for the healing potions? After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yuan responded, I am not entirely aware of what you possess, so it will be inappropriate for me to quote a price. Please enumerate the items you have. In dire need of treatment, Duya did not linger on pleasantries and sent several items 3 minutes later. Spirit Vegetable Garden, superior. Secondary Sanctuary Scroll, superior. Premium Waterstone or superior. Teleportation Scroll, good. Upgrade Scroll, superior. Among the items she sent, only 4 were of superior quality, while the rest were of moderate, good quality. However, those 4 superior items made Qi Yuan's eyes gleam, particularly the Upgrade Scroll, superior. Regardless of the circumstances, this item must be acquired. Previously, Qi Yuan had sought good quality upgrade scrolls and had attempted to find superior ones, but had come up empty-handed. He never anticipated encountering one here. However, Dia indicated that she was only willing to part with 1 superior item or 5 good quality items. Qi Yuan would not be accommodating, replying, 2 superior items. That is impossible. The healing potions are merely of good quality. Why should they command such a high price? Duya decisively rejected the offer, a nagging sense of foreboding settling in her heart. She had previously inquired with others, and the prices were indeed exorbitant. Qi Yuan remained steadfast. That is the price. The items that can save your life are worth it. Duya found herself in a dilemma. These items were her most prized possessions, acquired during this raiding, and she would never part with them if not for her severe injuries. Dia, 1 superior item, plus 10 good quality items. 2 superior items. The good quality ones are too inferior. I refuse. The cold words struck Duya's heart, leaving her breathless. Did he truly look down upon good quality items? A life is worth it. Qi Yuan continued to reason with her. Duya is attached, gazing at the superior items with a pain so profound it felt as if her heart would bleed. You're asking for far too much. Not too much, considering you have plenty. One cannot solely rely on the favor of Yang Zhenghe. It is indeed in consideration of his standing. Otherwise, I would require 4 items. After a lengthy exchange spanning several minutes, Dia found not only her physical wounds deteriorating, but also her spirit severely afflicted. Faced with the imminent threat to her life, Duya had no choice but to permit Qi Yuan to select 2 exceptional items. Without hesitation, Qi Yuan chose the Upgrade Scroll, exceptional, and the Minor Sanctuary Scroll, exceptional, causing Duya's heart to ache to the point of nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. In truth, Qi Yuan was also quite tempted by the other 2 exceptional items, but given that they were friends introduced by Yang Zhenghe, he could not exploit the situation too severely. Otherwise, he would have genuinely contemplated acquiring all 4 exceptional items. He firmly believed that life-saving items should not be appraised solely by their rank. 2 exceptional items in exchange for a life was indeed a fair trade. Qi Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction in obtaining these 2 exceptional items. Name, Upgrade Scroll, exceptional, function, elevates a good quality item to exceptional quality, usable once. Description: complete the leap of existence. The function of the good quality upgrade scroll is similar, with the only difference being the number of uses. A good quality upgrade scroll can be utilized 3 times, while the exceptional upgrade scroll can only be used once. After all, the value of the exceptional upgrade scroll far surpasses that of its good quality counterpart, even if it were not used on beasts, but instead to upgrade other good quality items. Its worth remains immense. For instance, upgrading the beast taming scroll, good, to exceptional quality could yield the same effect. Or upgrading the healing potion crafting scroll, good, to exceptional quality. At this thought, Yuan suddenly froze. It seemed there might be a choice even more advantageous than using it on a beast. Although he yearned for an exceptional beast, a voice deep within urged him that an exceptional healing potion was far more precious. Exceptional beast or exceptional healing potion? For a moment, Yuan found himself in a state of turmoil. Half an hour later, Yuan stored the upgrade scroll in his inventory. His final decision leaned towards upgrading the beast. While an exceptional healing potion was undoubtedly splendid, the materials required would surely be far more valuable. Yuan speculated that an exceptional healing potion would likely necessitate the essence of an exceptional beast's flesh and blood. It was entirely possible that even with the exceptional healing potion crafting scroll, he might struggle to gather sufficient materials, rendering him incapable of even producing a good quality healing potion. Contemplating this scenario, Yuan hesitated to upgrade the healing potion crafting scroll to exceptional quality. As for the other item, the minor sanctuary scroll, exceptional. This scroll was a first encounter for Yuan, but after reviewing its description, it was undoubtedly a highly valuable item. Name: minor sanctuary scroll, exceptional. Function: 1. Constructs a minor sanctuary, which must be of lower level than the main sanctuary, and automatically establishes an alliance with the main sanctuary. 2. Can occupy other survivors' sanctuaries as a minor sanctuary. Description: a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, establishing a new shelter. Although Yuan currently harbors no intentions of creating a new refuge, after all, the primary shelter remains incomplete. Considering secondary shelters in the long run could prove advantageous if significant resources are discovered. Additionally, in times of peril, secondary shelters could facilitate a swift escape. To a certain extent, this could indeed be regarded as a remarkable asset. This vial of healing potion is worth its weight in gold. Regaining composure, Yuan retrieved the Mist Survival Manual to assess the sales of charcoal for the day. Over the past few days, substantial quantities of charcoal have been sold daily, with the yield of ordinary grade timber surpassing 45,000 units, filling the entire yard. This is despite the workshop operating continuously for 24 hours, manufacturing only 10,000 units of charcoal per day. Otherwise, the harvest would undoubtedly be greater. The stock of quality grade timber has also exceeded 10,000 units. Gazing at the towering piles of wood, which nearly rival the height of the shelter itself, Yuan found himself in a quandary. Should he continue selling charcoal? What purpose does he serve by hoarding such vast amounts of timber? Most individuals are only willing to expend their wood on charcoal, and even when utilizing other items, they tend to be of little value, mere everyday necessities. In recent days, Yuan has replaced all household items: pots, bowls, tables, chairs, toothpaste, toothbrushes, basins, and even slippers, underwear, and toilet paper. While this has undoubtedly enhanced his quality of life, he possesses not a single high-quality item. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan resolved to enlist the assistance of Qin Jinjuan and Yang Zhenghe. Chapter 57. Zhao City. Yang Zhenghe and Qin Jinjuan are both esteemed S-level survivors, undoubtedly possessing their own circles of trade. Yuan has resolved to cease selling charcoal in the marketplace and instead opt for wholesale, akin to his previous transaction with Yang Zhenghe. Upon inquiry, although Qin Jinjuan is somewhat of a loner, he does have a few capable survivors who purchase meat from him, yet he lacks friends akin to an alliance leader. However, Yang Zhenghe indeed knows several managers from other alliances and is willing to assist Yuan in exploring potential opportunities. After a brief interval, Yang Zhenghe introduced a survivor with a purple name to Yuan, stating This is Zhao Cheng, the leader of the Blaze Alliance, which is a mid-sized alliance similar to our mutual aid alliance, primarily focused on trade and cooperation. Their strength is commendable, and they are interested in procuring charcoal. The name Blaze Alliance is just one of the many alliance names Yuan has encountered, numbering in the hundreds if not thousands. Rather than viewing Zhao Cheng as an alliance leader, he likens him to a group administrator. Accepting Zhao Cheng's friend request, Yuan greeted him. "Hello." Zhao Cheng responded enthusiastically. "Hello. I didn't expect you to be a big shot too. Yang has merely mentioned introducing a brother who sells charcoal. Yet here you are, an esteemed red name survivor." Yuan raised an eyebrow, noting the lack of gravitas in Zhao Cheng's demeanor. His repeated use of big shot felt rather unbecoming of someone in his position. However, he also realized that Zhao Cheng's perception was influenced by the rarity of S-level red name survivors. With only 10,000 such individuals among countless survivors, the proportion is a mere 0.0000002. This rarity leads many ordinary survivors to pursue S-level red names with fervor. Nevertheless, Yuan believes that whether among the top 10,000 or the top 100 million, those who have survived until now are unlikely to be lacking in merit. The disparity in strength should not be excessively pronounced. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Yuan replied, "There's no need to call me a big shot. Simply refer to me as Yuan." "Very well, esteemed one," Zhao Cheng responded, to which Yuan could only roll his eyes. "I can provide approximately 10,000 units of ordinary grade charcoal and 1,000 units of good grade charcoal daily. How much can you procure?" Upon discussing business, Zhao Cheng composed himself and announced, "I would like to acquire all 1,000 units of good grade charcoal, along with an additional 3,000 units of ordinary grade charcoal each day." Yuan nodded, recognizing that securing such quantities indicates a commendable level of strength. However, it was evident that these purchases were likely for the entire alliance rather than Zhao Cheng's personal needs. This implies that his alliance comprises at least 500 members. As Yuan pondered this, he understood that a larger number of members does not necessarily correlate with greater strength. Logically, Yang Zhenghe, being more powerful and having established his alliance earlier, could easily amass hundreds of thousands of members. Yet, mere numbers hold little weight. Each member of Yang Zhenghe's alliance is meticulously selected, ensuring their strength and character are not lacking. Yuan surmised that the overall strength of Zhao Cheng's alliance is likely inferior to that of Yang Zhenghe's. "What price do you intend to offer?" Yuan inquired. "Yang Zhenghe should have informed you that I do not require timber. Naturally, we can exchange other resources instead." Subsequently, Zhao Cheng sent over several items for consideration. Name: white pine sand, good quality. Function: serves to filter water, suitable for most aquatic animals and plants. Name: ice crystal, good quality. Function: ice crystals born in frigid lands, capable of emitting cold air. Once the inherent ice attribute energy is expended, it transforms into ordinary ice. Name: white stream water, good quality. Function: a pristine water source, clear and sweet in taste, beneficial for bodily regulation. Name: yellow-winged cicada molt, good quality. Function: possesses medicinal value, alleviating heat and fire, and treating coughs. These resources are unique to the shelters of other survivors within the Alliance. Among them, the yellow-winged cicada molt is the most valuable, commanding a higher exchange rate. The ice crystal was recently discovered by an ally residing in an extremely cold region, and its quantity is considerable. Additionally, there is the white pine sand. Zhao Cheng presented the 4 types of good quality resources, detailing their functions and values. All are commendable resources. After reviewing the information on the 4 resources, Yuan expressed particular interest in the white pine sand and ice crystal. He remarked, 50 pounds of white pine sand and 100 ice crystals daily. "Hida, you truly put me in a difficult position. This price is quite steep, especially for the ice crystals, which are nearly impossible to procure outside." Zhao Cheng replied with some reluctance. "Then let be 50 pounds of white pine sand and 50 ice crystals." "Ah, all right. If one day I am unable to gather them, may I substitute with other resources?" "Indeed, With their negotiations concluded, they promptly completed their first transaction. Yuan acquired 50 pounds of white pine sand and 50 ice crystals. Compared to a large quantity of timber, the value of these items is indeed significantly greater. In truth, Yuan felt he had profited, while Zhao Cheng was equally convinced he had gained a substantial advantage. Secretly acknowledging Yuan's generosity in parting with several thousand pieces of charcoal without hesitation. Although 50 pounds of white pine sand and 50 ice crystals appear far more precious than charcoal, their actual worth is rather minimal, especially in the current circumstances. With the cold wave persisting for 7 days, the consumption of food and charcoal has been immense, and many survivors are on the brink of collapse. Moreover, there is uncertainty regarding the duration of the cold wave. At this juncture, the value of charcoal continues to rise, while the white pine sand and ice crystals have become virtually unwanted items. Particularly concerning the ice crystals, Zhao Cheng pondered why Yuan would desire them in such frigid weather. Yuan, however, was indifferent to such trivial gains and losses. For him, charcoal was the least scarce resource. The abundance of wood in his yard rendered it virtually inexhaustible. He continued to list the remaining 7,000 pieces of ordinary charcoal. However, this time, he no longer required ordinary materials. Instead, he set the criteria to only accept good quality resources. 1 unit of good quality timber could be exchanged for 5 units of ordinary timber or other good quality resources. For Yuan, ordinary timber held no value, yet accumulating more good quality materials posed no issue. Even if it ultimately goes and used, it can be cast into the spirit pool to transform into spirit liquid. Although I have yet to utilize spirit liquid extensively and remain uncertain of its precise effects, Yuan firmly believes that, as a rare-grade facility, it must possess intrinsic value. After being listed for sale, the pace of transactions slightly diminished, yet a substantial number of individuals continued to make purchases. Following 7 days of relentless, bleak cold, charcoal was consumed almost around the clock, proving to be significantly more cost-effective than timber. 2 pieces of wood burn for a total of 2 hours, while a single piece of charcoal can ignite for 3 hours, yielding higher temperatures. Furthermore, 2 units of good quality wood can sustain a fire for 6 hours, just as 1 unit of good quality charcoal can do the same. Although the duration is equivalent, the charcoal generates superior heat and efficacy. Over these days, the majority of survivors have come to recognize the advantages of charcoal and have opted to exchange their resources for it. Many have even begun to convert charcoal into a new form of currency, circulating it within the trading market. Survivors like Yuan, who possess the ability to craft charcoal-making scrolls, have reaped substantial rewards. To them, Yuan is akin to a benefactor. Without his utilization of the World Horn to promote charcoal to all survivors, they would not have been able to sell it so successfully. The only limitation lies in the studio's efficiency. It cannot instantaneously transform all wood into charcoal and must produce it unit by unit. Chapter 58, Brother Qin. I desire fish on the 8th day. The snow continued to fall, shrouding the sky in perpetual darkness. Today, Gao Hanji unexpectedly sent a message, but its content caused Yuan to frown. Gao Hanji, Yuan, a friend of mine in the Alliance, mentioned that if you were willing to join them, they could sell you some rock salt at a discount. Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed Gao Hanji had been enchanted by her so-called friends in the Alliance, as if entrapped in a pyramid scheme during this cold spell. He had advised her several times that most alliances were unreliable and fraught with potential issues. Yet, she appeared to trust her friends implicitly, leading to a rift between them. Yuan was now reluctant to engage further. After all, he had already repaid the debt from the 7 days of food supply they had previously discussed. As for the second bottle of plant catalyst, she preferred to sell it cheaply to her friends rather than to him, which left Yuan feeling quite displeased. If they wish to sell, they may contact me directly with their offer, Yuan replied casually. In recent days, he had acquired various ingredients from the trading market, including salt, sugar, garlic, ginger, and Sichuan peppercorns. Although his resources were somewhat limited, there were always others possessing them, such as those residing near the salt lakes or amidst fields of sugarcane. With billions of survivors, what could one not find? It merely depended on the value. Moreover, due to Yuan's prominent red name, Many were willing to lower their prices or even give him items for free just to add him as a friend. However, Yuan had declined all offers, asserting that he did not require such trivial resources, thus avoiding any debts of gratitude. As for accepting favors without befriending them, Yuan had no intention of tarnishing his reputation, which would complicate future dealings. Gao Hanji, Yuan, why are you like this? They kindly invited you to join. Surely it is better to survive in an alliance than alone. If I were not faring well, I wouldn't have come to invite you. We used to have such a good relationship. Why do you not trust me? Yuan was at a loss for words and contemplated closing the chat window. Yet, Gao Hanji's next remark piqued his attention. If it weren't for your status as a red name survivor, they would not even consider inviting you. If you're interested, I can help you make contact so you can discuss it in person. Yuan's alertness heightened. Red name. Discuss in person. Suddenly, he realized something. Were these individuals specifically targeting him? Yuan immediately inquired. Do they know I am a red name? What else have you discussed with them? It's not a secret. You use the world trumpet, and quite a few people are aware of your name. There are many individuals in the alliance, and they are quite powerful. I believe you could engage and trade with them, which is why I wanted to promote you. At this point, Yuan's expression grew increasingly cold. Was this woman somewhat foolish? What exactly have you promoted about me? They primarily deal in charcoal, as well as various high-quality crops and medicinal items. They claimed they could purchase at a high price, Gao Hanji replied. Yuan's eyes subtly flickered, as if he had come to a realization, and his demeanor turned serious. Gao Hanji underwent an abrupt transformation in her demeanor, exhibiting an unexpected warmth toward strangers. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan responded, All right, please assist me in arranging a meeting. We can convene at your shelter. Is that true? Very well. I will reach out to Brother Punk. How does tomorrow sound? Gao Hanji's tone was noticeably cheerful. Fine, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I shall bring along a friend. Ensure that their numbers remain modest, Yuan instructed. Rest assured, they are all very amiable and present no issues, Gao Hanji assured him confidently. Upon closing the chat with Gao Hanji, Yuan's expression turned grave, his gaze lowered in deep thought for an extended period. Ultimately, he retrieved the survival manual in the mist, opened a private chat channel, and sent a message to Qin Jinjuan. Brother Qin, are you available to accompany me on a trip tomorrow? Certainly. What seems to be the matter? Someone has been keeping an eye on me. Is there danger? Understood. I will see you tomorrow. 10 minutes later, Yuan appeared in the basement, holding several scrolls. The swarm of bees, the ironback mountain pigs, and the wild chickens thrived in this sanctuary. Notably, the population of black tiger bees had more than doubled. Previously, he had taken the eggs from the hive to Qin Jinjuan's incubation chamber, and now a new batch had successfully hatched. With the support of rare-grade facilities, these new black tiger bees remained robust, unaffected by the chill of the cold wave. The current count of black tiger bees had surpassed 500, the majority being of ordinary grade, with only 2 attaining good grade status. Yuan had initially intended to wait for the weather to improve before allowing the other black tiger bees to advance to good grade. However, he now planned to expedite the process. He had acquired 3 item upgrade scrolls, one of which had been previously utilized. As 8 beams of light emerged, they enveloped the 8 most powerful black tiger bees. Moments later, the 8 fist-sized, good-grade black tiger bees perched impressively upon Yuan's arm. The black tiger bee queen sensed the anomaly and cautiously emerged, startled to see a row of 8 good-grade counterparts. Yet, being the queen and stronger in prowess, she remained undaunted. Upon the queen's appearance, Yuan beckoned her over and produced an excellent grade scroll from his pocket. An excellent grade upgrade scroll. Yuan had previously deliberated whether this scroll should be used on the ironback mountain pig or the black tiger bee queen. Ultimately, he decided upon the queen. The strength of the queen dictates the strength of the entire swarm. Upon reaching excellent grade, the other black tiger bees would find it easier to enhance their abilities, thereby bolstering the collective strength. Furthermore, an excellent grade black tiger bee queen could effectively deter the dozen or so good grade bees, preventing internal strife and maintaining harmony within the colony. A pale silver light gradually enveloped the black tiger bee queen. This breakthrough was prolonged and more agonizing. Within the silver radiance, the queen grimaced in pain. a significant amount of yellow-brown fluid oozing from her body, sharp shrieks resonating throughout the basement. Yuan anxiously observed, daring not to utter a sound as he silently awaited the conclusion of the breakthrough. After a span of 20 minutes, a fist-sized exoskeleton of a black tiger bee fell to the ground, covered in a copious amount of internal mucus. This was not the corpse of the black tiger bee queen, but rather the shell she had shed. It was the first time Yuan learned that adult bees could indeed molt. At that moment, the black tiger bee queen, having ascended to an exemplary rank, soared majestically in the air. The once fist-sized queen had grown to the size of a small grinding stone, her black armor now more formidable, shimmering with a dark luster. Her stinger, trailing behind her, extended over 10 centimeters, displaying a sinister dark green hue that appeared particularly menacing. Yuan pondered the current strength of the black tiger bee queen. He murmured to himself as he drew out his machete to test its power. With a well-crafted blade, he struck the queen's ebony armor. With a sharp sound, the black tiger bee queen emerged unscathed, not even altering her flight path by a fraction. "What incredibly tough exoskeleton!" Yuan exclaimed, astonished by the remarkable increase in the queen's strength. With his own capabilities and the quality of his machete, he found himself utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon her. Most crucially, the black tiger bee queen did not rely solely on her physical prowess for combat. Her true advantage in the forest lay in her swarm of black tiger bees and her venomous stinger. Chapter 59. Ample preparation. Upon witnessing the formidable transformation of the black tiger bee queen, exuding an overwhelming aura, the other good-grade black tiger bees instantly wilted, obediently following the queen's lead. Observing these 9 good-grade black tiger bees, along with the exceptional black tiger bee queen, Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, instilling a sense of security within. Now, he merely awaited the morrow to assess the situation further. The night passed without incident, and Yuan maintained his usual routine, adhering to his daily habits. As dawn broke at 7:30 in the morning, Yuan arrived at Yuan's refuge via the teleportation array. The two exchanged pleasantries, the atmosphere amiable, and soon they delved into the matters at hand for the day. Yuan, is someone approaching from the opposite direction? Yuan nodded. Indeed. They must have gleaned some information about me through a mutual acquaintance, though they remain unaware of my true strength. Ah, Yuan acknowledged with a slight nod. But the next moment, his brow furrowed in concern. Yuan, what about your strength? Ha! I didn't expect you to notice, Brother Qin. Yuan chuckled, playfully clenching his fist. It seems you still harbor some secrets. Your strength must have risen swiftly. You might even surpass me now. Yuan jested, astonished within. He was acutely aware of the arduous nature of strength enhancement, which necessitates prolonged training and the intake of substantial quality sustenance. With a smile, Yuan replied, Brother Qin, I am well aware of your prowess. While my physique has improved, my combat ability is virtually non-existent. I cannot compare to you. Virtually non-existent. Yuan regarded Yuan with skepticism, glancing back at the wooden post in the living room, marred with scars and arrow holes, betraying his disbelief. Not probing further, Yuan inquired, Shall we proceed directly? Yes, that will suffice. With our capabilities, we should be able to handle them with ease, Yuan asserted confidently. Picking up a backpack, Yuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this, his usually composed expression revealing a hint of amusement. Yuan, what on earth are you carrying that backpack for? Taken aback, Yuan responded, Just some gifts. Yuan scratched his head, exasperated. Let's not be coy about this. With that, he produced a backpack identical to Yuan's from beneath his ample cotton coat. Yuan's forehead twitched in disbelief. All right then, you two have made preparations. 2 minutes later, Brother Qin, why have you secretly brought along a pig? Ah, is that a good-grade ironback mountain pig? And why are you carrying so many black tiger bees? Well, just in case, Yuan replied. Why are these black tiger bees so large? Good grade? Just recently broke through. Their strength is still quite feeble. Brother Qin, what is this? A seasoning? Oh, this is pine scale powder, effective only on creatures below good grade. It can paralyze an ordinary beast in mere seconds. Ah, but first, let us not concern ourselves with that. This one here is the Black Tiger Bee Queen. Ah, an exceptional grade. Its strength is barely acceptable. Let us take it out to witness the world. Qin Jinjuan's lips twitched slightly. Excellent level. Broaden one's horizons. Oh, right, Brother Qin, what is this? Qi Yuan inquired, pointing at Qin Jinjuan's dimensional backpack. It's an excellent level firework fruit, used for fireworks. Qin replied. And what is this? Oh, this is a secondary shelter scroll. What is it for? For looting. Damn. Inside the Gao Hanji shelter, she looked at the dozen or so people searching for hiding spots in various corners, under the bed, behind the fireplace, in the workshop, and the kitchen. Seeing this crowd made Gao Hanji increasingly uneasy, and she said with some irritation, Penggu, weren't we supposed to bring only one person? A well-built young man with a neatly trimmed haircut, whose thin face bore a smile, responded, Hanji, this is your shelter after all, in case they mean you harm. It's wise to be prepared, isn't it? He is my friend, a very close friend, Gao Hanji said, her expression conflicted. How close can we be? We are from the same alliance. We are family. Would we harm you? Exactly. Hanji dear, just trust Penggu. We are all family, the closest of kin. A short-haired young woman beside her wrapped an arm around Gao Hanji's shoulders, speaking softly. Besides, he is merely your classmate. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. If he is so kind to offer you excellent level food, what could his intentions be? Do you realize how precious excellent level food is nowadays? The woman continued to persuade. If he had no interest in you, would he treat you so well? You just arrive in the misty world, and, feeling scared and lonely, you mistook his kindness for something more. Qingjie, he should. No need to elaborate. Regardless of what we say, he is a red name player. Shouldn't we take some precautions? Perhaps he won't act against you. But what if he holds grievances against us? Exactly. We are merely protecting ourselves. Hanji, don't overthink it. Given our relationship, do you still not trust us? Well, fine then. At 8 o'clock, Qi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan arrived at Gao Hanji's shelter through a teleportation scroll. To avoid being caught off guard, Qi Yuan had tucked the Black Tiger Bee King inside his shirt, ready to react instantly to any situation, even if there were ground spike traps. He could definitely use the Black Tiger Bee King as a cushion, regardless of any flying needles, poisonous stings, or even ambushes from 100 knife-wielding foes. He was confident that the Black Tiger Bee King could handle them. 1 minute later, the two arrived safely. The teleportation via the scroll was notably slower than that of the ally scrolls, revealing a significant disparity in quality. Before them lay a dimly lit living room within the shelter, furnished quite simply. The facilities provided by the shelter included only a living room, kitchen, workshop, and a space resembling a bathroom. However, despite its simplicity, it was maintained in a reasonably clean condition. At the table in the living room, 3 individuals were already seated. A gaunt man, a young woman with short hair, and Gao Hanji were present. Upon seeing Qi Yuan's arrival, Gao Hanji's face brightened with delight. She held a deep sense of gratitude towards Qi Yuan and was particularly eager to welcome this dear friend into the fold of their alliance. Qi Yuan scanned the surroundings, paying no heed to Gao Hanji's gaze. Qin Jinjuan, with a profound look, meticulously surveyed every detail within the sanctuary, his expression gradually relaxing as he murmured to himself, a group of naive youngsters. Qi Yuan remained impassive, silently taking a seat at the table opposite the man. You must be Qi Yuan, the gaunt man said, his voice somewhat high-pitched, forcing a faint smile. Indeed, that is I. My name is Lu Jipeng, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Young friend Qi Yuan, Lu Jipeng replied with a slight smile. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, expecting some pretense. Yet he was taken aback by the man's unabashed confidence. Lu Jipeng, is it? I believe you have long desired to converse with me. Pray tell, what is it that you wish to discuss? Qi Yuan responded coolly. Lu Jipeng lifted his gaze and remarked, I have heard that you cultivate a considerable amount of high-quality crops, including wheat and rice. Chapter 60. Problem-solving. Qi Yuan remained silent, directing his gaze towards Gao Hanji. Noticing her evasive eyes, his expression turned slightly frosty. Indeed, however, you have made one misstatement. The rice is of the premium grade. Upon hearing this, Lu Jipeng's eyes glinted with avarice as he sneered. I can permit you to join our alliance, but you must surrender these crops. The Alliance will cultivate them uniformly and return them to you later. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, realizing the underlying intent. This individual had no intention of engaging in a genuine discussion. It was purely a provocation. Are you not inclined to converse earnestly? Qi Yuan remarked coldly, though a faint smile danced upon his lips. Not at all. Lu Jiping shook his finger ominously, retorting, that statement could very well be my most sincere one. Qi Yuan shook his head. I believe you are capable of expressing even more sincerity. Lu Jiping, unfazed, mocked, such as, your girlfriend tastes like a donut? Lu Jiping, what are you insinuating? Gao Hanji interjected, her face flushed with indignation. Lu Jiping's expression darkened as he raised his hand to strike. Now that I've laid eyes on you, do you presume I would indulge you? Wait until tonight. I shall ensure you are utterly incapacitated. Qi Yuan frowned, taken aback by his blatant hostility. Did he not fear that we might simply use the teleportation scroll to escape? Sensing Qi Yuan's confusion, Lu Jiping chuckled coldly. Did you think I would be concerned about your escape? From the moment you arrived at the shelter, you are as good as trapped. Pondering this, Qi Yuan produced a teleportation scroll from his pocket. The scroll, designed for round-trip use, should have allowed them to return to their own shelter. However, the scroll in Qi Yuan's hand displayed a message indicating it could not be utilized. Qin Jinjuan also retrieved his scroll, which similarly showed it was unusable. Ha ha ha, curious, isn't it? Don't assume that only you red-named S-level survivors possess high-quality items. This anti-teleportation stone is no less formidable than any other artifact. Lu Jiping finally cast off his facade, laughing heartily. Gao Hanji lay on the ground, her face etched with shock, turning to Zhao Qing beside her, Sister Qing. Zhao Qing wore a look of resignation. Don't overthink it. Accept your fate. Serve Brother Peng well tonight, and perhaps life will be a touch more bearable. Otherwise, you might find yourself cast out to entertain guests, and with this bunch of survivors, you'll be lucky to escape unscathed. You believe you can effortlessly dispose of both of us? Qi Yuan questioned, maintaining his composure. Why not test it? As his words fell, a dozen burly men emerged from the corners of the shelter, encircling Qi Yuan and his companion. Qi Yuan was unperturbed, sneering, so, you really have laid an ambush with 800 blades? Are you about to shatter a cup as a signal? Lu Jiping also let out a derisive laugh. Have you overestimated your confidence? Everyone, seize him and bind him. At the command, the group brandished their blades and advanced. However, before the edge could descend, Qin Jinjuan stepped forward, cleaving through the blade with a single stroke. His blade was of exceptional quality. Qin Jinjuan had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. He aimed a lethal strike toward the man's body. Yet, in the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. With a resounding thud, the individual was forcefully propelled backward, crashing against the wall behind him. Remarkably, his body remained unscathed by the edge of the blade. Qin Jinjuan's expression shifted dramatically as his mind raced. Armor? No. Stone armor? As a master of swordsmanship, he recognized the texture of the material he had struck. It resembled a kind of rocky armor. Qi Yuan was equally astonished, realizing that this group possessed some genuine strength. Lu Jiping's gaze turned icy. Did you think I was unaware? High-grade food can enhance physical capabilities. You must have indulged quite a bit, haven't you? Such formidable strength is impressive, but it matters not. You shall still perish. The man who had been knocked to the ground, though temporarily incapacitated, had not sustained any fatal injuries. The others, witnessing this turn of events, recognized that the two could not inflict effective harm, and thus lost their fear, encircling the pair. Qin Jinjuan retreated to Qi Yuan's side and whispered in his ear, If we can kill, I will hold back. Treasures lie within my garments. Unleash the swarm. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow and nodded silently. He swiftly grabbed his backpack and unzipped it, from which hundreds of large black tiger bees poured forth. The encroaching group, poised to strike, was immediately taken aback. What is that? Insects. Their weapons aimed at Qi Yuan and his companion were hastily withdrawn, replaced by frantic attempts to fend off the approaching swarm. Under the command of the Black Tiger Bee King, 9 high-grade black tiger bees joined the fray, swiftly gaining the upper hand. In an unnoticed corner, Qin Jinjuan scattered fine white powder, which quickly dispersed without anyone's awareness. Observing this, Lu Jiping panicked and shouted, "All of you are clad in clay armor. What are you afraid of? Just kill them." However, time was not on their side. After merely a minute or two of hesitation, the dual effects of the venom and pine scale powder began to take hold. The two toxins coursed rapidly through their blood, and with their ordinary physical constitutions, they could not endure for long. Within minutes, all 10 were left helpless on the ground, unable to move. The wounds inflicted by the black tiger bees began to show whitish spots, with obvious signs of decay. Lu Jiping, witnessing this, was struck with fear. "Why you? Don't come any closer." Although he had not engaged in strenuous activity, his anxiety accelerated his blood circulation, and soon he succumbed to the effects of the pine scale powder, collapsing to the ground in paralysis. Yuan smirked. It appeared they were indeed prepared, though their preparations were evidently insufficient. "Lu Jiping, was it? Now, you may enlighten me about your plans from the very beginning. What made you think to target me? I should not know you, should I?" Yuan gazed down at the incapacitated Lu Jiping, his expression calm. After the initial panic subsided, Lu Jiping regained some composure, gasping heavily. "Today I, Lu Jiping, concede defeat. I accept it. Brother, how about sparing my life? Consider it a favor owed to you." Yuan furrowed his brow, pressing Lu Jiping's face against the ground, his front teeth resting on the stone floor. Coldly, he inquired, "Did you not hear what I asked? Big brother, please don't." "Ah!" A foot came down upon the back of his head, causing his teeth to collide violently with the stone floor. The roots of his teeth snapped from the gums, the dull thud of impact mingling with the sharp sound of teeth shattering, alongside heart-wrenching cries. Vivid crimson blood, accompanied by several fragments of broken teeth, splattered across the floor. Due to the effects of the powdered substance, Lu Jiping could only emit a piercing wail, his body rendered incapable of any response. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, his pupils dilated and then constricted, uncontrollably spilling 2 streams of tears. Beside them, Yuan, witnessing this harrowing scene, spoke up with a heavy heart. "Yuan, this is not right. You should elevate his head. Striking it directly on the flat ground could lead to respiratory obstruction, which would be quite dire." Yuan paused, scratching his head as he replied, I learned this from television. I have no real experience." "It's fine. Everyone has their first time. There's still over 10 people over there." The group of individuals behind, rendered completely paralyzed, exhibited expressions of sheer terror, particularly Zhao Qing, whose limbs twitched uncontrollably in fear. Chapter 61. The sequence of events. Yuan's gaze swept across the room, locking onto Zhao Qing's terrified eyes. Although she immediately lowered her head, she had already caught Yuan's attention. He seized her collar and dragged her to Lu Jiping's side, pressing her delicate face into the blood-soaked ground. "Please, big brother. I'll talk. No. Don't. I'll tell you, big brother," Zhao Qing cried, her voice laced with desperation. "Do not rush. First, assume the proper position. Now, place your teeth on the stone," he commanded coldly. No. Don't. Big brother, I was wrong. Spare me, I beg you, please." After sufficiently instilling fear, Yuan finally released her, his voice icy as he said, "Then tell me about your entire plan from the beginning." Under Yuan's coercion, Zhao Qing divulged the entire criminal scheme in a rush. Upon hearing her account, Yuan gained a clear understanding of the situation. A group led by Lu Jiping engaged in illicit activities within civilized society, possessing a deep understanding of human nature. Upon entering the fog-laden world, the survivors, under immense survival pressures, exhibited weakened psychological defenses, making them more susceptible to manipulation. Particularly vulnerable were young women, who, enveloped in loneliness and fear, could be easily led astray once tempted. Thus, Lu Jiping devised a scheme to exploit this vulnerability. Zhao Qing, under the guise of a caring older sister, began selling salt and other goods, forging bonds with young women through daily conversations and concern. As their relationships deepened, she would introduce them to the so-called alliance group, instilling the notion that the alliance was akin to family and allies were akin to kin through a near-brainwashing approach. Concurrently, they meticulously crafted a warm and harmonious atmosphere of mutual assistance, thoroughly dismantling any psychological defenses, compelling them to work devotedly for the alliance. Often, they would acquire the precious resources and items these women obtained at exceedingly low prices, justifying their actions with a mantra: "We are family. We are allies." Beside them, Gao Hanji's complexion grew increasingly pale as she listened. Zhao Qing continued. The psychological barrier Qi Yuan had shattered, prompting her to spill forth a torrent of information. As the cold wave approached, the system ratings began to produce an abundance of teleportation scrolls. Brother Peng Lu Jiping's ambition swelled, leading him to arrange meetings with the girls. They trusted Lu Jiping wholeheartedly, making it all too easy for them to venture to his sanctuary, where they were forcibly detained. In this moment, he realized that deceiving these girls for mere supplies was far too trivial. Thus, he shifted his focus, luring the brainwashed women from the alliance to his hideout, controlling them, and commencing the operation of a flesh trade. The young women he selected were predominantly attractive and innocent in nature, ensuring the business thrived. Later, while scouting for targets in the trading market, I fixated on Gao Hanji, approaching her under the pretense of selling rock salt. Subsequently, I engaged in daily conversations with her, expressing concern and sharing small tokens of affection, such as food. However, during this time, we noticed that her meals often included high-quality provisions. Sensing something amiss, I subtly probed for information during our chats, ultimately discovering that she had a notorious acquaintance, an old classmate. Initially, we had no intention of taking aggressive action against you. Rather, we sought a collaboration. Yet, through our discussions, we discerned that your capabilities were limited to the cultivation of vast quantities of crops and the sale of medicinal products, indicating a lack of formidable strength. Moreover, you were merely a recent graduate, undoubtedly lacking depth in your scheming. Consequently, Lu Jiping's malevolent thoughts emerged, leading him to contemplate seizing your sanctuary. Henceforth, we deliberately altered our approach towards Gao Hanji, opting not to bring her back to the sanctuary for clientele, but instead ensuring she maintained contact with you, hoping to persuade you to join our alliance. However, as you are aware, this strategy proved largely unsuccessful. You remained resistant to joining. Lu Jiping also considered that, as a notorious survivor, your intellect would not be easily manipulated, which made brainwashing a daunting task. Thus, he devised a plan to control you directly, intending to utilize your teleportation scrolls to seize your sanctuary. This set the stage for the current operation. With the entire sequence of events laid bare, Qi Yuan comprehended the underlying reasons thoroughly. Upon hearing the complete narrative, Gao Hanji's already pale complexion turned ghostly, devoid of color. Brainwashing, deception, inducement, control, clientele, a torrent of memories surged in her mind. From the moment she met Zhao Qing to the present revelations, everything crystallizing within her consciousness. All the previously overlooked, abnormal details magnified in her mind at this moment. The beautifully woven dream she once held now lay in ruins. She could scarcely fathom what might have transpired had they not targeted Qi Yuan, thus sparing her the deceitful lure to the sanctuary. She questioned herself. Would she have refused Zhao Qing and Lu Jiping's invitation to visit given her state at that time? The more she pondered, the more cold sweat drenched her back, a chilling breeze whispering past her, causing her to tremble. Qi Yuan, indifferent to Gao Hanji's foolishness, found himself far more intrigued by Lu Jiping's stockpile. Gazing at Lu Jiping, who lay like a defeated dog on the ground, Qi Yuan's eyes harbored no pity as he scrutinized the bloodshot gaze directed at him, coldly stating, "Will you lead us yourself? Or shall we bind you and take you there?" This time, Lu Jiping seemed acutely aware of his impending doom, curiously refraining from pleading for mercy. Instead, he adopted an unusually defiant demeanor. "Today marks my downfall, and I recognize who you truly are. You certainly will not let me go today. If you possess the courage, strike me down now. After all, I have no regrets in this life, and your little girlfriend is rather enticing. She may not have visited my sanctuary, but that does not imply I have refrained from spending nights at hers." Ha ha ha. At this, Qin Jinjuan, unable to contain himself at Lu Jiping's blatant humiliation of Qi Yuan, scoffed coldly, gripping his long blade, ready to eliminate Lu Jiping completely. However, In the next moment, Qi Yuan's swift intervention halted him. Qi Yuan deemed it unnecessary to engage in further discourse with him, such a person. Before Qin Jinjuan could finish his sentence, Qi Yuan unfastened Lu Jipeng's shirt, calmly stating, "Brother Qin, do not be deceived. He has a poison pouch strapped to his chest. Should it be severed, we shall encounter significant peril." Qin Jinjuan's pupils constricted as he glanced at Lu Jipeng's chest, where indeed a bag of pale purple powder was secured. If it were to be cut, it would instantly disperse. A flicker of relief crossed his eyes as he cast a deep, appreciative look at Qi Yuan. This detail had eluded his notice. Qi Yuan gently patted Lu Jipeng's face, saying, "Do you believe such word can incite my wrath? They will only reveal your vulnerabilities. It is time to depart." With a mere thought, the Black Tiger Bee King emerged from Qi Yuan's chest. The 10-centimeter-long stinger pierced through Lu Jipeng's crown with the ease of puncturing a block of tofu, vanishing entirely within him. Following a blood-curdling scream from Lu Jipeng, his body fell utterly silent. The other 10 or so men were dealt with in a similar fashion, all efficiently handled by the Black Tiger Bee King, ensuring both safety and speed. The collection of all the teleportation scrolls from these men was promptly executed. Simultaneously, within the cupboard of the shelter's kitchen, a translucent stone was discovered. It was the anti-flight stone. Upon placing the anti-flight stone into the dimensional backpack, the teleportation scrolls in hand regained their usability. Brother Qin, it is now time to reap our rewards. Chapter 62. Molding clay in the sanctuary of a dozen individuals. Qi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan meticulously searched, retrieving all useful items. Except for Lu Jipeng, the remaining stockpiles of the others were rather meager, barely reaching an average standard. Collectively, they managed to gather only a heap of common-grade items, with few of commendable quality. They had discovered merely 8 teleportation scrolls, which were nearly exhausted during their trips to and from the sanctuary. However, they did find an abundance of food and warm clothing, albeit of mediocre quality, predominantly classified as common-grade. It was only within Lu Jipeng's sanctuary that they encountered an exceptionally rich array of resources. Upon careful inspection, Qi Yuan was astounded by the wealth contained within Lu Jipeng's inventory. Among the common-grade items, after discarding the useless, undesirable, and used items, a considerable amount remained. Firstly, there were common-grade items such as adhesive bandages, umbrellas, sleeping bags, nail clippers, thermoses, fire starters, fishing nets, and deerskin towels, along with nearly 30 pounds of sweet potato, berry, and potato foodstuffs, as well as bedding, quilts, and blankets for warmth. In the good grade category, they uncovered several crafting scrolls, including chair crafting scrolls, wooden basin crafting scrolls, and tissue crafting scrolls. Additionally, they found 300 units of good grade charcoal, over 500 units of good grade timber and ore, 12 cans of meat, and 2 pairs of snow boots, along with various miscellaneous items that Qi Yuan did not examine closely. The only items of significant value among the good grade category were 12 teleportation scrolls, 5 sanctuary relocation scrolls, 1 beast dispersal scroll, a package of insect-repelling grass seeds, and a vine. Many of these items were likely acquired through trickery from the girls. To the eyes of an ordinary person, these supplies would be deemed remarkably abundant. Unexpectedly, Qi Yuan also stumbled upon excellent grade items. Name: bait crafting scroll, excellent. Effect: bait favored by aquatic beasts, with a high chance of capturing quality fish. Name: salt mine resource scroll, excellent. Effect: special salt mine that replenishes numerous trace elements in the human body, enhancing immunity and possessing insect-repelling and antibacterial properties. Produces 1 pound daily. Excessive extraction may lead to resource depletion. These 2 items were likely obtained as rewards from ratings, both possessing commendable quality. Furthermore, within the workshop, they discovered a mound of yellow-brown clay, reminiscent of the armor they wore. Name: molding clay, good. Effect: a special type of clay that requires good grade or higher water sources for moisture. Once shaped, it becomes extraordinarily hard, providing formidable defensive and shock-resistant qualities. So that is how it is. Qin Jinjuan toyed with the molding clay, intrigued by its properties. I always wondered how an ordinary person could withstand my strike. It turns out to be this treasure. Qi Yuan contemplated and remarked, Brother Qin, let us use the beast search scroll to investigate. This clay may very well be a resource point in the wild. All right, Qin Jinjun replied, his eyes lighting up as he retrieved the beast search scroll for examination. Near Lu Jiping's shelter, the presence of wild beasts is notably sparse. And even the flora is scant, consisting primarily of various stones, sandy ground, and soil. Qin Jinjun remarked, the resources for sustenance here are limited, yet there exists a substantial quantity of mineral resources, albeit their precise quality remains unclear. At that moment, a voice, crisp yet tinged with hoarseness, interjected. This soil was indeed excavated from elsewhere. Qi Yuan turned to see a woman, approximately 25, 6 years of age, within Lu Jiping's shelter, aside from various resources. 6 young women were also discovered, ranging in age from 18 to 27, possessing commendable beauty, though their bodies were marred with numerous bruises and wounds. These individuals have been deceived by Lu Jiping's manipulative tactics. Initially brainwashed, they regained their clarity after enduring the inhumane torment and humiliation within the shelter. Do you know the specific location? Qi Yuan inquired. The woman shook her head, then nodded slightly. Sensing her fear, Qi Yuan reassured her. There's no need to be afraid. Just speak what you know. It's all right if you make a mistake. I don't know the exact location, but it should be to the south of the shelter. He often brings back a yellow-brown stone, which, when mixed with water and filtered, produces this soil. The woman said, huddled in the corner with a faint voice. Qi Yuan nodded in response. Then it seems there is no issue. It is indeed a resource from the wild. Brother Qin, do you think this clay has value? It possesses significant value. Qin Jinjun replied, without hesitation. When an ordinary person dons armor made from this soil, they can nearly withstand attacks from formidable beasts. Even I find it challenging to cleave through. With this affirmative response, Qi Yuan made his decision. Then the shelter cannot be spared. He retrieved the secondary shelter scroll and utilized it on Lu Jiping's shelter. Generally, when a survivor perishes, others cannot teleport to their shelter. However, this group had arrived at Gao Hanji's shelter using teleportation scrolls. They still had one opportunity left to teleport back, which allowed Qi Yuan to raid their shelter posthumously. Should Qi Yuan successfully occupy this shelter with the secondary shelter scroll, it would revert to a state of ownership. As the scroll was activated, Lu Jiping's shelter irrevocably became Qi Yuan's secondary shelter. It came equipped with a personal teleportation array, similar to the ally scroll, usable once every 7 days. However, unlike others, Qi Yuan could use the teleportation array without seeking anyone as permission. Others, wishing to utilize it, would require Qi Yuan's consent. Packing the valuable resources into his dimensional backpack, he planned to transport them back. Yet, upon noticing the 5 women in the corner, Qi Yuan, somewhat helplessly, asked Brother Qin, do you want a wife? Smack! Qin Jinjun slapped Qi Yuan on the back of his head, exclaiming, get lost. He then added, if I were to do that, how would Xiao Tong view me? Understanding dawned on Qi Yuan, I see. So, what shall we do with these individuals? Dispose of them? Or sell them? Qin Jinjun could not help but roll his eyes. What else is there to do? Let us reserve it for mining when the time comes. After all, Lu Jiping and his group have left behind a considerable amount of ordinary food and warm clothing, enabling them to be self-sufficient. Once the weather improves, they can venture into mining and logging. Should we really expect them to resort to more unsavory trades? Perhaps it's best to stick with logging. I had thought this line of work would be lucrative, yet Lu Jiping appears rather destitute. Qi Yuan waved his hand in refusal. These several young women can only be temporarily housed in the secondary shelter. Their own shelter has been rendered unusable by Lu Jiping's actions. Furthermore, as soon as Lu Jiping and his companions met their demise, their shelter too became inaccessible. Qi Yuan was able to return to scavenge resources, utilizing the teleportation scrolls from their arrival to revisit their shelter. The scrolls permit round trips, otherwise, Qi Yuan would not have been able to access their shelter. After accommodating the 5 individuals, 2 of them returned to Gao Hanji's shelter with supplies. Apart from the scattered corpses, Gao Hanji remained seated on the ground, appearing somewhat dazed. What should we do now? Your friend? Inquired Qin Jinjun. Just throw in the high school classmates as well. Yuan replied casually. Yuan. I. Gao Hanji stammered upon seeing Yuan return. Yuan glanced at her and said, use the teleportation scroll to go to another shelter and make the necessary modifications. With a downcast expression, Gao Hanji asked, what about my shelter? It dawned on Yuan that as long as Gao Hanji was alive, her shelter would not cease to exist. However, lacking a secondary shelter scroll, he resolved, we will move what needs to be moved and retain the shelter. After sending Gao Hanji to the secondary shelter, Yuan and Qin Jinjuan returned to their own shelter. Chapter 63. The snow has stopped at last. It was time to divide the spoils. This time, the bounty was plentiful. Yet most of the items were of inferior quality, mundane daily necessities and resources of little value. The common and good quality items were casually split into two portions, as their relationship did not necessitate meticulous division. Only the exceptional items and the plasticine required careful allocation. A significant amount of plasticine was retrieved, totaling 13 sets from the corpses, approximately 45 pounds, with an additional 30 pounds discovered at Lu Jiping's shelter. In total, they had 75 pounds to share equally. There were only 3 exceptional items: anti-gravity stone, bait manufacturing scroll, exceptional, and salt mine resource scroll, exceptional. The anti-gravity stone did not require division, as it had been left by Yuan at the secondary shelter. Among the 6 individuals in that shelter, Yuan had left behind a missed survival manual. Once a survivor perished, the manual would become ineffective. Thus, when Lu Jiping and the others met their demise, their manuals would no longer serve a purpose, akin to the shelter itself. As for the remaining 5 women's manuals, they had already been lost, leaving only Gao Hanji's available for use. However, considering her lack of intelligence, Yuan discreetly retained the anti-gravity stone to prevent them from acquiring teleportation scrolls and escaping. Of the remaining 2 items, Yuan claimed the bait manufacturing scroll, exceptional, while Qin Jinjuan took the salt mine resource scroll, exceptional. Regardless of who needed them, they could be exchanged as necessary. Following the distribution of the spoils, Qin Jinjuan returned triumphantly, and Yuan had also resolved the plot against him, marking a mutually satisfying conclusion. Yuan took stock of all the acquisitions. Among the common items, he received fire stick, fishing net, deerskin towel, umbrella, 15 pounds of common food, and 2 small blankets. The good quality items included 6 teleportation scrolls, 3 shelter migration scrolls, a wooden basin manufacturing scroll, a tissue manufacturing scroll, 6 cans of meat, a pair of snow boots, 35 pounds of plasticine, and a grapevine. The exceptional item was the bait manufacturing scroll. This could be considered a modest gain. This incident marked Yuan's first encounter with conflict in the Mist World, a conspiracy that posed a genuine threat to his life. Fortunately, with Qin Jinjuan's assistance to stabilize the situation and his own considerable strength, he swiftly resolved the matter with decisive action, experiencing a thrilling yet safe outcome. Following this event, Yuan became acutely aware of the necessity for heightened vigilance regarding his safety. Among the survivors in the Mist World, there existed an abundance of darkness and malevolence, with many individuals' humanity constrained, finding complete liberation in the absence of law. This occurrence was both fortuitous and inevitable. Yuan recognized that he had merely been fortunate. His shelter was thriving in various aspects, free from concerns about sustenance, and his strength was commendable. The individuals he encountered were loyal and righteous. Thus, for him, the days spent in the Mist World resembled a challenging game set in an alternate realm. However, for many others, it resembled an apocalyptic catastrophe. The scarcity of food, the onslaught of frigid temperatures, the threat posed by wild beasts, and the malevolence of mankind. Throughout history, no catastrophe has succeeded in cleaving humanity in twain, nearly extinguishing the flame of civilization until now. Yet, within this tumultuous process, phrases such as resource chest system have imbued this disaster with a dramatic flair, obscuring its true nature. Yuan exhaled a long sigh, striving to calm the tumult within his heart, seeking tranquility of mind. Remarkably, despite the slaughter of over a dozen individuals during this endeavor, he felt little revulsion. Perhaps he was indeed quite ruthless. he mused with self-deprecating humor. At that moment, a rather plump bee expressed its exasperation. "Oh, how noble you are! How remarkable! You've made me bear the weight of a dozen lives. At your command, my rear end is practically smoking." On the 12th day of the cold wave, a message spread across the chat channel. The snow had ceased. Yuan hastily flung open the window to gaze outside. Yet darkness still enveloped the scene, his hand reaching deep into the void beyond the pane. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and still no snowflakes descended. The snow had truly stopped. For 12 days, all survivors had been virtually imprisoned within their shelters, unable to venture forth in search of food and resources. The supplies amassed over the previous 7 days had nearly been depleted, leaving many on the brink of starvation within the confines of the shelter. The news of the snow's cessation was, for everyone, a beacon of hope. However, Yuan observed that the snow drifts had piled up to heights surpassing that of the shelter, a scenario likely mirrored elsewhere. It remained uncertain how long it would take for the snow to completely melt away. At least in the foreseeable week, the external environment would continue to be dire, making exploration exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the possibility of further snowfall and the recurrence of the cold wave could not be discounted. Yuan's remaining supplies were still substantial. He had only consumed about 1/3 of the excellent quality meat and flour he had on hand. With signs of improvement in the cold wave, there was little cause for concern. Yet, enduring days confined to the shelter had grown increasingly tedious. Aside from maintaining the shelter during the day, he had practiced archery. While the first couple of days were bearable, the monotony soon became unbearable. Nevertheless, today marked the beginning of clearing the yard. The incessant snowfall had rendered prior efforts futile. As any clearing was swiftly undone, it was only now that he could commence work. Other survivors likely shared a similar experience, as laziness within the shelter was a rare occurrence. Yuan also informed the 6 individuals at the secondary shelter. Although they were physically weaker, their numbers would facilitate the task of clearing. Throughout these days, they had not been idle. Yuan had procured a plethora of seeds from the trading market, encompassing both ordinary and excellent quality, all entrusted to them for cultivation. He had not scrutinized the ordinary seeds, but among the excellent quality, there were 6 varieties: sunflower, jade succulent, purple sweet potato, gray leaf raspberry, fruit cucumber, and tomato. Each of the 6 individuals would tend to one variety of excellent seed, along with dozens of ordinary seeds, nurturing them within the confines of the shelter. The shelter already housed 2 flower beds, and with the substantial number of wooden barrels sent by Yuan, there was just enough to facilitate indoor cultivation. Since the secondary shelter was not intended for personal habitation, there was no concern about living space. Thus, Yuan filled the shelter to the brim with hundreds of barrels, all brimming with crops. Concurrently, he retrieved all the food stored there, opting to distribute future rations based on crop yields. If the plants exhibited poor growth, rations would be reduced. Conversely, if they thrived, a more generous allocation would be granted, an arrangement reflecting the principle of labor-based distribution. However, as it stands, indoor cultivation has proven to be rather unsuccessful. Lacking spring water, diluents, and fertilizers, crops struggle to flourish in the frigid climate. It is particularly challenging for sunflowers, which require abundant sunlight. One would be hard-pressed to expect success under such conditions. It remains uncertain who among the unfortunate would be allotted these. Nevertheless, Yuan remains unperturbed. This is merely an experimental phase, and he plans to engage in large-scale planting once the cold snap has passed. He hopes that when the next calamity strikes, it will yield a bountiful harvest of fresh crops. Yuan has contemplated multiple times the necessity of seeking a device akin to the shelter's light shield, aimed at mitigating the environmental impact on the crops as much as possible. If one were to endure such harsh conditions for an extended period, the prospects for developing agriculture and animal husbandry would be bleak. Once the resources surrounding the shelter are depleted, a relocation will be imperative in search of a new habitat. This mode of existence bears resemblance to that of tribal times and nomadic peoples, perpetually adrift, unable to establish a stable and progressive lifestyle. Chapter 64. System major update. While Yuan was contemplating the protective barrier of the shelter, the system announced a new fog notification. It appeared that, having weathered the most challenging phase of the cold wave, the system embarked on a comprehensive overhaul. Fog notification. Major update. Starting today, the Fog Survival Manual will undergo a complete update. 1. The trading market is abolished, while private transactions remain. The mere unveiling of this first item left everyone in a state of shock. The initial blow struck directly at the trading market. Henceforth, acquiring various resources with ease and selling collected items would become a formidable challenge. Yuan, too, was taken aback. The trading market had always been the greatest asset for all survivors. Every scarce resource could be found within the market. Previously, purchasing upgrade scrolls required only a global search to instantly locate all pertinent information and facilitate transactions. Furthermore, selling charcoal constituted a significant source of income for Yuan. Without the ability to sell directly to all survivors, amassing wealth swiftly would prove arduous. The same applied to spring water and healing potions. The trading market was a miraculous tool, allowing for the exchange of resources regardless of the distance separating individuals. The abolition of the trading market would render the rapid accumulation of wealth exceedingly difficult, posing a stern challenge for many fortunate survivors. All survivors must now contemplate a singular issue: holistic development. In times past, discovering a high-quality lake adjacent to the shelter could yield a bounty of fresh water to barter for all other goods, often without lifting a finger. Simply counting money atop a golden opportunity, such as the convenience brought forth by luck. However, from this moment forth, the grotesque reliance on fortune for sustenance and development within the shelter would render survival immensely challenging. Yet, one small consolation lay in the fact that private transactions had not been prohibited, a semblance of mercy from the system. Yuan could foresee that, in the ensuing period, the development of most individuals would face significant constraints. He too would feel the impact. At the very least, selling charcoal would become a struggle, limited to transactions with Yangzhenghe and Zhaocheng. The prospect of utilizing food to sweep the market clean would now be nearly impossible. 2. Introduction of a universal currency in the fog world, spirit coins, along with a public shop. The second update captured everyone's attention once more. A universal currency had emerged. Beneath this update was a lengthy and detailed introduction, which Yuan took 5 minutes to digest. In essence, it delineated the methods of acquiring and utilizing this currency. Spirit coins could be obtained through 2 means. The first was through natural sources. Spirit coins are, in fact, coins imbued with spiritual energy. Natural occurrences of spirit stones exist, albeit in exceedingly limited quantities and deeply buried underground, making them elusive. This realization struck Yuan with a sense of nostalgia, as though he had lost something profoundly significant in the past. The second method involved exchanging resources with the system, which accounted for the means by which 99 of individuals would acquire spirit coins. All resources of good quality or higher are rich in spiritual energy and can be exchanged for spirit coins with the system. As for the purpose of spirit coins, after the cancellation of the trading market, there will be a systematic public store where certain resources can be purchased with spirit coins. Naturally, survivors may also engage in transactions with spirit coins among themselves. The complete elimination of public and regional chat channels transforms the communication into a forum system, allowing each survivor to post once a week. Although the chat channels were of limited utility, primarily serving as an emotional outlet with messages often obscured, the forum format offers clarity. However, the restriction to a single post per week diminishes interactions among survivors. The fourth change, which appeared perplexing, became clearer upon further examination. It signifies a reduction in the system's influence over resource gathering. In the future, when felling trees, the timber will no longer be directly converted into a unit of wood. Stones will not uniformly transform into a unit of stone, and hunting beasts will not yield meat and essence directly. Instead, upon slaying a wolf, one acquires the entire carcass. Chopping down a tree results in a whole trunk. Subsequent processing and division of resources will be the responsibility of the survivors themselves, restoring a sense of realism. It is evident that the system is gradually diminishing its assistance, with all forms of support destined to fade away, until a day arrives when the system no longer exists. Certain crafting scrolls can no longer be directly produced at workbenches, according to the system's intent. The forthcoming crafting scrolls will merely provide methods for creating items, leaving survivors to undertake the actual crafting. A smirk crosses Yuan's face as he contemplates this new reality. Will he now have to produce charcoal himself? Formulate healing potions on his own? This will undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Does this imply the complete demise of the charcoal industry? The probability of resource crates appearing has been significantly reduced, alongside a slight decrease in the likelihood of resource crates dropping from hunted beasts. Furthermore, methods for upgrading shelters beyond level 4 have been disclosed. The 7 updates leave all survivors in a state of bewilderment. Everything has changed. Survival, already a challenging endeavor, has become increasingly complex. Many rapidly progressing survivors find themselves at a loss, and Yuan is among them. He had intended to expand his territory, to grow stronger, to conquer the Misty World, only to be met with this unexpected turn of events. It seems they have been thrust back into a rustic existence. Gazing out at the vast expanse of snow, Yuan feels an inexplicable sense of confusion and trepidation. Perhaps unbeknownst to many, the ability to persist in the Misty World has largely stemmed from the existence of the system. The system provided a substantial sense of security, offering everyone a cheat code to navigate through the most arduous initial phases. But now, with the cheat code revoked, all have returned to square one. Yuan exhales deeply, sensing that while everything around him remains unchanged, everything has also transformed. As I opened the Mist Survival Handbook, I noticed that the trading market and chat channels had vanished, leaving only the forum and the public store. Upon entering the public store, I couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of my mouth upon seeing the items on the shelves. For the common grade, mineral water, coarse bread, clothing, and a scant few daily necessities, all priced at a mere 1 spirit coin each, which appeared quite affordable. In the good grade category, teleportation scrolls, machetes, toilet construction scrolls, wood splitting machines, and shelter relocation scrolls. Among these 5 items, the first 4 were priced at 10 spirit coins each, while the last one cost 30 spirit coins. This public store seemed rather economical, Yuan murmured to himself. His only impression of spirit coins stemmed from the 8 coins he had scraped off a scratch card, leading him to believe these prices were not exorbitant. Within the excellent grade items, the only offering was an ally scroll, priced at 100 spirit coins. But what is the exchange rate for spirit coins? Yuan pondered as he discovered an image indicating the exchange rate in a corner of the public store. Let us try exchanging a unit of good grade wood first. As 1 unit of wood vanished, nothing changed. However, a notification from the Mist Survival Handbook appeared, stating that it was impossible to exchange for less than 1 spirit coin. Yuan was taken aback, astonished that a single unit of good grade wood could not even be exchanged for 1 spirit coin. This implied that the value of a unit of good grade wood was less than that of a bottle of common grade mineral water. Let us try 2 pieces then. As the wood continued to be added, Yuan's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 65. Level 4 Shelter. Upon depositing 10 units of quality timber, a white spirit coin materialized in hand. 10 units of quality timber for a single spirit coin? Yet a bottle of ordinary mineral water sells for 1 spirit coin. Yuan's eyelids twitched with disbelief. Was this public shop not exceedingly extortionate? He proceeded to experiment further, attempting to exchange various other quality resources, discovering that while the prices varied slightly, they followed a similar trend. However, compared to raw materials, the prices of finished items were marginally higher, though the disparity was minimal. Despite the shockingly low exchange rate, Yuan did not believe that the system intentionally devalued the currency. It was highly probable that the spirit coin itself held considerable value and served a critical purpose. Setting aside his concerns regarding the spirit coins, Yuan opened the forum. At this moment, a plethora of posts had emerged. He had the option to sort them by popularity or by time. He chose to view the most popular first, which led him to a comprehensive tutorial on wilderness survival. This extensive post, filled with thousands of words, encompassed various aspects of survival knowledge, including locating water sources, identifying edible food, avoiding cold, setting traps, understanding the weaknesses of wild beasts, cultivating crops, and raising wildlife, among a myriad of other essential information, garnered significant attention from survival enthusiasts. The author of this valuable post was a foreign player known as Christie, who bore a notorious red name. Yuan scrutinized the content carefully. He found much of it particularly useful and immensely beneficial for wilderness survival. He also gave the post a thumbs up, recognizing the importance of raising its visibility for the benefit of all survivalists. He pondered how the author managed to produce such a voluminous piece in such a short span of time. Continuing to browse through other posts, he noted the rationality displayed by the community. Most of the highly rated posts were immensely practical, closely aligned with the survival needs in the mist-laden world. Examples included comprehensive guide to resources, items, and scrolls in the mist world, complete information on beasts of the mist world, innovative uses of 18 shelter spaces, the possibility of taming powerful beasts, and is the success of red-named survivors merely luck? Having perused numerous posts, he found the content refreshingly substantive, devoid of trivial complaints. Yuan mused, "This forum has improved significantly. It is far more useful than the previous chat channels." As he casually scrolled through, one particular post caught his eye: the abominable level 4 shelter. Spirit coin exchange is outrageous. Suddenly, Yuan recalled that following the recent update, shelters could now be upgraded to level 4. He smacked his forehead and promptly accessed the shelter information, eager to review the requirements for upgrading to a level 4 shelter. Before him appeared a prominent line: materials for level 4 shelter, 1,000 spirit coins. Phew, that is somewhat manageable. Yuan had initially anticipated that the upgrade conditions would be exceedingly harsh, yet he was pleasantly surprised by their feasibility. In essence, it required merely 10,000 units of quality timber, which was still within his means. Over the course of 12 days since the cold wave began, Yuan had profited handsomely from selling charcoal, with timber being the most abundant resource in his inventory. 5 or 6 days ago, I amassed over 100,000 units of common-grade timber and more than 20,000 units of good-grade timber. However, as the yard became increasingly cluttered, Yuan revised the exchange rules to only accept good-grade resources. In hindsight, Yuan is immensely grateful for this decision. Only materials of good grade or higher can be exchanged for spirit coins, rendering the surplus common-grade timber insignificant. Over the next 6 days, Yuan consumed over 60,000 units of common-grade timber, yielding more than 12,000 units of good-grade timber. Presently, in terms of timber alone, he possesses 40,000 units of common-grade timber and over 32,000 units of good-grade timber. Should he exchange all of this for spirit coins, it would amount to 200 spirit coins, instantly elevating his financial status. Yuan cannot help but lament that if the trading market had not been abolished, he could have relied entirely on this method to amass wealth. It is likely that the system was designed to prevent individuals like Yuan from exploiting this convenience for substantial profit, leading to the dissolution of the trading market. Nevertheless, one can imagine that many individuals akin to Yuan exist, those selling charcoal, good-grade fresh water, and essential supplies. Anyone with ample raw materials that could be produced in bulk through workshops would undoubtedly reap considerable rewards. However, for the majority of ordinary survivors, 1,000 spirit coins is an exorbitant sum, assuming there is a patch of good-grade trees adjacent to the shelter and one possesses a good-grade axe. One could fell 200 units of timber in a day. To gather 10,000 units of timber would require 50 days. This scenario assumes ideal conditions. If one must also worry about food and spend time foraging, daily yields might be halved. It is highly probable that the average survivor would need around 100 days to collect 1,000 spirit coins to upgrade their shelter. Of course, exceptional circumstances may arise, such as stumbling upon a resource box containing 3 rare-level items, resulting in an immediate windfall. Alternatively, one might discover a lake brimming with excellent-grade fresh water, instantly becoming affluent. However, Based on Yuan's experience, even good-grade lakes are typically not vast. According to Yang Zhenghe, there is a small good-grade lake adjacent to a shelter on an oasis, but it spans less than 30 square meters, making it unwise to exploit extensively. Yuan expresses his financial security, confidently upgrading to a level 4 shelter. Exchanging 10,000 good-grade timber, a total of 1,000 spirit coins appears before him, gleaming enticingly. He selects the option to upgrade the shelter. The 1,000 spirit coins are enveloped in light and vanish in an instant. The next moment, the entire shelter is shrouded in a radiant glow. 3 minutes later, the upgrade concludes, revealing a completely transformed shelter. Yuan, who was originally in the living room, finds himself in the yard. Clearly, due to the expansion of the shelter, the former living room has now become part of the yard. He checks the shelter's information. Shelter, level 4 stone house, occupying an area of 200 square meters, with actual dimensions of 360 square meters. The exquisite sanctuary has significantly enhanced its area, comfort, quality, risk resilience, and facility completeness. The level 4 shelter facilities are basic, as all ordinary amenities have been installed. The conditions for upgrading to a level 5 sanctuary are as follows. 1. The survivor's strength must reach a commendable level. 2. At least one rare facility must be possessed. 3. There must be absolute control over a radius of 3 kilometers surrounding the sanctuary. 4. An expenditure of 30,000 spirit coins is required. The level 4 sanctuary stands in stark contrast to the first 3 levels, justifying the investment necessary for its upgrade. The most striking feature is its expansive area of 360 square meters, more than triple that of a level 3 sanctuary. Yuan is conveniently located in the yard, affording a panoramic view of the entire sanctuary. The total land area of the sanctuary is 300 square meters, comprising a 100 square meter yard, a 100 square meter house, and a 100 square meter basement. The additional 60 square meters is accounted for by the fence, basement, and pond, all seamlessly integrated within the sanctuary's boundaries. Currently, Yuan is in the yard, which spans 100 square meters. Once cluttered with piles of wood, it now features only a small corner occupied by timber, while the ground is free of snow. Moreover, the surrounding walls have been refurbished, presenting an elegant facade of azure stone, rising to a height of 2.5 meters, encircling the entire sanctuary. In the yard, the collapsed animal pen has been restored and is now substantially larger and sturdier than before. Besides the animal pen, the yard also boasts a pond, a spring, protective thorns, a vegetable garden, a spirit pool, and a soft, lush lawn underfoot. Chapter 66. Transformations of the Sanctuary upon raising his gaze. Yuan observed that the sanctuary structure had not expanded significantly. Its overall layout felt considerably more spacious. Stepping inside, the ambience was undeniably airy. Although only a handful of luminous stones illuminated the space, insufficient to cast light throughout the entire sanctuary. Holding several of these glowing stones, Yuan traversed the sanctuary, gaining a rough understanding of its layout. In the courtyard, the changes were minimal, aside from upgraded facilities and an expanded area adorned with a grassy lawn. There were no other notable alterations. Indoors, the construction comprised quality-grade minerals and timber, with the arrangement of rooms having been entirely reconfigured. On the ground floor, there existed a living room, kitchen, bathroom, workshop, storage room, and bedroom. The living room featured a grand fireplace and a set of wooden tables and chairs. The kitchen had undergone significant expansion, yet the cooking tools remained unchanged, still comprising only iron pots. The bathroom was quite rudimentary, furnished solely with a stone wash basin and a toilet, which Yuan found surprisingly aesthetically pleasing despite being crafted from stone. The workshop was spacious, retaining the workbench, though many items could no longer be crafted, while a few new tools have been added. In one corner stood a small kiln, presumably for charcoal production. Nearby, a wooden cutting table accompanied by chisels and saws hinted at the crafting of barrels and basins. These tools appeared to be equipped according to existing manufacturing scrolls, though Yuan pondered whether new manufacturing scrolls would yield new tools in the future. He surmised that the system might not be so benevolent as to provide a complete set of tools again. At this juncture, Yuan noticed alterations to the scrolls, which now contained extensive text detailing the processes and intricacies of item creation. For instance, the healing potion scroll meticulously outlined the required materials and methods, necessitating Yuan's hands-on involvement. Although the healing potion demanded only a few materials, the procedure was convoluted, comprising over 20 meticulous steps. Yuan could only manage a wry smile, realizing the workload ahead would be considerable. Fortunately, he still had 6 free laborers at his disposal to assist in the crafting, albeit with the caveat that he must keep the precious healing potion scrolls from their knowledge. Lastly, he examined the storage room, which housed a considerable amount of supplies alongside 5 storage boxes. These boxes bore resemblance to dimensional backpacks, while they appeared modest in size. Each contained an internal capacity of 5 cubic meters. To facilitate management, Yuan diligently categorized all materials, assigning each to a corresponding storage box: 2 for food, 1 for tools and weapons, 1 for scrolls, including manufacturing, teleportation, and sanctuary relocation scrolls, and the final box for rare resources such as white pine sand and ice crystals. This organization would undoubtedly ease future retrieval. Finally, he entered the bedroom, which was simply furnished with a wooden bed, a nightstand, and a small fireplace. Given that the floor was entirely covered in stone, there was little concern regarding the risk of fire. Though it may seem reminiscent of a modern abode, it remains true to the original style of a forest cabin, with all its amenities rather rudimentary. The originally separate wet and dry bathroom has now been integrated within the bedroom, allowing for convenient access. After surveying the first floor, Yuan felt quite satisfied, though he noted the only shortcoming was the expansive space, which resulted in somewhat inadequate lighting. Next, he descended into the basement, eager to uncover any surprises. But to his astonishment, it was devoid of any facilities. The spacious 120 square meter basement, entirely paved with massive stones, exuded an air of symmetry and solidity. Only a cluster of bees, wild boars, and pheasants huddled in the corners, gazing with astonishment at their suddenly enlarged surroundings. Yuan harbored serious doubts about the system's integrity, having been led to believe it would be furnished with amenities. How could it be that not a single room existed in the basement? It became increasingly apparent that the overall transformation of the shelter was minimal. The basement, house, and yard had merely increased in area, with an additional bedroom, a storage room, and a bathroom. Yuan, initially in high spirits, felt a pang of disappointment upon this realization. However, he soon reminded himself that for a survivor, the essence lies not in opulent living facilities, but in ample space for survival, especially a spacious yard. Amidst the forested environment, the shelter remained surrounded by numerous wild animals. Yuan understood that cultivating plants and raising animals outside the shelter was not feasible. Thus, he would have to make the most of the limited space within the yard. This 100 square meter yard was sufficient to cultivate a substantial amount of fertile land. With the shelter's upgrade, the surrounding snow had been cleared away, providing a clearer view of the forest. Yet, the landscape still appeared overwhelmingly white, with many trees having succumbed to the prolonged cold. It was uncertain when the harsh winter would relent, Yuan mused, gazing at the monotonous scenery with growing weariness. Nevertheless, he was not entirely without tasks. The snow in the yard had been cleared, allowing him to venture out and engage in various activities instead of remaining cooped up within the shelter. Armed with a luminous stone, he approached the right side of the shelter, where the guardian thorns were nestled in a corner. Remarkably resilient, the guardian thorns had endured even the frigid -50°C temperatures. Even the newly sprouted guardian thorns had managed to survive in such harsh conditions. Yuan believed that as the climate improved, so too would the condition of the guardian thorns. Subsequently, he brought the bees, pheasants, and iron-backed wild boars from the basement into the animal pen in the yard. After domestication, the iron-backed wild boar had been enhanced using an upgrade scroll, effortlessly reaching a commendable level, its size now comparable to that of an adult wild boar, towering even over Yuan. The next consideration would be the matter of breeding. Yuan's iron-backed wild boar had also attained a commendable level, With both boars of similar age and kind, having grown up together, they seem to share an undeniable bond. Should they unite in matrimony, it would indeed be a delightful occurrence. Certainly, the fact that they are siblings can be set aside for the moment. Yuan acted decisively and promptly sent a message to Yuan. Yuan, brother Qin, the Ironback Mountain pigs have reached maturity. Shall we consider facilitating their mating? Yuan hesitated, expressing his concerns. Is it not a bit too soon? The situation regarding the cold front remains uncertain, and I fear there may be further drops in temperature. It is entirely reasonable for Yuan to harbor such thoughts, as he remains unaware of the impending disaster. Yuan understood well that the cold spell might not have entirely concluded and could very well persist for an extended period. Nevertheless, the overarching trend in climate is certainly towards warming. Thus, Yuan conveyed the information from the prophecy scroll, stating, "Brother Qin, take a look at this. The climate is bound to gradually warm, and while we may still experience some snowstorms, they will surely be less severe than before." Moments later, Yuan replied, "All right. I am surprised to learn that you possess such an artifact. This will allow us to prepare in advance. Indeed, with the snow yet to melt, we should store a batch of ice in the basement. Oh, by the way, Brother Qin, have you upgraded the shelter? I have just completed the upgrade, and the space has increased significantly. Please bring the Ironback Mountain pigs over so they can acclimate to one another. I do worry, however, that in this frigid weather, they may lack the desire to breed." Yuan expressed with a hint of concern. Chapter 67. The creation of ice cubes with a resounding clap. Another item notification was transmitted. Name: Aphrodisiac powder, good quality. Effect: stimulates desire in beasts, enhancing their reproductive instincts and increasing the efficiency and success rate of breeding. Description: an early arrival of spring. This union must take place. Upon seeing the aphrodisiac powder, Yuan felt a profound sense of relief. The reproduction of the Ironback Mountain boar is not a task to be completed in a day or two. It is a lengthy process. If they could commence this endeavor sooner rather than later, Yuan would be most agreeable. After all, the environment of the Misty World is harsh, and it cannot guarantee a successful hunt for beasts every day. The earlier a stable breeding operation is established, the more secure their livelihood will be. Through the teleportation array, Yuan transported the Ironback Mountain boars to Yuan's sanctuary, placing the two boars in the incubation chamber to foster their bond. Once they had acclimated somewhat, Yuan would employ the aphrodisiac powder to amplify their reproductive desires. After exchanging a few more words with Yuan and spending some time playing with Xiao Tong, Yuan returned to the sanctuary. Upon his return, Yuan began preparations for the impending disaster. The creation of ice cubes to ward off the anticipated high temperatures. The prophetic scroll provided by the system was deemed credible by Yuan. Thus, it was highly likely that a heat wave would follow the end of the cold front. Consequently, cooling facilities must be adequately prepared. Seizing the opportunity presented by the frigid weather, he endeavored to stockpile a substantial quantity of ice cubes. Using 4 wooden planks, he constructed a rectangular mold measuring 50 centimeters in length, 30 centimeters in width, and 20 centimeters in height for the ice cubes. A total of 30 such molds were crafted. Next, he collected the accumulated snow, filling the molds and compressing it firmly. Water was then poured in to melt the snow, and through the process of low-temperature freezing, ice cubes were formed. The principle behind the formation of ice is that when melted snow encounters low temperatures, it solidifies into ice. Due to the weather conditions, the production of ice cubes proceeded remarkably smoothly. Within mere seconds, the cubes were successfully created. The completed rectangular ice cubes were then transported to the basement, where they were neatly stacked against the wall. This process, albeit somewhat tedious, consumed a considerable amount of time. After relocating a dozen ice cubes, Yuan suddenly realized the futility of his strenuous efforts when he had 6 free laborers at his disposal. Thus, he contacted the 6 individuals and sent them the molds, instructing them to produce the ice cubes as required. Without question, they dutifully set to work. Compared to their previous experiences under Lu Jiping, where they were subjected to degrading labor, working for Yuan was a veritable breeze. In the secondary sanctuary, 6 figures busied themselves, each bundled up tightly, resembling 6 rolling balloons. Their physical constitution did not match that of Yuan, and the biting cold was even more unbearable for them, necessitating additional layers of clothing for warmth. Among the 6, the petite and youthful Zhou Yu, merely 19 years of age, approached Gao Hanji, who was compacting the ice cubes. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Sister Han, since Brother Qi has left us here and hasn't returned, why not ask him about his plans?" Gao Hanji lifted her head, her fair complexion flushed from the cold, and spoke. "The fact that he didn't strike me down on the spot is already a sign of mercy. I shall refrain from disturbing him. Alas, he seems like a decent person, otherwise he wouldn't be supporting us. Look, he merely has us tending to the vegetables and making ice. We are spared from engaging in unscrupulous activities, which is quite fortunate." Zhou Yu, having endured the darkest of experiences, felt a sense of contentment with her current life. Under Lu Jipeng's control, one had to serve various guests while also catering to his perverse demands. Initially, there were 7 of them, but within just a day or two had succumbed to Lu Jipeng's torment. This memory was one they wished to avoid. Now, with food and drink at their disposal and no immediate danger, life was indeed comfortable. However, she was unaware that the ordinary food Yuan had was not for consumption, but rather meant for feeding the iron-backed mountain pigs and wild chickens. Moreover, collectively, the 6 of them probably consumed less than 1 iron-backed mountain pig. Beside her, a woman with a gentle demeanor smiled and said, "Xiao Yu, do not trouble your sister Hanji. The fact that we have survived to this point and can live here in relative peace is a blessing." "Very well, Shi Jia," Zhou Yu replied with a grimace, resuming her task of making ice. Gao Hanji softly remarked, "You need not worry. As long as you do not harm him, he should not pose any threat to you. I simply do not understand why he keeps us around," Zhou Yu said with a hint of resignation. Nearby, another girl teased, "You are so curious. Why not ask him yourself? What would he possibly do to you? Oh dear, what if he has ulterior motives? What then? I couldn't possibly refuse." Zhou Yu pouted. At that moment, Yuan, having just arrived through the teleportation array, stood at the entrance of the shelter, his expression darkening as he wondered what these individuals were discussing. Ahem! Before Zhou Yu could finish her sentence, she was startled by a cough, nearly losing her balance. The 6 of them turned to see Yuan approaching with a stern expression, rendering them immediately motionless with fear. Yuan walked over, placed a reassuring hand on Zhou Yu's shoulder, and scrutinized her with a penetrating gaze, saying, "You must absolutely refuse me." "And no, I wouldn't dare," Zhou Yu stammered. Her head lowered as she rubbed her hands nervously. Seeing her frightened demeanor, Yuan shook his head in resignation, deciding not to tease her further, given her youth. "Everyone, please come inside. I have something to discuss with you." The 6 complied, silently gathering around the table, while Yuan unreservedly took the seat of honor. Once everyone was seated, Yuan began, "The cold wave is expected to persist for some time, rendering outdoor excursions impossible, and you cannot collect plastic clay. Therefore, we do not require so many people here for the time being. I will take 2 individuals back to the main shelter with me for work. Who among you would like to volunteer?" No one responded. All 6 bowed their heads, leaving Yuan at a loss for words. Finally, Gao Hanji softly spoke, "I can go." Yuan glanced at her, assessing her carefully before dismissing her request. "Be wise. You should remain here." Upon hearing these words, Gao Hanji's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and she fell silent. Noticing that no one else intended to speak, Yuan, disinterested in waiting any longer, decisively declared that the oldest and youngest would proceed, while the remaining individuals would stay behind. After making this resolution, all eyes turned toward the 2 designated individuals, Zhou Yu and Chu Wenxi, who both stiffened, their expressions betraying a mixture of alarm and confusion as they gazed anxiously at Yuan. Yuan, at a loss for words, chose to disregard their dismay. He handed them 2 teleportation scrolls and promptly transported them away, as the sanctuary was in dire need of manpower. After much contemplation, Yuan ultimately concluded that the charcoal business could continue to thrive. This was primarily due to the presence of 2 significant clients, Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Cheng, whose alliance had a considerable demand for charcoal, especially following updates that rendered the purchase of charcoal from the trading market impossible, A substantial shortage ensued, prompting repeated requests to Yuan for a bulk sale. However, recognizing the arduousness of such a task, Yuan was certainly unwilling to undertake it alone, thus resorting to enlisting the help of two laborers. Chapter 68. The trend of cold currents upon their arrival. Yuan finally learned their names. The elder of the two, named Wensi, was 26 years of age and exhibited a more mature demeanor, having previously worked as a civil servant. The younger one, a girl who incessantly chewed on her own tongue, was merely 19 and had been a student. As soon as they entered Yuan's sanctuary, they were captivated by their surroundings. The expansive 100-square-meter yard, coupled with a similarly sized wooden cabin, far surpassed the confines of their previous shelter. In fact, it was more than twice as spacious compared to Lu Jipeng's refuge. Not only was the sanctuary itself impressive, but the yard also teemed with various animals. Several large beehives hung from the tree trunks along the perimeter, buzzing with swarms of bees, some of which occasionally ventured beyond the walls in search of nectar. Within the animal enclosure, a vividly feathered wild chicken meandered leisurely, pecking at the grains scattered on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the wild chicken's diet mirrored that of their daily meals. Additionally, a massive wild boar, towering at 2 meters, lay comfortably in the enclosure, occasionally flicking its tail in a display of relaxation. The two women stood in astonished silence at the scene before them. They had not anticipated encountering such a well-developed sanctuary, brimming with resources in such a short span of time. In stark contrast to their modest wooden hut, this place felt like an entirely different realm. Sister Shi, what level of sanctuary is this? It seems immense, one remarked. It must be level 4. I've heard he ranks among the top 10,000 in the world for development. Impressive indeed. As they stood entranced in the yard, Yuan, unable to contain his exasperation, called out, "Stop daydreaming and come over here." "All right." They quickly responded and jogged over. Yuan led them into the workshop, handing them the charcoal-making scrolls for study. The process of creating charcoal was considerably simpler than concocting healing potions. It merely required careful timing. Provided they were not overly foolish and made several attempts, they would easily master it. Currently, the sanctuary housed 40,000 units of ordinary grade wood that required conversion into charcoal. Higher grade wood could be exchanged for spirit coins, prompting Yuan to resolve not to produce higher-grade charcoal in the future. For the system, converting wood into charcoal did not enhance its value. Regardless of transformation, the internal spiritual energy remained unchanged. Once they reviewed the process, they were ready to commence their tasks. However, with two unfamiliar individuals in the sanctuary, Yuan could not afford to be entirely trusting and thus implemented precautionary measures. Unbeknownst to them, 2 adult-sized black tiger bees were quietly monitoring their actions. Should either woman engage in any dubious behavior, the bees would promptly alert Yuan. Yuan instructed them to confine their movements to the living room, workshop, bathroom, and kitchen. Any breach of conduct would trigger the bees' vigilance, leading them to notify Yuan. This served as a safeguard. Moreover, Yuan had already established contact with Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Cheng to continue the charcoal trade. Each day, he supplied 3,000 units of standard-grade charcoal to both individuals. Zhao Cheng continued to purchase using white pine granules and ice crystals, while Yang Zhenghe paid with 500 units of quality timber. This arrangement yielded an approximate daily income of 150 ling coins, sufficient to sustain until the bitter cold fully subsided. 2 days later, the relentless cold still ravaged the land, accompanied by a light snowfall, rendering the weather exceedingly frigid. However, the harshness of the cold wave seemed to be slightly alleviated, with a modest improvement in overall temperatures. During these days, the 4 individuals at the secondary shelter diligently crafted ice blocks, accumulating over 500 pieces, which nearly filled half of the basement. Yuan intended to completely fill that section with ice, leaving only a narrow pathway in the center for ease of access. Thus, the ice-making endeavor was to persist. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu and Wensi were responsible for producing charcoal, and their progress was smooth, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. By day, they toiled in the workshop, and by night, they nestled by the fireplace in the living room, sleeping on thick carpets and blankets, having previously scavenged a shelter housing over a dozen individuals. They had an ample supply of standard-grade warm items at their disposal. In a day, they could work approximately 12 hours, managing to produce around 6,000 units of charcoal, just enough for sale. At this moment, Yuan truly appreciated the value of free labor. Without lifting a finger, Ling coins poured in. Nonetheless, Yuan ensured that they were well provided for, supplying food and drinks generously and occasionally offering quality-grade meals. Over these days, Yuan continued to lead a well-ordered life, managing the shelter, engaging in physical training, practicing archery, and occasionally exploring the forums. On the 15th day of the cold wave, a delightful surprise finally arrived. The sky brightened, the darkness gradually receded, and sunlight once again poured down, glistening upon the pristine white snow, illuminating the entire world. The sun had appeared. Yuan, sensing the light outside, turned in astonishment. Never had she anticipated that witnessing the sun would evoke such exhilaration within her. Accustomed to prolonged darkness, she squinted at the blinding sunlight, unable to gaze directly at the world beyond the window. The endless night had come to an end, and it seemed the cold wave was nearing its conclusion. In that moment, all survivors erupted in jubilant cheers, as if they had glimpsed the hope of survival. After a full half-month of struggling with hunger and inadequate clothing, their dwindling supplies were nearly exhausted, and the prospect of consuming mere soil loomed near. If the cold wave did not relent, many would soon find themselves unable to endure. Yuan retrieved the Ms. Survival Manual and glanced at the total number of survivors in the forum, noting a decline from 5.3 billion at the onset of the cold wave to 4 billion now. It was hard to discern whether to feel sorrow or relief. On one hand, it was disheartening to acknowledge that over 1 billion survivors had perished, lost in the obscurity of the misty world. It is fortunate that this menacing cold wave disaster has claimed the lives of merely 1.3 billion individuals. Yuan had initially presumed that the super low temperatures, plummeting to minus 60 degrees Celsius, would prove insurmountable for the majority of survivors. He speculated that, following this cold wave, the total number of survivors might be halved. However, the reality is that many have resiliently persevered. Out of 5.3 billion, with 1.3 billion lost, the survival rate stands at approximately 24, which is somewhat acceptable. Alas, one can only hope that the death toll does not escalate too drastically. If in the end, the entire mist-laden world were to dwindle to a mere few tens of thousands, that would indeed be a terrifying prospect. Yuan could not help but sigh. If ever there comes a day when a civilization is reduced to just a few thousand souls, will life ever discover new hope again? As Yuan gazed at the sunlight above, his eyes gradually adjusted to the brightness. Upon noticing the towering snowdrifts outside the walls, reaching heights of 2 to 3 meters, he felt disheartened. How long would it take for this snow to melt? Surely not less than 10 days or so. He resolved to wait a few more days until the snow accumulation diminished before contemplating a means of escape. Yet, at this juncture, a pressing issue must be confronted: flooding. Such an immense quantity of accumulated snow, once melted into water, would inevitably precipitate widespread flooding disasters, a calamity potentially more dreadful than the cold wave itself. However, Yuan found this peculiar. The prophecy scroll indicated that the next disaster would be a heat wave, suggesting that flooding would not pose a significant threat. Or perhaps it implies that flooding will not occur at all. Regardless of the interpretation, Yuan must adequately prepare for the potential calamities that may arise. Chapter 69. Fishing. However, in the following days, Yuan realized that his concerns were unfounded. He had anticipated that the ferocity of the cold wave would severely impact the natural environment, inevitably leading to a catastrophic flood. Yet in reality, the ecological system of the misty world withstood the calamity with remarkable resilience, and a great deluge did not occur. Firstly, although the weather was frigid, the rate of snowmelt surpassed all expectations. Aside from a few extremely cold regions, most areas witnessed the thawing of ice and snow. Secondly, an abundance of melted snow water was absorbed by the forests, nourishing the revival of flora and fauna, and thus, no flood materialized. In just 3 days, More than half of the snow had melted, leaving only a 30-centimeter layer. Perhaps due to the excessive absorption of snow melt by the soil, a frozen ground layer formed, causing the remaining snow to melt at a slower pace. Yuan found it perplexing that, despite temperatures lingering at -10 degrees Celsius, the snow could melt so rapidly. Perhaps the natural laws of the Misty world differ greatly from those on Earth. Yuan was not a natural sciences expert, nor did he intend to delve into such inquiries. He simply understood that, under the current circumstances, the survivors were able to venture outside in search of food. Many had already begun to leave their shelters, scouring the nearby areas for sustenance. However, the results were disheartening. Having just endured the cold wave, food was virtually non-existent. There was a chance they might encounter famished, large wild animals, and a moment's carelessness could lead to becoming prey. Recently, a particular post on the forum garnered significant attention, titled 18 Questions on Finding Food in the Snow. It detailed how to locate edible food while ensuring personal safety in such an environment. Yuan had perused it carefully, only to discover that more than half the content revolved around transforming tree bark, roots, and weeds into consumable nourishment. Astonishingly, it had garnered hundreds of thousands of likes. There was no room for sarcasm. It was indeed pitiful. Nevertheless, Yuan recognized that, given the current situation, finding food was undeniably challenging, and that exploration in the wilderness was fraught with difficulty. Just then, he stumbled upon another post titled, "What Can We Do as the Cold Wave Comes to an End?" The title was rather unremarkable, seemingly destined to remain unnoticed. However, after reading its content, Yuan was greatly inspired. The post suggested several good methods, one of which was particularly suitable for him: fishing. Yuan recalled that he had once procured a fishing rod, though he had never utilized it. Later, he acquired excellent bait from Lu Jiping's stock, which was indeed perfect for fishing. Thus, Yuan began his preparations. He unearthed the long-forgotten fishing rod and commenced the crafting of bait. Since the bait was of excellent quality, the required materials were costly, necessitating the use of excellent-grade beast entrails, which Yuan could not gather. Consequently, he could only make do with good-quality food for the bait, and to his surprise, he succeeded in creating it, achieving a quality of good. This success was largely thanks to the system's updates. The hands-on approach allowed for greater flexibility in the crafting process. Had this been in the past, success would have been unattainable. Yuan donned his snow boots, thick cotton jacket, padded clothing, woolen sweater, and scarf, enveloping himself snugly against the cold. He then took up his fishing rod, net, bait, and wooden bucket, leaving the shelter to approach the stream. Accompanying him was a swarm of 500 bees, led by the iron-backed black tiger queen. The food supply in their hive was critically low, compelling them to venture out in search of sustenance. Fortuitously, they left alongside Yuan today, ensuring his safety while also seeking nourishment in more distant locales. Upon reaching the small stream adjacent to the shelter, Yuan noted that the narrow waterway was unsuitable for fishing. However, the stream's flow appeared to be increasing, suggesting a larger current upstream. He followed the stream deeper into the forest. After walking a kilometer, he observed that the stream had indeed widened considerably, now resembling a small river. Continuing onward, the river expanded further, the terrain around him became flatter, and his surroundings opened up. Was this a plain? Doubt crept in as the environment increasingly resembled something beyond the forest. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that when he had utilized the beast search scroll previously, it had indicated that this area was still within the forest domain. Glancing toward the trees flanking the riverbank, he confirmed that the forest remained dense, with an abundance of trees. Clearly, this was still part of the forest, which was far larger than he had imagined. What then accounted for the river's broad and flat expanse? Only one explanation seemed plausible. This had once been a grand river, significantly larger than the current stream. Now, the frozen waterway measured a mere 2 meters in width, while the parched, level riverbed had once been at least 10 meters wide. Yuan mused silently. It appeared his instincts were correct. The source must indeed be a substantial river. He pressed on, traversing approximately 5 kilometers until he reached the end of the waterway, which connected to a larger river. It was evident that the small river adjacent to Yuan's shelter was a tributary of this grander watercourse. This larger river flowed from deeper within the forest, boasting a width of 10 meters, with depths that far exceeded those of the tributary. Even with the lake's surface frozen, one could glimpse the dark, profound waters beneath the ice. With a splash, Yuan leaned down onto the ice to confirm his suspicions, faintly hearing the sound of water flowing beneath the surface. This was the place. He resolved to fish here. Moving closer to the middle of the river, he attempted to break the ice using his iron axe, only to discover that it was exceedingly thick, at least 50 centimeters. After over half an hour of relentless pounding, his axe blade was nearly blunted, yet he managed to create an opening the width of an arm. Exhausted, Yuan pulled himself up from the ice, stretching and loosening his muscles. Had it not been for his remarkable physical condition, he would have never succeeded in breaking through such thick ice. An ordinary individual would have succumbed to fatigue long before. He retrieved his fishing rod, carefully baiting the hook with the pungent morsels, and lowered it through the opening in the ice. Normally, with high-quality bait, there was a significant likelihood of attracting desirable fish. However, this was contingent upon the specific conditions of the river. If a river is too small and inhabited solely by common fish species, it is naturally improbable for superior fish to thrive. Conversely, in expansive lakes, particularly those of excellent quality, the likelihood of encountering high-grade fish significantly increases. However, the pursuit of such prime specimens comes with its own set of risks. Wild aquatic creatures, akin to the beasts of the forest, possess formidable aggression. An ordinary person, despite great strength, may find themselves overmatched by superior fish, potentially being dragged into the water. Prepared for the endeavor, Yuan set out to fish. Lacking a chair, sitting directly on the icy surface was not an option. After thoughtful consideration, he ingeniously utilized a black tiger bee queen as a makeshift seat, providing both comfort and protection from the cold. Naturally, he could not merely wait idly for a bite. That would be a waste of precious time. Thus, he brought along the Misty Survival Handbook and, while awaiting a catch, browsed through various forums. Threads such as the distinction between trading markets and public shops, real-time price comparisons in the Misty world, a compendium of beasts in the Misty Realm, creatures mightier than earthly animals, the nuances of superior food, and understanding how to navigate the Misty world, captivated his attention. Each post contained the experiences of fellow survivors, and Yuan eagerly absorbed this wealth of new knowledge, including insights into unique flora from other regions and encounters with formidable beasts faced by other survivors. Chapter 70. A slap and a date. However, amidst the vast array of posts, Yuan inadvertently caught sight of a particularly intriguing one titled Strange Creatures Beyond Human Cognition. Accompanying the post were several indistinct photographs, which appeared rather blurred. Faintly discernible within the forest was the silhouette of an extraordinarily colossal beast, towering over 5 meters and stretching several meters in length, far surpassing the limits of terrestrial life. It was nearly as tall as a small building. Although the species remained unidentifiable, the mere glimpse of its immense form was enough to instill trepidation. This post had not garnered much attention, with only a handful of comments. Is this for real? How could such a gargantuan creature exist? I think it's a hoax. I've encountered many beasts before, and while they may be larger than those on Earth, nothing could reach such proportions. What if it's possible? You're still alive because you haven't crossed paths with one yet. Oh, perhaps, but I remain skeptical. It's too blurry to make out. Don't you know? UFOs, aliens, and unsolved mysteries always come with such low-quality images. In the comments section, opinions varied. Some expressed belief, others skepticism, and a few dismissed it entirely. Yuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the creature in the photographs, as waves of contemplation surged within him. Compared to other survivors, he possessed a deeper understanding of beasts and their terrifying nature. His fear did not stem from the capabilities of ordinary or commendable level creatures. After all, his physical prowess had reached commendable levels, making him quite formidable. Furthermore, he commanded a swarm of black tiger bees and ironback wild boars, rendering typical commendable beasts mere quarry. Yet, What truly concerned Qi Yuan was the potential for these creatures to grow stronger, along with the formidable beasts lurking in the depths of the Misty World. Within less than a month of arriving in this enigmatic realm, he had already attained commendable strength. Were there beasts in the Misty World that had existed for decades, or even centuries? What could their strength be? Exceptional? Rare? Or even more formidable? Ordinary level beasts bore little distinction from earthly creatures. Commendable level beasts, on the other hand, surpassed the might of so-called tigers and lions and were larger than typical beasts. But the Misty World harbored far more than just ordinary and commendable level beasts. Qi Yuan was convinced that exceptional, rare, and even more powerful beasts existed. This was a matter of utmost importance for all survivors. Deep in thought, Qi Yuan etched the notion of safeguarding against beasts firmly into his mind. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the fishing rod before him emitted a crisp sound, jolting Qi Yuan from his reverie. A fish was on the line. His expression brightened with delight as he straightened his back, gripping the rod with both hands and anchoring it firmly against the pull of the fish. By gauging the tug, he surmised that the fish was not particularly large. After an initial vigorous struggle that nearly dislodged the rod, it subsequently lacked the strength to resist. Though not an expert in fishing, Qi Yuan possessed a smattering of knowledge on the subject. After playing with the fish for a while, he gradually reeled in the line, attempting to draw it slowly to the hole. However, at that moment, Qi Yuan discovered a grave issue, wishing he could slap himself. He had been so focused on creating a hole big enough to insert the fishing line that he had entirely disregarded how to extract the fish. As a result, the hole was too small. The fish couldn't get out. Damn, how foolish could he be? Qi Yuan cursed under his breath. To let it go. But this was his first catch, and he felt reluctant to part with it. He pondered whether he could dissect it underwater directly. However, the hole was too small. He could barely fit a hand through. Helpless, Qi Yuan could only watch as it swam away. He put away his fishing rod and pulled out an iron axe once more. He began to enlarge the hole, expanding it to about a diameter of 30 centimeters. Yet, after the previous experience, Qi Yuan was still somewhat apprehensive and decided to enlarge it further, reaching approximately 50 centimeters. Only then did he feel relieved and at ease, continuing his fishing. However, it seemed that the earlier fish had consumed all of Qi Yuan's luck. After waiting for a full 30 minutes, he had yet to receive another bite. The icy weather and biting wind made him hunch his shoulders. But the thought of steaming seafood spurred him to endure a little longer. As dusk fell, the temperature began to drop again, and the wind across the river's surface stung his face. Qi Yuan remained resolute, gripping the fishing rod with unwavering hands. He had made up his mind. As soon as he caught a fish, he would head home. 30 minutes later, Qi Yuan rose silently, his face dark, packing away the empty wooden bucket and the fishing rod submerged in the water. As he pulled the hook from the water, the moment he laid eyes on it, he felt as if struck by lightning. I didn't hook any bait? Qi Yuan's face twitched uncontrollably. With a resounding slap to his own face, he found solace in the fact that the cold had numbed his cheeks, rendering him impervious to pain. He clutched his chest, feeling a tightness constricting his breath, and upon seeing the black tiger hornet queen lying on the ground, he was overcome with frustration and kicked it away. The rotund body slid across the smooth ice surface before colliding with a tree by the riverbank, finally coming to a halt. The little hornet queen, unable to grasp the complex implications of the situation, shook off the snow and returned to him. Qi Yuan sighed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, and summoned the swarm back to their shelter. Just as he turned, a glimmer of silver light caught his eye on the ice, causing his heart to skip a beat. A silver resource chest. Ha! That slap was not in vain. Qi Yuan was instantly filled with joy, eagerly collecting the silver resource chest. Indeed, one slap earned him a sweet reward. With mixed emotions, he made his way back to the shelter. By the time he arrived home, night had completely fallen. Upon entering, he found Chu Wensi and Zhou Yu had already prepared dinner. Qi Yuan enjoyed a meal of high-quality meat steak, dry mixed noodles, and boiled clear moon algae, while Chu Wensi and Zhou Yu had ordinary fare. Thanks to the rock salt they had found earlier in Lu Jipeng's shelter, the flavor of their food had significantly improved. However, as Qi Yuan settled down, Chu Wensi presented a bowl of soup, specifically a bowl of Crucian carp soup. Boss Chi, didn't you mention going fishing today? I specially prepared this fish soup, Chu Wensi said gently. Over the past few days, the three had become quite familiar, resulting in a less rigid atmosphere. As Chi Yuan had articulated, they were essentially his employees. He provided them with shelter and sustenance, while they simply needed to focus on their work without overthinking. Chi Yuan's relaxed demeanor fostered a sense of ease among them, compelling them to willingly extend their hours. However, circumstances were not as they once were, and upon seeing the fish, Chi Yuan felt an unmistakable discomfort. Yet, for the sake of the silver resource chest, he chose not to dwell on it too much. That evening, Chi Yuan returned to his bedroom to rest and decided to open the silver resource chest. It was his first time discovering a silver resource chest in the wild. His luck was undeniably extraordinary, yet the surprises seemed far from over, as an even greater astonishment followed swiftly. With a resounding snap, as the silver resource chest was opened, a blinding golden light erupted. A rare-grade item. Chi Yuan's eyes were nearly blinded by the brilliance, but he still managed to discern that although the chest contained only a single item, it radiated a golden glow. Faced with the choice between 3 excellent-grade items and 1 rare-grade item, which should he select? Chi Yuan felt an unwavering conviction that the rare-grade item was the clear choice. However, in the next moment, as he finally glimpsed the item within the resource chest, his certainty began to waver. Chapter 71. Fish, Shrimp, Crab. Turtle name. 100 Waves Fishing Rod. Rare grade. Function. Crafted from deep-sea azure iron. The fishing line is made of ice silkworm thread, significantly enhancing the rod's strength, portability, resilience, and durability. The materials possess a rich affinity for water attributes, greatly increasing the allure for aquatic creatures and reducing the rate of mishaps. Description: even without bait, one can still catch fish. Bait is recommended. Chi Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Was this a mere slap on the wrist, followed by a sweet reward? No. It was as if the sweet reward had been molded into the shape of a slap. The 100 Waves fishing rod? Or perhaps merely a lackluster fishing rod? For the first time, Chi Yuan felt that the system in the misty world possessed a life of its own soul. This moment was a striking manifestation of a soul's collision, profoundly significant in its historical context. Chi Yuan vowed that if he ever fished again, he would let the hay devour the fishing rod. The following morning, Chi Yuan, bundled tightly against the cold, hoisted a wooden bucket and the 100 Waves fishing rod. Accompanied by the Black Tiger Bee King, as he trudged against the biting wind and snow toward the stream upstream. At the spot from the previous day, Chi Yuan settled once more atop the Black Tiger Bee King, his demeanor calm as he prepared bait and cast his line, his movements fluid and confident, reminiscent of a seasoned angler. Stung by the humiliation of yesterday, Chi Yuan was determined not to retreat. He rallied his spirits and tried again. The outcome was remarkably favorable. With the rare-grade fishing rod at his disposal, he navigated the waters with ease. Within mere minutes, several sizable fish were caught, albeit of only ordinary quality. Suddenly, the fishing rod jerked again, and Chi Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he yanked the rod with vigor. What tremendous strength! A surge of joy filled his heart. It must be a large fish. Moreover, its quality was undoubtedly commendable. He understood that a creature with comparable strength likely possessed good quality. Remaining composed, Chi Yuan skillfully managed the tension, balancing the pull between himself and the fish for several tens of minutes until he ultimately triumphed, bringing it to the surface. To his astonishment, it was a large crab. This crab was a striking pale blue, the size of a grinding stone, its shell adorned with sharp black spines. Its massive pincers were larger than his face, and its 8 legs were robust and elongated. Though its information was obscured, Chi Yuan was certain, based on its size and strength, that it was a creature of good quality. While it was not a fish, he was nonetheless elated. He never imagined he would eat a king crab in his lifetime. Yet here he was in the misty world, presented with the opportunity to feast on an even larger crab. With a beaming smile, Chi Yuan promptly severed the 8 legs and 2 pincers of the crab, casting them into the wooden bucket. However, recognizing it as a creature of good quality, he prudently assigned a good-grade black tiger bee to monitor it closely, ensuring it would not escape. With his first catch secured, Yuan's confidence soared. Before long, the fishing rod conveyed another pull. This time, the force was much lighter, making it easy to reel in. It was a translucent, light blue shrimp, approximately 12 centimeters long, significantly larger than the usual market shrimp. Emerging from the water's surface, the vibrant blue shrimp thrashed vigorously, its powerful body creating splashes that sent droplets of river water flying. Without hesitation, Yuan placed it into a wooden barrel. Once submerged again, the blue shrimp resumed its tranquility. For a time, it seemed as though he had stumbled upon a shrimp den, as he subsequently caught 8 more shrimp of a similar hue. Yuan estimated that these few blue shrimp would suffice for several days of feasting. Clearly, the efficacy of this rare-grade fishing rod was remarkable, far surpassing that of the ordinary rod he had employed the previous day. It was no wonder he had struggled to catch anything yesterday. The issue was evidently one of equipment. Beyond the gear, the weather, environment, and perhaps even the flow of fortune had likely played a role. It was certainly not a matter of skill. Today, having avoided many detours, he enjoyed an extended fishing time with superior equipment, resulting in an abundant catch. Merely 2 hours had passed, and the adjacent wooden barrel was nearly full. He had observed that while the fish in this river were scarce, the blue shrimp were plentiful, with the barrel already containing over 20 of them. Initially, he believed this bountiful circumstance would endure, perhaps allowing him to harvest at least 100 blue shrimp by day's end. However, by afternoon, the situation took a turn. The number of blue shrimp dwindled rapidly, as if the swarm had migrated elsewhere, leading to a stark decrease in his haul. For a full 40 minutes, his fishing rod remained motionless. What could be the reason for this sudden lull? Yuan pondered whether to change locations and drill a new hole. Just then, the tranquil water's surface erupted with ripples. The fishing line tightened abruptly, yanked forcefully into the depths. Quick as lightning, Yuan seized the rod. Yet, the creature beneath the ice exhibited immense strength. Despite his utmost effort, he could not reel it back and could only maintain a tenuous stalemate. Noticing the creature's endurance, Yuan cautiously released some line, aiming to gradually wear it down. Could it be a substantial catch? He braced the rod against his chest, held his breath, grounded his stance, and summoned his strength to maintain control over the situation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The nature of the creature remained a mystery, yet stamina was surprisingly formidable, engaging Yuan in a standoff for 20 minutes without yielding. He sustained his position against the chill wind, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yuan resolved that if he could not succeed in another 10 minutes, he would have to concede. Time was precious. It was not worth expending excessive energy on this solitary struggle. However, possibly bolstered by the fishing rod's enchantment, the strength of the creature gradually waned in the ensuing minutes, allowing Yuan to gain the upper hand. Soon, a shadowy figure was dragged from beneath the ice. As it broke the surface, he finally discerned its appearance. It was a deep blue turtle, its shell exhibiting a perfectly hexagonal pattern, adorned with exquisite blue designs that lent it a profoundly alluring hue. Remarkably, this turtle was no larger than an infant's head, with an endearing visage and round, dark eyes that seemed innocuous and gentle. In stark contrast to Yuan's expectations of fierce aquatic creatures, the opponent he had been at a standstill with for nearly 40 minutes turned out to be a diminutive turtle. Yuan gazed at the turtle, feeling that its small size rendered it utterly unsuitable for a hearty soup, lacking any substantial meat. Nevertheless, its appearance was charming, and its demeanor was endearing, making it a delightful candidate for a pet. Paying it little heed, he tossed it into the wooden tub. However, an astonishing scene soon unfolded. Initially, the fish, shrimp, and crabs within the tub coexisted in harmony, only occasionally splashing about with minimal disturbance. Yet, upon the turtle's entrance, the aquatic inhabitants seemed to have encountered a formidable foe. Huddling together in a corner, trembling in fear, they exhibited extreme restlessness as the turtle traversed the tub, prompting the fish, shrimp, and crabs to flee to the opposite side, terrified to approach. Quickly, Qi Yuan took note of this peculiar behavior and realized that this blue turtle must possess a noteworthy identity. However, following the system update, survivors could no longer access information about wild creatures, leaving Qi Yuan in the dark regarding the specifics. Nonetheless, since the creatures were able to coexist peacefully, he assumed there was no significant issue at hand. Yet, after catching this turtle, Qi Yuan's fortune appeared to wane, as he failed to catch any fish or shrimp thereafter. As darkness fell, his tally remained unchanged, prompting him to reluctantly cease fishing and return to the shelter. However, while en route, an alert suddenly blared, the sound incessantly beeping. What could this mean? Had something transpired? Chapter 72. The fall of the secondary shelter. Qi Yuan came to a sudden halt, extracting the Mist survival manual, where a red notification blinked incessantly. Warning, warning, the secondary shelter is under attack. Warning, warning, the secondary shelter is under attack. Warning, warning, the secondary shelter is under attack. The 3 consecutive red alerts furrowed Qi Yuan's brow in concern. What could be happening? Was the secondary shelter being assaulted? He promptly reached out to Gao Hanji via the private chat channel, inquiring about the situation. However, after several minutes, there was no response. Qi Yuan's expression grew grave. To ensure an immediate line of communication with the secondary shelter, he had insisted that Gao Hanji carry the Mist survival manual at all times. Under normal circumstances, she would respond instantly to his messages. Clearly, something was amiss. A sense of unease began to gnaw at Qi Yuan as he quickened his pace back to the shelter, his mind swirling with thoughts. What was transpiring? Had other survivors discovered their shelter? That seemed implausible, as the shelters were separated by hundreds of kilometers, and he had heard of no one managing to locate another's refuge. Could someone have used a teleportation scroll to breach the secondary shelter? That too was unlikely, for without Qi Yuan's consent, no one could teleport into the secondary shelter. Or perhaps they had inadvertently compromised the shelter themselves? While a possibility, Qi Yuan felt a nagging intuition that this was not the case. Eliminating all improbable scenarios, the outline of an answer began to form in Qi Yuan's mind. He simply needed to verify it. Upon returning to the shelter, he disregarded the puzzled expressions of Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu, immediately retrieving a teleportation scroll and summoning the Black Tiger Swarm, preparing to teleport. Yet, just as he was about to initiate the transfer, he suddenly halted. He hesitated. A realization struck him. The secondary shelter was equipped with anti-teleportation stones within their confines. Teleportation scrolls could not be utilized. This meant that if he teleported there and encountered danger, he would be unable to return immediately. Without knowledge of the specifics and the inability to retreat swiftly, the risk of this action would undoubtedly escalate. To go or not to go? In Qi Yuan's mind, he recalled Gao Hanji's face, along with those of the other 3 girls. Ultimately, he found himself still wavering. In his left hand, he held the Mist survival manual, its pages displaying the private chat channel with Gao Hanji. In his right, he clutched the teleportation scroll, capable of transferring him in a mere 0.01 seconds. At that moment, Qi Yuan felt an unusual calmness. He had a premonition of what might have transpired at the secondary shelter. Aside from human factors, what could be the greatest improbability? The vague image of a colossal beast from yesterday's forum suddenly resurfaced in Qi Yuan's mind. His breath grew heavy as he sat silently in the living room chair, the cool air filling his nostrils and stimulating his thoughts. Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu stood nearby, watching in perplexity, too cautious to utter a sound. They had never seen such an expression on Qi Yuan's face. All along, this young man had navigated tasks with remarkable ease, committing no errors and demonstrating a mind characterized by meticulous reasoning and clarity. This demeanor rendered him seemingly unlike a youth. Qi Yuan sat quietly, gazing at the time on the survival manual in the mist, and after a full 10 minutes, the chat channel remained devoid of any replies. 10 minutes. In that span, everything that was meant to occur should have transpired. Rising, Qi Yuan murmured to himself, mentally retracing the location and extent of the forbidden area. To return promptly, there were 2 options, either to locate the forbidden stone immediately and retrieve it, or to flee the stone's vicinity. Having prepared himself, Yuan employed a teleportation scroll, transporting himself and his swarm to the secondary shelter. With a black tiger bee queen shielding his chest, he clutched a luminous stone and the teleportation scroll tightly in his hands. Yuan's nerves were taut, his palms slick with sweat. In the next moment, he found himself amidst a desolate ruin. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, checking the situation, and then rushed towards an open space. Only after completely exiting the Forbidden Stone's range and confirming the absence of danger did he allow himself to relax. What had transpired? Yuan quickly scanned the state of the shelter, gathering any useful information. The entire secondary shelter had collapsed completely. One side of the building lay crushed as if by a colossal force, with numerous wooden beams and stones reduced to debris scattered across the snowy ground. A harrowing chasm cleaved through the tranquil snow, extending for dozens of meters. The original form of the shelter was unrecognizable, with only the fallen walls remaining to testify that a shelter once existed here. As for the four individuals within, Yuan saw none. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Yuan comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was undeniably not a man-made disaster. Such overwhelming destruction was beyond the capabilities of mere survivors. Of course, there existed a minuscule chance, 1 in a billion, that a survivor had simultaneously acquired high-grade upgrade scrolls, excellent crafting scrolls, and rare crafting scrolls, subsequently finding a common beast and transforming it into a rare one on the spot. Alternatively, one could have used a rare beast taming scroll to directly tame a rare creature, but the likelihood of such a scenario was exceedingly slim. Yuan was more inclined to believe that this was the result of a wild beast rampage. Approaching the shattered ruins, the fragmented remnants vaguely revealed their original forms. Vast patches of blood stained the snow, deeply soaked, indicating a significant loss of life. In some inconspicuous corners, dismembered body parts lay scattered, causing Yuan's heart to race, prompting him to avert his gaze. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged from beneath a wooden plank. Yuan's eyes brightened, his gaze scanning quickly, and at last he spotted a faint figure in a corner, barely clinging to life. It was Gao Hanji. Her lower body was trapped beneath the debris of wood and stone, while her upper body was drenched in blood, riddled with numerous wounds and bite marks. Her visage had grown exceedingly pale from excessive blood loss, and numerous abrasions marred her skin. Yuan's heart raced as he hastened forward, bending down to retrieve a vial of healing potion from his dimensional backpack, intent on administering it to her. However, to his astonishment, Gao Hanji tightly pressed her lips together, imperceptibly shaking her head, her gaze subtly shifting toward her lower body. Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to comprehend her actions. Drink it quickly, otherwise. Yet in the next moment, realization dawned upon him, and he swiftly glanced at the debris pinning her lower body, his pupils constricting in horror. A copious amount of blood seeped from the wreckage, glistening a vivid crimson under the illumination of the night stones. Yuan gasped sharply, immediately extending his hands to clear the rubble, striving to lift the stones that pressed upon her form to avert further injury. At that moment, Gao Hanji reached out, grasping his hand, a faint, pained smile gracing her features. What is wrong? What is she trying to convey? Yuan pondered, his mind swirling with confusion. Yet he followed her gaze, directing his attention to the area just below her abdomen. In the next instant, his hands halted abruptly, pupils dilating in terror as his heart trembled. He collapsed onto the ground. Sitting there, Yuan felt a parched throat, a rigidity in his body, and a dizzying fog clouding his mind. Chapter 73. No longer safe below the abdomen of Gao Hanji, a row of enormous and orderly bite marks marred her waist. Beneath the blurred flesh, faint traces of massive teeth pierced through were discernible, and further down, her lower limbs were nowhere to be seen. Yuan's heart pounded as if struck by a heavy hammer. For a moment, his throat tightened, rendering him speechless. Perhaps, beneath the ruins, there is simply no body left. With trembling hands, Yuan turned to gaze at Gao Hanji's bitter smile. He finally comprehended why she had refused to drink the healing potion and understood the sorrowful expression etched on her face. She was acutely aware of the severity of her injuries, which no mere vial of high-grade healing elixir could remedy. Gao Hanji attempted to speak, but as soon as she opened her mouth, an overwhelming torrent of crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the earth around her. Streams of blood poured from her lips, saturating a vast expanse of land. Yuan pressed his hand against his chest in a futile attempt to stem the tide of despair. He yearned to utter words of comfort, but his trembling lips parted numerous times, yet not a single word could escape, whether Gao Hanji wished it or not. Yuan endeavored to pour the healing potion into her mouth, but it mixed with her blood and flowed out again. Gao Hanji made repeated attempts to speak, yet each effort was in vain, only exacerbating her injuries. Ultimately, she could only muster a resigned smile, abandoning the thought of speech. Her gaze silently lingered on Yuan's face. Whether it was nostalgia, reluctance, guilt, regret, fear, or solace, a complex tapestry of emotions intertwined within her eyes. Minutes passed, and Gao Hanji's vision grew hazy. With great effort, she raised her trembling hand, pointing toward a section of the ruins. Just as Yuan's gaze followed the direction of her finger, her hand fell limply to the ground with a soft thud. When he turned back, he discovered her eyes had dulled. She no longer had the strength to endure. Dizziness enveloped Yuan as he knelt on the ground. Unable to regain his composure for a long while, his vacant stare fixated on the cold corpse. It was only after several minutes that he silently closed his eyes, struggling to rise to his feet, noticing that his legs had grown numb. He wiped his forehead, finding it drenched in cold sweat. With great effort, he moved, his numb steps carrying him slowly to the spot Gao Hanji had indicated before her demise. Blood-stained white sheets and bedding lay scattered chaotically on the ground. This must have been the bedroom from before. As he lifted the sheets and bedding, a wooden box was revealed beneath the bedboard. After a moment of hesitation, Yuan decided to open it. Under the illumination of the nightstone, a vial containing a shimmering liquid stood quietly within. This was the plant catalyst. A great fire erupted amidst the ruins, consuming the remnants of the shelter entirely. Along with it, Gao Hanji's body was also reduced to ashes. In the debris, Yuan found no other intact bodies, only mangled limbs and pools of blood. In the vast chasms dragged across the ground, remnants of a large, grayish-white serpent's shed skin were discovered, accompanied by a pungent earthy aroma. Such evidence undeniably indicated the presence of a colossal python on the prowl for sustenance. Based on the traces left on the ground, Yuan conservatively estimated the serpent's diameter to be a terrifying 4 meters. When scaled proportionately, its length would be no less than 50 meters. This behemoth was beyond the realm of human capability to confront. No matter how fortified the sanctuary, it would be incapable of fending off such a creature's assault. Merely encountering its remnants sent a chill down Yuan's spine, leaving him devoid of any thoughts of resistance. One can only imagine the sheer terror the 4 women would experience when faced with such a ferocious beast. A swift death might be bearable, yet the despair of a fate akin to Gao Hanji's would be unimaginable. Standing silently in the snow, the reflection of burning flames danced in Yuan's eyes. The intense heat failed to dissipate the coldness enveloping his heart. He pondered within himself, if this monstrous creature were to attack not the secondary refuge, but his primary sanctuary, would he be capable of halting it? The answer was clear in his mind. This would not be a battle. It would be a one-sided massacre, an utter annihilation of the feeble by a supreme predator. In terms of strength, speed, and size, humanity appeared as vulnerable as an infant in swaddling. Yuan felt an overwhelming weight upon his chest, as though a colossal burden were pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. When the fire died down, he lingered for a moment before utilizing a teleportation scroll to return to his refuge. The unforeseen incident at the secondary sanctuary shattered Yuan's tranquil fishing life, compelling him to act decisively. Upon returning, his heart raced with trepidation. He was engulfed in fear. He felt an urgent need to take action to quell his anxiety. He ventured into the yard, first transforming a domesticated tree bee into a formidable tree bee queen. Originally, Yuan intended to allocate all resources towards cultivating a black tiger bee swarm, as the tree bees were significantly weaker and could not compare to the prowess of the black tiger bees. However, he reconsidered his strategy. Although the black tiger bees were powerful, their numbers were far fewer than those of the tree bees, and their population growth was relatively slow. In contrast, the tree bees were abundant, having more than doubled in number to over 5,000 during the cold wave. Yuan resolved to substantially increase the bee population, allowing them to encircle the sanctuary and remain ever vigilant for any anomalies in their surroundings. The existing tree bees were already dispersing around the refuge, constantly monitoring the situation. Should an insurmountable beast appear, they would be able to alert Yuan in time, preventing a total annihilation. Additionally, the thorny guardians needed to gather more plant nutrients to aid in their swift expansion, spreading throughout the vicinity of the sanctuary. The aim was not merely to fortify the immediate walls, but to extend far beyond, ideally covering a radius of over 1 kilometer. For should a super colossal python, akin to the one that decimated the secondary sanctuary, truly materialize, there would be little time to escape, and death could come in an instant. Thus, this incident left Yuan profoundly unsettled. Even the location of the shelter was a matter he contemplated changing, seeking a more secure area. However, in the end, he dismissed this notion, for he could not foresee whether he would first discover a suitable position or encounter formidable beasts while venturing out in search of a new refuge. Moreover, the over 500 black tiger bees could not be squandered. Yuan conceived a method to enhance the strength and survival capabilities of the black tiger bees to a certain extent. Clay. By mixing the clay with water, he could fashion diminutive armor to encase the bees' exoskeletons, thereby augmenting their defensive prowess. After some experimentation, Yuan found that this approach was indeed feasible and yielded commendable results. Nonetheless, he needed to exercise caution, as excessive clay would impede the bees' flight speed and agility. He summoned Chu Wensi and Zhou Yu, urging them to temporarily set aside their tasks and assist in outfitting the black tiger bees with the clay armor. Each bee would require approximately 35 grams of clay, and by the time they finished utilizing the entire supply, all 500 bees were adequately equipped. However, with the destruction of the secondary shelter, there would be no further source of clay, making future acquisition exceedingly difficult. The swarm of black tiger bees was instructed to disperse around the shelter, gathering honey while remaining vigilant to their surroundings. During this time, the guardian thorns had begun to regain some vitality, although several of the thorny vines had succumbed to the cold wave. Fortunately, the mother guardian thorn still thrived. He retrieved a bottle of plant catalyst liquid, the very one left behind by Gao Hanji. Gazing at the crystalline liquid, Yuan felt a lump in his throat, his tumultuous emotions proving hard to quell, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. With a sigh, he tilted the bottle slightly, allowing the shimmering plant catalyst to drip onto the guardian thorn. Like a newborn gaining life, the guardian thorn unfurled its curled form, swaying gently in the biting wind. As it absorbed the energy, the mother thorn's height surged once more, reaching approximately 2.5 meters, now level with the height of the surrounding walls. Yuan noticed a hint of red at the apex of the guardian thorn, where a diminutive red bud had begun to bloom. Simultaneously, tiny offshoots began to sprout around the mother thorn, rapidly absorbing nutrients and growing. The effects of the entire bottle of plant catalyst liquid did not disappoint Yuan. Aside from a mother thorn, over 20 offspring, each half a meter tall and adorned with sharp spines, emerged, looking fearsome as they nestled beside the shelter's walls. With the guardian thorn's enhanced strength, it soon set its sights on the creatures nearby. Numerous tree bees flitted about the walls, and as they passed close to the guardian thorn, they were swiftly ensnared by the tendrils, plummeting to the ground to become nutrients for the earth. Chapter 74. Serious Seafood. Upon discovering this phenomenon, Yuan immediately instructed the Tree Bee King and the Black Tiger Bee King to command their swarms to steer clear of the thorny guardians, thereby avoiding any potential conflict. Once everything was arranged, he felt at ease returning to the sanctuary. As he walked through the empty courtyard, passing the desolate pond, Yuan recalled the fish he had caught that day and proceeded to fill the pond with water. He released the fish, shrimp, crabs, and turtles he had captured into the water, accompanying them with white pine sand and clear moon algae to optimize the pond's ecological environment. Lacking aeration tools, he could only sustain them for a short while, as prolonged captivity would likely lead to their demise. Nevertheless, being of a good grade, they should not perish easily, particularly the crabs, shrimp, and turtles, which could surface for air, ensuring a high survival rate. As for the ordinary grade fish, Yuan was not overly concerned. He had initially intended to indulge in a feast of crabs that evening, but with the events surrounding the secondary sanctuary weighing heavily on his mind, he found little appetite. A simple meal prepared by Yuan sufficed, and he hastily concluded the day, retreating to his bedroom for rest. Yet, the matter of the colossal beast lingered in Yuan's thoughts, like a thorn in his throat, leaving him restless. That night, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to find slumber. The scenes from the secondary sanctuary, the broken body of Gao Hanji, the massive drag marks on the ground, repeatedly surged through his mind. Ultimately, Yuan made a decision. He retrieved the Misty Survival Handbook and sent a message to Yuan. Yuan, who was just about to sleep, furrowed his brow upon reading the message, and after a moment of contemplation, he calmly replied, "All right, you can rest assured. I will come by tomorrow." The night passed in silence, with snowflakes drifting down and the cold wind howling. The following morning, Yuan awoke shortly after 6, braving the chill as he got out of bed. Exiting the bedroom, he found the fireplace in the living room still aglow, with 2 pieces of charcoal burning within. On the floor before the fireplace lay a modest bed, where Yuan and Zhou Yu were curled up together. Yuan opted not to wake them. Instead, he added more charcoal to the fire and settled down in the living room, pulling out the Misty Survival Handbook. He navigated to the private chat channels of Yang Jinghe and Zhao Cheng, sending messages to both. Expecting them to still be asleep, he was surprised when they replied promptly. "Yang Jinghe, Brother Yuan, what prompted you to invite me for a meal all of a sudden?" "Yuan, the cold snap has ended. Let us meet to discuss collaboration. I've also invited Zhao Cheng." Yang Jinghe hesitated, aware that using a teleportation scroll did not guarantee safety. Soon after, he proactively sent an ally scroll, stating, "If you truly wish to deepen our collaboration, we can sign this." Seeing Yang Jinghe's message brought a smile to Yuan's lips as he transmitted a pre-filled ally scroll in return. "I am prepared. You just need to sign." The ally scroll had already been prepared by Yuan the previous day. Today was merely to gauge Yang Jinghe's stance, and he was thoroughly satisfied with the response. Yang Jinghe indeed approached the matter with sincerity, eager to deepen cooperation with Yuan. After signing the ally scroll, a successful bond of alliance was established between the two. Yuan sent a message, "I'll be over shortly. Let me treat you to seafood." "Is that serious?" Yuan's expression twitched, and he chose to ignore it. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng's reaction was similarly perplexed. "Brother Yuan, why the sudden invitation for a meal? This makes me a bit anxious." Zhao Cheng, more straightforward, candidly expressed his concerns. Yuan replied, "I wish to discuss cooperation and thought to treat you to a meal. By the way, Yang Jinghe will also be joining. Yang is coming too." But this, although Zhao Cheng was somewhat tempted, apprehension lingered in his heart. Noticing his hesitation, Yuan added, "What? Are you afraid I might eat you?" Zhao Cheng sighed, torn between not wanting to offend Yuan and not wishing to take unnecessary risks. After much deliberation, he responded, "Brother Yuan, it's not that I distrust you, but I truly hesitate to go. How about we sign the ally scroll first?" Upon seeing the ally scroll, Yuan felt reassured and promptly sent over the prepared scroll. Noticing Yuan's readiness, Zhao Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Yuan, you're already prepared? Why scare me like that?" "No worries, just come over for the seafood," Yuan cheerfully replied. However, upon reading Zhao Cheng's next message, he was momentarily at a loss for words. "Zhao Cheng, seafood? Will there be abalone? If not, I'll bring 2 along. Haha. Scram." On the opposite side, only a perplexed Zhao Cheng remained, uncertain of what went amiss. The dialogue between the two was also a test. On one hand, it gauged their genuine interest in forming an alliance. The ally scroll, after all, was a premium grade item of considerable value, attainable only by the most formidable individuals. If they lacked an ally scroll, it indicated their average strength. If they hesitated to propose an alliance using the scroll, it suggested a lack of interest in forming one. Fortunately, both were proactive in presenting their ally scrolls and expressed a willingness to ally. Qi Yuan's readiness with his own scroll demonstrated his earnest intent, signaling to them, "Do not worry, I come bearing sincerity." During the process, Qi Yuan also specifically informed Yang Jinghe that Zhao Cheng would return and conversely told Zhao Cheng that he had invited Yang Jinghe. This was Qi Yuan testing the dynamics between the two. If Yang Jinghe and Zhao Cheng shared a close bond, it could adversely affect future actions. However, the outcome indicated that their acquaintance was rather limited. Had they been well acquainted, upon hearing that Yang Jinghe would also be coming back, Zhao Cheng would have immediately reached out to Yang Jinghe, rather than hesitating for an extended period. Of course, Qi Yuan did not presume that his considerations were exhaustive, but he endeavored to select allies for the future to the best of his ability. After establishing contact with both, Qi Yuan rose to prepare the seafood ingredients. At this moment, Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu had also awakened. Qi Yuan was not one to relinquish these two valuable labors easily. Today's ingredients included a large blue crab the size of a grinding stone, blue prawns, meat steaks, qingwei algae, and noodles. All the ingredients were of exceptional quality, rare and precious. Qi Yuan placed immense importance on this conversation, as it pertained to future developments. Soon, Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu busied themselves, meticulously cleaning the various ingredients and preparing the dining ware. The crab legs had been severed and placed in a wooden basin, chilled with ice. The crab body had been opened. Its shell was exceedingly hard, so Qi Yuan preserved it for potential future use. The remaining crab body was steamed until cooked, and the succulent crab meat was extracted and generously poured over the freshly cooked noodles. The inherent sweetness of the crab, complemented by the briny richness of the crab roe, required no additional seasoning, presenting itself as one of the most delectable dishes. Furthermore, the finely chopped qingwei algae added an exquisite touch, enriching the flavor profile of the crab roe noodles. 5 blue prawns were retrieved, each skewered with bamboo sticks, their bodies fully extended, measuring an impressive 20 centimeters in length. Lastly, there were the fine-quality meat steaks. Having been left outside overnight, they had frozen solid. With Qi Yuan's skilled knife work, they were sliced into delicate, thin pieces and arranged in a wooden bowl nearby. Meanwhile, Chu Wenxi had prepared the dining utensils. In the center of the living room stood an iron barbecue rack and a massive iron pot. The glowing red charcoal in the barbecue emitted wisps of blue smoke, the intense heat rendering the air almost ethereal. Beside it, the iron pot, also positioned over the coals, contained a bubbling broth made from wild chicken, its enticing aroma wafting through the air. Chapter 75. Qi Yuan hosts a gathering. Once all the ingredients were prepared, the time had already passed 9 in the morning, and the sun began to cast its golden rays. The first to arrive was Qin Jinjuan, accompanied by a tall and graceful woman. Her figure was alluring, and though her beauty was not striking, a mole on her forehead added a touch of charm. Qi Yuan rose to greet them, smiling warmly as he said, "I have long heard Brother Qin speak of you, Miss Zhong." This woman was Zhong Maiyun, someone Qin Jinjuan had proactively recommended to Qi Yuan regarding their alliance. Long heard? Zhong Maiyun looked at Qi Yuan with a hint of suspicion, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. Is there a problem?" Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on his words and finding nothing amiss. Cough, cough. Qin Jinjuan cleared his throat awkwardly and stated, "I have only known Miss Zhong for 3 days." Qi Yuan was left speechless, gazing incredulously at Qin Jinjuan. "You have only known her for 3 days, and yet you were so adamant about her joining?" Not wishing to dwell on Qi Yuan's discomfort, Zhou Maiyun simply smiled and said, "I understand. It must be that we hit it off at first sight." Indeed, Qi Yuan replied, scratching his nose. "Miss Zhong, Brother Qin, please take a seat. 2 more friends will be arriving shortly." Just as Qi Yuan was about to turn away, he was unexpectedly called back by Zhou Maiyun, who presented him with a small box. It is customary to bring a gift when visiting. Surprised by the unexpected gesture, Qi Yuan gratefully accepted it. Before long, Yang Jinghe and Zhao Cheng arrived in succession. To Qi Yuan's astonishment, both also brought gifts. Yang Zhenghe presented a bundle of premium leeks, a gesture of sincerity. Zhao Cheng contributed an equally impressive item, a large abalone, roughly the size of a head. Upon entering, Yang Zhenghe was taken aback by the sight of a table laden with crabs and shrimp. Real seafood? This remark left Qi Yuan perplexed, wondering, Yang Zhenghe, please be more mindful. No wonder you brought leeks. It seems you had this in mind. At that moment, Zhao Cheng, noticing the leeks in Yang Zhenghe's hands, blinked in confusion. Qi Yuan, glancing at the abalone, was momentarily stumped. The abalone you mentioned. Is this it? No. What else could it be? Qi Yuan was left speechless. It turned out the seafood was indeed genuine, and the abalone was authentic as well. However, the ambiguous remarks among the three left everyone momentarily dumbfounded, especially Zhou Maiyun, who fixed her curious gaze on Qi Yuan and asked, do you often indulge in unorthodox seafood? An abalone? No, today is the first time. First time? Zhou Maiyun's expression grew increasingly peculiar as she surveyed the room, realizing she was the only woman present. Aye, seafood? The depth of her words left Qi Yuan feeling overwhelmed, and he hurriedly clarified, No. Please don't misunderstand. Chu Wenxi, Zhou Yu, hurry and bring out the dishes. 2 more women. In the face of Zhou Maiyun's skepticism, Qi Yuan felt increasingly cornered and hastily instructed the servers to bring out the seafood. Upon seeing the translucent prawns and the vividly red crab roe noodles, Zhou Maiyun ceased her playful banter with Qi Yuan. However, the arrival of Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu caused a subtle shift in the expressions of Yang Zhenghe and the others. Zhao Cheng nudged Qi Yuan's shoulder and whispered, impressive. Keeping a beauty in a golden house. You misunderstand. Ah, I see. I often engage in unspoken arrangements with our allies of the opposite sex. It's a normal desire. Yang Zhenghe remained silent, instead pressing a bunch of exceptional leeks into Qi Yuan's hand, earnestly patting his shoulder. Even Qin Jinjuan's gaze conveyed an understanding among men. Originally, all of them resided in a secondary shelter, yet Qi Yuan had specifically chosen 2 to stay with him. How could there not be complications? Observing this, Qi Yuan could only shake his head in resignation, choosing not to explain further. With everyone present, 5 in total, all familiar with one another, centered around Qi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan. He did not elaborate on the purpose of their gathering, but called everyone to dine. The other 4, experiencing such an abundance of premium ingredients for the first time,